Chapter 1 108 Kinds of Knowledge That Are So Amazing. At the gate of Mingzhu University of Media and Communications. Chuong, let's break up. Faced with his girlfriend Ji Xiaozhu's sudden words, Chuong was stunned at first, and then looked relieved. After all, the city beneath his feet is a prosperous magic city. There are so many dazzling temptations here. Especially since his girlfriend Ji Xiaozhu is a famous campus beauty in the school's performance department. With her outstanding looks and tall figure, she naturally has many suitors around her. But even so, Chuong still subconsciously asked, why? Ji Xiaozhu pursed her lips and said sarcastically, Chuong, I thought a boy as free and easy as you wouldn't ask such a cliched question. I didn't expect you to be the same as those mediocre boys in school. Ji Xiaozhu looked contemptuous. Huh? Don't you know why I broke up with you? That's right, I was with you because I was attracted by your looks. After all, in this circle, having a handsome boyfriend is indeed a respectable thing. At least you won't be laughed at when you meet your girlfriends. But now we are all seniors, ready to step into society. No matter how handsome you are, you can't make a living, right? So you're going to find someone else? Chuong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. But his smile seemed like a fatal mockery in the eyes of the complacent Ji Xiaozhu. This made Ji Xiaozhu, who was always arrogant, suddenly angry. Coincidentally, at this moment a green Porsche 911 drove over from not far away and stopped steadily in front of the two people. Then a young man with a crew cut got out of the car. Isn't this Wu Qian, the son of our school's Dean Wu? Yes, that's him. One of the 4 famous young masters in our school, the legendary Alaskan Firebun King. No wonder school beauty Ji wants to break up with Chuong. It turns out she hooked up with this prince. But then again, it's no wonder. After all, this is how the world works. Shu University's campus hunk is handsome, but there's no shortage of handsome guys in this world. He can just get a makeover. With Wu Qian's arrival, the crowd watching the live broadcast of the breakup also became excited. In short, it's not tiring to watch the show and people will say all kinds of things. On the other hand, after getting off the car, Wu Qian first fixed his unchanging crew cut, and then walked straight towards Ji Xiaozhu with a proud step. On the other hand, it is unclear whether Ji Xiaozhu is trying to save face in front of her cowardly ex-boyfriend, or wants to show off in front of the crowd that she has become Wu Qian's woman. She took the initiative to hug Wu Qian's arm and said in a sweet voice, Dear, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for so long. Listening to Ji Xiaozhu's delicate voice, not only Chuong, but even a group of alumni from the Communication University felt a chill. However, Wu Qian ignored Ji Xiaozhu who was clinging to his arms. Instead, he tilted his head and walked in front of Chuong in an arrogant manner. Your name is Chuong, right? This woman is now in the hands of this young master. A poor bastard like you should do whatever you want to do, and don't bother this young master here. If I find out that you still dare to pester her in the future, you know the consequences. By then, not to mention the entire Pearl Media College, even the Magic City will have no place for you to stand. Do you understand? Wu Qian naturally didn't take Chuong, a small character who hadn't even graduated from school, seriously. After all, in Wu Qian's opinion, it would be easier for him to crush the guy in front of him than to crush an ant. However, when facing Wu Qian's condescending threat, Chuong felt an indescribable anger in his heart. However, this anger was not because of Ji Xiaozhu, but simply because he couldn't stand Wu Qian's domineering and overbearing attitude. Ding, the system detects that the host's emotions are fluctuating violently, and triggers the following options. 1. Don't be afraid of power, fight back against Wu Qian, the system will immediately bind to the host, and a novice gift pack will be opened. 2. So scared, I ran away without saying a word, and the system disappeared forever. Looking at this inexplicably popped-up system and the 2 options in front of him, Chuong said without hesitation, I choose 1. After all, being a stray dog that runs away in panic is not Chufeng's style. With a sneer, Chuong faced Wu Qian in front of him and said, Oh, don't worry, Mr. Wu. It's just a second-hand product. It's not worth my spending so much effort on it. Of course, as her former user, I have successfully unlocked her 108 skill postures. So if Mr. Wu encounters any technical difficulties in the future, you can call me. As a senior, I will tell you everything I know and share my happiness with you without reservation. Finally, you're welcome. After saying that, Chuong turned around and left without even looking back, leaving only a stunning back view for everyone present. Oh my god, what did I just hear? Chuong actually dared to confront young Master Wu? I'm convinced, Chu Xiaoqiao is really worthy of being called YYDS. Look at Mr. Wu's expression. It's more uncomfortable than eating a fly. Haha, how can I not feel uncomfortable? Being shown 108 different positions in public, my hair is almost green, just like his car. Listening to the discussions in his ears that were more annoying than mosquitoes, Wu Qian's mentality completely collapsed. If he hadn't taken into consideration that this was the gate of Communication University, he would have chased after Chu Feng and beat him up in anger. But now, in front of so many onlookers, he could only snort coldly with veins bulging. Dear, let me explain. Get lost. Pushing Ji Xiaozhu away with a look of disgust, Wu Qian angrily returned to his car. Chu Feng, okay, you are fine. You are just a jerk from a small city, and you dare to insult me. Just wait for me, you will cry soon. After talking to himself for a while, Wu Qian stepped on the accelerator, and the green Porsche 911 rushed out like a vicious dog. At this point, the breakup drama at the gate of Communication University of China came to an end. At the same time, in a luxury nanny car across the street, a pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the drama from beginning to end. Or to be more precise, she was always staring at Chu Feng. Xiao, have you asked clearly, what is the boy's name? Sister Xing, I have already found out everything. The boy who just broke up is called Chu Feng, and he is a senior student in the directing department of Communication University. So your name is Chu Feng. The beautiful woman held her cheek with her hand, smiled foolishly, and said to the lovely female assistant beside her, Xiao, let's go, drive the car to Communication University. Also, notify the crew of the female emperor that there is no need to hold auditions in various colleges and universities for the male lead. I have already decided on Chu Feng. After hearing this, the female assistant named Xiao was stunned for a moment. Sister Qi, isn't this too hasty? Is it hasty? I don't think so. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Listening to the whispers of her CEO, the assistant named Xiao was petrified instantly. It's over. Could it be that Sister Qi has fallen for that handsome guy named Chu Feng? But then again, Chu Feng is indeed very handsome, even more handsome than the top-tier traffic stars. Chapter 2 Big Winner System, Winning Without Any Effort. After returning to school, Chu Feng did not pay attention to Wu Qian, the son of the dean. At the same time, he did not realize that he had been targeted. Because at this time, after returning to school, Chu Feng did not pay attention to Wu Qian, the son of the dean. At the same time, he did not realize that he had been targeted. Because at this time, he wanted to know more about the special capabilities of the system that he accidentally activated. Ding, the host has successfully made a choice, and the big winner system is binding. Binding completed. System reminder, the host has a gift package, would you like to claim it? Receive. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately chose to receive the system's novice gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host, the gift package has been received, and the host has received a reward, a Carman King SUV. Carman King SUV, what kind of car is this? Chu Feng was stunned. The next second, the system displayed all the information about the car in Chu Feng's mind. The Carman King SUV was designed by a Chinese company called IAT and designed and built by a European team of more than 1,800 people. It was first unveiled at the 2017 Dubai International Motor Show. It is limited to 12 units worldwide and is worth $3 million. Oh my goodness, an SUV worth $3 million, which is almost 10 million renminbi. This is too extravagant. Even Chu Feng, who was always calm, was surprised when he saw this. Of course, compared to the value of this car, Chu Feng wanted to know more whether the reward given to him by the system was real. But just as he was suspicious, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Hello, are you Mr. Chu Feng? I am Lu Minglong, the manager of Mingzhu Arte 4S store. The Carman King SUV you ordered 2 days ago has arrived at the store. Excuse me, where are you in Mingzhu now? If it is convenient, I will personally deliver this car to you. After receiving this call, Chu Feng's doubts instantly disappeared, and he exclaimed, this system is awesome. Hello, Manager Lu, I am at Mingzhu Media University now. Please drive your car over here. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll be at your designated location within half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng woke up the system again. System, is it there? Yes, host, if you have any questions, the Big Winner intelligence system will help you answer them. Well, I want to know what functions you have and how to use them. The Big Winner system is a super intelligent 2.0 system. The host can use the system to sign in and obtain rewards of varying degrees. Of course, the system sign-in mode is not single, the host has 3 sign-in opportunities every day. Sign-in modes include but are not limited to location sign-in, reading sign-in, live broadcast sign-in, film and television work sign-in. In addition, the system will occasionally launch various welfare activities, such as flash sales, subsidies, etc. The most important point is that this system does not have any punishment mechanism. No punishment, no punishment, no punishment, important things must be said 3 times. Listening to the explanation given by the system, Chuong almost laughed out loud. You can sign in, buy in seconds, get subsidies, and there is no penalty. I love it, I love it. Big winner, this is really a rhythm of winning without doing anything. While Chuong was muttering to himself, he had already arrived at the entrance of the school library. An idea struck Chuong, and he immediately said, "System, I need to sign in at the entrance of the library." Ding, the host successfully signed in front of the Communication University Library, and was rewarded with a Mingzhu Ruijing Blue Bay School District House. Ha! A school district house? One building? Chuong was stunned again as he checked the detailed information given to him by the system. Chuong knew about the community of Ruijing Blue Bay. The school district there belongs to the Shanghai Middle School District, which is considered a high-priced location that is hard to come by at a high price. What does it mean to have a building there? 150 school district houses, a full 150. Even if each unit is 100 square meters, the estimated value is tens of millions. 150 sets add up to a total of 1.5 billion. Originally, Chuong thought that a 1400 W Kelman King was already very luxurious. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the generosity of System Baba. However, just as Chuong was feeling that he was about to take off, the last line of small print about the reward in the system suddenly calmed his excitement. System note: the host has the right to use all the rewards obtained through this system and cannot cash them out. If there is any violation, the system will confiscate the reward. It's embarrassing that we only have the right to use it. But after thinking about it, Chuong was relieved. Forget it, the right to use it is the right to use it. Even if all 150 school district houses are rented out, the annual rent will be tens of millions. Thinking of this, Chuong felt happy again. But at this moment, the phone in his hand rang again. Hey, Miss Lan? It seems like she doesn't have any classes today. Why did she think of calling me? The teacher Lan that Chuong mentioned was no one else but his university instructor, named Lan Yingying. Hey, classmate Chuong, where are you now? I'm at the entrance of the school library, planning to go in and read a book. What's the matter, teacher Lan? Don't go to the library, come to my office right now, I have something important to discuss with you, it's a good thing, hurry up. Before Chuong could ask clearly, Lan Yingying hung up the phone. Helplessly, the other person was an instructor, and Chuong was just a prospective graduate, so when he received the call, he could only happily walk towards the school administration building. In a few minutes, Chuong arrived at Lan Yingying's office door and knocked on it politely. Is this classmate Chuong? Come in. Chuong pushed the door open and walked in. However, there were 2 other people in Lan Yingying's office at this time. They are 2 beautiful women who are about the same age as Lan Yingying. It's just that one of them is dressed in branded clothes, has a beautiful face, and looks like a domineering female CEO. The other one was a little more low-key and seemed to be the other party's assistant. After taking a quick glance at the 2 of them, Chuong went straight to Lan Yingying, who was sitting at the desk. Teacher Lan, you're looking for me? Student Chuong, today it's not me, the teacher, who's looking for you, but this lady. Lan Yingying turned around and introduced. Let me introduce you. This is Su Muying, the president of Mingzhu Shanglong Entertainment, and her assistant Che Xiaoxiao. Su Muxing? Chuong was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Then, he looked at the 2 beauties in the office again with his clear eyes and a little horror. Chapter 3: Reject Su Mucheng and be rewarded with a Tan Palace Villa. The name Su Mucheng is a household name not only in Shanghai, but also in the whole of China. After all, she is not only the beautiful boss of Shanglong Entertainment Group, with countless first-line and top stars under her, but she herself is also a national little queen. She is hailed as the acting ceiling among the new generation of female stars. It's just that he wasn't paying much attention when he just entered the door, so Chuong didn't recognize her. Of course, Chuong could never have imagined that the popular national superstar Su Muying would actually have a friendship with his instructor. And also in her office. Chuong, who had been looking cold as ice, was not angry at all after being stared at by Chuong for 2 seconds. Instead, he blushed unconsciously. "Hello, classmate Chuong. I came here to see you today just to ask you if you are interested in signing a contract with our Shanglong Entertainment. After all, your image is very prominent, even better than some top artists. If you are willing to join our Shanglong Entertainment, I promise to make you a well-known male artist in the country within a year. Moreover, we at Shanglong Entertainment are currently planning to film the large-scale costume drama The Female Emperor, and we can also let you play the leading male role." Facing Chuong, Chuong tried his best to suppress his emotions when speaking. But as Chuong's personal assistant and first secretary, the girl named Xiao next to him still noticed something was wrong. "Ha? What happened to Sister Xing? She was usually very shrewd when discussing cooperation, but why did she completely change her aura when she met Chuong today? She actually showed her trump card right away. This is not like her style." Not to mention Xiao, the assistant, even Lan Yingying stood up in shock when she heard Su Muying's words. "Xiao, what kind of international joke are you playing? I have no objection to you signing Chuong on behalf of Shanglong, but you want him to play the leading role in The Female Emperor. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? He is not a professional actor. What on earth are you up to?" I have to say that Lan Yingying's sixth sense is quite sharp. After all, he is a few years older and has more experience. When Chuong unreservedly extended an olive branch to the unknown Chuong, even at the cost of playing the leading role in a major drama, the matter itself seemed inappropriate and unreasonable. Although Lan Yingying didn't know why Chuong was so active in signing Chuong. But as someone who has been through it, she understands one thing. Behind a huge temptation lies an abyss trap. So as Chuong's instructor, it was natural for her to speak up and remind her cute little brother at this time. However, Chuong seemed very dissatisfied with Lan Yingying's interference. He turned his head and glared at Lan Yingying in reproach. Of course, her action was just subconscious. Soon, Chuong looked back again, and her pretty face looked at Chuong in front of her with anticipation. Chuong was also confused about this. He also had countless greetings in his heart. After all, he doesn't believe that there is love without reason in this world. But just as he opened his mouth and was about to ask Chuong something, the voice of the system echoed in his ears again. Ding, the system detects that the host is facing a dilemma and triggers the following options. 1. Agree to Chuong's request, system reward, the host and Chuong will have a romantic encounter. 2nd, righteously reject Chuong's request, system reward, a set of Tan Palace No. 1 villa. Looking at these two options, Chuong was completely confused. A spring breeze? As a tough guy who had practiced 108 positions with his ex-girlfriend, Chuong naturally knew what this meant. But the girl in front of him was no ordinary girl. She was the national diva and the president of Shanglong Entertainment, Su Muying. Even if System Baba really has the ability to make her throw herself into its arms, Chuong probably won't be able to withstand the condemnation in pursuit of a behemoth like Shanglong Entertainment afterwards, right? Besides, a one-night stand is just one night of pleasure, which can't compare to the comfort of a mansion like Tangong No. 1 that costs hundreds of millions. So, Chuong hesitated for a moment, and finally chose the latter. Boss Su, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. First of all, I'm still a student at school, and signing a contract is too far away for me. Although the world of fame and fortune is prosperous, it is also easy to make people lose their minds. I think if I have time, I would like to study for a few more years and become a graduate student. Secondly, I am not a major in acting, so I am not suitable to play the leading role in a big drama. This kind of professional matter should be handed over to professionals, otherwise people will spread gossip. This is not a good thing for you, Mr. Su, and the entire Shanglong Entertainment, don't you think? Chuong kept calling him Mr. Su and you're all the time. Although his words were polite and neither humble nor arrogant, they made Su Mushan's breath uneven and there was even a hint of grievance in her eyes. Seeing that their boss was on the verge of going berserk, Xiao immediately spoke up to help. Student Chu, are you really not going to consider it again? Did you know that the drama The Female Emperor was tailor-made for Sister Xing? She will play the leading female role. And once this drama is aired, Shanglong Entertainment will definitely go all out to package and operate it. This is a great opportunity to become famous. Faced with Assistant Xiao's earnest persuasion, Chuong just stood there and smiled indifferently. And his smile seemed to flash with golden light in Su Mucheng's eyes. Su Mucheng was surprised by his elegant temperament and indifference to fame and fortune. But behind that surprise, the little queen also felt a variety of inexplicable emotions. After hesitating for a moment, Su Muching said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, forget it, everyone has their own aspirations, and we can't force them." As she spoke, the little diva took out a piece of paper from her bag, which was unusual for her, and wrote down a row of numbers very fluently. "Student Chu Feng, this is my private phone number. If you change your mind, you can call me at any time. The door of Shanglong Entertainment and I will always be open to you." Su Muying's last sentence sounded a little shy, and it could even be said to be full of deep meaning. Even Lan Yingying, who was watching from the sidelines, sensed something was wrong and was filled with surprise. But before the four people in the office could think about it, the sound of hurried footsteps mixed with cursing suddenly rang out in the corridor outside, breaking everyone's thoughts. "It's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. Coach Xiaolan, are you in the office? I want to severely criticize your work. The student named Chu Feng in your class has absolutely no regard for school rules and regulations. I want to fire him, yes, fire him." Before he finished speaking, a short, fat, bald middle-aged man broke into Lan Yingying's office so brazenly. Chapter 4 He is my man. Looking at the short and fat Mediterranean who suddenly appeared in front of her, Lan Yingying's expression instantly became displeased. After all, the other party didn't even know the most basic etiquette of knocking on the door, and just pushed the door and walked into the office of a female educator, which in itself is a very disgusting behavior. Of course, the Mediterranean was also stunned after entering the door, because he didn't expect that there was a guest in Lan Yingying's office. But soon, Mediterranean's gaze fell on Chu Feng with disgust and viciousness. Obviously, he knew Chu Feng. Chu Feng also knew him. "Okay, Chu Feng, I was just looking for you all over the world, but I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Humph, you are a black sheep who violates school rules and school spirit. I am here to inform you in the name of the school's dean that you are expelled from our communication university. Now, please pack your bedrolls and leave immediately. We at Mingzhu Media University don't have students with corrupt morals like you." Before everyone in Lan Yingying's office could react, the Mediterranean old man fired a series of shells at Chu Feng. Su Muxiang and Xiao Xiao were naturally confused by this. But soon, the two of them guessed some of the reasons. Obviously, the guy in front of them with a Mediterranean hair and claiming to be the school principal should be the person invited by Mr. Wu. The reason why he wanted to fire Chu Feng was naturally Wu Qian's revenge. "Director Jean, Chu Feng is my student, and this is also my office. Although you are the school's dean, you are not qualified to expel any student without reason." Lan Yingying had a cold face and spoke directly back. It was obvious that she was going to confront the dean head-on. "Oh, for no reason? Coach Xiaolan, when did I, Jean Qiming, expel students for no reason? Open the school forum right now and see what good things your student Chu Feng has done. Not only did he have sex with a girl at school, but he also openly defamed a girl's reputation. This is simply a loss of morality and a distortion of human nature. If such scum can graduate from our school, then what has our school become? A place where filth and dirt are hidden. That's simply outrageous." After a righteous rebuke, Director Jean did not forget to sneer at Chu Feng. Of course, at this moment he was not as emotional as he seemed. After all, in Director Jin's opinion, moral decline and distortion of human nature are nothing compared to a word from Mr. Wu. "It's your fault that you were so blind that you offended the dean's son. If he wants you to die, then you have no choice but to die." Perhaps, this is the truest thought in Jean Qiming's heart. However, just when Director Jean was feeling complacent and thought he had done a great thing for young Master Wu and was on the verge of promotion, Chu Feng on the side smiled coldly and gave him a heavy blow. "Director Jean, you keep saying that I violated school rules and regulations and you want to expel me. So, which rule in the school rules manual did I violate?" Chu Feng has never been someone who is used to sitting and waiting for death. Even when facing a dean like Jean Qiming who holds the power of life and death over students, he is the same. "Humph, the evidence is already irrefutable and you still dare to quibble here. Chu Feng, as the dean of this school, I warn you not to struggle in vain. It's useless. Your expulsion is an established fact, and no one can change it. If you continue to make trouble, I don't mind calling the police on behalf of the school and letting them resolve this matter. By then, it will not be as simple as being fired. You may even be held criminally liable." In front of Chu Feng and Lan Yingying, Jean Qiming acted arrogant and domineering. After all, in the eyes of the dean, both Chu Feng and Lan Yingying were young people who had not experienced much of the world. He only needed to intimidate them a little and they would obey. As for school rules and regulations, he, as the director, was too lazy to explain them to a student who was about to be expelled. Because he is the dean of studies, the final right of interpretation of school rules and regulations lies in his hands. What Director Jean never expected was that there were more than just Chu Feng and Lan Yingying in Lan Yingying's office. Looking at Jean Shiming's arrogant and unreasonable face, the first person who couldn't sit still was Su Mucheng. With a gloomy face, Su Mucheng had no intention of paying any attention to Jean Shiming. He just said something to Xiao Xiao, the assistant beside him. Xiao Xiao, notify the legal department of Shanglong Entertainment and ask them to send the group's best legal team over immediately. Also, notify the top management that from now on, all cooperation projects with Mingzhu Media University will be stopped. Whether they are students in school or graduates, Shanglong Entertainment will not sign contracts with them. By the way, tell this news to all colleagues in Mingzhu's circle. Hearing Su Muxian's decision, Xiao Xiao beside her was really shocked. Even Lan Yingying looked confused and stood there dumbfounded. Oh my god, what's wrong with Xiao Xiang? She's making such a big fuss. Is she speaking up for Chu Feng? Could it be that the two of them? Thinking of this, Lan Yingying's eyes once again swept across Su Mucheng and Chu Feng in disbelief. But there was an intriguing ambiguity in those beautiful eyes. Looking at Jean Shiming again, his face was pale. As the Dean of Studies at Communication University, he was naturally aware of the weight of the four words Shanglong Entertainment. And at this time he also recognized Su Mucheng's beautiful face. Su, Mr. Su, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you just now, I didn't expect you to be here too? Facing Su Mucheng, Jean Shiming suddenly lost his momentum. This serval look is just like that of a mangy dog. Of course, at this time, Su Muhong was not willing to waste time talking to Director Jean, who was judging people by their appearance. She just raised her cold eyes and said domineeringly, Director Jean, right? Let me tell you, Chu Feng is mine. I don't care what promises your Mr. Wu made to you before, but if you dare to touch Chu Feng, you will be against my entire Shanglong Entertainment. Do you understand what I mean? When Su Mucheng said this, he made the matter clear. At the same time, the whole office fell silent. Especially her words Chu Feng is mine made Chu Feng, Jean Shiming, Lan Yingying, and Xiao Xiao feel numb. Chu Feng, damn, when did I become hers? Can someone explain this to me? System, come out, is this you who did this? Jean Shiming, oh my god, Chu Feng is so lucky that he has climbed up the ladder of Shanglong Entertainment. It's over, things are going to be difficult now? Lan Yingying, oh my god, they are indeed having an affair. Xiao Xian, are you trying to protect your husband? But when did they get together? It doesn't make sense. Xiao Xiao, Sister Qi, my great-grandmother, you are really joking too much this time. No, I have to contact the group's public relations department immediately, something has happened, it's going to be a big deal. Chapter 5 Official complaints are the most deadly. With Su Mucheng coming forward, Jean Shiming naturally didn't dare to shout. After all, there has always been cooperation between Mingzhu Media University and Shanglong Entertainment Group. Moreover, many art students who graduated from Mingzhu Media University signed contracts with Shanglong Entertainment Group as soon as they left school. If the two sides really fell out over a little thing called Chu Feng, then this huge crime would not be something that Jean Shiming, a school principal, could bear. Downstairs of the administrative building of Mingzhu Media University, Chu Feng took Su Muhong and the other person all the way to the parking lot. Although he still doesn't understand why Su Mucheng would go to such great lengths to help him and stand up for him. But after all, they have helped you to settle the matter, so naturally you need to show some appreciation. This is the most basic etiquette and cultivation in the human world. Boss Su, thank you for what you did just now. If you hadn't stood up for me, I would have been expelled from school by now. Facing Chu Feng's thanks, Su Muxing no longer had the aura and demeanor he had just had in the office. At this moment, she looked like a playful girl next door. He laughed and said, Student Chu Feng, I have helped you so much. You don't want to just say thank you and get rid of me, do you? This. Feeling the change in Su Mucheng's tone and aura, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment and was speechless. Seeing this, Su Muwei pouted and said unhappily, All right, you don't have to look so embarrassed, I didn't ask you to marry me. But remember, you owe me a favor. Also, don't call me President Su from now on. Su Muhong said this with a satisfied look on his face, and turned around and got into his luxury nanny car. Even a straight man like Chu Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at that cute and lively back. Promise yourself? Later? Is she hinting at something? But it seems like I only met her once? Although Chu Feng knew that he was very handsome, he was not narcissistic enough to think that he was handsome enough to convince others with his face. Besides, who is Su Mucheng? The icy president of Shanglong Entertainment and a famous innocent little queen in the entertainment industry. Such a person is incomparable to ordinary people in terms of wealth and experience, and it is even more impossible for him to fall in love with Chu Feng at first sight just because of his handsome face. So after thinking about it, Chu Feng finally directed his doubts to the system. System, can you help me explain what is going on? This system is only responsible for program operation, not the host's emotional life. The host needs to find the answers to his doubts by himself. Ding, the system detects the host's inner turmoil and triggers the following options. 1. Pursue Su Mucheng and win her heart. Reward, 5% of Goose Farm shares. 2nd, just pretend that nothing happened, give up the worry, and stop meeting Su Mucheng. Reward, a wish to be alone card. Faced with the options given by the system, Chu Feng was shocked again. Goosefield shares? That is definitely something that everyone dreams of. Although it is only 5%, the dividends of this amount alone can generate hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in value every year. As for the wishing to be alone card? System, who are you insulting? System, didn't you just say you weren't responsible for my love life? How come you suddenly gave me this option? This option is calculated by the system based on the host's personal situation. Besides, the system also gives the host the right to give up the first option. The host can choose the wish to be alone card, and the system will never interfere. Fuck, system, you are so naughty. A Chang shares and Zugashan card, even a fool knows which one to choose, right? Chu Feng was completely speechless about his system, which was both noble and shameless. Forget it, damn money, for this damn money, I'll choose one. Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. After the host takes down Su Mucheng's first blood, the system reward will be officially issued. Hearing the system's prompt, Chu Feng almost staggered. Ahem, first blood? System, I've discovered that you're not only naughty, but also dirty. Thank you for the compliment, this system just follows the host's personality. Compared to the host's 108 kinds of knowledge, the system is just a pure little cutie. Chu Feng was frustrated by his own system, and 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Is this the legendary official complaint that is the most fatal? But at this moment, not far from the parking lot, a giant SUV in black and gold, exuding a sense of technology and lines, was driving towards Chu Feng. Oh my god, is this a car? Why does it look like a tank? In an instant, the surrounding area of the parking lot began to gather more and more students. Hey, you guys don't have much experience, this is the Carmen King, an SUV worth tens of millions. Yeah, I only saw it online. I didn't expect that someone in our school could afford such a luxury car. I really don't know which great god's car this is. You know, this car is limited to 12 units worldwide. You really can't get it without some connections. As the black and gold Carmen King slowly stopped. Inside the car, a middle-aged man in a black suit slowly got out. Hello, Mr. Chu. This is Lu Minglong. We spoke on the phone before. I have delivered your car safely. Please inspect it. As soon as Lu Minglong said this, the surrounding area became excited. Chu Feng? I didn't expect this car to belong to Chu Xiao Xiao. Haha, no wonder he dared to confront Master Wu at the school gate. He's a very capable person. Yeah, I think Ji Xiaozhu is going to faint in the toilet from crying this time. Chu Feng ignored the booing of those onlookers. He just smiled slightly and nodded to Lu Minglong in front of him. Thank you, Manager Lu. Mr. Chu, you are too polite. Serving customers is the purpose of our 4S shop. I just hope that I can have the opportunity to work with Mr. Chu again in the future. As he spoke, Lu Minglong took out a business card and handed it to Chu Feng with both hands. Obviously, Lu Minglong is very smart. He knows what kind of customers can bring him subsequent profits and what kind of customers cannot be offended. Chu Feng could clearly see what Lu Minglong was thinking. So he didn't act pretentiously and directly took the business card from Lu Minglong. Manager Lu, rest assured, we will have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Lu Minglong was overjoyed when he heard Chu Feng's words. Thank you very much, Mr. Chu, for your kindness. The two chatted for a while. Afterwards, Chu Feng got into his tens of millions level car and drove away. What Chu Feng didn't know was that among the crowd, a pair of familiar yet resentful eyes were staring at him and the Carmen King that had already gone away. Biting her red lips tightly, Ji Xiaozhu felt mixed emotions. That feeling includes humiliation, anger, injustice, and resentment, but more of it is regret. It's a pity that these are no longer important to Chu Feng now. Chapter 6: The Mysterious Mistress of Tan Palace Number 2. The appearance of a Kalman king made Chu Feng once again appear on the hot search list of the Mingzhu Media University campus forum after the breakup storm. On the other side, looking at Chu Feng's handsome face and the Carmen king beside him, young Master Wu Qian went completely crazy. Damn, this damn country bumpkin. Wu Qian picked up the phone angrily and called Jean Qiming immediately. Director Jean, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to expel that country bumpkin named Chu Feng? Why is he still in school? What are you doing? Does it mean that my words are no longer effective now? Or do you not want the nomination for the vice president of the school anymore? Listening to Wu Qian storm on the other end of the phone, Jean Qiming's face also looked grim. Mr. Wu, please calm down, calm down. Let me explain first. It's not that I didn't try my best, but Chu Feng's backers are really strong, and there's nothing I can do about it. Seeing Jean Qiming evading responsibility, Wu Qian became even more annoyed. Backers? He's a country bumpkin from a small 4th or 5th tier city out of town. What kind of backers can he have? Yes, it's Shanglong Entertainment. This Chu Feng has some relationship with Su Mucheng, the president of Shanglong Entertainment Group, so. Faced with Wu Qian's questioning, Jean Qiming did not dare to tell the whole truth, but he still reported the names of Su Mucheng and Shanglong Entertainment. Wu Qian on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment and hissed coldly. Although Wu Qian is known as one of the 4 sons of Mingzhu Media University, his family's trump cards are not enough to compete with industry giants like Shanglong Entertainment. Moreover, let alone he is a second-generation rich kid, even if his father came, he would not dare to openly attack Chu Feng under the protection of the Shanglong Group. I see. In the end, Wu Qian could only grit his teeth and say, I understand, to the person on the other end of the phone. However, with Wu Qian's vengeful character, how could he let it go easily after suffering such a great humiliation today? Ha, Chu Feng, you are awesome. I underestimated you. I didn't expect that a country bumpkin like you actually has the background of Shanglong Group. Okay, since I can't touch you openly, I will make you disappear from this world forever. As he spoke, Wu Qian picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Hello, is this Brother Long? I'm Xiao Qian. At this time, Chu Feng naturally had no idea about Wu Qian's sudden murderous intent. Because at that time he was driving his Carmen King Pearl for a spin? System, sign in the car. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and receiving the reward, God-level driving skills. Skill card? Hee, I didn't expect this big winner system to be so user-friendly. You get rewards based on where you sign in. Chu Feng, who was driving a luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan, felt a little bit like he was walking on thin ice. But now that he has God-level driving skills, both his movements and speed have become smooth and fluid. However, just as Chu Feng felt himself becoming one with the King Kelman, his cell phone rang again. Hello, is this Mr. Chu Feng? We are the sales department of Tan Palace Villa. The property certificate for the Tan Palace No. 1 villa you purchased a few days ago has been processed. I wonder when you will have time to collect it. Okay, I got it. I'll be there now. Okay, Mr. Chu, we will immediately send someone to greet you at the entrance of the villa area. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng's mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect that the system was so powerful. The property certificate for Tangong No. 1 was issued so quickly. As he spoke, Chu Feng made a navigation and headed straight to the sales office of Tangong Villa. At the same time, in the study room of Tan Palace Villa No. 2, a girl with a graceful figure and charming face was holding a copy of the biography of Du Yuesheng and reading it carefully. At some point, there were several light knocks on the study door. The girl did not put down the biography in her hand, nor did she raise her eyes. She just said, Uncle Don, come in? Soon, the study door was pushed open. A man in his early 50s who looked like a butler walked in cautiously. Miss, I just got the news that the No. 1 building of the King's Villa in Tan Palace across from us has been bought by someone. The girl was stunned and immediately put down the book biography of Du Yuesheng in her hand. Uncle Dong, are you saying that the Tan Palace building worth 1 billion yuan was bought by someone? Who is the buyer? Have you found out? You know I don't like those people who come from nowhere to appear around me. Hearing the girl's words, Uncle Dong slowly took out a stack of information from behind him and placed it respectfully on the desk. "Miss, this is the other party's detailed information, please take a look." The girl picked up the information at hand, first glanced at the person in the photo, then lightly touched her red lips with her jade fingers, which was very seductive. Chu Feng, 24 years old, a senior student at Mingzhu Media University. Oh, I never thought that the guy who spent a fortune to buy the King of Tan Palace Tower would be such a handsome guy. But soon, when the girl saw the second half of the information, she was stunned and her brows slightly frowned. Uncle Dong saw this and asked quickly, "Miss, is there something wrong?" The girl tapped her jade fingers lightly. "My hometown is Yuhang. Both of my parents are ordinary workers and divorced early. I have a sister who is 3 years younger than him." "Ha, Uncle Dong, do you think an ordinary college student, who was born in a divorced family, can afford the King of Tan Palace?" "Miss, do you mean that Chu Feng deliberately concealed his identity?" The girl tapped the table lightly and said in silence for a while, "Anyone who can invest 1 billion to buy the King of Tan Palace can't be an ordinary person. Either he deliberately concealed his true identity, or someone with great connections helped him hide his identity. But no matter what the situation is, this young man named Chu Feng is definitely not as simple as he appears to be. Miss, do you want me to personally contact the other party and check his background?" Uncle Dong thought about it and asked very cautiously. "No need. Since the other party doesn't want to reveal his identity, why should we dig deeper into him? Besides, having such a handsome guy living across the street is also a very pleasing thing, isn't it?" Hearing his eldest lady's joke, Uncle Dong chuckled and didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, the girl's cell phone on the desk in the study suddenly vibrated. Looking at the caller ID on her phone, the girl opened her red lips and smiled sweetly. Uncle Dong was also very perceptive. He slowly retreated and left the study. It was not until Uncle Dong left that the girl pressed the call button. "Xiao Xiang, why did you, the popular national diva, think of calling me? Have you returned to Mingzhu?" Chapter 7. Do you know what? After leaving Mingzhu Media University, Su Muying did not return to the company, nor was he in the mood to continue working. Taking advantage of the lazy afternoon sunshine, the daily busy national diva took a short break and returned to her villa in Mingzhu. During this time, Su Muxing gave up her identity as the president of Shanglong Entertainment and the glory of being a popular little queen. She was wearing an exquisite nightgown, holding a huge teddy bear in her arms, lying on the bed and talking on the phone with the person opposite her. She looked as cute as the girl next door. "Hee hee, Sister Ling, I'm back at Mingzhu. Didn't I call you to report as soon as I got home? You little bastard, you're traveling all over the world now, and I barely see you a few times a year. Tell me, did you call me today to talk about some work troubles you have?" "Hee hee, it's true that my parents gave birth to me, but Sister Ling knows me best. But this time I'm not having any work troubles, but. Hearing Su Muying's hesitant words, the other end of the phone laughed like a silver bell. "Ha, if it's not about work, then it's a relationship problem. This sister can't help you. You know I'm still single and have no experience." Listening to the other party's rhetoric, Su Muching immediately pretended to be pitiful and said, "Sister Ling, I was rejected today." "Ha? Being rejected? Is there any man in the whole of China who can resist the charm of you, Su Xiaotian? Is he blind? Eh? That's not right. Don't you already have a crush on someone? What? After 3 years, you are finally willing to let it go and not go looking for the little brother who rescued you from the fire on the set that year?" As her best friend, the person on the other end of the phone whom Su Muying called Sister Ling was naturally familiar with her past. She also knew that Su Muhong had never given up looking for the little brother who saved her life and even saved her life in the past 3 years. 3 years ago, Su Mucheng was not as famous as he is today. At that time, she was playing the second female role on the Yuhang film set, but unexpectedly encountered a fire caused by a prop accident. Faced with the raging fire that suddenly broke out around him, Su Mucheng, who had just turned 20, was helpless. But just when she was on the verge of collapse and despair, a determined and handsome man rushed into the sea of fire and rescued her. Afterwards, Su Mushuan's mind kept echoing with the face that moved her heart. She knew that she fell in love with that man. It's a pity that the man did not stay on the set after saving the people, nor did he leave any message. "Sister Ling, it's him. I found him. It's just that he didn't seem to recognize me." Su Muying said this with a slightly twitching voice. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, that enchanting voice sounded again. My goodness, you used so many resources and searched for 3 years without finding the person, but now you actually found him. It's really a miracle. But are you sure it was him? I'm sure. Su Muxing was very sure. I have checked all his information, and the information matches. And I think I will never forget his handsome face in my life. Handsome? Handsome? Hee hee, you little girl, you must be a beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Hearing the woman on the other end of the phone making fun of him, Su Muxuan immediately refused and pouted. Humph, no, he is indeed very sunny and handsome. I secretly took a photo of his profile today. If you don't believe me, Sister Ling, I'll send it to you right now. I guarantee you'll be amazed. Having said that, Su Muxuan hung up the phone in a hurry. Obviously, for her who is deeply in love, she will not tolerate anyone doubting her lover. Even if it's your best friend. Ding dong. However, just a few seconds later, a profile photo appeared on the mobile phone of the charming girl in the study of Tan Palace Villa number 2. After opening this photo, the girl stood up from her seat. Is it him? A look of disbelief. The girl quickly compared the photos on her mobile phone with the information sent by Uncle Dong. After confirming that everything was correct, she looked solemn. Xiao Xiang, you silly girl, I'm afraid you don't even know the other party's true identity? However, just as the girl was sighing to herself, her cell phone rang again. Su Muxing sent a message. Sister Ling, how is it, is he handsome? The girl smiled bitterly and shook her head, replying, he is quite handsome, but Xiao Xiang, do you know the details of this person? I've checked everything. His name is Chu Feng. He's a senior at Mingzhu Media University. His hometown is Yuhang. His parents are divorced. He has a younger sister. His family background is very clean. I just used my position as the president of Shanglong Entertainment to extend an olive branch to him today, but he rejected me. I'm angry. Looking at the continuous messages sent by Su Muxing on her phone, the girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Xiang, you are such a silly girl. Since Chu Feng was able to spend a fortune to buy the number 1 building in Tan Palace, how could he be tempted by the olive branch of Shanglong Entertainment? The girl shook her head and talked to herself, but she did not say this explicitly to Su Muxing. Sister Ling, what do you think I should do next? Can you give me some advice? Immediately afterwards, news about Su Muxing came again. But at this moment, Uncle Dong, who had already left the study, appeared again at the door of the room. Miss, there is movement over there. It seems that the young man named Chu Feng has appeared. He should be here to take over the Tan Palace Villa number 1. What do you think? Upon hearing the news, the girl's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Uncle Dong, you should come in person later and bring some souvenirs to take a look and see what the other party is up to. Uncle Dong was stunned and smiled faintly. Hey, miss, didn't you just say that we didn't need to dig too deep? Why did you suddenly change your mind? The girl pursed her red lips and smiled. Just now is just now, now is now. Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing his usually calm young lady suddenly break down and speak in such an urgent tone, Uncle Dong was stunned at first, and then immediately started to imagine what was going on. Alas, the young lady has suffered a lot over the years. A young girl lives in darkness day and night, surrounded by blood and filth, and she still doesn't even have a boyfriend. No wonder her mood was so unstable. She stared at the young man named Chu Feng as if he was staring at a tender cucumber. But then again, that guy is really good. He has an unfathomable background, and he is rich, handsome, and just the right age. Although the eldest lady has lost the right to marriage and love after entering this industry. But it's nice to occasionally vent the hormones that have been accumulated over the years. Besides, the boyish genes are good and he is handsome enough. Maybe the fireworks tonight can create a chubby little master for me. This will also make those bastards that the old man has outside give up. It has to be said that Uncle Dong's imagination is getting more and more outrageous, and his expression also began to laugh uncontrollably. Seeing his frivolous look, the girl in the study instantly understood something. Her cheeks were red, but her voice was stern. Uncle Dong, what are you thinking about? No, nothing. I already understand what the young lady means. I'll do it right away. I'll do it right away. As he spoke, Uncle Dong fled the scene in a panic. But he was laughing as he ran, and even laughed like a pig. In response to this, the girl was stunned for a moment, and then exploded on the spot, grunting while biting her back teeth. You understander. Chapter 8 Alert, this is an extremely dangerous person. The Tan Palace Villa district covers a large area, but there are only 18 buildings in the entire community. Moreover, each villa here is unique. These include 8 different architectural styles: British Royal style, British Manor style, British Georgian style, French Fontainebleau style, French Riviera style, Italian Florence style, Italian Tuscany style, and Spanish Marbella style. And it is the king of buildings in Tan Palace Villa district. The building area of the Tan Gong No. 1 in Chufeng's hands is as high as 2,500 square meters, and it covers an area of 5 or 6 acres. The villa has everything, including fountains, gardens and open-air swimming pools. Under the guidance of Li Mingqi, the sales manager of Tan Palace, Xu Feng spent more than an hour touring his house. Xu Feng had only one feeling about this mansion. The happiness of rich people is indeed beyond your imagination. Mr. Chu, I am very happy to serve such a distinguished guest like you today. Do you have any further requests for our villa's subsequent services? Our boss has already told us in advance that as long as it is your request, Mr. Chu, we at Tan Palace will do our best to meet it. Looking at the young man in front of him who was spending money lavishly and had an extraordinary temperament, Li Mingqi did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and always greeted him with a smile. Even the pretty sales lady who came with Li Mingqi kept staring at Xu Feng. In addition to admiration, that expression also contained a hint of excitement. Manager Li, you're welcome. But I do have some other ideas about this villa. After all, it's not very convenient for me to take care of this place by myself. I wonder if Manager Li can help me find some reliable housekeepers and housekeeping staff. Li Mingqi naturally agreed to Chu Feng's request. After all, he was the financial sponsor. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'll take care of this little thing. I'll make arrangements tomorrow and make sure Mr. Chu is satisfied. Thank you, Manager Li. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Li Mingqi tactfully said goodbye to Chu Feng. But before leaving, the beautiful sales lady deliberately passed by Chu Feng and quickly stuffed a note into Chu Feng's hand. Of course, Chu Feng just smiled faintly and did not respond. It was not until Li Mingqi and the others left Tan Gong No. 1 that Chu Feng began to stroll leisurely in his own villa again. Ah, this is the world of the rich, so simple and unpretentious. Pacing slowly, Chu Feng came to the 4th floor of the villa. The layout of this villa is relatively clear. The first floor has a living room, a restaurant, Chinese and Western kitchens, a tea room. Several bedrooms and cloakrooms on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor has a gym and a home theater. On the 4th floor is a huge study room. I didn't look closely just now, but I didn't expect that the study here actually occupies an entire floor. I wonder which genius designer came up with this idea. Is it possible that rich people nowadays are so concerned about their status? However, just as Chu Feng stepped into the study door, the system prompt sounded. System reminder, the current time is 10:30, and there is still an hour and a half until tomorrow. At that time, the number of sign-ins will be reset. The host has one last sign-in opportunity today. Would you like to use it? Listening to the system's reminder, Chu Feng scratched his head. Emma, I was wandering around for a while and almost forgot about the important matter. As he spoke, he looked up at the study room in front of him, which was several hundred square meters in size, and the dazzling array of books on the walls, and he couldn't help but have some ideas. The 2 previous sign-ins should have been location sign-ins, so why not change the project this time and sign in for reading? I wonder what kind of reward the system will give me when the time comes. Thinking of this, Chu Feng became curious. He quickly walked to the bookshelf and took down a book called Chinese Wine Culture. Then Chu Feng began to read it carefully. Ding, congratulations to the host for reading Chinese Wine Culture for 10 minutes, signing in successfully. System reward, drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Not drunk even after 1,000 cups? What is this? Is this also a skill? Surprised, Chu Feng immediately looked for the detailed explanation. Drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. After acquiring this skill, the host not only has the ability to taste various types of wine, but is also immune to alcohol and can drink wine like water. After seeing this explanation, Chu Feng instantly had an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If his god-level driving skills were still of some use to him, then his ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk was basically useless. After all, Chu Feng can't drink and doesn't like drinking. After being speechless for a while, Chu Feng could only touch the book Chinese Wine Culture at hand. Hey, it seems that the rewards given by the system are completely related to what books you read. Why did it just pick a book about wine culture? Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Wait until after 12 o'clock, when the sign-in times are reset, and see if we can get some more practical skills from the system? After all, these days, isn't it better to have many skills? However, just as Chuong was planning to stay in the study tonight, the doorbell downstairs suddenly rang. Who would come to my house at this hour? And I just moved in, right? With doubts, Chuong went directly to the doorbell monitor in the corridor. After pressing the call button, the face of a man in his 50s, dressed in a neat suit, immediately appeared on the display. Hello, sorry to bother you, are you the owner of Tangong number 1? I am. Hello, sir. I am Lin Yaodong, the housekeeper of Villa number 2 in the Tan Palace across the street. My eldest daughter heard that there was a new neighbor in Villa number 1, so she specially asked me to come and visit. Hearing this, Chuong was surprised. After all, the ancients said, one does not visit the temple without a reason, and the ancients also said, if someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. So he didn't understand what Lin Yaodong, the man outside the door who claimed to be the butler of Tan Palace Villa number 2, wanted to do by visiting him late at night. But after thinking for a moment, Chuong decided to go out and take a look. A few minutes later, Chuong arrived at the gate of Tan Palace Villa number 1. Outside the door, Lin Yaodong had a kind smile on his face, and he seemed to be holding 2 bottles of wine in his hands. Sir, this is a small gift prepared by my eldest daughter to congratulate you on your new home. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. No matter what the other party's purpose is for visiting you late at night, after all, they come to congratulate you with gifts. Moreover, Chuong didn't quite believe that there would be any murderers and robbers in a top-notch luxury residential area with such strict defenses as Tan Palace. However, just as Chuong was about to open the door for the other party, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Alert, the person in front of the host is extremely dangerous. The system is scanning the other party in all aspects. Please wait. Chapter 9, Waiters Outside the Palace. Faced with the sudden warning from the system, Chuong's hands trembled subconsciously. After all, Chuong had seen the capabilities of the system. Since it sounded a warning, the man outside the door named Lin Yaodong might not be a good person. However, just when Chuong was thinking about how to deal with the current crisis, the system spoke again. Ding! The system detects that the other party has no intention of harming the host, and the alarm is lifted. Ha! System, what's going on? Are you kidding me by breathing so hard? The system ignored Chuong's dissatisfaction and remained silent. As the host, he was also helpless about this. After sorting out his emotions, Chuong opened the door of the villa and let Lin Yaodong in. Although Lin Yaodong outside the door also noticed the subtle changes in Chuong's expression. But he didn't think too much about it. Still with a happy face, he walked up to Chuong. After all, his visit this time was with a strong purpose. As long as I can help my young lady achieve her wish, nothing else will be a problem. And looking at Chuong in front of him, Lin Yaodong already had a plan in his mind. In this way, the host and the guests slowly and gently came to the living room of the villa. Lin Yaodong gently placed the souvenirs he brought on the coffee table in the living room. After the two of them briefly introduced themselves to each other, they began to chat casually. In Chuong's words, this kind of meaningless chat is actually the first step in building social connections. However, Lin Yaodong's purpose of this trip was obviously not limited to this. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I just took over this villa, and the things in the house are not complete. I can only ask you to have a glass of boiled water first. Although Chuong still remained somewhat alert to the man in front of him. But since guests are here, they should always be given a glass of water. Lin Yaodong had no objection to this. He even liked Chuong's gentle and calm appearance. Mr. Chu, you're welcome. I am sorry that my visit was hasty and presumptuous. I hope you will not take offense, Mr. Chu. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Now that I have moved to Tan Palace, I am afraid that I will have to rely on Mr. Lin and your young lady to take care of many things in the future. After saying this, Chuong still held the water cup in his hand with great pretense. Come on, Mr. Lin, this is my glass of water instead of wine. Thank you, Mr. Lin and your young lady, for the gift. Once I am settled here, I will definitely come to visit you. As he said this, Chuong took a symbolic sip. However, Chuong's move gave Lin Yaodong an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so generous. It's a wonderful thing to have a neighbor like you. While praising him highly, Lin Yaodong raised his glass and took a sip of water as a response to Chuong. But soon, the old man's expression became unnatural. He looked at the water cup, shook his head, and changed the subject. It's a pity that the water is a little bland after all. It has no taste. Mr. Chu, I wonder if you are interested in trying these 2 bottles of wine sent by my eldest daughter? As a man, drinking shows your heroic qualities. After saying this, Lin Yaodong opened the exquisite gift box on the coffee table without caring whether Chuong was happy or not. Then, 2 wine bottles wrapped in yellowish paper came into Chu Feng's sight. Is this the 1980s 5-star Kwaichamutai? Although Chuong didn't like wine, he had just read a book called Chinese Wine Culture, so he recognized the 2 bottles of expensive matai in front of him at a glance. I didn't expect Mr. Chu is also an expert in this field. I feel like I have met a soulmate tonight. Come on, fill it up, fill it up. Picking up 2 empty glasses, Lin Yaodong began to pour wine. But Chuong, who was sitting opposite, was completely confused. The 5-star Kwaichamutai with a transaction price of 600,000 yuan per bottle was used as a souvenir, and 2 bottles were given at a time. What kind of family background does the other party have to be so generous? Besides, I don't seem to be familiar with this Lin Yaodong. Could it be that all the wealthy people in Mingzhu act as if they don't consider themselves outsiders? To be honest, at this time, Lin Yaodong really didn't consider himself an outsider. After all, before he came here, he had already imagined the intentions of his eldest lady. In his opinion, after tonight, the beautiful young man in front of him might become the man of his eldest lady, and then there would naturally be no distinction between insiders and outsiders between them. Of course, Lin Yaodong had another purpose behind his earnest persuasion to drink. That is to take the opportunity to get Chuong drunk, and then carry this beautiful boy to the other side without anyone noticing and send him to the bed of his own eldest lady. However, the hostess in the villa opposite was unaware of his extremely sexy actions. If Sister Ling knew that Lin Yaodong visited Chuong late at night with such dirty intentions, I'm afraid this Uncle Dong would be stabbed and pierced early the next morning. Come on, Brother Chu, let's not waste any more time talking nonsense. It's all in the wine. I'll drink one first. Lin Yaodong held Chuong affectionately, and even the way he addressed him changed. Gulp. Gulp. Chuong watched Lin Yaodong beside him drink up a glass of white wine. Only then did he understand what the system meant by drinking alcohol like drinking water. Brother Chu, why don't you drink? You are not giving me face. After drinking the glass of wine, Lin Yaodong's movements became even more heroic. Without giving Chuong a chance to refute, he just placed another glass of wine in front of Chuong. Come on, brother, drink. Tonight we won't go home until we're drunk. Chuong had no choice but to pick up the wine glass and look at Lin Yaodong in front of him, feeling a dilemma. Ding, the system reminds you, those who drink souls, and those who drink are all the best. Host, don't be a coward, don't bring shame to this system. Anyway, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and drinking is like drinking water, so what are you afraid of? Kill this Lin Yaodong. Besides, since the drunkard has come to my door, there is no reason for me not to do anything. Defeat him, and the system will give the host an unexpected reward. Chuong was completely dumbfounded after hearing the system's distinctive warm reminder. Drinker, wine soul, is this what a system should say? Could it be that I'm bound to a fake system? Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Seeing Chu Feng's eyes staring blankly, Lin Yaodong became anxious and pushed him. Please forgive me, brother. I was really stunned by your arrogance just now. I couldn't recover for a while. After being complimented by Chuong, Lin Yaodong became even more excited. He patted his chest and looked like a proud old man. That's right. When it comes to drinking, I haven't been defeated by anyone in the past 20 years. That's right, brother is mighty. Looking at Lin Yaodong's boastful appearance, Chuong thought to himself, this guy came to my house late at night, gave gifts, and drank. His mind must not be as simple as it seems. How about I take this opportunity to get him drunk and get his true words out of him? Since this thought came to his mind, Chuong was not polite. Slowly, he started to toast with Lin Yaodong. 1 cup. 2 cups. 3 cups. Soon, the 2 bottles of 5-star Kwaichamutai were finished. But the 2 of them still looked unsatisfied. Especially Lin Yaodong, looking at Chuong who was not blushing and not out of breath in front of him, he was surprised. This kid has a good alcohol tolerance. He was not knocked down by a bottle of white wine, it seems that I have to show some of my special skills. However, just as Lin Yaodong's brain was working rapidly, calculating how to make Chuong drink down, a black Buick sedan was parked quietly on the side of the road opposite the Tangong Villa community. Malu, are you sure that the little jerk named Chuong has entered the Tan Palace? Brother, I am sure and certain. The boy's appearance is exactly the same as the photo that young Master Wu gave us, and his car is so eye-catching that I can recognize it at a glance. Second brother, since we have already locked onto our target, why don't we just go in and tie that guy up right away? Hearing Ma Lu's eager suggestion, the man sitting in the passenger seat took action directly and gave him a fatal blow. If you really want to die, don't drag me down with you. What kind of place is Tan Palace? Can you just enter whenever you want? Besides, don't you know that the eldest lady lives here? Entering the Tan Palace and kidnapping people? You're so smart. Touching the back of his head that was aching, Ma Lu looked aggrieved. Second brother, what do you think we should do next? What to do? Wait. Since this kid has gone in, he will eventually come out. Let the brothers keep a close eye on the 4 doors of Tan Palace. Once this guy comes out, we will follow him immediately. Then I will give him a good trip and he will disappear halfway. Okay. I'm familiar with this matter. Second brother, please go ahead. Chapter 10. I give it a score of 9.9. All night, Chuong and Lin Yaodong, 2 guys with their own thoughts, were constantly toasting each other. It was like a match made in heaven. In this way, the 2 of them drank from the 3rd plenary session of the 11th Central Committee to the 5th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee. As for the Tan Palace Villa number 2 opposite, it was also brightly lit all night. The hostess of the villa and Su Muying chatted via video for the entire night. Of course, all the topics between them revolved around Chuong. It's a pity that these 2 girls who had no experience in love didn't come up with a specific course of action. In the end, the 2 of them had no choice but to come up with a simple yet brutal action plan for Chuong to deal with him. The next morning, when the sun rose again over the sea level in the east, the living room of Chuong's villa was already in a mess. However, no matter how extraordinary the physique of an ordinary person like Lin Yaodong is, or how unfathomable his alcohol tolerance is, he can never be a match for Chuong, who is a cheater. After all, with the blessing of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, alcohol has basically no effect on him. Of course, even so, Chuong still admires Lin Yaodong very much. Because this guy not only has an amazing alcohol tolerance, but also has control far beyond that of ordinary people. Originally, Chuong wanted to take this opportunity to get his true words after drinking. Unexpectedly, Lin Yaodong didn't give him this opportunity at all. That night, the 2 of them were drunk and boasting about all sorts of things. But all he said was irrelevant nonsense, and not a single word was on the point. Until Lin Yaodong drank until he passed out, Chuong still couldn't get the answer he wanted from him. Helplessly, looking at Lin Yaodong lying on the floor of his living room with his body tilted, Chuong could only ask the system for help. System, can you find out Lin Yaodong's identity? No. This system can only detect whether the other party is hostile to the host, and does not have the authority to tell the host the identity of the other party. Hearing the system's answer, Chuong curled his lips helplessly. Ding, the host successfully defeated Lin Yaodong, and the system reward is being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20% of Qingmen Group's shares. Qingmen Group? Is it also a listed company? With a puzzled look on his face, Chuong immediately retrieved the relevant information of Qingmen Group from the system. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was really scared. Qingmen Group, founded at the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, its predecessor was Mingzhu Hansha. Hansha? Chuong had some understanding of what the word Hansha meant back then. It was the underwater synonym for the entire pearl of the old era, and its representative figure was Du Yuesheng, who illuminated an era. However, what Chuong couldn't understand was that he just had a drink, so why did the system give him such an outrageous reward? At the same time, in the Tan Palace Villa number 2, Du Linger, who had not slept all night, got up early, took a shower, and planned to have a good sleep. However, not long after she lay down, a mysterious phone call woke her up again. Looking at the caller ID on her phone, Du Linger frowned slightly. Hey, Grandma. An old and helpless voice soon sounded from the other end of the phone. Linger, something happened at home. I just received news that Fang Yuanshan has already started to take action. He seemed to have found a buyer and wanted to sell all his shares. Looks like you need to be more careful. After all, Fong holds 20% of the group's shares. If these shares fall into the hands of others, and the other party takes this opportunity to support that bitch outside and his bastard son to take the top position, then you are very passive. Upon hearing such news early in the morning, Du Linger's expression instantly turned ugly and all her sleepiness disappeared. How is this possible? I have previously spread the word to the entire Mingzhu through Uncle Dong. Who else dares to acquire Fong Yuanshan's shares at this critical moment? Are they really not afraid of death? There was silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, he continued, Grandma is not very clear about the specific situation. After all, Fong Yuanshan is too cautious. Moreover, the investor's background may not be in Mingzhu, so you can only solve this matter by yourself. But remember, Grandma is always on your side. I understand, Grandma. I will handle this matter properly. Please rest assured. After hanging up the phone, Du Linger became anxious. Her jade fingers kept tapping on the table. After a while, she picked up the phone again and called Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong, where are you now? Seeing the call was connected, Du Linger asked impatiently. Unfortunately, the next second, the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Lin Yaodong's, but Chu Feng's voice. Brother Lin is still drunk. If you have anything to say, please call him after he sobers up. Thank you. Brother Lin? Still drunk? Hearing this, Du Linger went crazy. But soon, Du Linger came to her senses. Excuse me, are you Chu Feng, the owner of Villa Number 1? Yes, I am Chu Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I didn't expect Uncle Dong to be drunk at your house last night. I'm deeply sorry for the trouble I've caused you. I'll go over and bring him back. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Du Linger's eyes were almost spitting fire. Lin Yaodong, you are such a bad guy. It would be fine if you didn't notice such a big thing happening at home, but now you are staying over all night and getting drunk. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. After talking to herself for a while, Du Linger quickly changed her clothes and walked towards Tangong Number 1 opposite. As for Chu Feng at the time, he had nothing to do, so he simply stayed with the drunk Lin Yaodong while signing in everywhere in the living room of the villa. Ding, kitchen check-in, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, God-level cooking skills. Ding, check-in in the living room, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. Ding, check-in at the tea house, congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 1000 golden gourd tribute tea cakes. God-level cooking skills? Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain and golden pumpkin tribute tea. A skill, an antique, and 1000 cakes of extremely expensive poor tea. Today's rewards are quite colorful. Obviously, Chu Feng was quite satisfied with the 3 rewards he signed in today. Especially those 1000 stems of the extremely expensive golden pumpkin tribute tea. The system did not use any intermediary channels to distribute them, but instead piled them neatly in the tea room on the first floor of the villa. This is the tea room in Tan Palace Villa Number 1. Otherwise, an ordinary tea room in an ordinary villa would not be able to accommodate so many poor tribute tea cakes. However, just as Chu Feng looked very satisfied, the doorbell outside rang loudly. Then, a young woman wearing a black long skirt and with an extremely charming temperament appeared in the surveillance screen of the living room. I didn't expect that the owner of the Tan Palace Villa Number 2 is such a rare beauty. Her temperament, figure, and especially her long legs, I give her 9.9 points. Chapter 11 Temptation at your doorstep. Based on the principle that visitors are guests, Chu Feng quickly welcomed Du Linger who was outside the door in. However, along the way, the two of them were looking at and observing each other. Chu Feng wanted to find out where the second hostess of Tan Palace came from. Du Linger was checking on her good friend Su Muying, wanting to see what kind of person this young man named Chu Feng was like. Of course, after staring at Chu Feng for a while, Du Linger, who was not very good at character, couldn't tell whether he was a good person or not. She just thought that this guy was really handsome, and the more she looked at him, the more attractive he became. Soon, the two of them arrived at the living room of the villa one after another. Looking at the empty wine bottles on the floor that had not yet been cleaned up, and Lin Yaodong who was sleeping soundly on the sofa in the living room, Chu Feng and Du Linger spoke at the same time. Feel sorry. Feel sorry. Obviously, Chu Feng apologized because his living room was a mess and he hadn't had time to clean it up, so he felt he had neglected the other person. Du Linger's apology was because of Uncle Dong who was lying on the sofa like a dead pig. After all, it was their first day moving into Tan Palace, and their housekeeper was so rude. Not only did he eat and drink here, but he also got a hangover here. This was an inappropriate thing to do. However, the two of them spoke at the same time, which seemed to show their tacit understanding. The awkward atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble. I will wake him up and take him away. As she spoke, Du Linger walked rhythmically in her high heels to the side of the sleeping Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong, Uncle Dong. She called out twice softly at first. Seeing that Lin Yaodong had no reaction, he called out Uncle Dong's full name with a cold face, Lin Yaodong. Don't make any noise, let me sleep a little longer. That boy is such a piece of shit, he drinks too much, he's not a human being, he's really not a human being. Listening to Lin Yaodong's drunken mumbling, Du Linger's face was filled with embarrassment. Even Chu Feng subconsciously pinched the tip of his nose with an innocent expression. Ms. Du, Brother Lin did drink too much last night. I don't think he will wake up for a while. If Miss Du doesn't have anything urgent to do, why not have a cup of tea and rest your feet here? Du Linger originally wanted to refuse Chu Feng's invitation, after all, she had more important things to do right under her nose. Unfortunately, Lin Yaodong's current condition is indeed not satisfactory. So after considering it again and again, Du Linger could only nod helplessly. Poor Lin Yaodong was left alone in the living room, while Du Linger followed Chu Feng to the tea room on the first floor. However, as soon as she entered the door, Du Linger was stunned by the scene in front of her. In Chu Feng's tea room, there were piles of pumpkin-shaped tea cakes neatly stacked. These tea cakes have not been opened, but they are already fragrant. Mr. Chu, these are golden pumpkin tribute tea? Chu Feng smiled faintly and explained, I don't know what kind of tea this is, I just know it's poor. Anyway, it was given to me by someone else. As he spoke, Chu Feng casually took out a cake of golden pumpkin tribute tea, and then found a set of mahogany 6 gentlemen of the tea ceremony in the tea room, and began to cut, wash and brew tea in front of Du Linger. I have to say that his series of actions were very skillful, and his technique in making tea was also very sophisticated. Du Linger, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, wondering, where did this Chu Feng come from? Judging from his behavior and upbringing, he was definitely not a child from an ordinary family? Could it be that he was a son of a wealthy family in the imperial capital? But just as Du Linger was daydreaming, Chu Feng's slender jade-like hand had already stretched out in front of her, and handed her an exquisite tea tray, on which a lotus-shaped jianzhan was emitting steam. Miss Du, how about trying this tea? Du Linger looked up subconsciously, only to see Chu Feng, who was sitting in the main seat, staring at her with a bright smile. She felt a little embarrassed for a moment, holding the jianzhan and lowered her head. I didn't expect that this guy looks even better when he smiles than usual. No wonder Xiaoxiang is so obsessed with him? Du Linger's eyes lit up as she took a sip of the tea at hand. The next moment, her face changed suddenly and she almost jumped up from her seat. At the same time, the tea in her hand spilled all over the floor, splashing all over her. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly stood up and asked, Miss Du, are you okay? Was the tea too hot? Du Linger wiped the water stains off her body and explained hurriedly, No. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Chu. It's not because of the tea, it's because of me. After saying this, Du Linger's pretty face turned red. It was a look as if he wanted to get up but didn't dare to. Miss Du, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red all of a sudden? Are you sick? Seeing Du Linger like this, Chu Feng asked again. At this time, Du Linger's cheeks were flushed, like a peach that was about to be squeezed out of water. After hesitating for a long time, she lowered her head shyly and angrily, Mr. Chu, is it convenient for me to use your bathroom? When Du Linger said this, Chu Feng was stunned at first, then he smiled with a look of relief. Obviously, based on Du Linger's performance just now, Chu Feng could roughly guess something. After all, the other party is a young girl, and the sudden visit of a relative at this time would naturally make her at a loss and embarrassed. Chu Feng stood up slowly and walked to Du Linger with a smile on his face. Then he took off his coat very gentlemanly and tied it around Du Linger's slender waist without a trace of fat. The bathroom is on the left side of the corridor. Turn right when you go out. Du Linger didn't expect that the young man in front of her was not only handsome, but also so gentle and considerate. Although his series of actions seemed abrupt, they gave Du Linger enough respect and a sense of security when she was in a panic. This made Du Linger's heart tremble slightly, and she felt mixed emotions. But soon, Du Linger broke free from this strange feeling of palpitations. After saying thank you to Chu Feng, she ran towards the bathroom on the first floor without looking back. It looked like a fleeing rabbit. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Why didn't you come earlier or later, but at this time? Soon, the suggestive sound of gurgling water came from the bathroom on the first floor. In response to this, Chuong, who was sitting in the tea room, pinched his nose and joked to himself, faced with this kind of temptation that comes right to my door, should I take the initiative to hand over a towel or something? However, just as Chuong was daydreaming, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Chuong? We are from Lianjia Real Estate Company. We have already processed the property certificate for the school district house in Ruijing Blue Bay that you asked us to handle. I wonder when you are free to come and collect it. Okay, thank you for your hard work. I'll be there tonight. After hanging up the phone, Chuong was in a very good mood. After all, in the blink of an eye, he got a school district house in Shanghai. But at this moment, the sound of water flowing in the bathroom next door suddenly stopped. Then an unexpected scream came from inside. Chapter 12, This Progress, at the Speed of Light? Miss Du, what happened? Hearing Du Linger's scream, Chuong immediately stood up, walked to the door of the bathroom on the first floor, and knocked gently on the door a few times. Soon, Du Linger's extremely embarrassed voice was heard from inside, and her voice was accompanied by a sense of pain. I accidentally twisted my ankle. Hearing Du Linger's words, Chuong was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But come to think of it, Du Linger originally came here wearing high heels. Plus, I had just taken a shower, the ground was wet, and this was in a strange boy's home. It is reasonable to accidentally sprain your ankle in a hurry. However, this sudden situation left Chuong outside the door somewhat helpless. After all, he is the only one living in this huge villa now, and there is no maid. If I just barge in like this, it would seem like I'm taking advantage of someone's misfortune or deliberately trying to take advantage of them. So, after hesitating for a while, Chuong said to Du Linger inside, Miss Du, can you stand up by yourself now? At this moment, two struggles were heard from the bathroom. Then there was no more movement. A few seconds later, Du Linger's voice sounded again, Mr. Chu, I really can't move, how about you come in and help me? Me? Go in? This doesn't seem appropriate. Du Linger naturally knew Chuong's worries, and hurriedly explained, It's okay, Mr. Chu. I'm already dressed. After hearing Du Linger's words, Chuong breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door open. In the bathroom, Du Linger was lying on the floor. The black hair was scattered and had water stains. She was not wrapped in the black dress she had worn before coming here, but in a white bathrobe provided by the villa's bathroom. While she was pinching her ankle in pain, the neckline of her bathrobe was slightly open, exposing her pair of slender white legs in the misty air. This scene really made Chuong a little stunned. You know, even Chuong's ex-girlfriend, Ji Xiaozhu, who was known as the beauty of the performance department of Communication University, didn't have the same grace and beauty as Du Linger. Feeling the silence in the air, Du Linger looked up suddenly. The two of them made eye contact. Looking at Chuong's dazed eyes, Du Linger was not annoyed. She just smiled shyly and subconsciously lifted the collar of her bathrobe. Chuong on the opposite side also came to his senses at once, hurriedly retracted his restless gaze, and coughed twice in embarrassment. Then, he took 2 steps forward and picked up Du Linger, who was slumped beside the sink, in a princess hug. Du Linger was caught off guard by this and cried out. This was the first time in 25 years that Du Linger was so close to a boy. What's even worse is that this boy has only known her for about an hour. Thinking of this, Du Linger couldn't help but feel an indescribable confusion and hesitation in her heart. It's really awkward to have such a heated situation when meeting someone for the first time, isn't it? But, being held by him like this is really quite comfortable? Chuong didn't know that Du Linger in his arms was leaning more and more as she thought about it, and the blush on her cheeks had even extended to the back of her ears. A pair of jade hands, which had nowhere to put, subconsciously hugged Chuong's neck. This small action, which should only happen between lovers, makes the two of them look very ambiguous. After a few quick steps, Chuong carried Du Linger straight to the living room, and then slowly placed her on the sofa. Take a rest on the sofa first. I'll go see if there's anything like Yunnan Baiyao at home. As he spoke, Chuong turned around and began to search the entire villa, including the 4 floors above and below. After all, being gentle and considerate to women is a good quality that most men must have. On the other hand, Du Linger is not as delicate as imagined. At this moment, she was just leaning sideways on the sofa, looking lazily. But those beautiful eyes were always staring at Chuong, who was busy running around, in a daze. It only took a moment. Chuong's hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. After searching for a long time in this huge villa, Chuong finally found an emergency medical kit in an inconspicuous place on the bookshelf in the study, which happened to contain a bottle of safflower oil. Returning to Dulinger again, Chuong shrugged helplessly. I searched for a long time and only this bottle of safflower oil is suitable. Just bear with it. Having said that, he immediately squatted down and gently lifted Dulinger's sprained left foot. Dulinger shuddered all over when Chuong's fingers touched her. Mr. Chu, I'll do it myself. Obviously, for Dulinger, the princess hug just now had already surpassed the gender barrier, and at this time, Chuong was holding her feet and applying medicine to her. You know, from childhood to adulthood, even Dulinger's father had never done such a thing for her. Don't move. Faced with Dulinger's embarrassment, Chuong explained too much. But just these two decisive words "don't move" really stunned Dulinger at the moment. I didn't expect this guy to have such a domineering side. Thinking so in her heart, Dulinger stopped talking and instead cooperated by stretching her jade feet forward a little. At the same time, Chuong had already smeared a few drops of cool safflower oil on his fingers, and then pressed and pinched Dulinger's ankles left and right. Dulinger did not resist this, but just stared at the sunny and handsome boy in front of her with infatuated eyes. However, what no one could have expected was that at this moment, Lin Yaodong, who had been drunk and unconscious for the entire morning, suddenly woke up. This uncle, who was over 50 years old, kept patting his dizzy head and sat up from the sofa as if he was sleepwalking. As luck would have it, from this angle he just happened to see Dulinger half leaning on the sofa opposite him and Chuong squatting with his hands holding Dulinger's jade feet. Lin Yaodong blinked several times, a look of disbelief on his face. Oh my god, was I too drunk last night? Why does the person sitting opposite me look so much like a young lady? And she was wearing a men's bathrobe and her hair was wet. She looked like she had just showered? Fuck, Miss and Chuong, could it be that they have already done that? Oh my god, this is progressing at the speed of light? But before Lin Yaodong could finish his imagination, a cold and terrifying resentment and murderous intent had already enveloped him from the opposite side. If looks could kill in this world, then Lin Yaodong would have died countless times under Dulinger's gaze at this moment. Lin Yaodong, are you finally willing to wake up? Hearing his eldest lady scolding him so gloomily, and even saying his full name, Lin Yaodong felt a pang in his heart. It's over. The young lady is angry. Isn't she blaming me for waking up at the wrong time and ruining her life? Thinking of this, Lin Yaodong quickly raised his hands, covered his eyes, and stammered. Hey, miss, I'm not awake, my head is so dizzy. Besides, I saw nothing and know nothing. You guys keep going. Having said that, poor Lin Yaodong hurriedly got up and went straight to the bathroom on the first floor of the villa. Originally he wanted to wash his face to clear his mind. But when he pushed open the bathroom door, the scene that came into his sight made him stunned. Because at this time, not only were the equipment that had been taken off Dulinger scattered all over the bathroom, but there were also traces of bright red blood on the floor of the shower room that had not yet been washed away. Chapter 13, Dragon's Tail. As Lin Yaodong woke up from his drunkenness, it was naturally inconvenient for the master and servant to stay in Chuong's house for long. So, after Dulinger and Chuong continued to chat awkwardly for a while, they left with the help of Lin Yaodong. Of course, before leaving, Chuong also took a bottle of golden pumpkin tribute tea from the tea room and gave it to Dulinger as a return gift. Although the distance between Tan Palace Villa No. 1 and Villa No. 2 is not far. But along the way, Dulinger suffered a lot. After all, not only did my relatives come, but I also sprained my ankle. What's even more terrible is that Lin Yaodong beside him has been stealing glances at him with a strange look. But she couldn't explain it all. This feeling is so suffocating. On the other hand, after seeing off the master and servant Dulinger and Lin Yaodong, Chuong did not stay in the villa, but drove directly away from Tan Palace. Because he had just made an appointment with someone from Lenjie Real Estate to deal with some matters related to the school district house in Ruijing Blue Bay. What Chuong didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the gate of Tan Palace, he was targeted by someone. Second brother, look, that kid is coming out. In the Buick sedan that had been guarding outside the Tan Palace all night, Ma Lu shouted excitedly. Damn it! I've been watching this little bastard for a whole day and night, and finally caught him. Ma Lu, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. If this succeeds, I will make that guy surnamed Wu pay double the price. This kind of job of waiting for something to happen is really too painful. I must make him pay me compensation for his mental damages. After a while of mumbling, the Buick sedan that had been silent for a day and a night finally started. Second brother, where do you think it would be best for us to start later? While driving the car, Ma Lu asked with a smile. Obviously, there are some rules to follow in their line of work. After all, in a society ruled by law, we can't just let someone disappear like that. As usual, just follow this kid first and then act accordingly. You're not a virgin anymore, so there's no need to be so detailed about this kind of thing. Ma Lu did not dare to refute his boss's old-fashioned tone, and just smiled and said, "That's right, that's right." On the expressway of Mingzhu, a Carmen King and a black Buick were driving one after the other. Obviously, Xu Feng didn't realize that there was a tail following him. Moreover, he was in a very good mood at this time and he unconsciously hummed a Yu Hang tune in the car. After all, Xu Feng had signed in using the system for 2 consecutive days. Although he had gained a lot of assets, those could not be sold or liquidated. So in fact, he is still very poor up to now. But this tragic situation will soon be improved. Because the money for the school district house in Ruijing Blue Bay has been paid, as long as Xu Feng rents out the building on the spot, his bank account will immediately become rich. Thinking of this, Xu Feng, who was driving, became full of energy. However, just when he was feeling elated and in high spirits, the system's warning suddenly sounded. "Alert, a dangerous person is following the host, please be careful." Xu Feng was startled when he heard the sudden warning from the system. Then, he subconsciously glanced at his rearview mirror. Sure enough, I found that there was a black Buick sedan following behind my car. This is weird. Who would be so bored as to follow me in broad daylight? Could it be Qingmen Group? The first thing Xu Feng thought of was Qingmen Group. After all, he holds 20% of Qingmen Group's shares. Moreover, the predecessor of Qingmen Group was Hongsha. That is the most powerful and ruthless underwater organization in the entire Mingzhu. It is very possible that they used covert means to kidnap and threaten me in order to seize my shares. Thinking of this, Xu Feng's eyes moved, and he stepped on the accelerator, and the Black Carmen King also took off on the spot. Humph, no matter what sect you guys come from, if you want to trick me, you have no chance. With the blessing of God-level driving skills, Xu Feng drove the Carmen King as if he were using his arms with ease. Moreover, the performance of this Carmen King is far beyond the ordinary Buick sedan behind it. So, the moment Xu Feng sped up, the opponent was left behind. At the same time, in the Buick, Ma Lu, who was steering the car, looked at the taillights of the car in front with a shocked expression. "Second brother, that guy suddenly sped up, could he have discovered us?" In the passenger seat, the second brother snorted coldly, "Whether he finds out or not, we have to get things done today. I want to go back and hug my wife earlier." Ma Lu, speed up and catch up. At the order from his second brother, Ma Lu gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The speed of this Buick also skyrocketed. It's a pity that they are slow at every step. If you fail to keep up during the acceleration phase, it will be unrealistic to follow closely behind the other car's taillights. Fortunately, the car is currently on the expressway in Mingzhu City, which has speed measurement equipment. So it didn't take long before the King Elman in front slowly slowed down. Hey, that guy suddenly slowed down again. Was I just being too suspicious? He didn't notice us at all. He just wanted to speed on a whim? Looking at the Carmen King that appeared in front of his car again, Ma Lu was a little confused and started talking to himself. However, at this moment, seeing the black Buick catching up with him again, Xu Fengmian, who was holding the steering wheel with one hand, showed a cunning smile on his face. Ha, the game should end here. Finally, let me show you a dragon's tail swing. With a light snort, Xu Feng stepped on the accelerator again to speed up. Seeing this, Ma Lu, who was following closely behind, also sped up. What Ma Lu never expected was that he was following too closely, and the car in front of him was too tall, completely blocking his attention and vision. Next second. Just as both sides suddenly accelerated, the Carmen King driven by Xu Feng suddenly changed direction and overtook. Faced with this sudden situation, Ma Lu, who was driving a Buick sedan, didn't even expect that he would break the brakes. Of course, what he didn't expect was that there was a bulky dump truck in front of the space Xu Feng gave him. Oh no, Ma Lu, hurry up, turn the steering wheel. Looking at this terrifying scene in front of him, the second brother in the passenger seat broke out in a cold sweat and screamed. But it's all too late. A moment later, there was a loud bang. The black Buick and the people inside it crashed into the dump truck in front. Chapter 14: A Pretender Struck by Lightning. After successfully shaking off the pursuit of the black Buick, Xu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he thought, if the other party was really a member of the Qingmen Group and was following him like this, once a conflict occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have used the God level driving skill for 5 minutes, and your skill has been upgraded to God level driving skill level 2. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng was stunned. I didn't expect that this skill given by the system can actually be upgraded by brushing proficiency. However, how does the system determine the proficiency within 5 minutes? Could it be based on the speed I was driving at just now? Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately felt an urge to drive at full speed. But soon, his rationality suppressed this crazy idea. After all, the road he was driving on was Mingzhu's expressway, and he didn't want to cause trouble to himself or others because of a momentary impulse. It would be bad if the lovely traffic police were called by then. Chu Feng continued driving on the road ahead for more than 20 minutes and finally arrived at the headquarters of Mingzhu Lianjia Real Estate Agency. Standing outside the door, Chu Feng knocked on the glass door twice politely before pushing it open and walking in. "Hello, sir. I am Qin Xiaoxiao, a salesperson from Lianjia Real Estate Agency. I am happy to serve you. Do you want to rent or buy a house?" After entering the door, a cute little girl in Lianjia work uniform came up to him and said to Chu Feng with a smile on her face, "Neither. I'm here to find someone." Chu Feng replied calmly. But just as the two were talking, a surprised cry suddenly sounded behind them. "Chu Feng, are you the school hunk Chu?" Chu Feng looked back immediately. Not far away, he saw a young man with a slicked back hair and a ruffian face walking towards him unsteadily, holding a teacup. "Who are you?" Chu Feng looked confused and obviously did not recognize the other person. "Chu, what's wrong? I haven't seen you for a few years and I don't even recognize my old classmates." "I'm Hua Chengzhou, your high school classmate." Chu Feng seemed to have some impression of the name Hua Chengzhou. Of course, this impression is not profound. Chu Feng only vaguely remembered that he must have had some minor conflicts with this guy named Hua Chengzhou during high school. As for the origin of the conflict, it seemed to be the love letter that the class beauty wrote to him at that time. However, after so many years, Chu Feng never thought that he would meet this old friend in Mingzhu. "So it's you, Hua-san. I didn't expect to see you here? Are you a staff member here?" Chu Feng just made a polite remark to the old classmate in front of him. But at this moment, Hua Chengzhou narrowed his eyes and looked Chu Feng up and down as usual. Only when he saw that he was wearing a set of street stall clothes did he speak proudly. "Yes, after I graduated from high school, I came to Mingzhu to work hard on my own. He just got promoted a few days ago. Now I am the business manager of Lianjia headquarters, with an annual salary of 6 figures. What about you? Where are you working now?" Seeing Hua Chengzhou looking so high-spirited, Chu Feng just smiled awkwardly. "I'm still studying." "Oh yeah, I almost forgot, you were the top student in the class. And later you were admitted to Mingzhu Media University. Our class teacher, Mr. Li, even praised you at the graduation ceremony. You are sure to become a great director in the future? How about it, future great director, what business are you planning to discuss with us today? As the business manager here, I promise to give you a friendly price." Facing Chu Feng, Hua Chengzhou spoke with a beaming smile, and there was a hint of sarcasm and ridicule in his words. Chu Feng, on the other hand, smiled disapprovingly and said, "Mr. Hua, you are too polite. I am not here to discuss business today, but to look for someone." "Looking for someone? Who?" Hua Chengzhou asked curiously. "Wang Guosheng, I think he is the general manager here." When Hua Chengzhou heard the name Wang Guosheng, his face immediately changed and he looked surprised. But soon he started laughing strangely. "Ha, Chu Feng, stop kidding. Manager Wang is the person in charge of Lianjia in Mingzhu and the executive vice president of Lianjia Group. Besides, he is in charge of the business of the wealthy people who own a few buildings. Why would you, a college student who hasn't even left the school, look for him?" Hua Chengzhou's implication was very clear. A big shot like Manager Wang is not someone a student like you, Chu Feng, can meet whenever you want. "Aren't you kidding me?" In response, Chu Feng calmly explained, "It's nothing, I just had a sudden impulse a few days ago and bought a building in Ruijing Blue Bay. I came here today to pick up the property certificate." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Hua Chengzhou was instantly petrified. Damn, how come this guy is more pretentious than me? He actually thought of buying a building in Ruijing Blue Bay. Did he think Mingzhu's houses were all cabbages from the vegetable market? He bought them whenever he wanted, which was ridiculous. Ahem. Chu Feng, even though we are old classmates, this is how we joke. If you keep bragging like this, I won't care about you anymore. After all, I am a business manager and my time is very precious. Mr. Hua, please make yourself at your own convenience. I will call Manager Wang directly and will not waste your precious time. As he said that, Chu Feng took out his cell phone in front of Hua Chengzhou and called Wang Guoshang. Hello, Manager Wang, I'm Chu Feng, I'm already downstairs. Seeing Chu Feng like this, Hua Chengzhou gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just keep pretending, I want to see how you end up. Thinking of this, Hua Chengzhou returned to his workstation with an angry look on his face. Brother Hua, is that handsome guy an acquaintance of yours? Soon, behind Hua Chengzhou's workstation, a beautiful saleswoman wearing a Lianjia uniform asked with a crazy look on her face. He was my high school classmate, a pretentious guy who got struck by lightning. Pretender? Yeah, do you know what this guy just said to me? He actually said he was here to see Manager Wang, and that he had bought a building in Ruijing Blue Bay. Look at the cheap clothes he's wearing. Can he afford to buy a house in Mingzhu, let alone a building? It's ridiculous. As he spoke, Hua Chengzhou turned slightly and warned the beautiful saleswoman behind him with the attitude of a person who had experienced it. Xiaolan, Brother Hua would like to give you a piece of advice. Girls, when you are looking for a partner in the future, you must not just look at the face. Being handsome is useless. Can it make a living? Especially those pretty boys who lie with their eyes open. You must stay away from them, or you will be the one who suffers in the end. Here, Hua Chengzhou was happily serving as a life mentor to his beautiful colleague Xiaolan. On the other side, a familiar and urgent voice came from the stairs not far away. Hurry up and pack up your things. Don't keep Mr. Chu waiting for too long. Before he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a black suit and with a smile on his face hurried down the stairs. This person is none other than Wang Guosheng, the executive vice president of Lianjia mentioned by Hua Chengzhou. Chapter 15 Poor Student Hua. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. After going downstairs, Wang Guosheng walked towards Chu Feng with a smile on his face. After all, the person in front of him was the rich man who bought an entire building. And it's paid in full. Even with Wang Guosheng's current position, he has to be polite and try to please such a wealthy and inhumane customer. What Wang Guosheng didn't expect was that the financial sponsor in front of him was so young. More importantly, Wang Guosheng did not find any domineering look of a nouveau riche in him. On the contrary, Chu Feng's outfit was too ordinary. If he didn't have a face that could kill anything in an instant, even Wang Guosheng would probably automatically ignore this young man. Low-key, is this what rich people mean by low-key? Wang Guosheng thought so, and his shrewd eyes couldn't help but scan Chu Feng's face. Chu Feng, however, had a calm expression on his face. Manager Wang, what are you talking about? I just arrived. The two shook hands politely. Then Wang Guosheng, with a cheerful look on his face, led Chu Feng to the VIP lounge on the first floor. Looking at Hua, who had just been acting as a life mentor to others, his face was now filled with shock and astonishment. He almost didn't want to believe his eyes. He really came to see Manager Wang? Sitting at his workstation in a daze, Hua Chengzhou felt a sharp pain on his face. Even so, he still started a powerful self-consolation mode. He is just a poor student who has not graduated yet. How could he have the money to buy a building in Ruijing Blue Bay? Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. He should just be an acquaintance or relative of Manager Wang. I'm here to ask Manager Wang to do something for me. Yes, that's right. It must be like this. I have to say that Hua Chengzhou's imagination is indeed very strong. He managed to convince himself with these words. But at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard again in the corridor. Immediately afterwards, two male staff members in Lianjia uniforms came downstairs holding 2 stacks of red books half a person's height, and quickly walked towards the VIP lounge. This scene instantly amazed all the Lianjia staff on the first floor. Oh my god, so many real estate certificates. Yeah, I've been working for so many years, but I haven't sold so many houses, right? There must be a building here. Watching the two colleagues disappearing into the VIP lounge with the real estate certificates in their hands, and listening to the constant sounds of amazement and envy ringing in his ears, Hua could no longer deceive himself this time. This guy, did he really buy a building in Ruijing Blue Bay? He stood up suddenly and sat down at his workstation again. Hua Chengzhou's originally arrogant spirit was completely extinguished. At the same time, in the VIP lounge, looking at the 2 neatly stacked stacks of red books in front of him, Chu Feng was very satisfied. Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Chu, you are too polite. This is part of our job. Wang Guosheng paused, looked up at Chu Feng, and asked, "But, Mr. Chu, you bought so many properties in one go, are you planning to rent them out? Or, of course I have to rent it out. After all, Ruijing Blue Bay is a school district housing estate, the market is very hot, and the rent is also considerable. I came here just to discuss this deal with manager Wang. If I grant these 150 properties to Lianjia exclusively and let you operate them as a package, how long will it take you to rent out all of them, and how much will I earn in a year?" After hearing what Chu Feng said, Wang Guosheng's eyes immediately lit up. After all, these 150 houses are all located in school districts and are very popular. Once they have exclusive control over these properties, even if this business does not bring much profit, it will still bring Lianjia considerable traffic and popularity. If Mr. Chu trusts us and authorizes Lianjia to rent out these properties exclusively, I guarantee that most of them can be rented out within a week, no, within 3 days. As for the benefits, that depends on what Mr. Chu plans to do. "Oh, what do you mean, Manager Wang?" Chu Feng asked, puzzled. "Because Mr. Chu, you do have too many houses. If you want to rent them out, I can also provide you with 2 different plans. The first method is to operate normally. We will transfer the rent to your designated account without missing a single payment. But this method is too cumbersome. As for the second option, you can sign an exclusive authorization contract with us, and we at Lianjia will pay 80% of the market rental price of the 150 properties into your account in one lump sum each year. This model has relatively stable returns and does not involve any cumbersome processes. Moreover, if the tenant has any problems during the lease, we at Lianjia will help you solve them without wasting your time." I have to say that Wang Guosheng is a shrewd businessman. The 2 cooperation models he proposed have obvious advantages and disadvantages, and also leave him enough profit space. "Then the second one is fine. I don't like trouble." Seeing that Chu Feng was so willing to give in and didn't argue about the profit-sharing ratio, Wang Guosheng immediately looked delighted. "Okay, then I'll have someone prepare the contract. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chu." In just a few words, a big order was finalized. Wang Guosheng was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, the efficiency of Lianjia real estate is indeed high. In a short while, the contract was ready. The girl who came in to deliver the contract was none other than Qin Xiaoxiao, the first person to receive Chu Feng after he came here. Looking at this adorable little girl in front of him, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. "Manager Wang, my project will be in charge of Miss Qin from now on. After all, she is the first person to receive me today." "That's certainly no problem. Xiao, you must have heard what Mr. Chu said. From now on, the leasing of the properties under his name will be fully entrusted to you. You must seize this opportunity." Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly felt as if happiness had fallen from the sky. After all, there are 150 houses. If all of them are rented out, I can make 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in commissions alone. For her, a rookie in real estate sales who had just entered the internship stage, this was simply a windfall. "Thank you, Manager Wang, and thank you, Mr. Chu. I will definitely do my best." After signing the contract, Chu Feng did not stay in Lianjia any longer. Instead, he took his 2 stacks of property deeds and left amid the amazement and exclamations of the Lianjia staff. "So handsome. This guy is both rich and handsome, he is the perfect match for a rich son-in-law." For a moment, the entire office area on the first floor of Lianjia seemed to be in an uproar. Many single female salespeople spontaneously ran to Hua's side and started chattering, asking about Chu Feng's personal situation, contact information, family background, and even marital history, which gave Hua Qingzhou a headache. At the same time, Wang Guosheng walked out of the VIP lounge with Qin Xiaoxiao, with a smile on his face. "Ahem, everyone, be quiet for a moment. I am here to announce an important personnel adjustment. In view of Qin Xiaoxiao's outstanding performance during her internship, I have decided to promote her as the manager of the sales department of the head office on an individual basis." When Wang Guosheng said this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and even Qin Xiaoxiao herself looked at a loss. As for Hua, who had just been promoted to business manager, his face looked as pale as a pig's liver. After all, normally this guy relied on his seniority to bully Qin Xiaoxiao, the newcomer. Serving tea and water is a common occurrence. What's worse, he scolded this honest girl to tears several times, saying that she was a top university graduate with a pig brain and was not suitable for this job at all. But now, just by delivering a document, this newcomer who was once under his feet has become his immediate superior. How could Hua Qingzhou bear this kind of feeling? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. In a fit of rage, Hua jumped 3 feet high from his seat without paying any attention to the attempts of his colleagues to stop him. Manager Wang, I disagree with your personnel appointment. Qin Xiaoxiao is just an intern who hasn't been hired yet. Judging from her qualifications and performance, how can she be the department manager of the head office? Obviously, poor Hua has lost his mind after today's series of stimulations. Even Wang Guoshang had never expected that the business manager he had just promoted would turn around and bite him in front of everyone. Wang Guoshang naturally could not tolerate such a guy who was disloyal and openly challenged his authority. Hua Changzhou, are you questioning the decision of me as the executive director? Seeing Wang Guoshang's face drop, Hua Changzhou also became nervous. I just... Only what? To tell you the truth, Qin Xiaoxiao is the project leader designated by Mr. Chu. If any of you are dissatisfied, you can find me a financial sponsor like Mr. Chu who has a rich background. Then, let alone a department manager, I can even give up my position as executive vice president to you. As soon as Wang Guoshang said this, the doubts in the hearts of everyone present were immediately relieved. After all, there is a reason why Qin Xiaoxiao has risen so quickly. Who can blame her for having such a rich sponsor? However, while they were relieved and envious, many of them were regretting and secretly cursing themselves for not being so foresight and not being able to rush forward in the first place to win the favor and attention of the sponsor. Of course, the one who felt the most mixed emotions here was the poor classmate Hua. Because he missed a great opportunity that should have belonged to him. Chapter 16 First Live Sign-In. After leaving Lianjie Real Estate's headquarters, Chu Feng did not choose to go back to school, but went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Then drive back to Tan Palace Villa. However, as soon as he entered the house, he received a call from Wang Guoshang. Hello, Mr. Chu. I have just notified the finance department and they will allocate the funds today. If nothing goes wrong, your first installment of 10 million yuan in annual rent will be credited to your account tonight at the latest. Please check it out when the time comes. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng was overjoyed. I didn't expect Wang Guoshang to be so efficient. It looks like I can live the life of a landlord from now on. It's really pleasant. After mumbling a few words, Chu Feng turned on the TV and lay lazily on the sofa. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was dark. Chu Feng casually checked his mobile phone and found that there was an additional remittance of 10 million yuan in his Industrial and Commercial Bank of China account. Although Wang Guoshang had already greeted him before. But looking at the 10 million renminbi that actually came into his account, Chu Feng still smiled foolishly for a few seconds. Then he glanced at the time again. I didn't expect that I only took a short nap. It's already 12 o'clock. It seems that the time travel trick that was circulated on the internet before is really effective. 5 minutes of backward movement can lead to 2 hours of time travel. After talking to himself for a while, Chu Feng got up and went to the kitchen. I was just going to make myself some plain noodles and just eat it. However, what he didn't expect was that he had the blessing of God-level cooking skills. This simple bowl of plain noodles tastes extraordinary. And by the way, he also upgraded his God-level cooking skills to level 2. Chu Feng naturally welcomes the wonderful opportunity of upgrading skills by increasing proficiency. After eating and drinking, Chu Feng got up and went to the study on the 4th floor. After all, at this point, the system check-in times have been reset. Standing in front of a bookshelf that covered an entire wall, Chu Feng hesitated for a moment. Finally, he selected a copy of Baguazhang and a copy of Shenong's Herbal Classic from hundreds of classic books. After 2 days of research, Chu Feng concluded that there are generally some rules to follow when the system gives rewards. For example, if you sign in at a location, the reward will be related to the sign-in scenario. For example, you can sign in for a school district house in front of the school library, or sign in for a golden pumpkin tribute tea in the Villa ST room. These rewards can be linked to the check-in locations. So tonight, he wanted to focus on exploring the 2 different sign-in modes, reading sign-in and live broadcast sign-in. See what surprises they bring to you. Sitting in front of the desk, Chu Feng first picked up the Shenong Benchao Jing. The book records some medicinal herbs of various shapes. Chu Feng couldn't tell whether this was true or not. Just watching in confusion. 10 minutes later, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for reading Shenong's Herbal Classic for 10 minutes and receiving the reward, Miraculous Bringing Back to Life. Then, a series of extremely huge amounts of information were imprinted in his mind. It was not until more than half an hour later that Chu Feng came to his senses. Resurrection? Another skill? But this skill seems to be much more useful than the previous one that can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. With this skill, I can't say that I can cure a fatal disease, but I can easily treat some common diseases. Good stuff that is hard to come by. Having said that, Chuong was not in a hurry to use his second sign-in opportunity today. Instead, he continued to look through the Shinong Benchao Jing. After all, he had the experience of brushing up his proficiency twice before, and he wanted to see if continuing to focus on the Shinong Herbal Classic would directly improve his proficiency in the skill of bringing back to life. Half an hour later. Ding, congratulations to the host for reading Shinong's Herbal Classic for 30 minutes, skill upgrade, miraculous hand rejuvenation LV2, and obtained a set of 9-turn reincarnation acupuncture method. Hearing the prompt sound from the system again, Chuong stood up excitedly. Skill upgrade? I didn't expect that the accumulated reading time would actually have an effect. But what is this 9 revolutions samsara needle? In doubt, Chuong immediately found the system's notes on the 9 revolution samsara needle. 9-turn reincarnation needle, a secret technique of traditional Chinese medicine that can save dying people from danger. Looking at this line of annotations, combined with the large amount of traditional Chinese medicine information he had just extracted from Shinong's Herbal Classic, after a moment Chuong finally understood the principle and application scope of this set of 9-turn samsara needles. It turns out that this is a set of emergency acupuncture methods. As long as the person is still alive, this acupuncture method can stimulate the body's vital signs and vitality. This kind of medical skill can indeed be called a secret skill. After being amazed, Chuong finally put down the Shinong Benchao Jing in his hand and picked up the Bagwazang instead. Let's see what good stuff I can get from signing this copy of Bagwazang. Ding, congratulations to the host for reading Bagwazang for 10 minutes and getting the reward, Yushin Bagwazang. It's still a skill. But just as Chuong was sighing in his heart, every pore on his body began to contract. Whether it is the skin, muscles, or even capillaries, subtle changes are occurring. That's power. The power of a martial arts expert who has practiced external martial arts for decades. Although this kind of power cannot allow him to move mountains and fill the sea, or climb walls like the characters in novels. But it is not a problem to easily deal with 7 or 8 big men at close range. Medicine and martial arts. With these 2 life-saving skills, Chuong finally felt relieved. After all, he didn't want to see himself being tracked and followed again without even the ability to resist. By then, even if you sign up for more wealth and industries through the system, it will all be a fantasy. After signing in twice, Chuong felt a little tired. There is one last sign-in opportunity left today, and he plans to use it to sign in for the live broadcast. After all, surprises are like Pandora's box. As long as you dare to try boldly, you will always find unexpected rewards. Moreover, as a standard LSP, Chuong is also a frequent visitor to the live broadcast room. Of course, the ones he follows are all beautiful female anchors who are good-looking. After all, men understand. But tonight, his mood when he opened the live broadcast app was particularly different. The feeling was as nervous as waiting for a raffle prize. However, as he swiped his finger across the screen, when I don't know which beautiful female anchor to visit, the system prompt sounded again. However, the reward given by the system this time made Chuong dumbfounded. It was really shocking and unexpected. Chapter 17 Campus Beauty PK Battle. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully for the first live broadcast, reward, Sharkfin 200000000. Before Chuong could react, the system prompt sounds continued to sound. Please clear all shark fins in your account within 3 days. After completing the task, the live broadcast consumption rebate mode will be officially activated. Rebates for live streaming consumption? As a frequent visitor to the live broadcast room, Chuong naturally knew what shark fin was. That is the universal currency of the Shark Live platform. The ratio is 1-to-1 with real money. 20 million shark fins is equivalent to a recharge of 20 million RMB. However, Chuong was somewhat confused and bewildered by the consumption rebate model mentioned by the system. System, can you explain what the rebate model for live streaming consumption is? Live broadcast consumption rebate model. All consumption by the host in the live broadcast room will appear in the host's real-life bank account in the form of 10 times rebate. After listening to the system's explanation, Chuong exploded on the spot. Is it that exaggerated? My goodness, this is simply exchanging game coins for real money, right? And a tenfold rebate. So, I just need to spend all the 20 million shark fins in the shark account to get 200 million in funds. Thinking of this, Chuong immediately became excited. Nothing else to say? Just one word, do it. With excitement, Chuong planned to give some benefits to his old acquaintances in real life first. After all, the alumni of Mingzhu Media University are all multi-talented. There are also many people who broadcast live on the Shark platform. What a pity. At this point, the night has deepened. He looked around and found that the beautiful girls in his directing department had all gone off the air. Just at this moment, during the live broadcast in the same city, a familiar avatar caught Chuong's attention. Fong Piapiao? One of the four most beautiful girls in the school, a talented Chinese painter in the fine arts department. I didn't expect that she would still be online so late. Forget it, never mind, just her. As he spoke, Chuong directly clicked on Fong Piapiao's live broadcast room. What he didn't expect was that after entering Fong Piapiao's live broadcast room, the screen of his mobile phone was split into two. Appearing on the left side of the screen is Fong Piapiao, dressed in white, sitting quietly in the school studio painting. On the right side of the screen is a hot beauty whose looks are just as good as Fong Piapiao. What's more interesting is that this girl with dirty braids and sexy red lips is also one of the campus beauties of Mingzhu Media University. The only difference is that Fong Piapiao is from the fine arts department, while this hot little beauty named Li Moran is from the music department. She is also known as the little pop queen of Mingzhu Media University. Are they competing against each other? Chuong looked at the two beautiful schoolgirls on the phone screen with great interest. At the same time, the public screen was also buzzing with comments. Fuck, aren't these our school's beauties, Fong and Li? What's wrong with the system? Why did it pull the two of them together? Is this intentional? It's over, it's over. This time we're really meeting each other on a narrow road. Brother upstairs, what do you mean by this? Please explain it to me. Hee hee, I can tell from the looks of it that you're not from this school. These two are love rivals. Ha, looks like there's something exciting to watch. Anyway, eating melons isn't tiring. I've prepared the popcorn. Let's get started. Chuong had heard a little about the grievances and love-hate relationship between Fong Piapiao and Li Moran. To put it simply, it's a cheesy love triangle. Li Moran has a childhood sweetheart named Lin Xiangdong. And this Lin Xiangdong is in love with Fong Piapiao. Therefore, Li Moran was full of hostility towards Piapiao. Senior Fong, I didn't expect that my PK opponent today would be you. Well, how are you going to play this round? Looking at Fong Piapiao, who was quietly painting on the other side of the screen, Li Moran started to attack first. For a moment, the live broadcast room was filled with tension. The show is about to begin. Goddess Piapiao, don't be scared, we will all support you. Super Fire is ready, come fight. I have to say that the competition between the two campus beauties brings its own traffic. Especially since the two of them have grievances with each other in real life. Once this work starts, it will naturally cause a lot of noise. Although it is already late at night. But there are still thousands of people in the live broadcast room watching this war between goddesses. Even Chuong showed an expectant expression at this time. Not sure what will happen next. However, just as a group of onlookers were having a great time and kept making noises on the public screen, Fong Piapiao, who was concentrating on painting, put down the brush in her hand and glanced at the screen of her mobile phone. Sorry, I was so focused just now that I forgot I was live streaming. Fong Piapiao's words almost made Li Moran on the other side of the screen vomit blood. After all, Li Moran, who had seized the opportunity, tried his best to teach Fong Piapiao a lesson. But I didn't expect that he was concentrating on painting and didn't take himself seriously at all. Senior Fong, please stop pretending to be noble here. Everyone in our school knows that you hide in the studio and live stream in the middle of the night every day, isn't it just for those pitiful rewards? Why, now that the opportunity is in front of you, you don't dare to accept the challenge? Facing Li Moran's provocation, Fong Piapiao just smiled calmly. Schoolgirl, you may not know me very well. I don't really have a competitive streak. I just want to do something I love doing while I'm on the air, that's all. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat in this PK. Li Moran didn't expect that his rage would be met with Fong Piapiao, a soft cotton that could not be smashed or crushed. She started the fight, but the other party refused to accept it, which left her with no solution. However, Li Moran had finally seized this opportunity, so how could he let it go easily? Li Moran sneered twice and continued to provoke, Senior Fong, your words are too high sounding. Others may not know you, but I still don't know you? Why do you broadcast live at midnight every day? Don't you just want to earn more rewards to treat your grandmother who suffers from uremia? How about this, let's have a match today. If you beat me, I'll give you $200,000 for your medical expenses right on the spot. But if you lose, you will have to do a striptease in front of everyone in the live studio. How? It has to be said that Li Muran's words were very vicious and hit Fong Piapiao's soft spot. After all, Fong Piapiao is an art student and her family is not well off. In addition, her grandmother who raised her since she was a child was unfortunately diagnosed with uremia some time ago. This made the situation even worse for her already poor family. So during this period, she went to the streets to sell her paintings during the day, and live-streamed while painting at night. In her opinion, it doesn't matter if she works a little harder, as long as her grandmother can continue to receive hemodialysis in the hospital safely and continue to live, it is worth it. Unfortunately, her hard work and sweat are still not enough to offset the huge expense of hemodialysis twice a week. So, she was short of money, very short of money. There was silence for a while, during which Fong Piapiao even bit her lips until they bled. In the end, for the sake of her grandmother and the 200,000 yuan medical expenses promised by Li Muran, she gritted her teeth and accepted this extremely humiliating PK. Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 18, The Mighty Emperor of Chu. Chu Feng originally just wanted to watch a live broadcast, clear out the shark fins in his account, complete the system task and start the live broadcast consumption rebate mode. Unexpectedly, this drama happened in the live broadcast room. In fact, Chu Feng was not familiar with either Fong Piapiao or Li Muran. I've only heard of their names and seen their looks. There is no intersection in real life. But judging from today's live PK, Li Muran was really aggressive. Even if you two are rivals in love, there is no need to humiliate others like this. Is it great to be rich? Does having money give you the power to trample on other people's dignity? Her behavior undoubtedly touched Chu Feng's bottom line. But just when Chu Feng frowned and was dissatisfied with Li Muran, this live broadcast PK also kicked off. Although Li Muran was arrogant before, it seemed as if he would not stop until Fong Piapiao was crushed to death. But her appearance is indeed outstanding. Plus, Li Muran was originally from the music department. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was truly amazing. Therefore, she has many followers in her live broadcast room. In order to win a beautiful woman's smile, these people risked their lives and spent a lot of money. Ran, we support you. Come on, Ran, beat up that saintly bitch on the other side. Come on, let's go rock it. However, in just a dozen seconds, the number of gifts in Fong Piapiao's live broadcast room fell far behind the other party. It's even possible that the two sides are not at the same level or grade at all. Looking at the gifts I received, the number increased by leaps and bounds. The smile on Li Muran's face became brighter and brighter. Fong Piapiao, you bitch, I'll let you seduce Brother Dong. This time, I want to watch you striptease in front of thousands of people. Then post the video on the school forum. When the time comes, I wonder if Brother Dong will still like a scumbag like you who doesn't even care about his dignity for money. At this time, Li Muran became happier and more excited the more he thought about it. It seemed as if she could vaguely see the boy her childhood sweetheart changing his mind and coming back to her. At the same time, Fong Piapiao was also staring at her phone intently. Although there are many loyal fans in her live broadcast room who give her gifts and cheer her on. However, Fong Piapiao has no other talents except painting. Besides, the popularity of her live broadcast room is not as good as Li Muran's. So the speed of receiving gifts is extremely slow. Besides, the punishment bet between Fong Piapiao and Li Muran was unfair. If Li Muran loses, he will only give money to Fong Piapiao. It will not bring any substantial benefits to the fans who work hard to give rewards. But if Fong Piapiao lost, it would be different. She wants to striptease in public. This is definitely a benefit among benefits for LSPS who roam around in various live broadcast rooms. Thank you for the gift from AI Piapiao Taro. Thank you for the gift from Donji Ihozui. Although the gifts in his live broadcast room are pitifully few compared to Li Muran's. But Fong Piapiao still held back tears as she kept thanking the fans who had given her gifts. There was only 1 minute left for the PK. Finally, a fan named Zanjian Zudianya showed up and spoke in Fong Piapiao's live broadcast room. Brothers, work harder. Can you really bear to watch the beautiful girl Piapiao being humiliated like this? Unfortunately, not many people responded to what he typed on the public screen. It seems that everything is a foregone conclusion. Even at this moment, many black fans began to emerge. Hee hee, you just pretend all day long. Now you're done for now, right? Brother upstairs, look at what you said. If someone gave you 200,000 yuan, you would probably take off your underwear. Take it off, and you will be free from all worries in life from now on. Looking at the ruthless ridicule of these people on the screen, Fang Piapiao could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. But even so, this strong girl still didn't cry out. However, just when everyone thought that the PK was settled, a platform prompt suddenly lit up on the public screen in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to user Chu Liuxiang for opening the Super Emperor privilege in Fang Piapiao's live broadcast room. A moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Next. The public screen was also in an uproar. Fuck, who is this Chu Liuxiang? He is so domineering. Yes, Super Emperor, 180,000 to start, and 120,000 per month thereafter. Where did this super rich guy come from? 66,666. The Emperor of Chu is mighty. Emperor Chu, please save our Miss Piapiao as soon as possible. Li Muran was also confused when faced with the Emperor user who suddenly appeared in the other party's live broadcast room. But soon she sneered. So what if I'm a Super Emperor user? At worst, I'll just spend the money myself. I only have 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in pocket money. How can I be afraid of you? Having said that, Li Muran prepared to take action himself and directly suppress Fang Piapiao on the opposite side. However, at this moment, Fang Piapiao's live broadcast room was boiling again. User Chu Liuxiang presented anchor Fang Piapiao with a super rocket 1. User Chu Liuxiang presented anchor Fang Piapiao with 2 super rockets. User Chu Liuxiang presented anchor Fang Piapiao with 66 super rockets. 66 super fire bullets flew into the sky, causing the entire live broadcast room to freeze. For a time, I can no longer see the comments from those netizens on the public screen. The only messages left in Fang Piapiao's entire live broadcast room were from the platform. Fuck, awesome crass. The Emperor of Chu is mighty and domineering. This is the rhythm of a hero saving a beauty. Could it be that my little sister Piapiao has fallen? Really? Looking at the screen full of fire, Fang Piapiao was completely stunned. She didn't expect that she could turn the situation around even in such a doomed situation. Covering her mouth, Fang Piapiao even forgot to express her gratitude. Just stood there stupidly. And at this time on the other side, Li Muran was furious. Because she never expected that when she was about to force that bitch Fang Piapiao into a desperate situation, a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ruined her good fortune. Thinking of this, Li Muran almost went crazy. I picked up my phone and prepared to buy myself gifts to get back at myself. However, at this moment, in Fang Piapiao's live broadcast room, the user named Chu Liuxiang suddenly left a message. If you want to fight, I will fight. If the opponent wants to continue, I don't mind sending 666 more super fire. As soon as these words came out, Li Muran on the opposite side suddenly felt a little unconfident. After all, 666 is super popular, that's 1 to 200,000 or 300,000. Although I don't know whether what the other party said is true or false. But judging from Chu Liuxiang's arrogance, this guy definitely has some strength. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Li Muran on the other side of the screen finally put down his phone. You're so cruel. But this matter is not over today. Chu Liuxiang, right? I've got this ID. Just wait for me. After saying that, the furious Li Muran directly turned off the live broadcast on his phone. At the same time, Chu Feng also received a private message in the background of the Shark Live broadcast platform requesting to add a friend. And this applicant was none other than Fang Piapiao. Chapter 19 Su Muxing S Plan. After accepting the friend request in the background, Chu Feng soon received a private message from Fang Piapiao. Hello, Emperor Chu. Thank you very much for the PK just now. But the gift you gave me is too expensive. If it is convenient, I would like to add your WeChat and return the reward share of the Shark platform to you. I have to say that this little beauty in Chinese painting is really honest and simple. In today's age where profit is paramount, which of those beautiful anchors who have risen to fame by relying on their looks and charm doesn't want to make more money while they are still young? But she was so good that she was eager to return the reward she had received. In response to this, Chuong shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Fong Pia Piao is more innocent than I imagined. As he said that, Chuong picked up his phone and sent her a reply. No, what's given to you is yours. Use this money to treat your grandma. If it's not enough, you can contact me again. As soon as Chuong sent this private message, Fong Pia Piao, who was holding her phone in the studio of Mingzhu Media University, couldn't help but be stunned. What does he mean by this? Is he hinting at something? Although Fong Pia Piao never considered herself as a member of the live broadcast circle from the beginning to the end, she had heard a lot about the unspoken rules in the live broadcast circle. A private transaction between a big boss and a female anchor. She has even heard of the so-called trip benefits. So when she saw the text message sent by Chuong, she would unconsciously think in that direction. And the more I think about it, the more ashamed and angry I become. But soon, she pulled herself out of this strange emotion. Because she found that the other party just replied to her simply with one sentence, and then there was no further response. He was not in a hurry to give out his WeChat, nor did he make any unreasonable requests. It was as if the whole person had disappeared out of thin air. This made Fong Pia Piao, who was originally feeling uneasy, suddenly confused and lost. The whole night, this beautiful Chinese painting girl kept holding her mobile phone in her arms. She was obviously conflicted. It seems like he is waiting for something, but also afraid of something. Of course. At this time, Fong Pia Piao didn't know that after Chuong replied to her message, he directly switched to another live broadcast room and continued his journey of giving away money. After all, you have to spend 20 million shark fins in 3 days. This is not only a technical job, but also a physical job. More than an hour later, Chuong finally got tired and just leaned back on the leather chair in the study. However, overall, he gained something from his busy hour or so. He took a quick look through all the live broadcast rooms on the Shark platform, big and small, popular and unpopular. He also casually gave away more than 1,000 rounds of Super Fire. Plus the 66 Super Fire shots that were given to Fong Pia Piao before. In just 1 hour, Chuong consumed nearly 4 million shark fins in the Shark live room. After this battle, the name of the wealthy Chuong also began to rise on the Shark live streaming platform. After all, 4 million were spent overnight. This level of tycoon has not appeared on the Shark platform for a long time. But just when Chuong was about to calm down for a while, his Shark backstage exploded, and there were continuous prompt sounds. When I clicked on it, all I saw were requests to add friends. There were a few of them that left a deep impression on Chuong. For example, Coach Wang, who has a great dancing style. That figure, that look. Just 2 words to describe it. Chuong just casually flipped through the application list and picked out a few female anchors who he had a good impression of and added them. But just when he finished his work and was about to log off, a familiar avatar suddenly appeared. However, the other party did not come to apply to be added as a friend, because she was already a friend of Chuong's account. First, a mischievous expression. Immediately afterwards, a message with a hint of ridicule and resentment came. Brother, you can do it. You spent 4 million shark fins overnight. Now the entire Shark platform is full of your name, Emperor Chu. But where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? Looking at the familiar avatar on the phone and the light-hearted and teasing tone between the lines, Chuong immediately revealed a doting smile. Because the little girl who sent him a message in the middle of the night was none other than his own sister Chu Luoluo. Little girl, you are so dishonest all day long. Can you just joke about robbing a bank? I just got lucky and won the lottery. Chu Luoluo, TSK, I don't believe you. If you said you were kept by a rich woman, I would believe it. With your African luck, how can you win the lottery? Chuong, you're right, little girl, you guessed it right. I am indeed being kept by a rich woman. I can't help it. I've had a bad stomach since I was a child. I was born to be a gigolo. Chu Luoluo, oh. The brother and sister quarreled with each other like this for a while. Finally, Chu Luoluo said very impolitely, by the way, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, I will make my first live broadcast. I hope that Emperor Chu can also visit my live broadcast room and support me. Of course, if someone dares not to come, he will bear the consequences at his own risk. After saying that, Chu Luoluo went offline directly, without giving Chuong any chance to refute. In response to this, Chuong could only smile bitterly. After all, Who made that quirky little girl opposite him his sister? If you don't love your own sister, who will? At the same time. Opposite is Tan Palace Villa number 2. Du Linger was lazily lying on the chaise longue in the study, making a video call. The person appearing on the other side of the screen was none other than Su Mucheng, who was wearing a gauze pajamas, showing off her graceful figure. Sisterling, please take a look at this set. Isn't that a bit too conservative? Du Linger was tortured terribly by Su Muiying throughout the entire night. After all, this celebrity president had changed into more than a dozen sets of pajamas of different styles that would make one's nose bleed in just half an hour. If you don't know, you might think that Shenglong Entertainment will change its business to selling pajamas in the future? Looking at the excited Su Muhong on the other side of the screen, Du Linger pinched her brows with a painful look on her face and begged for mercy. My dear sister, please let your sisterling go. For a peerless enchantress like you, you'll look as beautiful as a fairy no matter what you wear, okay? Seeing Du Linger's perfunctory response, Su Muqian looked displeased. How can that be possible? I plan to complete my mission in one fell swoop tomorrow night, so I must be very careful about the pajamas. Hearing Su Muiying's words, Du Linger's expression changed slightly. Obviously it was a kind of inexplicable loss, mixed with a hint of sadness. While subconsciously touching her still slightly red and swollen ankle, Du Linger continued to speak to Su Mucheng, who was a little excited on the other end of the video. Xiao Xian, have you really decided? Will you not think about it again? However, Su Mucheng's answer was very decisive. Don't think about it. I made this decision 3 years ago. In this life, this is him. So I went to the company today and cancelled all my work plans in the near future. In the battle tomorrow night, I must succeed in taking him down. Sister Ling, just wait for my good news. Looking at Su Muxiang on the other end of the video, she was so firm and resolute, and the smile on her face was so genuine and sweet, she looked just like a silly girl in love. For this reason, Du Linger's heart trembled for no reason. That is envy, or even jealousy. Obviously, Du Linger was a little distracted. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but emerge with the embarrassing scene that happened in the villa opposite in the afternoon. Especially Chu Feng's domineering princess hug. At this moment, when she recalled it, she blushed, her heart beat fast, and she felt dizzy. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the study, interrupting Du Linger's thoughts and also interrupting the video call between her and Su Muxiang. Miss, have you rested? Chapter 20. Du Linger is decisive in killing. After wandering at the study door for a while, Lin Yaodong heard Du Linger's voice coming from the room. Come in. Next second. Lin Yaodong looked a little hurried and pushed the door open. At this time, Du Linger had already ended the video call with Su Muiying. At the same time, she got down from the chaise longue and sat at the desk. Uncle Dong, you came here so late, did you find any clues about what happened during the day? As she spoke, Du Linger was startled and turned to look at Lin Yaodong, who was walking towards her. Lin Yaodong seemed a little embarrassed at this time. He opened his mouth and stammered. That. I'm sorry, miss, the identity of the person who made the deal with Fang Yuanshan is too secretive. I haven't been able to find any clues yet. After hearing what Lin Yaodong said, Du Linger immediately rolled her eyes at him and sneered twice in dissatisfaction. Ah, Uncle Dong, you are really good. Since you haven't found out anything, why are you coming to my place in the middle of the night? Faced with the scolding from his eldest lady, Lin Yaodong was not embarrassed, but smiled innocently. Hey, miss, although I have no idea about this matter yet. But I did find out some other things, and I think the young lady would be interested in them. Oh? Something else? What? Looking at your smug expression, could it be that you have found out about the private lives of those two bastards? Seeing Lin Yaodong's mean look, Du Linger still had a cold face. After all, she hadn't had time to settle the bill with Lin Yaodong from that afternoon. Of course, Uncle Dong in front of him looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Faced with the question from his eldest daughter, he did not speak in a hurry, but took out a stack of photos from his pocket first. Miss, please take a look at this first. Du Linger was stunned. Then he reached out and took the photo from Lin Yaodong's hand. Soon, her facial expression became unhappy and she growled at Lin Yaodong in a low voice. Lin Yaodong, have you been too idle to do anything lately? Isn't this the scene of a car accident? Why are you showing me this? Lin Yaodong chuckled and said, Miss, you are right. This is indeed the scene of a car accident. But this car accident is not a simple one. Hearing what Lin Yaodong said, Du Linger almost went crazy. Not simple? Oh, it's just a car accident, how can it be so complicated? Could it be possible that the black Buick in the photo could fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Du Linger spoke rapidly, her beautiful eyes were cold, and a deadly murderous aura came over her. Seeing this, Lin Yaodong quickly waved his hand and explained, "No, miss, that's not what I meant." "So what do you mean?" Gnawing his back teeth. Du Linger now only regretted that the redness and swelling on her ankle had not gone away. Otherwise, she really wanted to stand up and beat Lin Yaodong up. "Miss, please don't misunderstand me. What I want to say is that this car accident is related to Mr. Chu in Villa number 1 across the street." Lin Yaodong said this. Sure enough, Du Linger's expression immediately eased up. Moreover, her beautiful face showed a hint of nervousness and worry. "How is this car accident related to Chuong? Tell me in detail." Seeing the storm in front of him suddenly stop, Lin Yaodong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Du Linger's performance made him more certain of his guess. It seems that the eldest lady has really fallen in love this time. Otherwise, why would she be so concerned about Brother Chu's safety? Thinking of this, Lin Yaodong hurriedly said, "That's right, young lady. This evening, not long after we left Mr. Chu's house, I received a report from my cousin Li. It is said that last night, 2 Red Flower clan members with Qing sect background drove a Buick car and were sneaking around the Tan Palace. I was worried that they were coming for you, miss, so I sent someone to investigate in detail. Later, not long after, we heard that they had a car accident on the Pearl Expressway. It is said that the black Buick they were driving was following a Carman King. And that Kalman King is the car that Mr. Chu is riding on." Without hiding anything, Lin Yaodong reported all the information he had obtained to Du Linger. Du Linger was a little flustered when she heard this. Even the pair of delicate hands placed peacefully on the desk trembled subconsciously. It was unknown how long it took for Du Linger to calm down her uneasy mood. "So, someone in Qingmen wants to attack Chuong?" "Yes, miss." "Find out who that person is, huh?" Du Linger's expression became colder and colder, and she asked harshly. "My dear miss, we have already investigated it. It is Lu Hailong, the leader of Dongpu, who is from the Guang generation." Upon hearing the name, Du Linger snorted with disdain. "Is it him? He's just a clown. Miss, do you want me to come out in person and warn Lu Hailong? After all, Mr. Chu and you." Before Lin Yaodong could finish his words, Du Linger immediately turned around and glared at him fiercely. Just one glance. Lin Yaodong was so scared that he quickly changed his words. I mean, after all, Mr. Chu has a special status. Since he was able to spend a fortune to buy a building like Tangong number 1, his background must be extraordinary. We should not easily provoke people like this." Lin Yaodong was very knowledgeable and understanding. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately found a perfect way out for his eldest daughter. After all, girls are thin-skinned, which is understandable. In response, Du Linger pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, since you already have a plan in mind, Uncle Don, let's handle everything according to your ideas." But when she got to this point, Du Linger's beautiful eyes suddenly froze and she changed the subject. "But when you see Lu Hailong, remember to tell him a message for me. Tell him that if he makes a mistake, he has to pay the price. Let him leave one hand behind as a warning to others." Hearing Du Linger's cruel and murderous words, Lin Yaodong didn't seem surprised at all. After all, our eldest daughter has been known as the iron-blooded thornflower since her debut. Of course, without such drastic measures, she, a girl, would not be able to control the 2 bastards that the old man had fathered outside. Yes. Please rest assured, miss, I will handle this matter properly. I will never let this kind of accident happen again." After making a solemn promise, Lin Yaodong left Du Linger's study with a smile on his face. At the same time, Du Linger struggled to support herself and walked slowly to the window of the study. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, she couldn't help but look towards Tangong number 1 not far away opposite. Chuong, I didn't expect that a little boy like you could not only make Xiaochang a bewildered girl, but also provoke Honghua from my Qingmen to take action? What kind of person are you?" While whispering, Du Linger's beautiful eyes became blurred. Chapter 21. Are you going on a blind date? It's night. The Dynasty Entertainment Club in Ningzhou City. At this moment, Ma Lu was kneeling tremblingly in front of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was not tall, about 1.6 meters. But his face was extremely ferocious and full of anger. Especially the centipede-shaped scar under his eye. As soon as the facial expression changes slightly, it becomes disgusting, as if a bloody reptile is crawling in the corner of the eye. Lord Long, this matter is really not my fault. I didn't expect that guy would do something like this on the expressway. I feel so wronged. I really feel so wronged. Kneeling on the cold floor, Ma Lu kept shouting out his injustice. But the Dragon Lord just sat there quietly, playing with a pair of lion heads in his hands. However, Long Yi's sinister eyes never left Ma Lu. I don't know how much time passed before Lord Long sneered. Ma Lu, you can be considered an old man who has been with me for many years. Besides, you've never failed in something like this before. Originally, based on your past performance, even if you failed this time, I shouldn't hold you responsible. But you shouldn't have played tricks on me, Master Long. As he said that, the Dragon Lord snorted coldly, and slammed his big hands holding a pair of lion heads on the table. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. The pair of lion heads in Long Yi's hands, which had long been polished into jade, were smashed to pieces by him. Ma Lu, do you really think that I, Lord Long, am so easy to fool? Yes, you and the second brother had a car accident on the expressway, and therefore missed the target. I can't blame you for all this. But tell me, why did you, the driver, only suffer minor injuries in this car accident, while my brother was admitted to the ICU? Why? Hearing Long Yi's angry roar, Ma Lu collapsed to the ground. I. Cold sweat dripped from the corners of Ma Lu's eyes, even soaking the floor beneath him. Why, you can't tell. With a cold snort, Lord Long snapped his fingers on the spot. Then, two young men in black suits walked in. They came to Lord Long respectfully. Lord Long. Long Yi sneered and waved his hand, pointing at Ma Lu, who was lying on the floor, saying, Go, throw this guy who is always causing trouble but not doing anything good into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Yes, Lord Long. Lord Long, spare my life. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lord Long, please spare my life. The terrified Ma Lu could only kowtow and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, his pleading did not have any effect. Even at this time, Lord Long was too lazy to even look at him. It was not until Ma Lu was dragged away like a dead dog by several men in black that the corners of Long Yi's mouth twitched. He did not turn around, but instructed his men, Xiao Wu, notify all the brothers in Dongpu and have them gather overnight. I will go and kill that little naked guy named Feng tonight. Humph, if he dares to let my brother Lu Hailong go to the ICU, I will send his entire family to a mass grave. Yes, Lord Long. Seeing Lord Long in such a desperate state, his men naturally did not dare to neglect him. However, at this moment, a panting figure ran in from outside. Master Long, Uncle Dong is here. He wants to see you. Whom? Upon hearing this, Long Yi snorted in confusion. Then he frowned and muttered to himself, Uncle Dong? Hasn't he always been by the young lady's side, protecting her safety? Why are you coming to my territory at this time? Although Lord Long was full of doubts at this time. But he did not dare to neglect a big shot like Uncle Dong. After a moment of hesitation, Master Long said quickly, Go and call the maids Mei, Lan, Ju, and Ju first. Arrange for them to accompany Uncle Dong. I'll change my clothes and be there soon. Don't bother with that. I'm already here. As the cold voice rang out at the door, a chilling dagger flew through the air and stabbed directly into the palm of Long Yi's left hand. Then, Lin Yaodong's figure stood in front of Long Yi without anyone noticing. It has to be said that Lin Yaodong's sudden move really scared Lu Hailong and his men. But Lu Hailong is also a ruthless person. Just like that, he pulled out the dagger that was pierced through his palm in front of everyone. Even though he was sweating profusely from the pain, he didn't make a sound. What is even more terrifying is that this guy actually held the dagger stained with his own blood in both hands and came to Lin Yaodong respectfully. Uncle Dong, your knife. Seeing Lu Hailong's reaction, even an old hand like Lin Yaodong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Good. You are a man of character. I usually underestimate you. Lu Hailong looked calm. Uncle Dong, thank you for your praise. You are the uncle, and I am the nephew. The most important thing for us Qingmen disciples is to respect our teachers and honor the teachings. Even if you want my life today, I, Lu Hailong, will never dare to say no. Having said this, Lu Hailong changed the subject. But Uncle Dong, even if I die, you have to let me be a clear-headed ghost. I, Lu Hailong, have never offended you. Why did you come here so late at night and stab me? What on earth are you up to? I hope Uncle Dong can give me some clear instructions. Seeing that Lu Hailong was quite sensible, Lin Yaodong smiled calmly and spoke frankly. Because you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Mr. Chu, who lives in Tan Palace, has a powerful background. He is not someone you and I can mess with. According to the eldest lady's intention, you should have been left with one hand as a warning to others. But I see that you are quite sensible, so I will keep your hand for you today. I hope you'll learn from this and realize that some people are not someone you can touch. If there is a next time, not only will it be difficult to save this hand, but even your life will be in danger. Hearing Lin Yaodong's warning, Lu Hailong felt his scalp tingling. After all, as the leader of Dongpu, he is the one who knows Qingmen's influence in Mingzhu best. Now, even the Qingmen boss Lin Yaodong and the eldest lady behind him, who they thought they could not afford to offend, were caught up in the trap by himself. This feeling of constant anxiety is more difficult for him to accept than killing him directly. If things don't go well, I will have to live in fear and anxiety every day from now on. Just think of this. Lu Hailong immediately directed all his resentment towards another person. This person was none other than the mastermind behind the murder, Wu Qian. Wu Qian, it's all your fault. You're the one who harmed me. I, Long Yi, will remember this. Sooner or later, I will slowly settle this account with you. The next morning, the sun shone brightly across the courtyard. Chu Feng, who was lying on the big bed in the villa and planning to sleep until he woke up naturally, was awakened by the continuous ringing of the phone. Who is it, disturbing my sweet sleep so early in the morning? Picking up the phone, Chu Feng, who was in a bad mood after waking up, was about to answer the call and confront the other party. But when he saw the caller ID on the screen, he immediately lost his temper. Because the person who was bombarding his phone early in the morning was none other than his mother, who was far away in his hometown of Yuhang. Although Chu Feng's biological parents divorced a long time ago and remarried. But this did not affect the relationship between Chu Feng and them. After all, blood is thicker than water, and this is a fact that cannot be changed at any time. Mom, what are you doing so early in the morning? Even the bombers are not as diligent as you are, right? Stop talking nonsense to me, little brat. This weekend, what plans do you have? Chu Feng's mother is a quick-tempered person and she gets straight to the point right away. What can I plan? I'm about to graduate. I'm going to the library to look up information and write my thesis. Okay, since you don't have any projects, I'll arrange a project for you. Your uncle Zhang knows that you are about to graduate and you are studying in the directing department of Mingzhu Media University, so he arranged a blind date for you with a girl. He is also studying at Mingzhu now. He is a top student at Mingzhu and Fudan University. I'll send you the meeting place later. It's 2 p.m. Don't be late. Hearing this, Chu Feng almost jumped out of the bed. Mom, I haven't even graduated yet, and you're already busy arranging a blind date for me. Aren't you a little too anxious? Anxious? When I was your age, you were already flirting with other girls in kindergarten. Am I anxious? After being criticized by his own mother, Chu Feng was instantly furious and was unable to refute. Okay, I made an appointment with your Aunt Wang to go shopping in the supermarket this morning, so I won't say any more to you. Hang up. Before Chu Feng could react, he heard the sound of the phone being hung up. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone, which went out instantly, Boss Chu Feng was speechless. Is this my biological mother? However, just as he looked hurt and resentful, the phone screen lit up again. Soon, on the other end of the phone, Chu Feng's mother's machine gun-like voice sounded again. Stinky boy, I've already sent you the meeting address. I've also transferred $2,000 to you. If you have time now, go buy yourself some decent clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. Finally, and most importantly, don't stand up other girls. Do you hear me? After a violent sweep of words, Mother Chu on the other end of the phone still didn't give Chu Feng any chance to speak and directly hung up the call. In this regard, Chu Feng had no better solution except to get used to it and smile bitterly. Oh. Never mind. My mother has personally issued the decree, so we can only go through the motions and deal with it when the time comes. Having made up his mind, Chu Feng threw the damn phone aside and prepared to take a good nap. But not long after he lay down, his cell phone rang again. This time, Chu Feng didn't even bother to check the caller ID. He just answered the call and complained to the person on the other end of the line. Oh my god, it's just a blind date. Why do you have to worry about it? I'll go. I promise to go, isn't that enough? You want to go on a blind date? Before he finished speaking, a girl's heavenly voice sounded urgently from the other end of the line. Chapter 22. You are pregnant. Hearing the gentle yet familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Chuong was stunned, then he flipped over and sat up from the bed. Who are you? Sue. Staring at the strange number on his phone, Chuong was about to blurt out the words Mr. Sue. But I thought that the other party didn't seem to be happy for me to call her Ms. Sue. So, he changed his words when the words came to his lips. Ms. Sue. I'm sorry, I was just bombarded with calls from my mom, so I subconsciously thought this call was from my mom. Su Muxiang didn't want to listen to Chu Feng's explanation. She just asked persistently, did your mother arrange a blind date for you? Chu Feng subconsciously pulled his head. Today? Su Muiying continued to ask, his tone hurried and nervous. Yes, this afternoon at 2. Chu Feng was puzzled and thought, what's wrong with this Mr. Su? Why is he so concerned about my private affairs? It's really strange. Of course. Su Muqing's sudden call not only made Chu Feng confused, but also reminded him of the task assigned by the system before. First blood? Could it be that the system is playing tricks again? Is this Su Muxing here to give away first blood? But soon, he shook his head, thinking that his idea was simply too ridiculous. At the same time, after a moment of silence, Su Muiying spoke again, are you going to go? Chu Feng was stunned and said helplessly, what else can I do if I don't go? Mom has already issued a death order. But there doesn't seem to be any activities today, so I'll just go out for a walk. By the way, Miss Su, you called me so early, is there something wrong? Chu Feng didn't want Su Muxing to keep talking about his blind date, so he took the initiative to ask and put aside this embarrassing topic. When Su Muxing on the other end of the phone heard this, he immediately became resentful. Why, can't I come to you if I'm fine? Chu Feng was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to respond to Su Muxing's words. Sister, we just met once, okay? Your complaining tone makes me sound like an irresponsible scumbag? Seeing Chu Feng suddenly got stuck on the other end of the phone, Su Muiying spoke again, saying in a domineering tone, well, send me the address of the blind date, I'll find you, and we can meet and talk. This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Chu Feng suddenly felt a headache and couldn't figure out what Su Muxing was going to do. Something's inappropriate. Don't worry, I won't ruin your fun. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Feng to reply, Su Muxiang hung up the phone angrily. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he was sitting at the head of the bed, holding the phone, with a confused look on his face. What's wrong with you today? Everyone is so irritable, they don't even give me a chance to speak. Did I wake up the wrong way today? As he spoke, Chu Feng was still staring at the expensive double bed beneath him, lost in thought. At the same time, he was still muttering to himself. Should I give this address to you, or give it to you, or give it to you? Emma, it's really too confusing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside a coffee shop on Ringmin Road. Chu Feng arrived at the agreed location early, found a seat by the window and sat down, and ordered a pot of ice blue mountain. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party seemed to have no sense of time. I waited for more than half an hour, and the pot of ice blue mountain was almost empty, but I didn't see the legendary blind date. In response to this, Chu Feng frowned slightly, feeling displeased. At this time, he planned to call his mother, report the battle situation, and then leave on his own. After all, this so-called blind date was just a formality for him. However, just as he took out his cell phone and looked through the call records, a girl with glasses and average looks walked in from outside. Although this girl is not very old, she is wearing all branded clothes. He even looks up when walking, and you can tell at first glance that he has a difficult personality. Of course, in addition to her personality and appearance, Chu Feng also saw something else in her. Are you Chu Feng? The girl named Zhao Wei walked a few steps to Chu Feng and began to look down at the boy in front of her who was on a blind date with a condescending look. Not bad, he looks pretty good. But if you want to pursue me, you must meet a few of my requirements. First, you need to prepare a house in Ningzhu. Second, the annual salary must be over 1 million. Third, build a villa for my parents in my hometown. Fourth, I have a younger brother. You will have to pay for his living expenses, tuition, and marriage expenses. As long as you agree to these conditions, I can consider letting you pursue me. Listening to Zhao Hui's series of excessive demands, Look at her powdery face again. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, and his eyes looked as if he was looking at a fool. Is there something wrong with this woman? Materialism, money worship, Voldemort, she basically has it all, and she acts arrogantly as if you are honored to be pursued by me. Nowadays, if anyone marries a woman like this, he would be in great misfortune for the rest of his life. Well, do you understand what I said? Seeing Chu Feng remain silent, Zhao Wei folded her arms and spoke again. Her aura is at least 2 meters high, and she looks like she is the most beautiful woman in the world and everything she says is right. Chu Feng would naturally not indulge this weird fighter. He just smiled and said slowly, Student Zhao Wei, I have heard your request just now. But in my opinion, given your personal conditions, you shouldn't come for a blind date. Instead, you should go to the hospital. As soon as Chu Feng said this, Zhao Wei exploded on the spot. Mr. Chu, what do you mean by this? Humph, if your mom hadn't been begging and pleading with grandpa and grandma to find you a date, do you think I'd want to come to this shabby place to go on a blind date with you? I can give you a chance, which is a blessing you have earned in your previous life. Not only are you not grateful, you're also here accusing me of being sick. I think you are sick. You have a poor disease, a loser disease. Why would a poor loser like you come to a blind date? You are destined to be single for the rest of your life. Facing Zhao Hui's foul language, Chu Feng remained calm. Taking a sip of the coffee at hand, he smiled disdainfully, Student Zhao Hui, you seem to have misunderstood what I meant. I never told you that you were sick. I just wanted to tell you that you were pregnant. In your case, you should go to the hospital immediately and confirm with the fathers whether you want to keep the child or not. After all, buy one get one free, buy a big get a small free, these benefits are not acceptable to all men. But then again, no one would be willing to take over a house where someone has died. After saying this, Chu Feng tilted his head and looked at Zhao Wei opposite him, deliberately showing a harmless smile. You. Chapter 23 The rest of your time belongs to me. It has to be said that Chu Feng's skill in arguing with others has indeed reached the level of perfection and the pinnacle. Not only did he speak calmly and without using a single curse word, he also rendered Zhao Wei on the opposite side speechless, with her face turning blue and red, looking extremely ugly. The lethality of this is in no way less than the 108 postures he used to confront Wu Qian before. But at this moment, Zhao Wei was so angry that her breathing became rapid and she wished she would bleed to death on the spot. At the table next to her, a girl in a red baseball uniform and a peaked cap could no longer hold back her breath and started laughing wildly. No. I really couldn't hold it back anymore. I was dying of laughter. It really made me die of laughter. My dear, you have such a great mouth. How come I never noticed it before? Hearing the familiar voice and the sickly sweet dear in his ears, Chu Feng was instantly petrified. Su Muchong? What's going on? When did she come? Why didn't I notice anything? In fact, Su Muxing had already arrived at this cafe 2 hours ago following the address Chu Feng gave her. But after all, she is the president of Shanglong Entertainment and a nationally renowned public figure. So before coming, Su Muxing put on a subtle makeup and changed into a set of clothes that she rarely used. Plus the baseball cap that covered most of her face. If it weren't for the close contact, ordinary people would not be able to recognize her. After a round of ruthless mockery, Su Muxiang stood up, turned around with her pretty figure, and came behind Chu Feng. Then, she naturally opened her arms and wrapped them around Chu Feng's neck. Those red lips are even more wanton. He bit Chu Feng's ear directly. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the beautiful CEO of Shanglong Entertainment, the innocent little queen in the hearts of countless fans, would do such a bold and intimate thing to him in public. Just smelling the fragrance of orchids on Su Muching's body and feeling the 2 soft places behind his head, Chu Feng suddenly felt his blood boiling all over his body, and his nasal cavity felt like it was burning. Of course, this is not the most fatal thing. What was even more unexpected to him was Su Muxuan gently loosened her teeth and began to complain in his ear in an extremely charming tone. Honey, you are not a good kid. You actually ran out to have a blind date without telling me. Why, I can't satisfy you by myself? If that's the case, you might as well say so. At worst, I can just ask a few more sisters to accompany you. Why do you have to go out and look for those broken women? If I get sick by accident, it would be so worthless. After Su Muching said this, Zhao Wei on the opposite side was so ashamed and angry that she almost collapsed. After all, what Chu Feng said before that she was pregnant was true. What Su Muxiang said about her being a fallen woman was also true. You guys. Zhao Wei bit her back teeth tightly, and faced with the repeated hammering, she had no face to stay here any longer. Next second, she suddenly picked up her bag and left angrily without looking back. Now that the only audience had left, there was no need to continue this nonsense show. After calming himself down, Chu Feng turned his head and looked at Su Muching, who was still hugging him with both arms. Miss Su, she's gone. Can you let go now? I'm a little out of breath. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Muxiang immediately became unhappy. At this time, she was still addicted to acting and continued to immerse herself in her role. Humph, when we were together, you called me baby, but now you call me Miss Su. Hey, you stinky men. At this point, Su Muxiang actually sobbed tenderly in front of Chu Feng. For a moment, the eyes of everyone around were focused on the two of them. Especially those girls with petty bourgeois temperament. Originally, they had a slight liking for Chu Feng, who had outstanding looks. But now, this kind of popularity among passers-by has been strangled in the cradle by Su Muching's accusations. Chu Feng had no way to defend himself against this. He had no choice but to pull Su Muhang away hurriedly amid the strange gazes of the crowd. My Mr. Su, Miss Su, what are you trying to do? Standing on the curb, Chu Feng looked at Su Muching beside him speechlessly. But at this moment, Su Muching behaved out of character, with a lively expression showing the joy of a successful prank. Hee, classmate Chu Feng, what bad intentions could I have? It's just that I was addicted to acting and wanted to find the feeling. Chu Feng, this. Of course, the explosive acting skills that Su Muching just demonstrated were not as easy as she explained. After all, Chu Feng's attention was focused on that weird blind date girl. So he didn't pay attention to the changes in the surrounding environment. But Su Muxing is different. Although she had been sitting at the table next to Chu Feng, she eavesdropped on the conversation between Chu Feng and Zhao Wei. However, the attentive girl also noticed that in that small coffee shop, many girls were secretly paying attention to Chu Feng. What's more, there was a pair of young sisters with exquisite makeup whispering and betting with each other. They seemed to want to test who was more attractive between the two. Who can successfully catch a beautiful boy like Chu Feng? In fact, this situation is not uncommon in big cities like Shanghai. Especially those fake socialites who came from Pinduoduo. On the one hand, they demand extreme vanity and material enjoyment, and on the other hand, they also need handsome boys like Chu Feng to fill the emptiness, loneliness, and coldness in their hearts. In their opinion, since they are just having fun, why not find someone they like? Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. At the same time, some inexplicable emotion in Su Muhang's heart was at work. This led to her acting out a pitiful scene of a lovesick beauty and an unfaithful man. Of course, Su Muching would never admit these true thoughts deep in his heart in front of Chu Feng. Okay, classmate Chu Feng, your blind date has come to an end successfully, and my work as a guest actor has also been successfully completed. So, I now officially announce to you, classmate Chu Feng, the rest of your time belongs to me. Without further ado, Su Muhang took Chu Feng's hand and walked towards the parking lot in front of the cafe. However, Chu Feng didn't know at the moment that just across the road, a black SUV was parked quietly. Moreover, the car's window was half open. At the same time, a SLR camera lens was quietly extended from the car, as if capturing something. Chapter 24. Put it on and you'll be mine. Don't underestimate Su Muxing, she is the president of Shanglong Entertainment and a popular young diva. But on weekdays she is very lazy. In addition to fighting on two fronts, namely the company and the crew, Su Muhang was reluctant to go out most of the time. And even when she goes out, she only has one means of transportation. That was her own spacious and comfortable nanny car. However, for Chu Feng, Su Muching acted out of character today. Not only did he not bring an assistant, but he also drove a Maserati MC20 to the appointment himself. Of course, she chose this Maserati after careful consideration. After all, in Su Muching's garage, this MC20 is the cheapest. The reason for choosing this car is that it is not eye-catching. On the other hand, it also avoids embarrassment for Chu Feng. You know, Chu Feng is still just a student who has not yet graduated. Showing off your wealth and social status too much in front of him will only increase the distance between the two of you. This is not the situation that Su Muxing wants to see. But her worries seemed unnecessary. Because when Chu Feng saw her Maserati MC20, he didn't have much feeling. Get in the car, I'll take you to a nice place. With a smile on her brows, Su Muching's expression was mysterious, and even a little excited. With the roar of the engine, the Maserati rushed out of the outdoor parking lot of the cafe in the blink of an eye and was then submerged in the city's traffic. Ms. Su, I have a little immature question. I want to know, where are we going next and what are we going to do? Su Mushan chuckled and said, Classmate Chu Feng, what do you think we two, a man and a woman, who are so passionate about each other, should do later? Su Muqing's answer and the slightly teasing and meaningful look she gave Chu Feng directly pierced Chu Feng's entire being. A monster. Is this still the innocent little Queen Su Mushan known to the outside world? Isn't the contrast too great? Is she teasing me? Seeing Chu Feng's confused and speechless look, Su Muqing not only did not feel disgusted, but found him very cute. This may be the legendary beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Hee, classmate Chu Feng, don't look so surprised. Don't worry, I won't eat you. I asked you out today because I wanted you to have dinner with me, watch a movie, or something. How about this? This is a benefit that millions of fans would beg for but can't get. Su Muqing's tone was very brisk. But this lightness was mixed with a hint of a girl's heartbeat. Obviously, her plan today was far more than what she had just described. Eat, watch a movie? I don't believe you. A woman's mouth is a lie. Chu Feng raised his lips slightly. Miss Su, you are joking. You are a famous star in the entertainment industry. You are having dinner and watching movies with me, a student who has not even graduated yet. Aren't you afraid of being exposed by those paparazzi? Haha, expose me? In response to Chu Feng's doubts, Su Muqing sneered. Then let them be exposed. I would love that. This kind of gossip is of no value anyway. Besides, I'm not the kind of actress who relies on establishing a persona or following rules to get ahead. What can they do to me? Su Muqing said this with a proud look on his face. That look was as if she was announcing to the world that I am a wealthy woman and am not afraid of your dirty tricks at all. In this regard, Chu Feng could only pinch his nose awkwardly and smile without saying anything. After all, what Su Muqiang said just now was all true. As the president of Mingzhu Shanglong Entertainment, she is not only beautiful, rich and well-resourced, but also has the strong support of the Shanglong Group. That's why she has such confidence. On Mingzhu Avenue, the Maserati under Su Muqing's seat was driving neither fast nor slow. The boy and girl in the car were just chatting casually. Soon, we arrived at the Bund. Su Muqing parked the car in the underground garage with ease, and then led Chu Feng to number 18 the Bund, a French restaurant called Latelier. After the two entered the door, a waiter in black and white uniform quickly came to greet them. Obviously, he knew Su Muqing. With a professional smile on his face, the waiter said, Boss Su, you are here. We have reserved the table you ordered. Please follow me. As he spoke, the waiter's eyes occasionally glanced at Chu Feng, who was standing next to Su Muqing. Just a quick glance revealed a man's endless envy and desire. Soon, Su Muqing and Chu Feng were led by the restaurant waiter to a seat by the window. Outside the window is the Bund and the Huangpu River, and the Oriental Pearl Tower, which symbolizes the entire Pearl River, is on the opposite bank. As the two of them sat down, the restaurant staff began to get busy. Flowers, fine wine, red candles, and the most authentic French cuisine here. For a moment, even Chu Feng, who was in the middle of it, couldn't help but reveal a shocked and weird expression. Because in his opinion, Su Muqing's actions today were abnormal. Now, add the flowers and red candles on the table, and the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. Faced with this situation, it would be a lie to say that Chu Feng was not moved at all. After all, red wine and candlelight are both holy grail of flirting. Besides, he had just secretly glanced at the customers at other tables and found that there were no flowers or red candles on their tables. Obviously, these were all specially prepared by Su Muqing. However, just as Chu Feng was lost in thought, staring blankly at the Huangpu River outside the window, Su Muqing on the opposite side smiled shyly and took out his ultimate weapon of the day. There was only a click sound. A small black gift box with a beautiful appearance was placed in front of Chu Feng. Inside the gift box, a completely transparent, exquisitely carved sapphire ring is shining brightly. Miss Su, what is this? Chu Feng was really shocked by Su Muqing's sudden move. A gift for you. Put it on. From now on, you are mine. Hearing Su Muqing's domineering oath, Chu Feng was stunned. What's going on? Is she expressing her love? Proposal? Still. But, this is too abrupt. Besides, did we both get the script wrong? But just when Chu Feng's head was confused, his eyes were wide open, and he didn't know how to react. Su Muxuan on the opposite side was neither hurried nor slow, and smiled sweetly. Then she took out another thing from the bag she was carrying. Chapter 25, Life is full of encounters. Chu Feng, I know you must have a lot of doubts and confusions in your heart right now. But this coat in my hand should help you remember some things. At this time, Su Muching no longer felt the nervousness and excitement he had at the beginning. Her eyes were calm. There were even twinkling tears. But the tears in the corners of her eyes were not from pain, but from the long-awaited determination and desire. After all, she had been waiting for the scene in this person for 3 years and more than 1,000 days and nights. Seeing Su Mucheng's moved expression, Chu Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart for no reason. Reach out slowly. He gently took the white coat from Su Mucheng's hand. The coat had 2 cuffs burned but was still washed very clean and folded very neatly. This is my clothes? Chu Feng recognized the white coat in his hand at a glance. Because this was a birthday present his sister Chu Luo bought him when he was 18 years old using her saved pocket money. Of course, at this time he also remembered the fire that occurred on the Yuhang film set 3 years ago. Yes, this is your coat. 3 years ago, you saved me from the fire wearing this white coat. You were brave and fearless at that time, and came to me like a god descending from heaven. That feeling was like a ray of light, a ray of hope that illuminated the darkest and most helpless moment in my life. And I, following this light, have been looking for you for 3 whole years. As he spoke, Su Muxian waved his hand violently and wiped away the tears that were dripping down his cheeks. Then she looked at Chu Feng with the most determined and courageous eyes in her life. Chu Feng, be my boyfriend. Hearing Su Mucheng's emotional words, Chu Feng fell silent. I don't know how long it was before he put aside the white coat that originally belonged to him. Then, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and he slowly stretched out his hand. Closed the gift box containing the sapphire ring on the dining table. Seeing Chu Feng's action, Su Mucheng immediately panicked. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Feng's smile on the opposite side. Thank you for telling me all this, Miss Su. However, I rushed into the fire without hesitation because of my instinct, not because I wanted to gain anything afterwards. As he spoke, Chu Feng crossed his hands and calmly placed them on the dining table. At the same time, those captivating eyes couldn't help but wander over Su Mucheng. After a few seconds, Chu Feng spoke again. To be honest, any man would be tempted by a national goddess like Miss Su. It's just that I don't want to base the relationship between men and women on gratitude. This doesn't meet my criteria for starting a new relationship. After saying that, Chu Feng gently pushed the exquisite black gift box in front of him in front of Su Mucheng with his fingers. And this ring. Ms. Su seems to have got the order wrong. Once I wear this ring, I am yours. But I have to become your boyfriend first, and then I will be qualified to accept gifts from my girlfriend. Listening to Chu Feng's words and staring at his eloquent appearance, Su Mucheng couldn't help but be a little dazed. In fact, before this, Su Mucheng had thought about it repeatedly in his mind. When I confess my feelings, how will Chu Feng react? Do you accept it with pleasure? Or are you still too excited to let go of this little rich woman of yours? Or are you complaining about yourself and bitterly refusing on the grounds that your status and position don't match up? But what she never expected was. Chu Feng's answer to himself was so domineering yet gentle, resolute yet cultured. The most important thing is that even Su Muiying himself felt that what he said made a lot of sense. That attitude was neither eager to curry favor, nor to refuse outright. Especially the way he handled the ring demonstrated the bottom line and dignity that a man should have. After being silent for a long time, Su Muiying finally came back to his senses. Chu Feng, then between us. Obviously, Su Muhong no longer had the domineering attitude he had when he first gave the ring to her, nor did he have the moving emotion he had when he had an emotional outburst afterwards. At this moment, she was like a timid girl next door, wanting to say something but hesitant. In response, Chu Feng smiled casually. Let's eat first. Anyway, I have no plans to leave Mingzhu after graduation. So, as long as Miss Su is willing, we will have plenty of time to slowly get to know each other in the future. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Mucheng immediately smiled. That's right, there's a lot of time to come. After all, things like feelings can be cultivated slowly. As he spoke, Su Muxing picked up the wine glass at hand and took a sip generously. After all, for Su Muhong at this moment, his plan tonight was not a success, but it was not a failure either. At least Chu Feng did not reject me outright because of the gap between their identities and status. This is already a very good start. It was a simple meal, and the two of them spent more than an hour toasting each other over the meal. And this short hour of eating and chatting became the beginning of the mutual understanding between Chuong and Su Mucheng. At the same time, during this period, the way the two addressed each other also changed accordingly. However, just when the two of them were drinking and enjoying themselves, from a booth not far away in the restaurant, a woman's shrill and mournful cry was heard. "Fu Wenhong, you damn bastard, son of a bitch. I've waited for you for 2 hours at the school gate, and you're here having fun with a vixen. Today, I am not done with you." Then, a man's cold voice followed. "You crazy woman, what's wrong with you? You and I have broken up. We are done. Don't you understand what I am saying?" "Oh, break up? Fu Wenhong, do you have the final say on this matter of breaking up? To tell you the truth, I'm pregnant with your child, and you must take responsibility." This sudden quarrel instantly attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. Of course, this also includes Chuong and Su Mucheng. But when the two of them looked in the direction of the quarreling sound, they saw a familiar figure. In response to this, Chuong smiled helplessly and murmured softly, "It's her? Oh, it's true that we meet everywhere in life." However, Su Mucheng had a strange look on his face when he saw the scene. Obviously, her and Chufeng's focus was different at this time. Chapter 26. Oh no, someone's dead. Inside the restaurant. Who else could this woman who cursed like a shrew and wanted to tear the scumbag and the vixen apart on the spot be but the blind date girl Zhao Hui? What Su Muiying never expected was that the woman was actually pregnant. Originally, Su Mucheng thought that Chuong's previous words were just fabricated. It is a ruthless mockery and irony of Zhao Hui's arrogance and exorbitant demands. However, Chuong had already seen through her problem at that time. Thinking of this, Su Muxian became angry. She even felt that Chuong was too merciful at the time, and was not thorough or cruel enough in his criticism of Zhao Hui. After all, a girl who goes out for a blind date even though she knows she is pregnant can no longer be described as a scumbag. This is simply looking for a cuckold and a scapegoat. Humph, you scumbag, you're still going out for a blind date even though you're pregnant? What? You still want my man to help you raise your children while wearing a hat? This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. After drinking, Su Muxian's face flushed. He picked up the knife and fork on the table and poked at the marinated beef on his plate. Chuong, who was watching this scene, had a slight smile on his face and a smile on his face. Because, in his opinion, big stars like Su Mucheng usually have to be held in a dignified manner. When she occasionally breaks down and throws a tantrum, she looks so adorable that you can't help but stare at her for a while longer. Mu Shui, if you keep stabbing me like this, I'm afraid this piece of Wagyu beef will be torn apart and inedible. For an unrelated stranger, I ruined my mood and wasted a piece of top-quality Wagyu beef. This deal is not worth it no matter how you look at it. Hearing Chufeng's smiling words, Su Mucheng immediately stopped his exaggerated butchering the cow movements and sat up straight again. But soon, her pretty face was filled with curiosity again. Next second, Su Muiying asked, "Chuong, did you know at the time that this woman was pregnant? Did you have any ulterior motives for the blind date?" But looking at her figure, there are no obvious signs of pregnancy. She must have been pregnant for a short time. How did you tell that? Did she vomit in front of you? Su Muxian blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, and at this moment she was like a curious baby. Because I studied medicine. My grandfather is a well-known traditional Chinese medicine doctor in our hometown. So I learned a little bit of this knowledge from childhood. As for Zhao Hui, she should be less than 8 weeks pregnant, so her figure won't change too much. But I could tell at first glance that her face was that of a pregnant woman. In response to Su Mucheng's question, Chuong naturally could not say that he was blessed by the system's golden finger. So he could only make up an excuse to get away with it. However, after his explanation, Su Muxian became even more excited. You can actually tell a woman is pregnant just by looking at her face? You can even tell the gestational period of the woman. Isn't that too much? How about you, the miracle doctor, give me a look to see if there is any root cause of my illness. As he spoke, Su Mucheng suddenly stood up, and that stunning face suddenly appeared in front of Chuong. At this distance, if they move any closer, they will almost bite each other. Chuong felt helpless about this. Sister, you don't come to see a doctor? It's obvious that you're trying to take advantage of me? Sure enough, before Chuong could react, Su Mucheng gave a playful smack sound. The red lips brushed across Chu Feng's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. To this end, Su Muching cleverly found an excuse for himself that was both reasonable and legitimate. This is my advance payment for your consultation. Hearing her words, Chu Feng was speechless. At this moment, he wanted to say one word absolutely. Of course, with the blessing of the miracle doctor's skill of bringing people back to life, Chu Feng could actually see some symptoms on Su Muching's face. But those symptoms are not considered serious problems, at most they are just sub-health. Ahem. Chu Feng simply cleared his throat and spoke to Su Muching seriously. Mu Shui, judging from your complexion, you are still in good health. It's just that you have two little troubles that you should pay attention to. First, your legs. Before Chu Feng finished speaking, Su Muching began to feel dissatisfied. What's wrong with my legs? Isn't it long, white and fragrant? That is to say, I wore a baseball jacket and trousers today. Humph, next time I will definitely change into Balenciaga to blind your eyes. Of course, Chu Feng had no idea about this wild monologue deep in Su Muheng's heart. At this time, he just continued talking to himself. It's probably because of your work that your legs are suffering from a cold. They ache whenever it's cloudy or rainy. But this is not a big problem and it won't affect your movements. Just make sure you keep warm. As for the second one, it's your stomach. This problem is a little more serious than the legs. If I'm right, you have mild gastritis now. Once you eat greasy or unclean food, you will have stomach cramps. If you continue to have the bad habit of irregular meals, the consequences will be quite serious. Listening to Chu Feng's diagnosis, Su Muxuan's mouth instantly became an O shape in shock. Because what he said was so accurate. He could even see that he would occasionally have stomach cramps. All of this you can tell from your face? Chu Feng smiled slightly and said in a very calm tone, of course. Oh my Lady Gaga. Chu Feng, you are not just learning from others, you are a genius doctor. While being amazed, Su Muxuan's beautiful eyes turned slightly and an idea came into her mind. Hee, Chu Feng, how about we have a discussion? How about you come to our Shanglong group and I hire you as the group's medical consultant? But her proposal was rejected by Chu Feng. No. I don't want to be considered a gigolo. Hearing what he said, Su Muching was not angry at all. Instead, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile of joy on his face. Living off others? Is he indirectly acknowledging the relationship between him and me? Well, then don't go. But now that you have reached graduation season, what are your plans next? Should I start my own business, or? However, before Su Muheng could finish his words, the entire restaurant suddenly became chaotic. It's not good. There's blood flowing, someone's going to die. Quick, call 120. Interrupted by this sudden scream, Chu Feng and Su Muiying instinctively stood up from their seats. At the same time, on the floor not far from the restaurant, a pool of bright red blood caught everyone's eye. The person lying on the pool of blood was none other than Zhao Hui. Chapter 27. Su Muxing is well prepared. 5 minutes ago. Just when Chu Feng and Su Muching were seriously discussing academic issues. On the other side of the restaurant, the boy named Fu Wenhong was full of anger. Because Zhao Hui's sudden appearance not only ruined his good plans tonight. At the same time, this crazy woman even publicly announced that she was pregnant with her child in public. You know, this French restaurant at number 18 on the Bund is a dating destination. So Fu Wenhong would often bring different girls here. Of course, the boss and waiters here are also very familiar with this young master of the Mingzhu Fu family. However, after Zhao Hui's incident today, Fu Wenhong was completely humiliated. More importantly, Fu Wenhong was very afraid that this matter would reach the ears of his elders at home. So, in a hurry, this guy didn't care about decency anymore. He stood up and dragged Zhao Hui out of the restaurant. You damn crazy woman, what on earth do you want? After leaving the restaurant, Fu Wenhong pressed Zhao Hui hard into the corner. But at this time, Zhao Hui showed no fear. She just looked coldly at Fu Wenhong, who was furious, and snorted, "Why, young Master Fu, who used to be so fond of women, is now afraid." Facing Zhao Hui's provocation, Fu Wenhong gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Zhao Hui, listen to me carefully. We've broken up. Don't you understand the word breakup? Do you want me to say it again a few times? Looking at Fu Wenhong's distorted face, Zhao Hui remained unmoved. Separate? Oh, Master Fu, you wouldn't really take my words as an imperial decree, would you? If you say you want to be together, then we're together. If you say you want to break up, then we're broken up. I'm afraid there's no such logic in the world. Zhao Hui paused, her eyes turned cold, and she continued resolutely. Anyway, I'm pregnant with your child now, so I'm definitely going to be able to enter your Fu family. If you, Mr. Fu, don't want to take this responsibility, I will post this message on the campus forum tomorrow morning. I want to see, are you shameless or am I shameless? You. Zhao Hui's words completely angered Fu Wenhong. At this time, Fu Wenhong's eyes were wide open, filled with anger and bloodshot. But soon, he calmed down, lit a cigarette for himself, and spoke softly to Zhao Hui in the corner. You're so cruel. Well, you name a price. How much do you want for me to abort the baby? Fu Wenhong knew something about Zhao Hui. This woman is greedy for money in vain. The reason I am with him is more because of his status and the money he has. Sure enough, seeing Fu Wenhong give in, Zhao Hui smiled. At this moment, she did not make any gesture to keep the man in front of her, but just stretched out 5 fingers impatiently. 5 million. Give me 5 million and we'll write off everything. From now on, you can be a playboy and I can be a good student. We should keep our distance from each other. Seeing Zhao Hui asking for such a high price, Fu Wenhong's angry roar sounded again. 5 million? Ha, Zhao Hui, I think you are crazy about money. As he said this, Fu Wenhong, furious, took out his wallet. Then he took out a stack of money and threw it hard at Zhao Hui's face. Here is 10,000 yuan. Use this money to abort the child and then disappear from my sight forever. Now, I feel sick when I look at you for even a second. Leaving behind such a cruel remark and the money all over the floor, Fu Wenhong didn't even bother to look at Zhao Hui again, and walked into the restaurant without looking back. Looking at Zhao Hui again, her face was pale with anger. Fu Wenhong, you want to get rid of me with 10,000 yuan? Do you really think I'm a whore? In anger, Zhao Hui followed Fu Wenhong back to the restaurant. Fu Wenhong, stop right there. A shout at the top of his lungs. Then, Zhao Hui went crazy and threw the bag in her hand towards Fu Wenhong, who was not far away. Crazy woman, get out of here. Fu Wenhong was unable to dodge and was hit on the back of his head, causing severe pain. Then, the furious Fu Wenhong turned around suddenly and reached out to push away Zhao Hui, who was rushing towards him. Later, what Chu Feng and Su Muching saw happened. Zhao Hui fell to the ground, bleeding from her lower body. The whole restaurant was in an uproar. However, the instigator of the whole incident, Mr. Fu, saw that the situation was not good and quickly slipped away. Chu Feng, aren't you proficient in medicine? Should we help her? Seeing Zhao Hui falling to the ground and groaning in pain, Su Muxian couldn't bear it. As for Chu Feng, he curled his lips lightly. Let's call 120 for her. Looking at her current condition, she is definitely going to lose the baby in her belly. But her life shouldn't be in any danger. Chu Feng said this very calmly. After all, he is not the legendary saintly bitch. And the accident in front of him had nothing to do with him. If anyone is to blame, it's Zhao Hui, who met the wrong person. She brought this upon herself. Seeing the restaurant already in chaos, Chu Feng and Su Muiying had no interest in staying any longer. Ah, it's really a shame to have such a thing happen while having a nice meal. Shaking his head somewhat displeased, Chu Feng continued to look at Su Muching and spread his hands towards her. Mushue, give me your car keys. You've been drinking and can't drive. I'll take you home later. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Muxing felt warm in his heart. But soon she said playfully, you are also drunk, so I can't drive, but you can? When Su Muching said this, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. After all, he couldn't tell Su Muxuan that he had the amazing skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and that drinking was like drinking water. How about calling a designated driver? It has to be said that Chu Feng's words hit the mark exactly what Su Muxian wanted. No need to bother. I happen to have a property on the Bund, not far from here. We can walk there in 5 minutes. After hearing what Su Muiying said and looking at the sly smile on her face, Chu Feng suddenly understood something. Sister, you are well prepared. Thinking of this, Chu Feng pretended to see through it but didn't say anything. After a short while, the two of them packed their belongings and walked out of the noisy restaurant side by side. After only a few steps out of the door, Chu Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. Then he turned his head sharply, his eyes like swords looking at the corner of the corridor behind him. Even Su Muching, who was standing next to him, was startled by his sudden reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing. It's just that we seem to be being watched. Staring at the dark corner not far away, Chuong responded with a faint smile. And the next second, his originally stationary figure suddenly leaped out like a cheetah. The speed is so fast that it is unimaginable. Chapter 28, Hints from the System, a set of invisible small umbrellas. After the experience of being followed last time, Chuong became extra cautious. With the addition of the martial arts skill of Bagwazang, all his attributes have been strengthened. Especially in terms of sensory ability, it is several times, or even dozens of times, beyond that of ordinary people. However, his sudden leap made Su Muching look a little dazed. So handsome. Even the back is so charming. He is worthy of being the man I like. Of course, Su Muching's little excitement was not groundless. Firstly, once Chuong, who is blessed with martial arts skills, bursts out, the movements themselves have a unique tension and beauty. Second, his quickly running back made Su Muching involuntarily think of the man holding her and rushing out of the sea of fire 3 years ago. At that moment, Chuong was the most handsome in Su Muching's eyes. However, while President Su was still inexplicably infatuated, a scene that shocked her heart even more happened. Chu Feng's figure just disappeared into the corner at the end of the corridor. And the next second, he quickly turned back. However, this time he did not come out empty-handed. Instead, he carried a living person in each hand. You know, the two guys Chuong was holding in his hands were actually two adults, one fat and one thin, one tall and one short. If you add up the weight of these two people, it would be at least 400 kilograms. But at this time, Chuong held them as if he was holding two little chicks. After a few steps, he returned to Su Muching. Mushue, it seems that as a big star like you still need to wear a mask and cover up more when you go out. Look, I was spotted by the paparazzi by accident. Having said that, Chuong threw the two of them to the ground. Then he snatched the camera hanging around their necks and began to look through it carefully. Hey, you two. I didn't expect you guys to be so dedicated. You followed me from the Runmin Road coffee shop this afternoon all the way here. And we shot so much footage. Why, how are you going to solve this problem? Should I delete the photo and apologize, or go through the formal procedures? Speaking of Chuong, Jejia is also a student from the Directing Department of Communication University. Although he has not graduated yet, he has not officially entered the entertainment industry. But he still has some understanding of the ecology of the entertainment industry and how to handle some common public relations matters. However, after hearing what Chuong said, the two guys who looked like entertainment reporters did not show too much panic or fear. On the contrary, at this moment they just looked at Su Muching with a face full of grievance and wry smile. Su, President Su. It's really not our fault for what happened today. It's not that we are useless, but your boyfriend is so awesome. Besides, you didn't tell us before that he is a martial artist. Rubbing his aching knee with a resentful look on his face, the fat guy stood up from the ground with difficulty. Okay, no need to explain. There is nothing for you to do here anymore, go back. Su Muiying said expressionlessly after just glancing at the two cowards in front of him who were caught red-handed by Chuong. After hearing her words, the two buddies, one fat and one thin, felt as if they had been pardoned. Thank you, President Su, thank you, President Su. Then we won't disturb President Su and your boyfriend to continue enjoying their time together. After many thanks, the two of them just smiled naively, took the camera from Chuong, then turned around and disappeared from the sight of Chuong and Su Muching. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Chuong was confused and turned to ask Su Muching. Su Muching smiled mischievously and explained, nothing. They are the staff of my Shanglong Entertainment Public Relations Department. I asked them to come. Chu Feng's tongue almost dropped after hearing what Su Muching said. After all this time, it turns out that a flood had flushed the Dragon King Temple. But Su Muxiang's operation was just too magical, right? Other female celebrities are afraid of getting into bad scandals. But the person in front of me did the exact opposite. He even asked his own staff to follow and secretly film him. Isn't this a rhythm that doesn't follow the routine? He seemed to see the confusion in Chu Feng's eyes. Su Muxuan pouted and expressed her true thoughts right in front of him. He. Actually, there's no need for you to be so surprised. According to my original plan, after you confess your love tonight, you will be my Su Muching's legitimate boyfriend. I won't be able to hide it when the time comes. Rather than letting other paparazzi take pictures secretly, it is better to let our own public relations department handle this matter. After all, they are all my subordinates. They are easy to use and they won't fabricate any gossip that is unfavorable to you. Most importantly, they have good photography skills and know what to include and what not to include. Besides, I have prepared several PR plans for this exposure. As she spoke, Su Muxuan smiled playfully, and naturally wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's arms. That charming look doesn't look like a celebrity CEO at all, instead, she looks like a silly girl seeking praise from her boyfriend. For this reason, Chu Feng was also moved. Need to know. In today's world, even an ordinary girl may not be able to think so much and do so much for the person she likes. What's more, Su Muying is such a popular little queen. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt mixed emotions. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Muching had changed inexplicably. The touch of emotion and affection was not concealed, and was seen quietly by Su Muching. Just like that, the two looked at each other in silence for a while. In the end, it was Su Mue who turned her beautiful eyes slightly and said angrily, "Humph, you little rascal. Now you know all my plans. Are you proud of yourself? You've got a beautiful and wealthy female celebrity CEO chasing after you. You'll have a lot to brag about in school in the future." Chu Feng couldn't feel happy after listening to Su Muching's half-true and half-false joke. Because he was in a very complicated mood at that time. That feeling, there is touching, there is astonishment, there is sighing, there is also heartbeat. This is probably the legendary most difficult way to accept the favor of a beautiful woman, right? Chu Feng thought so in his heart with a long sigh. However, just as he was lost in thought, constantly thinking in his mind whether the relationship between him and Su Muching could be further developed, the system's voice sounded at this inopportune time. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully gaining a heart of true love, system reward, a set of invisible small umbrella equipment. Ha? A small umbrella? Still invisible? System, are you hinting blatantly? No, you have already made it clear. Come on, system, come out, I promise not to beat you to death. Chapter 29. The target person has boarded the ship. For an adult, everyone knows about props like small umbrellas. After all, this involves a safety issue that could result in death if you are not careful. Therefore, facing this wave of naughty and dirty operations from the system, Chu Feng was completely speechless on the spot. After all, just when the slightest spark of emotion had arisen between him and Su Muching, the system popped up and rewarded him with a set of small umbrella equipment. If this isn't a blatant revelation, then what is? Therefore, Chu Feng immediately made up his mind to refuse this wave of tempting rewards from the system. Humph, you want me to go against my conscience and surrender so easily? I tell you, it's impossible. Listening to Chu Feng's powerful and determined inner monologue, the system seemed to be a little restless. The system does not understand what the host is talking about. This system only issues rewards according to the program. If the host has wrong ideas, please go to the reward column to check the specific reward content. Humph, just check it out. Can you make up something for me? However, just as Chu Feng was unconvinced and looked through the annotations on the set of invisible umbrellas, he was completely dumbfounded. It felt like being slapped twice in the face. It not only hurts, but also burns. Invisible small umbrella equipment, a set of high-tech bulletproof vests, invisible, lightweight, full body coverage, capable of withstanding attacks by bullets with a caliber below 12.7 mm. When Chu Feng saw the annotation given by the system, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed foolishly. This invisible little umbrella is actually a set of invisible bulletproof vest, and it can also withstand attacks from bullets with a caliber below 12.7 mm? Artifact. This is absolutely a magical artifact. With such a magical weapon at hand, it will be difficult for you to get hurt in the future. But just when Chu Feng was staring at this invisible umbrella equipment and grinning, Su Muching, who was standing next to him, stamped his feet and said angrily, Hey, hey, hey! Do you have to laugh like that? I know my actions today were a little silly. But I'm a girl after all, can't you consider my feelings and give me some face? After saying this, Su Muxing simply turned around and pretended to be angry. Obviously, she misinterpreted Chu Feng's current expression. I felt like he must be laughing at himself. After Su Muxing's interruption, Chu Feng finally came to his senses. He tilted his head and looked at the little diva in front of him who suddenly got angry, and he smiled at first. Then, he grabbed Su Muxing's shoulders in a domineering manner and turned her whole body around. Mu Shui. Don't you think I should laugh? In my life, I have a girl who is admired by thousands of people and loves me, and she has secretly done so much for me. Of course I'm going to laugh. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Muhang's emotions instantly calmed down, and there was a hint of barely perceptible sweetness between his brows. I didn't expect you to be so smooth-talking. As she spoke, Goddess Su looked shy and hurried forward a few steps, deliberately widening the distance between herself and Chu Feng. But the way she looked back every 3 steps was very cute in Chu Feng's eyes. Faced with this situation, Chu Feng was not in a hurry and just followed Su Muching leisurely. Soon, 2 figures walked out of number 18 the bund one after another. At this time, Su Mucheng, who was walking in front, also slowly slowed down his pace and waited for Chu Feng behind him. Chu Feng, accompany me for a walk along the bund. Although I have worked and lived in Mingzhu for so many years, I have never stopped to take a look at the scenery of the city. Feeling the gentle breeze on the river bank, Su Muiying stroked her hair lightly and spoke to Chu Feng with emotion. Chu Feng smiled and asked, "Is this also part of your plan for tonight?" Su Muxuan was stunned, and subconsciously raised her fist and hit Chu Feng on the shoulder. "You still say you didn't make fun of me?" Then, her eyes widened and she spoke to Chu Feng in a demonstrative and warning tone. "Humph, you are not allowed to mention the word plan in front of me again. Do you hear me?" Okay, I won't mention it. I definitely won't mention it." Seeing Su Muxing acting like a spoiled brat in front of him, the look in Chu Feng's eyes became more gentle and doting. However, even he himself did not notice this subtle change. Shoulder to shoulder, the 2 of them strolled along the Bund River, enjoying the moonlight and the bustling river view under the night sky. However, just as the 2 of them were becoming increasingly confused, the sound of a whistle from the river not far away instantly attracted their attention. Especially Su Mucheng, whose beautiful eyes were staring straight at the direction where the whistle came from. It was a sightseeing boat. Chu Feng, I want to go on that boat. It looks so interesting." Looking at the cruise ship on the river getting closer and closer to the shore, Su Mucheng patted Chu Feng's shoulder and jumped excitedly. Obviously, judging from her reaction, she had never been on a sightseeing boat on the Huangpu River. So, when I saw it for the first time, I felt it was novel. But think about it. After all, Su Muxiang is an idol star and a public figure. In her daily life, she doesn't have many opportunities to go out alone, let alone take a sightseeing cruise. Good. This time, Chu Feng did not make fun of Su Muiying. He just said the word good very gently and gently pushed down the baseball cap on her head. Soon, the 2 arrived at the ticket office at the cruise ship terminal and bought 2 tickets for the 9 o'clock departure. After waiting excitedly for more than 10 minutes, the cruise ship finally docked. Su Muhuang pulled Chu Feng over, and the 2 of them happily followed the crowd and boarded the cruise ship that was about to set sail. Dear tourists, your Oriental Pearl cruise ship will depart in 5 minutes. Please hurry up and board if you have purchased a ticket but have not yet boarded. As the broadcast on the cruise ship sounded, the entire ship began to emit roars and whistles. At the same time, not far away on the other side of the pier, 2 pairs of sharp eyes were secretly staring at the cruise ship that was about to set sail. "Fifth brother, did you see clearly?" "Don't worry, I can see it clearly. It is definitely the target person." "Okay, if that's the case, then notify the people on the boat to take action immediately after they reach the center of the river. We must not let the target person go this time." Clear. Chapter 30's Level Dangerous Person. 10 minutes later, the Pearl cruise ship docked at the pier slowly moved forward and sailed on the river. Inside the cabin, Chu Feng and Su Muching found a seat by the window and sat down. It's true, although this cruise ship only has 2 floors, its internal facilities are quite complete. There are not only a variety of self-service drinks and snacks, but also a professional and beautiful tour guide. Dear passengers and friends, welcome aboard the Pearl cruise ship. The tour takes about 45 minutes to an hour. The attractions along the voyage include the International Architecture Museum, Pearl Tower, and Jin Mao Tower. Tourists who want to take photos can go to the 2nd floor observation deck, where they can enjoy a panoramic view of the river. Listening to the tour guide's explanation, Su Muxiang became restless. Although she also has a river view apartment near the Bund, she can enjoy the beautiful night view of the Huangpu River every day. But that kind of bird's eye view from a high vantage point is just watching a fire from across the river. How can it be more realistic than the immersive feeling of being on a cruise ship? What's more, Chu Feng was with her at this time. If the people who view the scenery are different, the scenery they see will naturally be different. "Chu Feng, there are too many people here, why don't we go to the observation deck?" I can still take pictures. A giggle. Su Muching didn't say anything and pulled Chu Feng towards the observation deck on the second floor. After leaving the cabin, the river breeze in the night instantly blew on her face, ruffling Su Muxing's hair while also ruffling the softness deep in her heart. I have to say that the observation deck of this cruise ship is not very big. The area is only half of the cabin. And there weren't many people on the observation deck at that time. Chu Feng and Su Muxian walked to the guardrail against the gentle river breeze. At this moment, Su Muching suddenly had an idea and grabbed Chu Feng's waist. Then he took out his cell phone. Next second, the two of them just leaned their heads against each other, with their backs to the Pearl Tower, leaving a photo that showed their stunning looks. The plan succeeded, and a sly smile immediately appeared on Su Muiying's beautiful face. Then, she quickly slid her finger across the screen of her phone to save this perfect image. Photos of handsome men and beautiful women are really pleasing to the eyes. That's it. If I ever announce my relationship officially in the future, I'll use this photo. It's simply perfect. But just when Su Muxian was laughing foolishly at the photos in his phone, the wind on the river suddenly became stronger, blowing the duckbill on her head off. Su Muiying didn't feel too bad about this, he just felt a little regretful when he saw the hat swaying with the river water. After all, it was a limited edition hat. However, as the poor baseball cap fell into the water, Su Muiying's highly recognizable face could no longer be concealed. Soon, some tourists who were traveling with her recognized her. Ha! You are Su Muxian? After a cry of surprise, many people on the observation deck of the cruise ship began to look in the direction of the voice. Especially the cute little girl who recognized Su Muching at first sight, who seemed to be a host of the Shark Live streaming platform. Iron Juice, you are blessed tonight. Guess who I met on the Bund cruise in Zhuhai? Little Queen Su Muiying. Ha, she is my idol. No, I have to go up there and get an autograph, a photo, or something. As she spoke, the cute girl who looked like a little hippopotamus rushed forward in 2 or 3 steps, holding her cell phone. Sister Chi, I am your biggest fan. I watch every one of your movies and TV series. I wonder if I might have the honor of taking a photo with you? Faced with the girl's request, Su Muiying originally wanted to refuse. But now she is on the cruise ship. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, after thinking about it, she nodded. Soon, the two of them took a photo with their backs to the river view. We have a group photo, Looking at the photos in the phone, the cute little hippo immediately looked so excited that he didn't know what to do. However, once this precedent was set, many onlookers on the observation deck gathered in the direction of Su Muching. They are both men and women, and they all claim to be fans of Su Muching. As for poor Chu Feng, he had already been regarded by the onlookers as an insignificant passerby, or Su Muching's bodyguard or something like that. At the same time, in the luxurious cabin on the first floor of the cruise ship, 2 pairs of solemn eyes were carefully scanning the people around them. They were a man and a woman, wearing ordinary clothes and wearing micro-communicators in their ears. Fifth brother, the target person was not found in the cabin. It's possible that he went up to the second floor observation deck, the woman reported in a low voice. Soon, she heard the orders of a middle-aged man. Quick, go to the observation deck and stop him. Don't let him jump into the river and run away. Clear. After receiving the order, the 2 men exchanged glances. Then, they quickly walked towards the observation deck on the second floor of the cruise ship. However, as soon as they came up, they were confused by the scene in front of them. Because at this moment, many tourists were gathered on the observation deck, making it very noisy. The target person they were looking for was mixed in the noisy crowd. Faced with this scene, the woman frowned slightly and continued to report the current situation. As for the man who was traveling with him, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Fifth brother, we have found the target person. It's just that he's now mixed in with a group of tourists. And he was very close to the guardrail. It's very likely that this cunning guy had already noticed us. Before the woman finished her words, the fifth brother's voice rang out urgently. Don't act rashly. Try to disperse the crowd first, then arrest them. Don't use weapons unless it's absolutely necessary to avoid accidental injuries. Clear. After the conversation between the two ended, the woman's companion appeared again. I found out everything. It seems like a female star appeared over there, and everyone was surrounding her and asking for her autograph. Damn it! Why did a female celebrity suddenly appear on the cruise ship? she's really in the way. However, just as the man and woman on the observation deck frowned, thinking about what to do next. In the crowd, a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes, handsome looks, and even a hint of British gentleman style, walked towards Su Muching with a smile on his face. At the same time, the system's warning sound also rang loudly in Xu Feng's ears. Alert, an extremely dangerous person is walking towards the host, danger level, S level, the system is scanning in all directions. Chapter 31 Dream about your grandmother's spring and autumn. Since Chu Feng bound the system, the alarm has sounded 3 times in total. The first episode was when Lin Yaodong visited late at night. The second time was when Chu Feng was followed by someone on the expressway. This is the third time now. To be honest, at first, Chu Feng didn't pay too much attention to this handsome foreign guy who was mixed in the crowd. After all, in his opinion, the city of Magic City is all-encompassing. It is common to see a few foreign guests on a cruise ship. However, the sudden alarm from the system forced him to be cautious. In particular, this alarm was specially rated as a danger level S. Obviously, in the system's view, the international friend who was walking towards Chu Feng and Su Muching was even more dangerous than Xingmen's #1 master Lin Yaodong. Scan completed. The system detected that the other party was carrying dangerous items such as guns. It is recommended that the host immediately activate the invisible umbrella equipment to prevent accidents. Upon hearing the scan results, Chu Feng immediately took a breath of cold air. Firearms? Can this thing be carried around freely in China? No wonder the system gave him an S-level danger rating. It seems that this guy is indeed not an ordinary character. As soon as he thought of this, Chu Feng immediately moved his feet and moved towards Su Muching, who was still unaware of the impending danger. At the same time, the handsome foreign guy also pushed through the crowd and walked up to Su Muching with a smile on his face. Hello, beautiful Oriental girl, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is James and I'm from the English Isles. Your beauty is like an angel and has attracted me deeply. May I have the honor of buying you a cup of coffee? Facing this international friend who suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Muching's face did not show much expression, and it could even be said that he was indifferent. But just when she was about to speak and reject the other party's invitation, Chu Feng, who was standing by, grabbed her slender waist and carefully protected her behind him. Su Muching was subconsciously stunned at Chu Feng's sudden and domineering behavior, and then he secretly felt delighted in his heart. This guy, could it be that he is jealous because he sees such a handsome foreign guy trying to chat with me? He, it's true that you say no, but your actions are very honest? However, just as Su Muhan was smiling secretly and looking forward to Chu Feng's next performance with great joy. Next second, Chu Feng slightly adjusted his body shape again. The tall body directly blocked all possible attack routes of James on Su Muxian. Mr. James, huh? Don't you think your way of chatting people up is too outdated? Besides, it is very impolite to rashly invite a lady who already has a boyfriend to have coffee. When Chu Feng said this, Su Muxian was so happy. However, the crowd of onlookers around also went wild with excitement. Boyfriend? Goddess Su actually has a boyfriend? Breaking news, really breaking news. I didn't expect that I would gain so much from taking a cruise today. It's worth it, it's worth it. No, my goddess Su, I am disillusioned. However, while this group of onlookers were chattering and telling each other, the handsome foreign guy named James standing opposite Chu Feng had a frown on his face, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Because of Chu Feng's sudden appearance. And his position at the moment completely disrupted James' original plan. In response, the expression on his face instantly became fierce, and he quickly pulled out a pistol from his arms and pointed it at Chu Feng's forehead. Oh, stupid Oriental boy. This thing called politeness is nothing more than mutual hypocrisy between gentlemen. There's no need to go to all this trouble for a fool like you. Seeing this sudden scene before their eyes, many onlookers were instantly panicked. Worse still, some even screamed. Gun. He actually has a gun? Of course, there are some ignorant and fearless people among the crowd at this moment. They laughed awkwardly. Is this foreigner mentally ill? He actually threatened others with a toy gun when he disagreed with someone. Doesn't he know that the land under his feet is the East, China? Listening to these disdainful sarcasm in my ears, the corner of James' mouth twitched, and then he snorted coldly. Then, his other hand moved just as quickly, and he pulled out a gun like a magic trick. Then, he raised his hand unscrupulously and pulled the trigger towards the night sky. After a gunshot rang out, the entire observation deck suddenly became quiet. At the same time, Chuong, who had been protected by Chu Feng behind him, was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Fifth brother, this is bad, that guy has taken someone hostage, what should we do? Quick, immediately move the irrelevant people away. I will call in nearby snipers. You must ensure the safety of the hostages. Yes. After a brief conversation, the two men and women rushed to the front of the crowd at the fastest speed with guns in hand. The woman was even more heroic, pointing the gun directly at James. James, let go of the hostage immediately and stop struggling in vain. You won't be able to escape today. Oh, my dear friends from the Chinese Dragon War Division Special Investigation Team, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time and I am getting a little impatient. If you don't come soon, maybe this stupid Oriental kid in front of you will go to hell. Hearing James' joking words, Chuong, who was hiding behind Chu Feng, finally exploded. She screamed and cried, her voice hoarse, and she shouted angrily, "You lunatic, what do you want to do? Let Chu Feng go quickly." Seeing Chuong's out of control emotions, James was not moved at all, but instead showed a hideous smile. TSK, beautiful Oriental girl, I really like the way you look now. You know what? Actually, my original target was not this silly boy, but you. If this idiot hadn't suddenly stood in front of you and hindered my work, I would have really wanted to make you into a specimen, take you back to England, and admire your beauty day and night. I have to say that this guy named James is indeed a bit deformed and perverted. The thought of turning a living person into a specimen is enough to make one's scalp tingle and break out in cold sweats. However, he said it in public, and said it so calmly and casually. However, just as James was playing with Chuong, who was almost collapsed in front of him, Chu Feng, who was standing opposite him and had a gun pointed at his forehead, suddenly moved. Damn it, specimen? Dream on. Following Chu Feng's roar, two sporadic gunshots were heard again under the night sky of the Huangpu River. No. Chu Feng, don't. Chapter 32, Chinese Dragon War Division. Use your flesh and blood to resist the extremely lethal guns and ammunition. This kind of reckless behavior is not seen as youthful passion by others, but rather as stupidity and brainlessness. After all, no one would believe that the young man in front of them could escape from the other party's gun. On the contrary, they would only think that Chu Feng's blind action would completely infuriate the foreign madman. At the same time, it will also end his young life. 3 seconds after the gunshot, the entire observation deck was in deathly silence. Chuong, who was standing by, even closed his eyes in despair and collapsed on the ground sobbing in pain. Chu Feng, you bad guy, how can you be so stupid? However, just as Chuong hugged his knees with his hands and kept murmuring Chu Feng's name, a pair of warm hands suddenly came and tightly squeezed her trembling shoulders. Silly girl, why are you crying? Am I fine? Listening to the familiar voice coming from my ears, Chuong opened his eyes in surprise and excitement. Next second, Chu Feng's handsome and flawless face appeared again in her dancing eyes. Moreover, at this time Chu Feng was squatting in front of Chuong so lightly, with that nonchalant smile still on his face. The warm palm gently stroked Chuong's back, as if to comfort her in her despair. At the same time, he took out his other hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Chuong's eyes. Silly girl, your makeup is all ruined by crying. Chu Feng's light joke completely touched the softest emotion in Chuong's heart. Then, the national little queen exploded on the spot and burst into tears. Then she jumped up and hugged Chu Feng in front of her tightly. You idiot, you bad guy, you scared me to death, you really scared me to death. You know, just now, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Woo woo. Seeing Chuong so sad and emotional, Chu Feng was smiling. Don't worry, I'm very strong and I won't die. Besides, didn't you say before that there is a long future between us? How can I bear to die so easily? As he said this, Chu Feng hugged the frightened Chuong in his arms and reached out to gently stroke her waist-length hair. Looking at this couple in love, they survived the disaster and embraced each other. For a moment, many of the spectators on the observation deck who had not yet had time to move away also became excited. At this moment, they shouted in unison and the applause sounded like thunder. After all, in their eyes, Chu Feng's whole body was shining with golden light. Because it was this young man who was not afraid of threats and acted decisively that successfully helped them overcome the crisis and saved their lives which they might have lost. Hey, handsome guy, look at how Goddess Su has cried for you. How can just hugging her be enough? You have to give her a kiss of the century. Yes, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. After a round of warm applause, the crowd began to cheer and boo. In response to this, Chuong turned his head slightly and glanced speechlessly at the group of people around him who were watching the fun and making trouble. Is it really good that you guys are so good at assisting? However, before Chuong could react, the little diva in his arms suddenly stood on tiptoes amid the cheers. Under the moonlight, Su Muxuan's beautiful eyes were blurred, and her fiery red lips suddenly moved closer and pressed tightly against the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Seeing Su Muxing so proactive and enthusiastic, thunderous applause and cheers broke out again from the surrounding area. Of course, there were also two figures on the observation deck at this time, which were out of tune with the sweet scene here. And these two people are none other than the members of the special investigation team of the Chinese Dragon War Division mentioned by James. At the moment, they were in no mood to watch Chuong and Su Muiying show their affection, but instead came to James cautiously. Because at this time James had completely lost his ability to move. He just fainted on the floor of the observation deck, with blood still flowing from the corners of his mouth. At the same time, the row of teeth in his lower jaw were scattered and fell to the ground with blood. He angrily kicked away the two guns in James' hands. After making sure there was no danger, the male member of the Dragon War Division squatted down and began to check his injuries. The lower jaw was dislocated, comminuted, and all the teeth in the row were knocked out. If the force was a little stronger, it would be enough to kill him. While analyzing James' injury, on the other side, the male team member suddenly stood up and looked in astonishment at Chuong, who was surrounded by the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. Just one palm strike and James was beaten into this state. How on earth did this guy do it? Besides, I just saw him blocking the muzzle of James' gun with his own hand. James also fired 2 shots, one hitting his palm and the other at his chest. But this guy is fine. How is this possible? Muttering to himself, the male member of the Dragon War Division was filled with surprise and confusion. At this moment, he looked at Chuong as if he was looking at a non-human. On the contrary, the female team member next to him was relatively calm. Of course, the questions she was thinking about were completely different from the doubts of her teammates. Okay, Tang Hong, put away these irrelevant questions for the time being. Now that James has been arrested, we have to contact Brother 5 immediately. Hurry and deal with this dangerous person. After all, if we don't send this guy to the headquarters for detention, our mission this time will still be uncertain. After saying that, the heroic-looking girl didn't care how badly injured James, who was lying on the ground, was. She just walked up quickly and skillfully put a pair of silver bracelets on him. Because of such a shocking incident that happened on the cruise ship. Therefore, it is impossible for the Pearl to complete its itinerary and route as originally planned. About 10 minutes later, the Pearl successfully turned back and docked smoothly at the cruise ship terminal. Looking at the land just around the corner outside the cabin, Chuong and Su Muxing's hearts gradually settled down and they breathed a sigh of relief. But just when the two of them thought that the danger and turmoil were over and they could get off the boat and go home, the Pearl cruise ship was controlled and blocked by a group of mysterious people in black suits. Immediately afterwards, 2 middle-aged men with cold faces and the aura of superiors walked quickly into the cabin. Moreover, the goal of their trip was very clear and definite. I came here just for Chuong on the boat. Hello, Mr. Chuong. I am Chen Daji, the leader of the Special Investigation Team of the Chinese Dragon War Division. May I take up a moment of your time? Let's talk alone. Chapter 33. As a native Oriental, Chuong had never seen or even heard of the existence of a department called Dragon War Division in China since he was a child. But this is not surprising. After all, the East has a long history of 5,000 years of civilization, and there have been endless mysterious people and mysterious organizations. And Chuong is just an ordinary person in this country. So even if he doesn't know about a person or organization, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. However, Chuong was not willing to have too much contact with this mysterious Dragon War Division. Because whether it was the man and woman who had confronted James before, or Chen Daji in front of him, the first impression they gave Chuong was that they were very dangerous. At least, in Feng's opinion, these people should not walk around in real life recklessly. Chuong. After listening to Chen Daji's words, Su Muxing, who had been staying obediently beside Chuong, immediately showed a hint of nervousness and worry. But at this time Chuong smiled slightly and patted the back of her snow-white hand twice. It's okay, I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Chuong nodded towards Chen Daji. The two of them went up to the observation deck on the second floor of the cruise ship one after another. At the same time, The members of the Dragon War Division brought by Qiandaji also began to appear in the cabin of the Pearl. They first issued a gag order to all passengers on the cruise ship, strictly prohibiting anyone present from spreading what happened on the ship tonight. Then the Dragon War Division members began to check everyone's cell phones. They also quickly deleted some video and photo materials on their mobile phones that may have leaked confidential information. Only after everything was dealt with did the members of the Dragon War Division let everyone on the boat leave. At this time, on the other side, on the observation deck on the second floor of the Pearl cruise ship, Chen Daji and Chu Feng were standing opposite each other, looking at each other. Mr. Chu, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire Dragon War Division. If it weren't for Mr. Chu's heroic action, I'm afraid the fugitive we have been chasing for more than half a year would have slipped away again right under our noses today. Moreover, Mr. Chu's actions today indirectly saved the lives of many innocent people. It can be said that the merits are immeasurable. Listening to Qian Daji's polite words, Chu Feng shrugged. Team leader Qian is so polite. But we are all sensible people, so there is no need to beat around the bush. Let's just say the second thing directly. After all, I have always had a simple mind and am not suitable for considering complex issues. As soon as Chu Feng said this, Qian Daji's expression instantly became interesting. You should know that Qian Daji is also the chief leader of Longjian Division. And since he took this position, few people dared to speak to him in this tone. Even those powerful officials acted cautiously in front of him. However, today, on the cruise ship in this magical city, Qian Daji met a boy who was as fearless as a newborn calf. What is even more terrible is that Chu Feng is very smart. He seemed to have realized his intentions, which was why he spoke to him in such a tone. Moreover, his words just now have implicitly expressed his attitude towards tonight's events and even towards the entire Dragon War Division. However, Qian Daji is, after all, a veteran who has experienced the ups and downs of officialdom. Although he was unhappy with Chu Feng's attitude, his expression remained normal. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so quick to speak. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. In fact, I have already heard Tang Hong and the others report on the specific details of how Mr. Chu crippled James with one palm strike. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chu should be a hidden inheritor of traditional Chinese martial arts. I wonder if a talent like Mr. Chu would be willing to join our Dragon War Division and serve the country. Hearing Qian Daji's direct question, Chu Feng smiled lightly and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Team Leader Qian. But I am still somewhat self-aware. With my skills, I might be considered average among ordinary people. But if I really want to serve my country, I'm not qualified. So if Team Leader Qian doesn't have any other requests, I think I would rather be an ordinary person. I have to say that Chu Feng's response here was perfect. He not only gave Qian Daji and Long Jianxi enough face, but also tactfully rejected the olive branch they extended to him. After all, Chu Feng is not stupid. Rather than working hard for others, he would rather live a free and unrestrained life like now. At least, now he has the blessing of the system's golden finger, so he can live a too comfortable life. So, why bother yourself to get involved in a mysterious official organization like the Dragon War Division? Seeing that Chu Feng rejected his invitation so decisively, Qian Daji's face trembled and he felt unhappy. However, due to his status and self-esteem, this guy did not lose his temper on the spot. After all, no matter what, this young man named Chu Feng did make a contribution tonight. As for whether he is willing to join the Dragon War Division, that is his own choice. Even as the top leader of the Dragon War Division, he had no reason to force it. Soon, this fruitless conversation ended. Chu Feng had no intention of staying any longer, and hurried away with Su Muxiang. As for the team leader of the Dragon War Division, he was standing quietly at the bow of the Pearl, watching the couple walking away in the distance. It was unknown how long it had been before he heaved a long sigh and said with emotion, "It's a pity for such a talented young man. It's really a pity." Chu Feng naturally couldn't hear Qian Daji's sigh, because at this time he put all his thoughts on Su Muxiang. After all, the two of them experienced life and death together on this thrilling boat trip. And until this moment, Su Muxiang still looked frightened. Under the cover of night, the two walked hand in hand. Soon they arrived at the entrance of an extremely luxurious community. Then, Su Muxiang turned around slightly and said to Chu Feng, "Chu Feng, this is the property I bought near the Bund. Otherwise, how about we just stay here tonight?" As she spoke, Goddess Su lowered her head shyly, and that expression said it all. "We?" Chu Feng was stunned for a moment at first, then the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a tacit look. Chapter 34: The Annoying Little Fairy. I have to say that Su Muxiang is indeed a real rich woman. This casual property she owns near the Bund is the legendary Thompson one with an unparalleled river view. Although it is just a large flat and the interior decoration is not as luxurious as Chu Feng's Tan Palace Tower, its value is self-evident. Sit anywhere you like. Although there are cleaning staff hired by the company to come and clean, I don't live here normally, so it's very simple and some daily necessities are not very complete. Let's deal with it here tonight. Tomorrow is Monday. If you don't have classes, I'll take you to my house. After entering the door, Su Muching casually explained a few words to Chu Feng. But her words were full of meaning, and Chu Feng's heart was beating wildly after hearing them. Deal with? Mu Shui, your request is a bit too high. It's already very good here. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would never be able to afford such a house in their lifetime. As he spoke, Chu Feng strolled around Su Muching's large flat. You're right. Although Su Muying's room with an unbeatable river view is seldom occupied, it has all the necessary facilities, even the daily necessities are backed up, and it is not as simple as she said before. Of course. What Chu Feng didn't know was that all the food, clothing and daily necessities he had just seen were moved here by Su Muhang the day before. After all, in Su Muhang's original plan, he not only wanted to keep Chu Feng here tonight. And it is very likely that a shocking battle of the century will break out between the two. That's why she specifically instructed her assistant Che Xiaoxiao to prepare some food and drinks here in advance. In case this hand-to-hand fight turns into a protracted war. If that were the case, a rookie like me with no combat experience would not be able to go out again within a week. However, just as Chu Feng was standing on the balcony outside the living room with a comfortable look on his face, feeling the breeze under the night sky and admiring the river view opposite. On the other side, Su Muxing had already kicked off his sneakers and was lying lazily on the sofa. After all, her experiences that day were too tortuous and too bizarre. Especially the boat trip at night was really terrifying. Now that he had finally arrived home safely, the tension deep in Su Muching's heart finally eased. At the same time, a sense of fatigue also came over me. Gently patting the leather sofa she was sitting on, Su Muching's voice was very gentle. Chu Feng, come here. Chu Feng, who was standing on the balcony, was stunned. He did not respond immediately, but thought, this. Sister, I know you are anxious. But we can't just do it on the sofa, right? Isn't this a bit too wild? I am not mentally prepared at all. Seeing Chu Feng not moving, he just stood on the balcony outside the window in a daze. At this time, Su Muxuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and started to mutter in annoyance. Why, with a beautiful lady like me right next to you, isn't the night view of the Bund more beautiful? Chu Feng chuckled, then took 3 or 2 steps to Su Muching and sat down. How can that be possible? For ordinary people like us, we will never get tired of watching a superstar like Goddess Su. Listening to Chu Feng's smooth talk, Su Muching was not angry at all. Instead, he looked very pleased. After giving her such a sweet smile, Su Muhang opened her arms slightly and moved her body slightly forward. Then, she hugged Chu Feng's waist, rested her head on his thigh very wantonly, and took the opportunity to rub it twice. It really looks like a well-behaved and cute little kitten. Chu Feng, on the cruise ship before, did you already know that the foreigner was not a good person? Otherwise you wouldn't be standing in front of me with such a nervous look on your face, right? Just sticking close to Chu Feng and smelling the unique scent of this man, Su Muching asked softly with a dazed look in his eyes. At this moment, Chu Feng subconsciously stroked Su Muying's long black hair, with a faint smile on his lips. Well, that James, I do think there's something wrong with him. But I didn't expect that this guy was carrying a gun with him. My scalp still tingles when I think about it. It's true, Chu Feng's lies sounded so damn serious that even he almost believed them. In response to this, Su Muching naturally raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart was filled with warmth. After all, a man could stand in front of her at such a critical moment without hesitation, even at the cost of his own life. This kind of action can no longer be considered as simply saving a beautiful girl. The deep affection here is naturally self-evident. Then does what you said to James at that time still count? What? How come I have no recollection of it at all? Chu Feng teased deliberately, and he acted like he had lost his memory very well. Hearing what he said and looking at his smirk, Su Muwei immediately pouted and punched him, hateful. Anyway, you admitted in front of so many people on the Pearl that you are my boyfriend. Don't try to cheat on me. As he spoke, Su Muching hugged Chu Feng even tighter, as if he was afraid that the man in front of him would run away. In response, Chu Feng just smiled indifferently, neither admitting nor denying. Most of the night, the two of them stayed together intimately, chatting quietly, without taking any further action. I don't know if it's because I'm too tired or because I was too frightened tonight. Not long after, Su Muhan lay on Chu Feng's legs and fell into a deep sleep. However, her posture made Chu Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, feel quite embarrassed and awkward. After all, at this moment, the distance between the two was too close. Originally, Chu Feng wanted to take Su Muxing back to the bed in the bedroom while she was asleep. However, he did not expect that as soon as he moved, Su Muxing in his sleep would start mumbling incoherently. Hey, Chu Feng, don't move. It's very comfortable to hold you in my arms while sleeping. Let me hold you for a while longer. After going back and forth like this for a few times, Chu Feng finally had no choice but to give up. However, just looking at Su Muhang's peaceful face as he fell asleep, a doting smile gradually appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. This little girl is really an annoying little devil. What a pity. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. However, just as Chu Feng was mumbling to himself, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully staying overnight at Su Muxiang's house. System reward, 1 chance to draw a roulette wheel. Roulette draw? Chapter 35 Chu Luoluo goes to war to punish. Chu Feng didn't expect that he would have such an unexpected surprise when he stayed overnight at Su Muxing's house. You know, since he bound the system, he has been using sign-in to get rewards. As for such a good thing as a lottery, he had never encountered it before. Surprised, Chu Feng couldn't wait to enter the system interface. Immediately afterwards, a huge roulette wheel appeared in the void. The roulette wheel is divided into 6 sections, with 5 different prizes marked on them, and 1 by position is left. 1 Mingzhu Guojin building, 1 luxury cruise ship, 1 Cessna private jet, 1 20 million winning lottery ticket, 1 Mingzhu Jujiantang villa. Looking at these luxurious rewards in front of him, Chu Feng was ecstatic. The chance of winning is 5 in 6, and the least valuable lottery ticket is worth 20 million. This kind of golden lottery event should be held more often. Ding, the roulette is ready. Would the host like to use this chance to draw a lottery? Use. Chu Feng chose to use it without any hesitation. Soon, the huge roulette wheel in front of him began to spin rapidly. The surprise of this gift package falling from the sky also made Chu Feng feel inexplicably expectant and excited. To be honest, among the 5 prizes in front of him, what Chu Feng wanted most was the luxury cruise ship. After all, this thing is a great tool for showing off. With it, you can form a cruise ship patty on the sea in the future. Wouldn't that be super cool and awesome? It's a pity that this dream is so full, but the reality is so bleak. Because as the lottery will slowly stopped, the pointer did not fall on the luxury cruise ship that Chu Feng had been thinking about, but gave him a winning lottery ticket worth 20 million. Chu Feng was confused by this. Just 1 lottery ticket? System, are you being too stingy this time? Host, it's not that the system is stingy, but the probability of the roulette draw is set according to the value ratio of the prizes. The 20 million lottery ticket has the lowest value, so the probability of winning it is the highest, reaching 60%. Of course, if the host does not use this chance to draw a lottery, but chooses to accumulate the number of draws and draw 5 or 10 times in a row, then there is a 100% chance that he will take away all the prizes on the roulette wheel. Damn, you can even do 5 draws in a row. Why didn't you say that earlier? The host didn't ask. After hearing the system's answer, Chu Feng was speechless for a moment. After all, this is not the first time that one has been ruthlessly despised by one's own system. In the end, he can only hold the lottery ticket reward issued by the system in his hand and smile bitterly in silence. A night of silence. Until the next morning, when the sun rose again from the horizon. Su Muxiang, who had slept with Chu Feng as his pillow for a whole night, finally opened his sleepy eyes reluctantly. Of course, at this time she didn't sleep until she woke up naturally. It seemed as if he was awakened by something stuffed into his mouth. Su Muxiang twisted his stiff neck in a daze and suddenly realized something was wrong. Because at this time, there was obviously a shallow puddle of water on Chu Feng's body, and the position was very awkward. Seeing this scene and thinking about his sleeping posture just now, Su Muxiang's face turned red instantly. Are you awake? Feeling the weight on his legs suddenly lighten, Chu Feng, who had been dozing off for half an hour, rubbed his eyes and woke up. However, at this time, Su Muxiang had not yet recovered from the embarrassment and shame. Facing Chu Feng, she just subconsciously covered her face. Then he stammered, feeling extremely guilty, that. I was so sleepy last night that I accidentally fell asleep without even taking a shower. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying this, Su Muhang rushed out as if he was escaping, and then disappeared from Chu Feng's sight. Chu Feng didn't find it strange and just smiled. This little girl, didn't she just sleep for a night without removing her makeup? She shouldn't look so shameful, right? Having said that, Chu Feng slowly stood up and walked towards the kitchen of Su Muxing's house. After all, after a night of tossing and turning, last night's French dinner had already been consumed by the poor stomach. Therefore, the first breakfast after waking up in the morning becomes particularly important. Fortunately, Su Muxing's refrigerator was not empty, and some basic ingredients were still there. Not long after, Chu Feng in the kitchen put on an apron and started to get busy. I just casually fried a few sunny-side-up eggs, boiled some milk, stir-fried a few vegetables, and baked some pancakes. A proper breakfast is ready. However, just as Chu Feng was showing off his skills and displaying his god-level cooking skills, his cell phone suddenly rang. Immediately afterwards, an angry, soul-stirring and life-threatening voice rang in his ears. Chu Feng. You're going to die. Tell me the truth, what were you doing last night? Didn't you agree to come watch my live debut? How dare you stand me up? Let me tell you, I am angry now. The consequences are serious, quite serious. At this moment, the person on the other end of the phone who was asking questions like a cannonball was none other than Chu Feng's sister, Chu Luoluo. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he was really panicking. It's over, it's over. I had too many things to do last night and forgot about the instructions given by this little ancestor. Hey. Putting down the spatula, Chu Feng could only apologize with a smile and said, Lolo, I'm really sorry. I was really too busy last night and forgot about this. How about you start the show today and I'll compensate you? How about 100 rounds of super fire? Or 1,000 rounds will do. As long as your aunt is happy, anything is fine. This is my apology. When Chu Feng said this, Chu Luoluo on the other end of the phone was stunned. After all, how much would 1,000 super fire rounds cost? 2 million or so? Chu Luoluo doesn't believe that his brother can have so much money? Could it be that this guy is really lucky and won the lottery? Chu Luoluo on the other end of the phone was confused and kept muttering to himself. However, just as the brother and sister were talking on the phone, each thinking about their own things, Su Muying, who had just taken a shower and changed into an exquisite pajamas, walked out of the bathroom. Originally, Su Muxing was a little curious to see Chu Feng busy in the kitchen. However, when she listened to the conversation between Chu Feng and Chu Luoluo, her expression suddenly changed. The person talking to Chu Feng was a woman? It seems he is still a broadcaster? Humph, I didn't expect this guy to have the habit of giving gifts to female anchors. No, today, I must teach this bad guy a lesson. It is unforgivable that you dared to attract other men in front of me. As soon as he thought of this, Su Muxing appeared behind Chu Feng barefoot and tiptoed. Chapter 36 Su Muxing's Parents. Honey, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Suddenly appeared behind Chu Feng, and then Su Muhang hugged him from behind with a sly smile on his face. It was obvious that her sudden intimate gesture was intentional. Especially the word dear, which is so sweet that it makes you feel sick. It was obvious that she was demonstrating. Declaring sovereignty to the unknown female anchor on the other end of the phone. Chu Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at Su Muxing's naughty little thoughts. Of course, he didn't pay too much attention to these details at this time. After all, any man would probably not be able to resist being hugged closely by Su Muying, a beautiful woman who had just emerged from the bath and changed into exquisite pajamas. What's more, before this, Chu Feng had experienced a whole night of painful torture, with a belly full of primitive animality that had nowhere to vent. However, this hot-blooded young man finally couldn't bear it anymore. When he was about to turn around and do something excessive to Su Muhang, whose body was trembling slightly, Chu Luoluo on the other end of the phone, after a few seconds of silence, shouted in surprise and joy. Brother, what's going on? You don't seem to be in the school dormitory? Also, who was the girl who just spoke? Your girlfriend? You guys are living together off campus? Chu Luoluo was so excited at this time that he asked questions one after another. As for Chu Feng, he is even more amazing. He turned on the hands-free function right in front of Su Muxing. Little girl, just take care of yourself. Don't meddle too much in adults' affairs. After hearing Chu Feng's pedantic education, Chu Luoluo on the other end of the phone immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph, you're only 3 years older than me, why are you pretending to be an adult? Why don't you report your own situation to the organization truthfully? Or I'll just call my mom. Do you believe me? As he spoke, Chu Luoluo actually began to threaten Chu Feng. As for the humor between the brother and sister, Su Mucheng, who was standing by, heard and understood it clearly. At the same time, she realized that she seemed to have made a ridiculous misunderstanding. I was stunned for a moment with an awkward look on my face. Goddess Su no longer had the aura of asserting her sovereignty that she had just now. Feeling guilty, she did not dare to stay in the kitchen any longer and turned around to try to slip away. Unexpectedly. Seeing her expression, Chu Feng smiled wickedly, reached out his hand and pulled her into his arms domineeringly. My sister's phone call. Do you want to talk to her? Listening to Chu Feng's half-joking teasing, Su Muying became very nervous and kept waving his hands to signal. After all, the word dear that he had just said was embarrassing enough, and Chu Luoluo on the other end of the phone must have heard it. If he were to talk to the other party on the phone at this time, Su Muying couldn't even imagine the embarrassing social embarrassment he would suffer. Seeing her cute look of begging for mercy, Chu Feng immediately turned off the speaker of his mobile phone and spoke to Chu Luoluo on the other end of the line. Okay, Luoluo, it's not convenient for me to tell you about my personal situation for the time being. When the time is right, you will know. So, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, and don't say things that you shouldn't say. Do you know? Chu Luoluo is not the kind of person who likes to make trouble. Even though her daily communication with Chu Feng was always unruly, she was still quite intimidated by her elder brother. Especially when Chu Feng spoke to her seriously, she knew that if she continued to make a fuss, she would most likely touch the other party's bottom line. So every time this happens, she would wisely choose to stop. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me, you stingy guy. Having said that, Chu Luoluo hung up the phone without even waiting for Chu Feng to react. This girl. Hearing the sudden stop of the voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Feng threw the phone aside with a helpless expression. On the contrary, Su Mucheng in his arms, with her bare face immediately turned red with anger, complaining to Chu Feng, "You bad guy, you did it on purpose. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the call was from your sister? It makes me so embarrassed." Seeing Su Mucheng's angry look, Chu Feng smiled and shrugged. You didn't ask. Besides, who knows, you'll suddenly appear from behind. As he spoke, Chu Feng continued to smile and joke to Su Mucheng in his arms. Hee, Mu Shui, have you been hiding outside and eavesdropping for a long time? You don't really think I'm chatting and hanging out with some pretty female anchor? After being exposed by Chu Feng, Su Mucheng panicked subconsciously and explained haltingly. Just not? I just happened to come out of the shower. As she said this, she shyly broke free from Chu Feng's embrace and ran towards the restaurant as if she was escaping from the panic. Oh, women, you really say one thing and mean another. After sighing smugly, Chu Feng immediately brought the breakfast he had prepared to the dining table. At this time, Su Muhan looked at the table full of delicious dishes and was amazed. You did all this? Oh my god, Chu Feng, I never thought that a college student like you could master such a life skill as cooking. Did I find a treasure? Su Muxian's words were not meant to compliment Chu Feng. After all, with the blessing of God-level cooking skills L2, Chu Feng's current cooking level is almost on the same level as the state banquet chef. Even though the table is filled with stir-fried vegetables, it is very delicious in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Didn't I tell you yesterday that you have a bad stomach, so you must eat breakfast on time from now on? Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Looking at Chu Feng's serious expression, Su Mucheng just smiled mischievously and nodded obediently. Don't worry, I know. From now on, I will follow the doctor's advice from Master Chu, eat breakfast and have 3 meals on time. Of course, it would be even better if someone could help me prepare such a large table of sumptuous breakfast every day. Having said this, Su Muhang continued blinking his big watery eyes at Chu Feng, as if hinting at something. Chu Feng also knew what she meant. It felt like a boy in love saying to a girl, "From now on, I want to wake up with you." However, just as Su Muxuan was sitting at the dining table with a playful look on his face, waiting for Chu Feng's answer with anticipation. In the living room, the doorbell rang one after another at inopportune times. Who is it? Why are you here so early in the morning? How annoying. Su Muxing was very unhappy to be interrupted. He muttered something with a complaining look on his face and then stood up to open the door. But when she pushed open the door and saw the serious-looking middle-aged couple standing at her door, her expression instantly became panic. Dad, Mom. Why are you here? Chapter 37, Don't Accept the Toast and Drink the Wine. I have to say that our national little queen, Goddess Sue, is also quite miserable. This was the first time she brought the boy she liked home, but unfortunately she was caught by her parents on the spot. At this moment, Goddess Sue's mood can only be described as extremely panicked. Of course, as the president of Shanglong Entertainment, Su Mucheng is not stupid. She naturally knew that the reason why her parents were able to find this place so accurately today was that someone must have been a traitor and leaked the secret. And the leaker could only be his assistant, Xie Xiaoxiao, who had always been by his side. After all, Su Mucheng had never hidden his plan from her from beginning to end. Damn Xiaoxiao, you actually dared to tell on me. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you in the future. Although he was so ruthless in his heart, Su Mucheng still behaved as sensible as ever in front of his parents. Dad, Mom, please sit down first. I'll make you some tea. Looking at their precious daughter who had suddenly become attentive, Su Zhanfeng and his wife had cold expressions on their faces. Okay, no need to bother. Just stand aside and I'll settle the score with you later. After a cold snort, Su Zhanfeng's eyes immediately swept towards Chuong, who had stood up and was walking towards them. Uncle, Aunt, hello. My name is Chuong, and I'm Mu Shue's boyfriend. Facing Su Zhanfeng's unfriendly gaze, Chuong was not afraid at all and directly stated that he was Su Mucheng's boyfriend. His courage shocked Su Zhanfeng, who had been in the business world for many years. Of course, the reason why Chuong was so straightforward was because of the current situation. After all, he was caught by the other person's parents early in the morning. Moreover, looking at Su Mucheng's current appearance, it was clear that he had just taken a shower and was wearing pajamas. In this situation, if you continue to say that you two are innocent, who would believe you? Boyfriend? Oh, young man, I, Su Zhanfeng, have seen countless people in my life, but I have never met someone as shameless as you. I think you're only in your early 20s. You are so young and have such a good time, but you don't want to work hard for your career, but you are bent on taking crooked paths and want to rely on a girl to climb up the social ladder and eat soft rice. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Su Zhanfeng's words were sharp. Moreover, he looked at Chuong with tinted glasses from beginning to end. Uncle, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Mu Shue and I are in a free love relationship. As for what you said about climbing up the social ladder and living off others, I have never thought about it. Su Zhanfeng naturally didn't believe what Chuong said. After all, he is a businessman, and he will habitually choose to look at the people and things around him with suspicion and targeting everything. Of course, it is understandable that he has this kind of personality. If not for this, Su Zhanfeng would not have been able to grow the Shanglong group to its current level at his age. Free love? Young man, you say things that sound nice, but you don't really mean it in your heart. Everyone in Mingzhu knows that I, Su Zhanfeng, only have this one precious daughter. Whoever marries her will be the heir of our Shanglong group in the future. However, how can any random person be worthy of my daughter, Su Zhanfeng? If you don't have the right capital, don't try to achieve social status through marriage. So, young man, I advise you to put away your delusions. It is absolutely impossible for you and Xiao to be together. That's what I said. Seeing Su Zhanfeng being so arbitrary and ruthlessly ridiculing Chuong, Su Mucheng on the side finally couldn't help but explode. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? The relationship between Chuong and I is not what you think. I took the initiative to pursue him. Can you please be reasonable and stop being so arbitrary? When Su Mucheng said this, Su Zhanfeng and his wife were shocked. Especially Su Mucheng's mother, Mei Shuahua. After all, Mei Shuahua knew better than anyone how proud her daughter was. This girl has never been nice to the suitors around her since she was a child. This is true even for those young men who are well matched with their husbands. However, today, she lowered her status and gave up her pride for the young man named Chuong in front of her. For Su Zhanfeng and his wife, this was simply an unbelievable thing. However, Su Mucheng's explanation could not change Su Zhanfeng and his wife's prejudice against Chuong. Her attitude even angered her father Su Zhanfeng even more. Hey, Xiaoxiang, you are such a silly girl who is easily deceived by others' appearance. Forget it. Since we have come to this point today, Dad will take this opportunity to teach you another lesson. It will also let you know what it means to be evil in human nature. As he spoke, Su Zhanfeng took out a book of checks from his pocket. Then, in front of Chuong and Su Mucheng, he tore off a blank piece of paper and placed it on the coffee table. Young man, this is a blank check. As long as you leave my daughter, this check is yours. You can put any number you want on it. Since you're in it for the money, I'll satisfy you today. This way, everyone will have less worries. What do you think? Listening to Su Jianfeng's domineering words, Xu Feng's expression began to become unhappy. Originally, he wanted to have a calm chat with Su Jianfeng and his wife. After all, they are Su Muqing's parents and can be considered elders. If the two sides were to become so awkward or even have a conflict when they met for the first time, then Su Muqing would be the one in trouble. Therefore, considering Su Muqing's true feelings towards him, Xu Feng repeatedly tolerated Su Jianfeng. But human patience always has a limit. Unfortunately, Su Jianfeng's move of throwing money at people just touched Xu Feng's bottom line. At this time, Xu Feng's face became even colder. And then he was completely reckless. He just walked straight forward, picked up the blank check that Su Jianfeng had placed on the coffee table, and tore it into pieces. At the same time, the way he addressed Su Jianfeng also changed greatly. Mr. Su, not everything in this world can be solved or measured with money. Seeing that the young man in front of him was so difficult to deal with and even dared to preach to him openly, Su Jianfeng was furious. You are such a shameless person. Since you don't want to drink my toast, I'll let you drink a penalty drink. Having said this, Su Jianfeng clapped his hands twice. Immediately afterwards, several people dressed in black, who looked like bodyguards, rushed in from outside the door. Seeing this scene, Su Mayan screamed in surprise, "Dad, what are you going to do? Chapter 38 One-on-one or group fight?" Obviously, Su Jianfeng was well prepared for this arrest operation today. Because there is no one in this world who would visit his daughter's house for no reason and have so many bodyguards around him. Especially the leader of his group of bodyguards, his face was full of murderous intent. You can tell at first glance that he is a martial artist who is not easy to mess with. If the person standing here today was not Xu Feng, he would have been frightened silly by the scene before him. After all, it is not something that ordinary people can do to fight against the threat of 5 or 6 professional bodyguards alone. Young man, I'll give you one last chance. Leave my daughter immediately and promise to disappear from her sight forever. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you off the 16th floor. Su Jianfeng narrowed his eyes and spoke again. This time, relying on his large numbers, he gave Xu Feng a death warning without even a word of negotiation. Because in the eyes of business tycoons like Su Jianfeng, there is no such thing as true and unswerving love in this world. Once your life is threatened, even the most sincere feelings will become as fragile as a piece of white paper. Of course, Su Jianfeng didn't really want Xu Feng's life at this time. He's just a businessman. Although he has great connections. But it is not a good deal to be involved in a murder lawsuit for an unrelated person. Therefore, his threat was more to intimidate Xu Feng in front of him, so that he would reveal his true colors in front of Su Muqing. It's a pity that he underestimated Xu Feng and didn't know what this young man's real abilities were. Facing the group of aggressive bodyguards in front of him, Xu Feng showed no fear on his face. He just narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the leader of the bodyguards. His murderous look also made the middle-aged man who was the leader of the group of bodyguards feel fearful. Perhaps Su Jianfeng did not notice anything unusual at this time. But the bodyguard leader beside him, who was also quite skilled in martial arts, was secretly shocked. This young man had such a strong aura, he didn't seem like an ordinary person at all. It seemed like there would be a fierce battle today? Mr. Su, although you are Mu Shue's father, it seems that you can't control me. It's not your turn to give orders about what I want to do or what I want to do. Even if Mu Shue and I really separate in the future, it can only be because of our own reasons, not because of your coercion. As for what you said about throwing me off the 16th floor, I really want to see if the people under your command are really capable of doing that. With the support of the martial arts power of the Yushin Baguazhang, Xu Feng at this time really didn't take the rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs in front of him seriously. His fearless words made Su Jianfeng frown. Because Su Jianfeng never expected that the boy standing in front of him could be so arrogant. It's just like a copper pea that is neither steamed nor cooked. Su Jianfeng laughed so angrily that he even stood up from the sofa. Well, young man, I underestimated your courage. Since you are so fearless of death, I will grant your wish today. Liang Wu, what are you still standing there for? Get started. Su Jianfeng turned around and gave instructions to his personal bodyguard Liang Wu. After hearing the order, Liang Wu immediately stepped forward. At the same time, Su Muhong, who was standing by, couldn't bear it any longer and roared in anger. That's enough. Then, Goddess Su no longer cared about her image. He took 3 or 2 steps and stood in front of Xu Feng, roaring at Liang Wu. I wonder if any of you dare to touch him. After saying this, Su Mohong's cold eyes once again stared straight at his father Su Zhenfeng. Dad, do you know what you are doing? You are committing murder, which is against the law. Su Zhenfeng's face trembled slightly as he listened to Su Muqing's accusation. He knew that his silly daughter was now deeply poisoned by love and unable to extricate herself. Today, if she was determined to protect the brat in front of her, she would have no way to deal with him. But Su Zhenfeng is, after all, an old fox who has been in the world for a long time. Faced with the current situation, his gaze immediately skipped over his daughter and fell coldly on Chu Feng. Young man, isn't it unmanly of you to hide behind a girl like this? She can protect you for a while, but can she protect you for a lifetime? Hearing Su Zhenfeng's provocation, Chu Feng curled his lips slightly and revealed a faint smile. Then, he domineeringly pulled Su Muqing back from in front of him and protected him behind him. Muxue, don't be so nervous, it's just a small scene. Besides, these troubles that are bound to come will eventually have to be faced and resolved one day. So, you should just hide behind me later, just like you did last night. I promise to deal with all these messes in front of me within 3 minutes. It has to be said that even Su Zhenfeng couldn't help but be amazed at Chu Feng's calm and cheerful look. However, his admiration was more of a self-righteous disdain and contempt. This kid is unprecedented in his ability to pretend to be so awesome. It's a pity that he doesn't understand that pretending to be awesome and being truly awesome are two completely different concepts. Humph, another 3 minutes? I will expose your true colors as a hypocrite soon, so that Xiao Xiang, the silly girl, will give up completely. Chu Feng and Su Muiying were naturally completely unaware of Su Zhenfeng's inner thoughts at this time. However, Chu Feng's words just now awakened the emotional Su Muqing. It also reminded her of the terrifying scene on the cruise ship last night. You know, at that time, Chu Feng showed no fear even when he was under James' gun. And he can kill James instantly. This kind of terrifying explosive power and combat effectiveness is definitely not something an ordinary person can possess. Although I am still a little worried and anxious. But compared to before, Su Mohong's anxious heart gradually calmed down amidst Chu Feng's laughter. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he strode forward and went straight to Liang Wu. Come on, are you planning to fight one-on-one or in a group? I'll keep you company today. Hearing Chu Feng's disdainful words and looking at his handsome face that deserved a beating, the people around Liang Wu could no longer bear it. Mad. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone this arrogant. Brothers, come together and beat him. Having said that, the group of bodyguards, who were already in a bad mood, immediately surrounded Chu Feng. At this time, Su Zhenfeng showed a gloomy smile. Chapter 39 You lost. To be honest, the purpose of Su Zhenfeng's trip was actually very simple. He neither wanted to embarrass Chu Feng nor wanted to take Chu Feng's life. After all, as an old father, he just hopes that Chu Feng can give up when he sees difficulty and stop pestering Su Muqing. Because in his opinion, a young man like Chu Feng who came from a poor family was not worthy of his daughter. However, with the ups and downs of the business world over the years and as the Shanglong group under his control grew bigger and bigger, Su Zhenfeng naturally developed a temperament of being firm in his words. So, whether he was facing Chu Feng, his beloved daughter Su Muzhen, or even his wife Mei Shuehua, he would involuntarily show an extremely strong attitude. Especially Chu Feng. This young man actually went against his will and contradicted him time and time again. This was absolutely unforgivable in Su Zhenfeng's view. Therefore, whether for the sake of my own face or for the future of my precious daughter, Su Zhenfeng must be ruthless this time and teach this young man named Chu Feng a lesson. However, what he didn't expect was that these bodyguards he brought with him were like clay when they appeared in front of Chu Feng. 4 or 5 strong men were dealt with by Chu Feng in just a moment. And the opponent didn't seem to have used his full strength yet. Just one palm strike from one person was enough to make them scream and lie sprawled on the ground, losing the ability to continue fighting. Looking at this scene, Su Zhenfeng, who was originally planning to continue ridiculing Chu Feng, was completely dumbfounded. On the contrary, Su Muqing on the side had golden light in his eyes, and he looked at Chu Feng with unstoppable admiration and affection. Handsome. So damn handsome. He is worthy of being the man chosen by this lady. Seeing Chu Feng's invincible posture, Su Muqing's girlish heart was instantly moved. Fortunately, Su Zhenfeng and his wife were present. Otherwise, she really wanted to pounce on Chu Feng immediately and give birth to a baby with him. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he just glanced coldly at those weak bodyguards, then clapped his hands with a satisfied look on his face. None of you can fight. After saying that, Chu Feng's gaze was fixed on Liang Wu, the only person standing in front of him. the appetizers are over. If you don't take action now, you won't have another chance. Hearing what he said, Liang Wu subconsciously took a step back. It's not that he was afraid of Chu Feng. It is because Liang Wu, who has rich combat experience, knows that at this moment, he can only launch an effective attack after keeping a certain distance from the terrifying young man in front of him. After all, the most important part of the Yushin Bagwazang that Chu Feng performed was the word Yushin. Once attacked at close range, even Liang Wu would not have the confidence that he could be his opponent. Young man, I have to say that you have mastered the Yushin Bagwazang to perfection. I guess you started practicing Chinese martial arts when you were very young. Your palm power would never have reached the level it is now without 10 years of practice. It's a pity that although you are strong, you lack combat experience. So, you have to be careful next time. Facing a martial arts inheritor like Chu Feng, even Liang Wu, who stood on a different position, couldn't help but feel a sense of mutual respect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time talking to Chu Feng. After all, what he just said was both an affirmation of Chu Feng and a reminder to him. In response, Chu Feng just smiled lightly and did not make any further statement. At the same time, Liang Wu on the opposite side snorted heavily. Then, his fist came towards Chu Feng's face like a flood or a beast. The speed and explosive power are amazing. However, what Liang Wu used was not traditional Chinese martial arts, but a fighting technique that was both simple and extremely lethal. Or to be more precise, it is a military killing technique. So Chu Feng did not take Liang Wu's punch head-on. Instead, he used the unique footwork and body movements of Bagwazang to dodge past it. But his dodging ruined his own offensive rhythm. Liang Wu did not give him any room to counterattack. He kept punching and kicking Chu Feng, pressing him down and beating him. This sense of crisis and oppression really made Chu Feng feel uncomfortable. Watching the person he loved being at a disadvantage, Sumo Huan unconsciously clenched his hands, his heart becoming uneasy again. Damn, that was a mistake. This guy named Liang Wu looks like a master who has retired from the military. And it is very likely that he has been on the battlefield and killed people. Otherwise, his attack would not have carried such a strong sense of oppression and bloodiness. However, just as Chu Feng was daydreaming and distracted, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for using the Yushin Bagwazang martial arts skill for 30 seconds, and the skill has been upgraded to level 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for using the Yushin Bagwazang martial arts skill for 1 minute, and the skill has been upgraded to level 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for using the Yushin Bagwazang martial arts skill for 5 minutes, and the skill has been upgraded to level 5. Chu Feng was overjoyed as his skill proficiency was repeatedly improved by the system. This feeling is like using a pillow when you are sleepy. Don't be too comfortable. There is a world of difference between level 5 Yushin Bagwazang and level 1. At this moment, Chu Feng not only felt his muscles and bones increasing in strength, but even his movements and sense of smell became more acute. Of course, as his opponent, Liang Wu was also full of surprise at this time. What kind of monster is this kid? He actually became stronger as the battle went on. Or did he not use his full strength just now? However, just when Liang Wu was distracted, Chu Feng's strange steps instantly stuck to him. Seeing this, Liang Wu was horrified and thought to himself that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to step back and withdraw. It's a pity that Chu Feng did not give him this opportunity. He raised his hand and slapped him directly on the chest. With just this one blow, Liang Wu staggered and fell to the ground. And this was the result of Chu Feng holding back. Otherwise, with his explosive strength and muscles and bones, he could definitely shatter Liang Wu's chest bones with one palm. You lose. Instead of continuing the pursuit, Chu Feng just glanced at Liang Wu, who was slumped on the ground, calmly and said with great composure. Although Liang Wu was unwilling to accept this. But he really wasn't as skilled as the other person, so he could only stand up silently and say something to Chu Feng. Thank you for your mercy. Seeing that the bodyguard beside him with the strongest fighting power was defeated by Chu Feng, Su Zhanfeng's face turned blue and red at this moment. As for Chu Feng, as the battle ended, his gaze fell on Su Zhanfeng's face, who was shocked and ashamed. However, just as he was about to speak and continue saying something to Su Zhanfeng, a sudden wave of rewards from the system has arrived. Chapter 40, Chu Feng's Dowry. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Liang Wu, the former soldier king of the Snow Wolf Special Warfare Brigade. System reward, 28% of the shares of Shanglong Group. Looking at this wave of rewards from the system, Chu Feng's expression immediately became weird. Shares of Shanglong Group? This. Just as he was mercilessly despised and ridiculed by the chairman of the Shanglong Group, the system sent him shares of the Shanglong Group. This intention is too obvious. Isn't this forcing me to confront Su Zhanfeng in front of me? Of course, what surprised Chuong even more was that this wave of rewards from the system was not only extremely impressive, but the speed at which they were credited was also quite astonishing. Because just when he was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, the phone on his body rang. Hello, is this Mr. Chuong? I am Su Hongtai, the chief lawyer of Hongtai Law Firm. We have already handled the equity transaction transfer case between you and Mr. Wang Qingyang of Shanglong Group that you entrusted us to handle. May I ask where you are right now? If it's convenient, I will personally deliver the Shanglong Group's share certificate, transfer letter, and other materials to you. Hearing the impatient voice on the other end of the phone, Chuong hesitated for a moment and said, I'm at room 1662, building 2, Thompson 1, the Bun now. Come over. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After saying Chuong hung up the phone. At the same time, Su Zhanfeng, who had been sitting steadily on the sofa, could no longer sit still. He snorted coldly in anger and stood up and walked straight to Chuong. After all, the guy in front of him first unscrupulously tore up the check he gave him, and then beat up the bodyguards he brought with him one by one. These two things were undoubtedly a provocation to Su Zhanfeng. And this is not just a matter of face, it also concerns a father's authority in his daughter's heart. Young people. I have to admit that I underestimated you before. You are a good fighter. Very good fighter. But if this is all you have, then I still have to give you a piece of advice. Even if you were made of iron, how many nails could you grind? After all, today's society is not the era of warriors and knights. Do you think that you can fight against me and the entire Shanglong Group with your skills alone? To put it bluntly, with my current status and position, I can make you a rat in Mingzhu with just one word. By then, you will have no roof over your head, no clothes to wear, no food to eat, and you will have no choice but to leave in disgrace. Is this the ending you want? The temptation of money, the pressure of force, and the deterrence of power. It has to be said that Su Zhanfeng did everything he could to drive Chuong away from his daughter. Of course, his words were still mostly threats. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Zhanfeng did not want to risk being caught by someone and resort to shady means to deal with Chuong. This is his self-control, and it is also a manifestation of his respect for his reputation. However, Su Zhanfeng's threat no longer has much value and meaning to Chuong now. With his head tilted, Chuong grinned. Mr. Su, you are not trying to tell me that your Shanglong Group is the sky of this pearl, right? Ha, even if that's the case, I don't think the top management of the entire Shanglong Group would be stupid enough to target their own shareholders. If I really have no roof over my head and no food to eat, do you think your Shanglong Group will be any better, Mr. Su? When Chuong said this, not to mention Su Zhanfeng, even Su Muching looked surprised and weird. After a few seconds of silence, Su Zhanfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Young man, are you mentally ill or ignorant and fearless? You are not so naive as to think that as long as that silly girl Xiaoxiang is on your side, you can become a shareholder of my Shanglong Group, right? To tell you the truth, Xiaoxiang is only the president of Shanglong Entertainment, a subsidiary of Shanglong Group. She does not hold any shares in Shanglong Group. And the only person in charge of the entire Shanglong Group is me, Su Zhanfeng. As he spoke, Su Zhanfeng's expression became extremely cold and violent. On the contrary, facing the angry roar of the chairman of the Shanglong Group, Chuong just smiled indifferently. Mr. Su, don't get so excited. You are only the chairman of Shanglong Group, not the absolute controlling shareholder. If I remember correctly, there should be a director named Wang Qingyang on the board of directors of your Shanglong Group. Unfortunately, I just acquired his shares a few days ago. So I am now also one of the shareholders of Shanglong Group. Xu Feng's words caught Su Zhanfeng off guard. But who is Su Zhanfeng? He is an old hand who is good at calculating. Of course, there was no way he could be fooled by Xu Feng's few words. You actually know Wang Qingyang? It seems that you have put a lot of effort into my Shanglong Group. It's a big deal. Before he finished speaking, Su Zhanfeng's face darkened and he stared at Su Mucheng, who was confused, with a bad look on his face. Damn girl, is this the person you picked? Such a wolfish ambition, do you see it clearly this time? Faced with his father's scolding, Su Mucheng felt very aggrieved and a little at a loss. However, just as she was about to step forward and ask Chuong what was going on, there were two knocks on the half-open door. Then, a thin middle-aged man in a silver suit and black-framed glasses walked in with a smile. "Excuse me, I saw the door was unlocked, so I just came in. I'm so sorry to bother you." Seeing the person coming outside the door, the first person in the house to react was none other than Su Zhanfeng. "Su Daliu, why are you here?" Obviously, Su Zhanfeng and this uninvited guest were acquainted with each other. "Boss Su, I didn't expect you to be here too." "Then my handover today will be even simpler. After all, it is all internal affairs of your Shanglong group. Since Director Su is here, he can be a witness." As he spoke, Su Hongtai, who was called Su Dalu by Su Zhanfeng, glanced at him and then quickly walked up to Chu Feng. "Mr. Chu Feng, this is the share certificate for your 28% stake in Shanglong Group, as well as Mr. Wang Qingyang's share transfer agreement. Please take a look." Hearing Su Hongtai's words, the three members of the Su family were all shocked. You know, although Shanglong Group is not among the top 3 in Mingzhu, its estimated value is at least 50 billion. According to this value, Chu Feng would have to spend at least 10 billion to acquire this 28% stake. Su Zhanfeng never thought that the poor boy in front of him had such great power that he could take all the shares held by Wang Qingyang, the second largest shareholder of Shanglong, in one breath. However, what Su Zhanfeng and his wife could not have imagined was that Chu Feng did not even look at the transfer agreement and the share certificate of Shanglong Group that Su Hongtai handed over respectfully, and spoke directly. "Lawyer Su, I won't go through this crap material in detail. But I have one more thing to trouble you with. Please help me donate all of the 28% of Shanglong Group's shares in my hands to Ms. Su Nuying free of charge. I have no use for it anyway. Just consider it as my betrothal gift to the Su family. I think Mr. Su will not refuse my betrothal gift, right?" After Chu Feng said this, not to mention Su Macheng, the beneficiary, even Su Zhanfeng, who was standing next to him, was embarrassed, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. The look on his face made it difficult to decide whether to respond or not. As for Su Hongtai, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. "Dowry? Oh my goodness, this is more than 10 billion in assets? Rich people are just extravagant. It's too much of an expense to make a beautiful woman smile. More than 10 billion, he can buy a bunch of wives and concubines, isn't that great?" Chapter 41, Su Macheng is ready to cheat his father. Looking at the unexpected turn of events, Su Macheng was already smiling from ear to ear. Especially Chu Feng's act of spending 10 billion as a betrothal gift moved her to the extreme. In comparison, Su Zhanfeng was extremely troubled at this time. In fact, as far as his true inner desire was concerned, Su Zhanfeng had to spare no effort to take over the 28% stake in Wang Qingyang's hands. Because in this way, he would not only be the chairman of Shanglong Group, but also the absolute controlling shareholder of the group. By then, he will be the one who has the final say in the entire Shanglong Group. However, facing Chu Feng, our President Su could not bring himself to save face. After all, once the emotion of estrangement arises, it is not so easy to resolve. This requires time to adjust and baptize. Besides, Su Zhanfeng is at least a well-known figure in Mingzhu. Although his words are not decisive, he is not so fickle as to be indecisive. However, what lies before him now is a matter of interests on one hand and face on the other. Having to make a choice between the two in a short period of time, even Su Zhanfeng, who has been tested in the business world for a long time, is extremely conflicted. However, Mr. Su of Shanglong Group is not an ordinary person after all. Faced with this complex issue that is difficult to decide at this time, he naturally would not make a decision easily. After all, he understands the principle that slow progress leads to success better than anyone else. Therefore, when faced with the sky-high betrothal gift offered by Chu Feng, his attitude was neither to agree nor to reject. "Humph, you young people should solve your own problems. I don't care." After saying this in anger, Su Zhanfeng did not stay and left, pulling his wife Mei Shuihua. Instead, it was his bodyguard Liang Wu who secretly gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. After all, Liang Wu had followed Su Zhanfeng for many years, and he had never seen his boss look so frustrated. Today, he finally opened his eyes. Of course, Su Zhanfeng's performance is far more than what Liang Wu interpreted. In short, you young people should solve your own problems. I am not responsible for anything. It seems like a compromise. In fact, she did not acknowledge the betrothal gift proposed by Chu Feng. In other words, you can do whatever you want with the shares in your hands. It has nothing to do with me. As for the daughter of the Su family whom you want to marry, I have not explicitly expressed my consent. However, his way of handling it was both smooth and obscure. Especially the final hasty departure, which is the essence. This clearly leaves the young couple Chuong and Su Muxing with some private space to solve their problems. As for himself, he always stays out of it, makes no promises, and yet fantasizes about getting any benefits. A proper attitude of being both responsible and independent. Mr. Chu, now that Mr. and Mrs. Su have left, do you think you should still give this betrothal gift to Ms. Su Muying as promised? Glancing coldly at Su Zhanfeng, who had not yet walked far, Su Dalu, who was standing politely beside Chu Feng, suddenly spoke. You know, since lawyer Su is so successful in Mingzhu's industry, he must be an extremely insightful person. Su Zhanfeng's little thoughts, which he didn't want to tell others, naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. Besides, Su Hongtai was recommended by the system. So when faced with this situation, deep down in his heart he would more or less unconsciously lean towards Chu Feng. Moreover, by asking the question at this time, he was actually reminding Chu Feng not to do something stupid that would not only cost him the wife but also his army. But he didn't wait for Chu Feng to speak. Su Muxing on the other side immediately ran up to the two of them and said resolutely. Of course not. This is over 10 billion worth of assets. How can you just give it away so easily? Besides, my old man hasn't relented yet? If you give up this equity now, what will we use to negotiate with that old fox in the future? Not only Chu Feng, but even Su Hongtai, who was standing beside him, was shocked by Su Muxing's words. Originally, Su Dalu naively thought that the reason why Su Muxing jumped out so hastily was that he wanted to get the shares in Chu Feng's hands as soon as possible. After all, who wouldn't he be tempted by such an astronomically valuable asset? Who would have thought that the little queen of the entertainment industry and the little princess of the Su family in front of him would do the exact opposite? Such a unique train of thought is totally beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Is this the legendary true love that is invincible? With such a silly look, Su Hongtai first looked at Chu Feng, and then looked at Su Muxing, who was excited. Ultimately, the chief counsel could only remain silent. Mu Shui, you are such a silly girl. You don't even want the shares I gave you for free. Aren't you afraid that I will regret it later? Chu Feng joked with a smile. As for Su Muxuan, she pouted her red lips and glared at Chu Feng unhappily. Repent? Do you dare? You've already met my parents and mentioned the betrothal gift. Do you think I'll give you a chance to regret it? Seeing Su Muxiang in such a coquettish manner, Chu Feng first laughed out loud. Then he pinched his nose and pretended to be embarrassed and said, hearing what you said, why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? I just want to ask, is it too late for me to get off the boat now? What do you think? Su Mu's eyes widened and she raised her fist as if she was ready to fight. However, in the eyes of an outsider like Su Hongtai, her expressions and actions were not coercion or inducement at all, but just showing off her love and affection. Ahem. After coughing twice in embarrassment, Su Hongtai interrupted the two of them by finding a topic to talk about with an expression of dismay on his face. Ms. Su, if you are really worried that Mr. Chu Feng will have no more bargaining chips in his hands after giving you these shares, then I have an immature suggestion for your reference. What suggestions? Upon hearing this, Su Muxing was stunned at first, and then immediately had an expression of eager to learn. The suggestion is that Mr. Chu Feng can grant the decision-making power of 28% of Shenglong Group's shares to Ms. Su, while retaining the ownership of the shares himself. At that time, Ms. Su will be able to exercise the full rights of the Shenglong Group director on behalf of Mr. Chu Feng and participate in the group's decision-making. This way, I can show Mr. Su my sincerity in proposing marriage and prevent unnecessary troubles in the future. It can be said that I killed two birds with one stone. It has to be said that Su Hongtai is truly worthy of the title of an elite in the industry. The advice he gave directly made Su Zhanfeng's previous series of actions and the little plans in his mind come to naught. Su Muxiang was also excited about this. That's a good idea, that's a good idea. As she spoke, the expression on her face became more cunning. Hee, if I can successfully join the board of directors and participate in the group's decision-making, my old man will definitely come to me for help. If he still dares to say no, I will disrupt him at the board meetings every day and make sure he is in a state of panic. Listening to Su Muxiang's innocent words and looking at her bright smile, Su Hongtai was immediately shocked. It's over, it's over. It seems like there's something wrong with my idea. The eldest daughter of the Su family doesn't play by the rules at all. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be ready to cheat her father. How can this be called true love that is invincible? This is just a case of a girl being unable to be kept when she grows up. Forget it, forget it. I'd better run away quickly. Chapter 42. I have never seen such a shameless person. With Su Hongtai's departure, Su Mucheng and Chu Feng were the only ones left in the Bunt Riverview apartment again. Of course, before leaving, lawyer Su intentionally or unintentionally said a few polite words to Chu Feng, asking him to find time to visit Hongtai Law Firm for tea when he was free. By the way, I also took care of 2 things that had not been dealt with yet. Chu Feng was well aware of Su Hongtai's implicit expression. The 2 things he mentioned should be the shares of Qingmen Group and the Yuan blue and white porcelain that the system rewarded him before. Hubby, you are so amazing. You know, you are the first person in Mingzhu who can make our old man speechless. I love you so much. He suddenly locked the door and turned around. Su Mucheng was so impatient. With a look of ecstasy on her face, she jumped onto Chu Feng and hugged his neck tightly. Obviously, there were no outsiders present, and Su Muhang's complicated emotions that had accumulated over the whole morning finally burst out at this moment. Moreover, she even addressed Chu Feng as husband. Husband? Mu Shui, isn't it a little too early for you to call me that? Although Chu Feng said no at this time, the smiling look on his face had already betrayed his true thoughts deep in his heart. Today, he is in the prime of his life. Morning? Never mind. It doesn't matter whether it's early or late. You are my man, and you can't escape from me in this life. As he said this, Su Muxiang actually showed a cute look of gritting his teeth. Humph, if my old man hadn't been keeping my household registration book, I would have dragged you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get it stamped right now. Hearing Su Mucheng's innocent and playful words, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. But soon, a naughty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Household registration booklet? Mu Shui, what you said reminds me. How about we find an opportunity to visit your parents some other day, and then secretly take out your household registration booklet? What do you think? Chu Feng's words were originally just a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, the silly girl in front of him, who was blinded by love, took it seriously. Next second, Su Muxiang blinked his big, mischievous eyes, with excitement shining in them. Steal the household registration book? Husband, your idea is really great and exciting. But we don't have to wait until another day. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. It just so happens that you have just acquired the shares held by Wang Qingyang. My old man will definitely go to the group's board of directors to inquire about the details after he returns. He certainly didn't expect that I would sneak over to him at this time. This is called the unexpected. Just like that, he imagined the current enemy and friendly situation in his mind, and at this moment, Su Mucheng was smiling with eyes as bright as crescent moons. Hubby, wait for me for a moment. I'll change my clothes and then we'll set out right away to kill them by surprise. As he spoke, Su Mucheng jumped off Chu Feng lightly. After all, the thought of going back to steal the household registration book and getting a marriage certificate with the person he loves made Su Mucheng very excited. But at this time, Chu Feng grabbed her with a smile on his face. Silly girl, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you think we should get the business done first? Su Muxuan didn't understand what he meant and asked seriously, business? Is there anything more important than this right now? Chu Feng grinned wickedly, squinting his eyes and looking up and down meaningfully at Su Mucheng, who was wearing exquisite pajamas. Mu Shui, since you call me husband, shouldn't I also exercise my rights as a husband? Otherwise, I would be a husband in name only and not in actual fact, and I would be very incompetent. As he spoke, Chu Feng stretched out his hand, put his arm around Su Mucheng's slender waist, and held her tightly in his arms. Besides, wasn't this part of your plan last night? After all, we have to make up for the lessons we missed, right? Hearing Chu Feng's ambiguous whispers in his ears, Su Mucheng understood instantly. With a red face, Goddess Su did not avoid it, but faced Chu Feng's naughty eyes. At the same time, her beautiful face showed an innocent expression. Master Chu Feng, are you planning to teach me the 108 kinds of knowledge you are good at right now? Then how should I cooperate next? After saying that, Su Muxuan slowly broke away from Chu Feng's embrace, knelt on the sofa obediently, and looked back at Chu Feng with a smile. Do you think my knowledge is okay? Hearing her soft voice coupled with her pure eyes that were innocent and curious, Chu Feng began to doubt his life. Damn, what kind of evil girlfriend am I looking for? Isn't she too good at teasing? She drives very steadily, but looks as pure as an elf. Coupled with that pair of eager eyes, he looks just like a good kid asking questions to the teacher. Is this an actor? Is this the legendary perfect combination of angel and devil? Looking at Su Mucheng, who was ready to go and extremely provocative, Chu Feng was stunned and couldn't help swallowing. However, just as the war was about to break out, Chu Feng's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. For this reason, the two people in the living room who were originally very excited were stunned at the same time. Chu Feng originally wanted to throw this annoying phone call aside and continue to work on his unfinished business. However, when he glanced at the caller ID, he could only press the call button helplessly. "Mom!" Chu Feng just called out softly. But before he could continue speaking, Mother Chu on the other end of the phone began to roar. "You bastard, are you crazy? What did you do yesterday?" Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard his mother's accusations. Could it be that damn girl Chu Luo betrayed me at the critical moment and told the secret to my mother? This girl is really a traitor. Humph, I'll go and settle the score with her when I get back. Mom, I didn't do anything yesterday. Didn't I just follow your instructions and go on a blind date? How dare you say that? Do you know that Zhao Wei has already filed a complaint against me? Look at you. You had such dirty thoughts when you met a girl for the first time, and you even forced Zhao Wei to go to a hotel with you. They refused to obey, but you actually took action. It's fine now. The girl is injured and is in the hospital. Her parents came to our door early in the morning, crying and shouting, and demanded that we give an explanation. Or they'll call the police and charge you with attempted rape. How could you, a decent person like you, do something that brings disgrace to our family? Hey, I really don't know what sin I committed in my previous life to give birth to a bastard like you. Listening to his mother crying and accusing on the other end of the phone, Chu Feng felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to yell at the bun opposite the window, "Damn it, I have never seen such a shameless person." Chapter 43 Reward you with $1 billion project. After being disturbed by the phone call from his mother, Chu Feng instantly lost his original interest. At this moment, he just threw his mobile phone aside and slumped down on the sofa in Su Muxing's house. It looked like a defeated rooster. After all, Chu Feng never thought that he would end up with such a weirdo just because he went there for a blind date. What's even worse is that my mother actually believed the other party's accusation. She even repeatedly urged herself on the phone to go to the hospital to apologize and seek forgiveness. In Chu Feng's opinion, this was simply a ridiculous thing. As for Zhao Hui, it was obvious that she was shameless and was abandoned after being played with by someone. She deserved what she ended up like this. Why should others pay for her misstep? It's simply unreasonable. Seeing Chu Feng's sudden change of mood and instant weakness after receiving the phone call, Su Mucheng, who had already got ready, did not have any intention of complaining or blaming him. At this time, she stood up considerately and hugged Chu Feng from behind. "Honey, what did your mother say to you on the phone that made you so depressed? Did Luo go back to tell on the traitor?" Chu Feng sighed and shook his head. "No, it wasn't Luo who went to tell on the secret. What's going on?" he asked softly, while Su Muxuan's cheek gently pressed against Chu Feng's face and he also took the opportunity to rub it. "I want to say it's because of Zhao Hui, do you believe it?" Chu Feng turned around and looked straight at Su Mucheng behind him. Obviously, even he, the person involved, thought that what he said was extremely ridiculous, let alone Su Mucheng. Zhao Hui? The blind date girl yesterday? Didn't she lose her baby and be admitted to the hospital? Besides, what does her business have to do with you? Su Muxian was completely puzzled. As she spoke, a hint of hidden displeasure appeared on her beautiful face. On the contrary, Chu Feng had a speechless smile on his face. "I also feel that her affairs have nothing to do with me. It's just that this strange flower seems to be relying on me. She insisted that I was the one who caused her injuries. And she also said that I forced her to get a room yesterday." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Mucheng immediately got furious. The face that had been so tender and gentle suddenly turned cold. She's really shameless. I haven't even touched my man yet, how can I force a fallen woman like her to get a room? It's ridiculous. I think she failed to trick that Fu guy, so she turned around and tried to shift the blame, or she wanted to find a long-term meal ticket for herself. It's really 1982 Longjing, an old green tea. Having said that, Su Muxiang immediately stood up and began to search for his mobile phone with a look of indignation on his face. "No. You've actually bullied my man. I will contact the company's legal department right now and make her pay the price." Seeing Su Muxiang being so protective of his people, Chu Feng's depression was instantly swept away. Then, the corner of his mouth raised up that signature smile again, and he stood up and stopped Su Muxiang, who had a look of indignation on his face. "Okay, it's just a small matter, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Besides, Xinglong's legal affairs are usually very busy, so let's not cause trouble for them. You can handle your own affairs. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Muxian was stunned. Handle it yourself? What should we do? Should we call the police directly? Obviously, Su Muxing, the beautiful CEO of Shanglong Entertainment, usually never comes into contact with such civil disputes. Even if such things happen around her occasionally, she habitually hands it over to her assistant or the company's legal department. Therefore, when it comes to signing artists and handling film and television cooperation projects in the entertainment industry, President Su is indeed a master at acting decisively. But when it comes to these disputes involving scoundrels, she is completely confused and has no idea what to do. After all, everyone has their own expertise, so this is not surprising. Just looking at Su Muqing's naive look. Chu Feng smiled faintly at first, and then patted her head lovingly. You are really a silly girl who has no experience in the world. Forget it, don't worry about it. Later, you just need to say hello to the owner of the restaurant yesterday and ask him to give me a copy of the detailed video of Zhao Wei before and after she fell. I can handle the rest myself. After hearing Chu Feng say this, Su Muqing did not continue to ask. She just nodded obediently. That's easy. I'll call and let them know. Within a few minutes, Su Muqing's phone call perfectly resolved the issue Chu Feng had assigned him. Then, she returned to Chu Feng with a smug look on her face. Honey, I've already explained everything. The restaurant owner said you can go get the video anytime. As he spoke, Su Muxian smiled and moved his cheek towards Chu Feng. This is a cute look of a little kid asking for encouragement and praise. In response, Chu Feng turned a blind eye and deliberately teased her. Okay, since you've already made the arrangements, I have to leave first. This kind of thing cannot be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the more trouble it will cause. After saying that, Chu Feng turned around and was about to leave. Seeing his unromantic look, Su Muhong first stamped her feet in anger, and then tugged at his sleeve with a pitiful look on her face. Hey, you're just going to leave me alone at home? At least I just made an effort. Can't you just show some appreciation? Seeing Su Muqing acting like a spoiled child without caring about her image, Chu Feng laughed out loud. Then, he lightly kissed the lovely girl in front of him on the face. Then he leaned closer, bit Su Muxian's crystal earlobe mysteriously, and said softly, My dear, that was just a small token of my appreciation. Be good at home later and take a shower. Tonight, when I come back, I will reward you with a platinum project worth billions. I guarantee you will be satisfied. After a while of whispering in each other's ears, the smile on Chu Feng's lips became brighter and more evil. Upon hearing this, Su Muxian blushed and covered her face with her hands. Of course, in addition to these normal girlish emotions, Su Muqing also felt a little uneasy and expectant deep in her heart. It's just that this complicated feeling cannot be expressed in words. Perhaps this is what the legend says can only be understood but not expressed in words. Chapter 44, Congratulations. After leaving Thomson Epine, Chu Feng went directly to the French restaurant at number 18 The Bund. This was paved with the previous phone call from Su Muxing. The restaurant owner and service staff were also quite cooperative. Soon, Chu Feng got all the video footage of Zhao Wei falling in the restaurant last night. What he didn't expect was that the owner of this restaurant was quite kind. The video images they copied were actually buy one get one free. This includes the entire process of Zhao Wei arguing with Fu Wenhong in the restaurant and being pushed and knocked down by Fu Wenhong. There is also a surveillance video at the restaurant entrance. And this surveillance footage is nothing but direct evidence of Zhao Hui's relentless pursuit of extortion of 5 million yuan from Fu Wenhong. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Hey, this Zhao Hui, it's not unfair to say that she deserves it. Chu Feng just played the two extremely clear surveillance videos on his mobile phone and shook his head speechlessly. After all, in his opinion, now that he has obtained video footage sufficient to prove his innocence, then things will become simple afterwards. I will just send these two surveillance videos to my mother and let her take the evidence to Zhao Hui's parents to argue, and then the truth will naturally come to light. By then, my parents in my hometown of Yuhang will no longer have to be criticized and feel ashamed to hold their heads up. After all, China is a society based on personal relationships. The elderly in my family only live to save face and ask for nothing else. As for things like visiting the hospital, apologizing, and asking for forgiveness, Chu Feng would definitely not do that. Because now whenever he thought of Zhao Hui's powdery face, he couldn't stop feeling nauseous. Therefore, if you can avoid meeting such a weirdo in the future, you should avoid ruining your happy mood. However, just when Chuong turned off the player on his mobile phone and was about to send the two video evidences in his hand to his mother, a strange phone call came in without any warning. In response to this, Chuong frowned slightly, paused for a few seconds, and then pressed the call button. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Without knowing the other party's identity, Chuong's questioning was still very polite. But what he didn't expect was that the rough and vulgar voice on the other end of the phone started cursing. "Little bastard, you son of a bitch. You are Chuong, right? I'm telling you, I'm Zhao Hui's cousin in Mingzhu, and the one called Tiger Lord Underwater is me. You are a little bastard who was born by a mother but not raised by a father. You are so bold that you dare to bully my sister. You want to die, don't you? I now order you to rush to Mingzhu Chinese Medicine Hospital within 10 minutes and kowtow to my sister and admit your mistake. If you dare to say no, you'll have to wait for me. Don't you have a younger sister who goes to school in Tongzhou? It just so happens that Master Tiger and I also have a group of good brothers in Tongzhou. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, then I'll find someone to take care of your sister. Do you understand, kid?" After saying this, the so-called Tiger Lord hung up the phone without giving Chuong any chance to reply. Looking at Chuong at this time, the expression on his face immediately became cold. Originally, Chuong had no intention of making a big deal out of this little thing. After all, he and Zhao Hui were not familiar with each other, and the other party was a girl. He simply wanted to make this matter clear so that Zhao Hui's family would stop harassing his mother. As for Zhao Hui, Chuong doesn't care what her future life will be like. However, after receiving this threatening call from Tiger Lord, Chuong immediately changed his original thoughts. Because Chu Luoluo is the weak spot in Chuong's body that must not be touched. "Hey, Tiger Lord? You dare to threaten my precious sister? You asked for it." Just snorted softly. The next second, Chuong walked straight towards the garage at number 18 the Bund without any hesitation. At the same time, in a double room at Mingzhu Chinese Medicine Hospital, Zhao Hui, with a pale face, was lying weakly on the hospital bed. At this moment, in front of the bed, a middle-aged man with tattoos and a bully-like face was grinning at her. "Xiao Hui, how is it? Although I, your cousin, cannot touch that boy surnamed Fu for the time being. But it's still easy to catch a pretty boy who hasn't even graduated from school. As soon as I make this call, I guarantee that kid will be scared to death on the spot. Just wait. In less than half an hour, this little bastard Chuong will definitely rush to your bedside to kowtow and apologize." As he spoke, the middle-aged man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of big black teeth. He looked as if he was trying to please Zhao Hui, but also as if he was asking for something. "Shall we, you see, I, your cousin, have already taken care of almost everything for you. So my question is..." Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, Zhao Hui glared at him with disgust. "Don't worry, I, Zhao Hui, will never break my promise. I'll arrange it for you when I'm discharged from the hospital. Anyway, I've shown you all the photos of my roommates. Just tell me if you like any of them." Hearing what Zhao Hui said, the middle-aged man rubbed his hands excitedly and showed a disgusting expression with a drooling look. "Hee, I have to say that she is my cousin. Not only does she keep her word, but she is also quite reliable in her work. Then as your cousin, I would like to thank you in advance for your help." As he spoke, the middle-aged man known as Tiger Lord drooled all over the floor, and it seemed that he couldn't help but start to daydream. But soon, the Tiger Lord came back to his senses from his silly smile. "By the way, shall we, there is something else I am also curious about. According to you, that kid named Chuong should be a pauper, and his family is just an ordinary worker in Yuhang. Based on your previous taste in choosing men, you will never get the chance to meet someone like this in your lifetime. Why, after we met yesterday, you chose him to be the scapegoat instead of anyone else? You are not interested in him and want to use this opportunity to blackmail him, right?" In response to her cousin's curiosity, Zhao Hui lying on the hospital bed smiled disdainfully. "Fancy him? Let him dream on. If the hospital hadn't issued me a diagnosis last night, saying that I would never be able to have children again after this miscarriage, I would have given the child to this country bumpkin, this poor guy." When Zhao Hui said this, Tiger Master, who was sitting beside the bed, was stunned at first, and then he smiled with an expression of non-committal. However, at this moment, bursts of applause suddenly came from the door of the ward. "I was wondering why classmate Zhao bites everyone he sees, like a mad dog. It turns out it's because you can't have children. Ha, this is cause for celebration." Before he could finish his words, the door of the ward was pushed open. Then, Chu Feng, with a slight smile on his lips and a stern face, walked leisurely up to the cousins. Chapter 45. The world owes her an Oscar. Xu Feng's sudden appearance not only interrupted the conversation between the brother and sister, but also made Zhao Hui, who was lying on the hospital bed, look gloomy. After all, they were secretly planning how to plot against others. I didn't expect that person to be standing outside the door at this time. And he also listened to all of his dirty thoughts. This feeling is like being caught naked in bed with someone else. It is embarrassing and shameful. However, compared to Zhao Hui's current reaction, her cousin is even more extreme. Because after seeing Chu Feng, this guy not only didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment or shame for harming others, but instead looked ferocious. Little bastard, are you Chu Feng? Lord Tiger stood up, and his eyes, as big as copper bells, looked down at Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked indifferent to this. He did not rush to answer his question, but simply pulled over a chair in the ward and sat down with his arms and legs stretched out. Seeing Chu Feng's attitude, Tiger Lord immediately became furious. I asked you to come on vacation, right? How dare you sit in this room without my permission? You little bastard, you really think you're someone important? I'll kill you if I don't. As he spoke, Tiger Lord rushed forward and kicked Chu Feng in the face. I have to say that this cousin of Zhao Hui's family looks quite good when he makes a move. It seems that he often gets into fights. However, with his level, he is not even as good as the passerby bodyguards around Su Zhanfeng, let alone a soldier king level figure like Liang Wu. So, when he kicked out with the whip, Chu Feng just raised his hand lightly to block it. Then, Chu Feng snorted coldly and was even more rude. He pulled hard with one hand and forced the Tiger Master to do a split. A man's ligaments cannot compare to those of a girl, especially a rough man like Tiger. Chu Feng made this move. The tiger was howling in pain. After all, the pain of having the thighs torn apart on both sides and the pain of having both balls hitting the ground are definitely a burden that no man can bear. Fuck you, you little bastard, how dare you fight back? It hurts so much. Just wait, I will kill you and your whole family. Just wait for me. Under the dual stimulation of pain and humiliation, Tiger Master had tears in his eyes and was muttering incoherently. However, Chu Feng didn't bother to pay any attention to this guy who was talking nonsense. At this time, he just stretched out his hand and grabbed an apple from the fruit basket on the bedside table. Then he stuffed it into Tiger's mouth. Woo, woo, woo. With a whole apple stuffed in his mouth, Tiger Lord could neither move nor open his mouth, so he could only make a whimpering sound to express his anger and dissatisfaction. Well, now the world is finally quiet. With a sneer, Chu Feng turned his sharp eyes to Zhao Hui lying on the hospital bed. At this time, Zhao Hui was obviously dumbfounded. She never expected that the scapegoat she had carefully chosen would be so powerful. Especially the series of actions he just took against his cousin. He doesn't look like a weak and vulnerable college student at all. Faced with this unexpected scene, Zhao Hui felt a little regretful. But she didn't want to bow to Chu Feng so easily. On the one hand, it was her inherent arrogance that was at work. Because, since they met yesterday, she has looked down on Chu Feng from the bottom of her heart. I think he is just a pretty vase among men. He is a poor and useless person. However, this poor guy dared to provoke and ridicule him time and time again, and even embarrassed him in public. It has to be said that a big part of the reason why Zhao Hui chose Chu Feng to be the scapegoat was because he offended the only self-esteem in her heart yesterday. On the other hand, she was indeed attracted by Chu Feng's appearance. After all, it was just last night. When Zhao Hui held the diagnosis issued by the hospital saying that she would never be able to get pregnant again in her lifetime, she was actually filled with despair. As a girl, Zhao Hui naturally knew what consequences infertility would bring to her. In the prosperous metropolis of Mingzhu, a woman who cannot bear children is absolutely not qualified and cannot possibly enter a wealthy family. By then, let alone a rich second-generation young man like Fu Wenhong, even the elite white-collar workers who are a level higher than ordinary people will not provide any chance for her future. So, after careful consideration, she could only helplessly focus her gaze on the blind date man Chu Feng. First of all, Chu Feng didn't know her past. Secondly, Chu Feng's hometown is Yuhang, the same place as himself. It won't be difficult to take him down as long as I use a little bit of skill. As for the third, and most important point, Chu Feng is indeed good-looking. It is better to be with such a handsome guy for the rest of your life than to choose some divorced old man who is impeccable in the future. It's a pity that Zhao Hui missed one thing despite all her calculations. That is, Chu Feng's character is not as weak as she imagined. Of course, even so, Zhao Wei still wanted to give it a try. After all, as long as he can win, not only will he not have to bear the medical expenses this time, but he can also firmly grasp Chu Feng's long-term meal ticket and let him pay for his future. Moreover, even if he lost the bet, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Chu Feng couldn't do anything to him, right? Chu Feng, this is a hospital. If you don't come here to apologize to me sincerely, then you can leave now. But I want to warn you. As soon as you step out of the hospital door, I will call the police. By then, you will most likely spend the rest of your life in prison. After glaring at Chu Feng fiercely, Zhao Wei let out a long sigh and quickly calmed herself down. Because she knew clearly that under the current circumstances, her cousin could definitely not be relied upon. If she still wanted to force this man in front of her to submit, there was probably no better way than to use legal weapons to threaten him. However, in response to her threats, Chu Feng showed a fake smile. Even his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Apologize? And sincerely? Classmate Zhao Wei, I think you are getting a little too deep into this play. You and I both know how you were pushed down and how you had a miscarriage. I don't want to waste any more time talking to you about this matter. As for calling the police, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Because I called the police on the way to the hospital. I think it won't be long before those patrol officers in uniform will arrive. When the time comes, if you have anything to say, go and tell them. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Zhao Wei was shocked again. Then, she stared at Chu Feng with an expression of disbelief. Have you reported it to the police? How dare you report it? Obviously, in Zhao Hui's view, Chu Feng's behavior was undoubtedly courting death. She couldn't understand where this guy in front of her got the confidence from. After all, I am still lying in the hospital bed. If this scene was seen by the patrol police, they would probably think that they were the victim, right? However, just as Zhao Wei, who was lying on the hospital bed, had a look of confusion on her face, the door of the ward not far away was pushed open again. Then, two uniformed patrolmen, a man and a woman, walked in quickly. Who among you is the reporter Chu Feng? After the heroic female patrol officer entered the room, she first glanced at the three people present, and then began to ask questions. But before Chu Feng, who was sitting next to him, could answer, Zhao Wei on the hospital bed started crying first. Uncle Patrolman, you are finally here. You have to make the decision for me and do justice for me. Looking at Zhao Wei, who was smiling and cheerful one second and crying the next, even Chu Feng, a student of the directing department, couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that this woman didn't apply for the acting department. With her acting skills, if she entered the entertainment industry, I'm afraid the world would owe her an Oscar. Chapter 46 Chu Feng, come with us. I have to say that Zhao Hui's ability to be the first to complain, coupled with her seamless acting skills, is truly amazing. Not to mention the two policemen in the ward and the person involved, Chu Feng. Even outside the ward at this moment, there were many curious people attracted by her miserable crying. Ma'am, please stop crying. If you have anything to say, you can tell us slowly. We are the people's police and will definitely help you to uphold justice and uphold fairness. Seeing the girl on the hospital bed crying and heartbroken, the male police officer immediately took the initiative to speak out of his masculine instinct. The tone of voice and the expression were so kind and gentle. Uncle Patrolman, my name is Zhao Hui, and I'm a junior at Mingzhu Fudan University. I want to accuse you of this man. His name is Chu Feng. He is a senior student at Mingzhu Media University and my boyfriend. Both of us are from Yuhang. We've been dating for more than a year. I love him very much. I love him very much. But who would have thought that he was such a complete scumbag? A few days ago, I found out that I was unexpectedly pregnant, so I went to find him excitedly to tell him the good news. I was so excited and couldn't stop fantasizing about marrying him after graduation. Unexpectedly, despite my sincere love, he wanted to break up with me. Later I found out that he hooked up with a girl from a wealthy family in their school. I tried desperately to save it. But what I got in return was a severe beating. Now, I have miscarried because of this, and the hospital has issued me a medical diagnosis, saying that I will never be able to get pregnant again in my lifetime. Uncle Patrolman, I hate it so much. I really hate it. I hate myself for being young and ignorant. I hate myself for not seeing the true face of this scumbag. Uncle Patrolman, please help me. I don't know how I'm going to get through the rest of my life. While she was creating her own tragic story, Zhao Wei even covered her face with her hands and cried when she was moved. Looking at this scene, the male patrolman was so excited that he almost picked up Chu Feng, who was sitting next to him, and beat him up. Even the crowd watching outside the ward began to get agitated as they listened to Zhao Hui's narration. Damn, I never thought that the boy who looks so handsome is actually such a scumbag in private. That's right. Not only did it ruin the girl's innocence, but it also made her unable to get pregnant for the rest of her life. Such scum should be dragged out and shot. Exactly, a shameless scum, a maggot in a stinking ditch. How can such a person still have the nerve to live in this world? He should die. As the curses and insults outside the door became more and more intense, even Chu Feng, who was sitting calmly in the ward, became speechless. After all, he really didn't expect that Zhao Hui in front of him not only had first-class acting skills, but also had a superb ability in storytelling. If Chu Feng had not obtained the 2 surveillance videos in advance, he would not have been able to leave this Chinese medicine hospital standing today. As for Zhao Hui on the other side, she was very satisfied with her performance just now. Even though she still has her face covered with her hands, in fact, she is already smiling brightly in her heart. It was a joy of victory and also a pleasure of revenge. Are you Chu Feng? What do you think about the facts that Zhao Hui just described? Suppressing the anger in his heart, the male patrolman was very restrained when facing Chu Feng. At least at this time he still gave Chu Feng the opportunity to speak and defend himself. This is a rare professional ethics. But at this moment, there was not much emotion on Chu Feng's face. He just tilted his head and looked at Zhao Hui on the hospital bed. Student Zhao Hui, I wonder if you have anything to add to the story you just made up. If you have, please continue. I can wait until you finish speaking at once before expressing my opinion. So that you don't have to make a fuss later and say that you made a mistake. Chu Feng's words immediately angered the male patrolman in front of him, and also angered the group of onlookers outside the door who were watching the fun. Oh my god, what's this kid's attitude? That's right, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the patrolman. From what he said, would a girl like her sacrifice her own reputation and innocence to fabricate a story to frame him? That's simply outrageous. As there was a commotion outside the ward, the male patrolman could no longer suppress his anger and roared in a low voice. Chu Feng, you are now the person being questioned. You'd better answer the question I just asked honestly. Otherwise, I will take you back to the police station and interrogate you thoroughly. At the same time, even the female patrol officer who had remained silent could not help but frown. Student Chu Feng, intentionally injuring someone and causing them to become disabled for life, do you know how serious a crime this is? If this matter is proven true, you will face at least 10 years in prison. Faced with the continuous voices of the 2 patrolmen beside him, Chu Feng remained unmoved. At this moment, he still glanced at Zhao Hui on the hospital bed. Student Zhao Hui. It's already this time, don't you want to say something? This is the last chance I give you. If you can come forward and explain the true story to these 2 patrol officers, I'll let you go because we're from the same hometown. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. No one expected that at this critical juncture, Chu Feng could be so calm and composed in threatening a victim. For a moment, there was an uproar both inside and outside the ward, and the crowd was excited. Comrade Patrolman, please kill this bitch on the spot. Yes, Patrolman, such a person should be dragged out and torn into pieces. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to kill him. Compared to the group of onlookers at the door who were being controlled by their emotions, the 2 patrolmen in the ward remained as restrained as ever in their actions. But the tone of their conversation with Chu Feng had completely changed. Especially the male patrolman, who directly took out handcuffs in front of everyone. Chu Feng, you are suspected of intentional injury. I am now formally arresting you on behalf of the Mingzhu Patrol. Come with us. As he said this, the male patrolman, who could no longer tolerate it, was about to handcuff Chu Feng. But at this moment, Chu Feng, who had been sitting on the chair, slowly stood up. His action also startled Zhao Hui, who was lying on the hospital bed waiting to watch the show. What is he going to do? Could it be that even at this point he still wants to resist? Chapter 47. There's going to be some fun. It's true, Zhao Hui's ideas are so wild and imaginative. She just saw Chu Feng standing up and she arrogantly thought that this guy wanted to resist the patrol police's arrest. What's more, she even thought that Chu Feng was planning to escape from the crime. Of course, her way of thinking, judging others by one's own standards, is very common. After all, she is a selfish person, so it is not surprising that she would make such a judgment. It's a pity that although this woman is sensitive, she is also good at making up lies. but her ability to understand and comprehend is really too poor. Otherwise, she would not have ignored Chu Feng's repeated reminders and insisted on continuing this farce. As for Chu Feng at this time, after he stood up, he did not immediately put on the silver handcuffs. He just smiled and took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. Seeing this, the male patrolman just smiled coldly. Chu Feng, I advise you not to make a meaningless struggle. The law is fair and ruthless. No matter who you want to call at this time, it won't have any effect. They can't save you. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Facing this impartial male patrolman in front of him, Chu Feng just smiled faintly. Comrade patrolman, it seems you have misunderstood. I didn't mean to call for help. I just have something to show to two impartial patrolmen. I believe that the law is fair. I also believe that after reading the evidence I submitted, you two will definitely make a new judgment on the matter at hand. As he spoke, Chu Feng looked as if he was sitting on a dangerous platform. Then he turned on the player on his mobile phone, and a high-definition video surveillance footage appeared in front of the two patrolmen, a man and a woman. Fu Wenhong, you damn bastard, you son of a bitch. Chu Feng turned up the volume on his phone to maximum. In an instant, Zhao Hui's shameless and violent voice echoed throughout the ward. Just as he heard his own scream suddenly appear on Chu Feng's phone, the three words Fu Wenhong were also clearly audible. In response to this, Zhao Hui, lying on the hospital bed, could no longer sit still. She suddenly jumped out of bed, walked barefoot in a few steps to Chu Feng and the two patrolmen. However, when this scheming woman saw the surveillance video playing on Chu Feng's mobile phone, she became completely panicked. How did you get this surveillance video? You're following me? Seeing that Zhao Hui's face was gloomy at this moment, she even got out of bed and turned the tables, blaming Chu Feng. The beautiful patrol woman's face darkened instantly, and she glared at her fiercely. Shut up! After hearing the warning from the female patrol officer, Zhao Hui was so scared that she dared not speak again. At this time, she could only watch Chu Feng reveal the truth in his hand to the public. A few minutes later, the surveillance video finally finished playing. However, the patrolman who wanted to take Chu Feng away had a different expression. The male patrolman especially felt a burning sensation on his face. This kind of anger is like being severely played a trick on someone. After all, the evidence in Chu Feng's hands was absolutely explosive evidence. Not only were the characters in that surveillance video captured very clearly, but even the conversations between them were crystal clear. Judging from the body movements and conversations between the characters in the video, this girl named Zhao Hui did have a conflict with someone, which resulted in her being injured and hospitalized. But the person who had a conflict with her was not Chu Feng in front of her. But he was a young man named Fu Wenhong. Obviously, everything Zhao Hui had stated before was a lie and a made-up story. She was deliberately framing Chu Feng. I want to make this innocent boy in front of me pay for the mistakes he made. This kind of behavior can only be described in 4 words: don't force your face. After learning the whole truth of the matter, the beautiful female patrol officer in the ward even began to sympathize with Chu Feng in front of her. After all, this handsome big boy had nothing to do with this matter from beginning to end. Not only was he innocent, but he was also dragged into the blame. Moreover, he was so kind that even though he had irrefutable evidence in his hand, he still spoke again and again under pressure, wanting to give Zhao Hui, who was lying on the hospital bed, a chance to reform and tell the truth. With such a character, I really don't know how this vicious woman in front of me could have the nerve to frame him. However, just when the situation in the entire ward suddenly took a turn for the worse, Chu Feng made another move and dropped a bombshell. Comrades, patrol officers, you all understand what happened. However, I have a surveillance video and a recording of the phone threat here. I hope you can help me get justice. After saying that, he did not hesitate to release the video of Zhao Hui trying to blackmail Fu Wenhong outside the restaurant. At the same time, Tiger Lord's telephone threat was also released. When these two pieces of evidence were made public by Chu Feng one after another, not only inside the ward, but even outside the ward, the discussion began to change direction. Fuck. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. This is too unbelievable. Yeah, I never thought a little girl could be so shameless. I've learned a lot. Just listening to the one-sided public discussion at the door of the ward, and looking at the contemptuous eyes of the group of onlookers pointing at me. At this time, Zhao Hui was completely confused. She never thought that such a small matter would turn out like this. Of course, what she didn't expect was that Chu Feng actually had the surveillance video of the restaurant at number 18 the Bund. Ms. Zhao Hui, now that the facts are out, what else do you have to say? Faced with the female patrol officer's indifferent questioning, Zhao Hui just sat down on her hospital bed in a daze. At this moment, she was speechless. In response, Chu Feng just glanced at her with disgust and then said to the two patrolmen in front of him, a man and a woman, "Comrade patrolman, since everything has been explained clearly, can I leave now?" Obviously, Chu Feng didn't want to stay here any longer, even for a second. This is natural. The male patrolman looked at Chu Feng apologetically and said embarrassedly. However, just as Chu Feng nodded slightly to the two patrolmen and was about to turn around and leave, a familiar voice outside the ward came through the crowd of onlookers. "What's going on? There are so many people gathered at the door of this small ward. Mr. Fu, why don't we come back another day?" "Some other day? Some other day? We have to get this done today no matter what, and you have to find a way to make that bitch shut up. You're a lawyer. Even if you have to cite those messed up legal provisions, you have to scare her to death. Do you understand?" Yes, Master Fu is right. I will try my best." Chu Feng, who was about to leave, was obviously stunned when he heard Fu Wenhong's voice outside the door. It's true that it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I didn't expect that this shameless pair of lovers would get together. It looks like there will be some fun to watch later. Chapter 48: Fatty Wang's Valuable Experience. With the intention of watching the fun, Chu Feng couldn't help but stop at the door of the ward for a moment. However, what he didn't expect was that Mr. Fu was really too cowardly. Originally, this guy and his lawyer pushed the crowd away, cursing all the way. It was obvious that he was going to confront Zhao Hui in the ward. He even wanted to take advantage of the situation and warned Zhao Hui not to take the opportunity to cause trouble, and not to spread what happened last night. Of course, in order to calm the situation, Mr. Fu was willing to pay some price. However, just as this guy pushed through the crowd and swaggered into the ward, he was surprised to find two uniformed policemen standing not far in front of him. What's even more terrible is that the two policemen, a man and a woman, were both leaning sideways, staring at him with anger on their faces. Seeing this scene, Mr. Fu ran away without saying a word. Moreover, this guy was still muttering as he ran, "Zhao Hui, this damn crazy woman, she actually dared to call the police. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I should have found someone to do her last night." Obviously, Fu Wenhong, who fled in panic, had already decided to kill Zhao Hui. "Look inside the ward again." The male police officer recognized Fu Wenhong at a glance. With his overflowing sense of justice, he naturally could not let go of the culprit who caused Zhao Hui's miscarriage and led to Chu Feng being framed. "Humph, now that you're here, you still want to run away? No way." As he spoke, the male police officer rushed out of the door and chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Chu Feng looked very uninterested as he watched a love and ethics drama turn into a police and gangster movie of chase and escape. In the end, he just said hello to the beautiful female police officer in front of him and left alone. After all, what happened later had nothing to do with him, Chu Feng, and he didn't want to know. Travel quickly all the way. Chu Feng quickly arrived at the gate of Mingzhu Chinese Medicine Hospital. But at this time he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his mother first. "Tell her that I have resolved Zhao Hui's issue. Let her not worry." After everything was done, Chu Feng looked up at the busy Chinese medicine hospital and muttered with curiosity. "It seems like my chance to sign in today was useless at all. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get if I sign in at the entrance of this hospital." The words haven't finished yet. The system's voice had already sounded in Chu Feng's ears. "Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in at the entrance of Mingzhu Chinese Medicine Hospital. System reward, 15% equity of Yangjian Pharmaceutical." Yangjian Pharmaceutical? Chu Feng had heard a little about this pharmaceutical company. Although this company has never been listed, its annual output value is astonishingly large. There are even rumors that this pharmaceutical company has achieved a terrifying annual sales figure of 100 billion just from its popular oral Isatis root powder. As for whether it is true or not, Chu Feng, an outsider, has no idea. Not bad. Although Yangjian Pharmaceutical has no plans to go public, the value of their 15% stake is extremely high. I just muttered to myself for a while. Obviously, Chu Feng was quite satisfied with this wave of rewards from the system. But at this moment, Chu Feng was in high spirits for a short while but received a phone call. The voice on the other end of the phone was so mean. "Hey, lunatic, I just came back and heard that you got kicked. What's going on?" The most beautiful girl in our dormitory will actually be dumped one day. This is really a cause for celebration for everyone. Listening to the other party's teasing and sarcasm, Chuong was not angry at all. Instead, his face was full of smiles. Get lost. Fatty Wang, you'll die if you don't make fun of me. Meeting. Faced with Chu Feng's blunt retort, the other party uttered the word yes seriously from between his teeth. But then he started laughing again. Okay, lunatic, I won't joke with you anymore. She's just a woman. There's no need for you to be so heartbroken over her. As the old saying goes, there is always a flower in the world. It just so happens that my 2-month desert trip is over. Stop hiding and come back to me to welcome me back. By the way, if I'm happy, I can even organize a social gathering for you, kid. Then I'll help you get out of the shadow of your broken heart as soon as possible. After hearing what the other party said, Chuong immediately laughed out loud. Get lost. With my amazing looks, do I still need you to introduce me to a date? You're overthinking it. If you have the time, you should think about how to explain to your baby Lee where you have been wandering for the past 2 months. Hey. Hearing Chu Feng's joke, Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone gave a sly smile. Madman, you don't understand me, brother. You still need to tell me about this kind of thing. I'm not afraid to tell you that our baby Lee is lying in my arms right now. As he spoke, Fatty Wang suddenly lowered his voice and continued with a smirk. Hee, buddy, don't accuse me of hiding my valuable experience from you. This woman, you must not spoil her. Whenever you get the chance, you must press her down on the bed and whip her severely. So, there is no problem between men and women that cannot be solved by a good night's sleep. If that doesn't work, sleep for 3 or 5 times until she cries in her sleep. Hearing Fatty Wang's crude theory, Chuong was instantly speechless and petrified. But before Chuong could reply, from the other end of the phone, there was a lioness roar from a girl. Wang Wei, you're not feeling comfortable, are you? How dare you say you'll sleep until you cry? I'm lying here. Try to make me cry. As soon as the girl said this, Wang Wei on the phone instantly became timid. At the same time, Chuong, who was holding a mobile phone, was laughing so hard that he fell backwards, feeling indescribably happy. After a short while of noise, Fatty Wang's voice disappeared from the call, but his girlfriend's voice came instead. This gives us a glimpse into the family status of both parties. Crazy, I'm Wu Li. Don't listen to that fat guy's nonsense. We both heard that you and Ji Xiaozhu broke up, so we wanted to take you out to relax. Do you think you are free tomorrow? If you're free, let's book a table at the Dynasty Club tomorrow night and have a gathering. It can also be a welcome party for that fat guy. Naturally, Chuong would not refuse the invitation from Fatty Wang and the others. After all, although Wang Wei is always a talker, he is Chuong's best brother in his 4 years at university. Okay, sister-in-law, since you have spoken, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Okay, then it's settled. See you tomorrow night. See you there. Chapter 49 Su Muching launches the general attack. After leaving the hospital, Chuong took some time to visit the welfare lottery center. After all, it would be a shame if you don't exchange the winning lottery ticket worth 20 million as soon as possible. Of course, the grand prize of 20 million is not something you can just take whenever you want. Therefore, Chuong only left a copy of his ID card and bank card number at the lottery center. Then he drove away amid the envious gazes of the crowd. However, there was an incident of some importance during this period. That is, while Chuong was waiting for the staff at the lottery center to register, he also used his second sign-in opportunity of the day. And the reward he received this time was also surprising as Sunflower Welfare Home. Is it because of signing in at the welfare lottery center? Chuong was puzzled. But this doubt quickly disappeared from his mind. After all, why bother caring too much about or thinking about a question when you know there is no answer? Besides, he has more important things to accomplish now. Because he wanted to verify whether the valuable experience that Fatty Wang imparted on the phone was really as reliable as he said. So, at this time, Chuong was eager to return home. At the same time, Su Muxiang, who was alone in the empty room, was really bored. However, she did not go out after Chuong left. Instead, she sat quietly at the dining table and ate up all the breakfast that Chuong prepared for her. The feeling of fullness and the sweetness rising from deep in his heart made Su Muching feel the warmth of life for the first time. However, just as she was contentedly preparing to clean up the mess on the table, a video call interrupted her actions. Looking at the avatar that keeps flashing in the phone. Su Muxuan's face immediately broke into a smile. Sister Ling. After connecting the video, she waved and greeted Du Linger on the other end of the phone, regardless of the pancake crumbs left at the corners of her mouth. Seeing Su Muhang in pajamas without even any makeup on, Du Linger on the screen was stunned at first, and then laughed and joked. Girl, look at you, you just woke up, didn't you? How was last night's plan? Did you get what you wanted and successfully give up your first blood? Hearing Du Linger's bold joke, Su Mucheng's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. After hesitating for a while, he said, not yet. No. Du Linger looked surprised and even covered her mouth with her hands. But despite being surprised, she quickly came to her senses. Could it be that you have been doing your homework for several days, but in the end, you failed? Or did Chufeng not stay at your house last night? As she said this, Du Linger felt a hint of inexplicable joy in her heart. In response, Su Muxiang shook his head. We stayed overnight, but nothing that should have happened happened, and a lot of things that shouldn't have happened did happen. After hearing Su Muxiang say this, Du Linger suddenly became more interested and asked further. Little girl, does your tone sound resentful? Could it be that Chufeng is not good enough? As she spoke, Du Linger also let out a wicked giggle. No, it's not. When Su Muiying saw Du Linger teasing Chufeng like that, he immediately became displeased. But a lot of unexpected things have happened since last night. You may not believe it if I tell you. Su Muiying didn't hide anything from her best friend. At this moment, she opened her mouth slowly and told everything that had happened between her and Chufeng from last night till now. Of course, Su Mucheng automatically skipped the thrilling scene that the two of them encountered on the Pearl cruise ship and did not go into details. But even so, Du Linger on the other side of the screen still had a stunned expression on her face. Oh my goodness, your experiences this night were too bizarre, weren't they? It would have been fine if I just happened to meet the girl I was dating, but I was caught by Uncle Su and Aunt Su early in the morning. The most unfair thing is that you two didn't do anything last night and just slept on the sofa? If it were me, I wouldn't believe your lies. Listening to Su Mucheng's story, Du Linger on the screen almost laughed like a pig. Then, she continued to ask, then what? Uncle Su will not be furious and skin Chufeng alive, right? Not really. After all, how can the man I like be so fragile? Not only did he tear up the check my old man gave him in front of me, but he also beat up all the bodyguards that my old man brought with him. The most important and satisfying thing is that he quietly acquired 28% of the shares of Shanglong Group. And he said in front of our old man that these shares were my betrothal gift. Sister Ling, you have no idea how handsome and charming he was when he said those words. If my parents hadn't been there, I would have wanted to hold him and give him a few good bites. Seeing Su Muxiang on the screen looking so excited, shy and sweet, Du Linger's face suddenly darkened. Although Du Linger also knew that Chufeng had an extraordinary background, she never expected that this person could be so powerful. Without anyone noticing, he acquired 28% of the shares of Shanglong Group. Such terrifying power is not something that any ordinary young man in Mingzhu can achieve. He opened his mouth in surprise, and Du Linger on the other side of the screen wanted to say something. However, at this moment, the sound of a door being pushed open came from not far away. Then, Su Muwei looked excited and hurriedly lowered his voice. He's back. Sister Ling, I won't talk to you for now. I have to change my equipment quickly. I'm going to launch a general attack later. Having said that, without waiting for Du Linger's response, Su Muiying immediately hung up the call. My dear, you are back so soon? He just greeted Chufeng, who was standing at the door changing his shoes. Then Su Muhan looked anxious and ran to his bedroom without looking back. Seeing this scene, Chufeng was also puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Did she step on the accelerator? After muttering to himself for a while, Chufeng changed his shoes and walked towards the bedroom. But at this moment, the locked door suddenly opened. Su Mucheng, who had changed her equipment, appeared in front of Chufeng in such a charming manner. A super short JK suit, paired with sexy black stockings. Seeing Goddess Su dressed like this, Chufeng was so dazed that he almost had a nosebleed. What's even more terrible is that this pair of high-quality stockings actually has letters on them. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of Hummers and Land Rovers, but I'm afraid of stockings with letters on them. So, at this time, Chufeng was completely defeated. Chapter 50. Sister, can we not talk like this? The curtains in Su Muxing's house were closed throughout the afternoon. My goodness, that's really airtight. At the same time, teacher Chufeng's one-on-one private class was launched online. This easy-to-understand, entertaining and educational course lasted for more than an hour and only ended when Su Mucheng was drowsy. For this reason, Xu Feng was very considerate and tucked the corner of the quilt for her. Although the weather in March and April has become warmer, we should never forget to keep warm. After all, it's easiest to catch a cold during the change of seasons. If you are not careful and catch a cold, that would be bad. Of course, Xu Feng did this for his own good. If he had to just watch a sleeping beauty with no equipment lying beside him, he would have bled to death sooner or later. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task. System reward, 5% of the Goose Farm shares will be credited soon. Listening to the system prompt sound coming from his ears, Xu Feng just turned back casually to glance at Su Mucheng, who was sleeping soundly. But he didn't show too much excitement. Obviously, compared to Su Mucheng himself, this wave of rewards from the system seems not so important. With a faint smile, Xu Feng raised his hand slightly and slowly took Su Mucheng into his arms. At this moment, he moved very gently, for fear of waking up the sleeping girl in front of him. Just staring foolishly at that delicate face without a single flaw. After a moment, Teacher Xu Feng reached out his hand with a mischievous look on his face and lightly tapped Su Mucheng's nose. That look was full of love and doting. I don't know how much time passed. Xu Feng then half lay down, leaning lazily against the head of the bed, and picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table. Originally, he just felt like he had nothing to do. So I planned to read an e-book on my phone and use my last sign-in opportunity that I hadn't used up yet today. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mobile phone, he was filled with unread messages. The person who bombarded him with 42 text messages in half an hour was none other than Xu Feng's beloved sister, Xu Luoluo. Brother, what are you doing? Brother, I saw the reply message. My dear brother, please help me. It's too late, I have to go live. Brother, hurry up and find me on the live broadcast. Xu Feng, do you still have any sincerity in making amends? Where's my 1,000 rounds of super fire? Looking at these red-marked text messages, Xu Feng was speechless and helpless. However, since my little princess has called me, I can't let her down. So the next moment, Xu Feng opened the Shark Live broadcast platform. It just so happened that he still had more than 10 million worth of shark fins in his shark account that he hadn't used. He planned to give all the shark fins to his beloved sister as pocket money. Just think of it as your brother's love. After all, there is only 1 day left before the consumption time stipulated by the system. And such a large amount of shark fins will be given to anyone. It would be better to keep the benefits within the family. With this thought in mind, Xu Feng quickly found Xu Luoluo's live broadcast room on the Shark platform. However, there isn't anything fancy in this girl's live broadcast room. You can tell from the name Lolo, a beautiful girl playing the Chinese zither. After opening the live broadcast room, Xu Feng quickly saw his sister. At this time, Xu Luoluo was wearing a pink hanfu and a bun with ancient style. She was sitting in front of a guzheng very calmly, playing the song Lin Chang's Night Escape. I have to say that Xu Feng's family does have good genes. The handsomeness of men and the beauty of women are completely proportional. Especially Xu Luoluo's captivating eyes, which are so similar to Xu Feng's. It's just because of their gender and the different eyebrow shapes of the two people. So Xu Luoluo's eyes did not have the firmness of Xu Feng, but instead added a bit of softness. Of course, for Xu Feng, his sister is definitely a great beauty even if she doesn't speak on a daily basis. But as soon as she opened her mouth, all her efforts were wasted and she didn't look like a girl at all. Welcome Super Emperor user Xu Feng to enter the live broadcast room of Guzheng Chinese style beauty Luoluo. Because Xu Feng had previously activated the privileges of the Super Emperor. So when he entered Xu Luoluo's live broadcast room, the platform would automatically send a prompt message. The netizens who saw this prompt message on the public screen were immediately shocked. Emperor Chu? Brothers, the Emperor Chu who disappeared for 2 days has appeared again. Fuck, that's awesome. Beautiful Lolo, the king of Chu actually found a new anchor like you whose fanbase doesn't even exceed 10,000. You're about to take off. Yes, beautiful Luoluo, quickly show us your 18 martial arts skills. If you can serve the big guy well, you will win the PK battle today. Looking at the extremely noisy public screen, Xu Feng was confused. PK battle? No wonder this little girl bombarded me with so many text messages, it turns out she wanted me to help her in a PK. However, even when there was a lot of noise in the live broadcast room, Xu Luoluo and the camera did not stop playing, but said something lightly. Brother, you finally showed up. I thought you only knew how to indulge in your own gentleness and had long forgotten about me, your sister? After hearing Chu Luoluo's words, Chuong, who was watching the live video, suddenly became upset and typed something on the public screen. Sister, can we not talk like that? With your tone, someone who doesn't know would think I'm a scumbag? Faced with the interaction between the brother and sister, the viewers who had not previously shown up in the live broadcast room also began to become more active. Luoluo's patron saint, what's going on? Is there a story between the king of Chu and the beautiful Luoluo? A big lazy pig, I think so. Didn't Miss Luoluo just call the Emperor Chu brother? Are they brother and sister? It's very likely that Chu Liuxiang and Chu Luoluo both have the last name Chu. Wow, beautiful Luoluo, when did you get such a rich brother? How come we have never heard of him before? That's right, Miss Luoluo is so mean, she kept this a secret. However, just when everyone in the live broadcast room was curiously guessing the relationship between Chu Luoluo and the mysterious Emperor Chu, the platform sent a prompt for a live broadcast. Piano beauty Lin Xiaoxiao challenged the anchor to connect with her online. Seeing this prompt, Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room immediately became lively. Here she comes. Brothers, protect Luoluo and prepare for a team battle. Go! Chuong, who was watching this scene, was completely confused, thinking, what's going on? Why are they all so excited? Chapter 51. It's okay, I'll cover you. Although Chuong was also a frequent visitor to major live broadcast rooms before. But he didn't have a deep understanding of the grudges and hatreds between the anchors. Of course, he has seen quite a few live broadcasts. Generally speaking, there are only 3 ways to PK on the Shark platform. The first type is stipulated by the platform. Each anchor must conduct 3 PKs every day, and these PKs are automatically matched by the platform. It can be regarded as a recommendation method under the platform's data-based operation. This is also the battlefield that many new anchors prefer. After all, as long as they complete 3 tasks every day, the platform will give them a certain amount of traffic. Speaking of which, the PK between Fang Piapiao and Li Muran at that time belonged to this type. The second is the platform's annual carnival celebration. Those who participate in this type of PK are generally the best in the live broadcast platform, and their number of fans must be at least in the tens of millions. Moreover, these anchors have financial sponsors and guilds supporting them. Therefore, this mode of PK is not something that ordinary players can easily enter. As for the third type, that is the live broadcast challenge that Chu Luoluo is facing now. This belongs to low-end players and a low-end game. It's just for fun. What Chuong never expected was just such a private live challenge between 2 anchors made the viewers in Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chuong was confused about this. He didn't know whether the people watching the live broadcast were too idle, or whether there was some unknown story behind this live broadcast PK with his sister. But just when Chuong was puzzled, his phone screen split in 2. Then, a beautiful girl in a white dress appeared on the other side of the screen. After taking a fierce look at Chu Luoluo on the phone, the girl named Lin Xiaoxiao raised her chin very proudly and snorted coldly, Chu Luoluo, I didn't expect you to dare to accept the challenge? Hearing this, Chu Luoluo looked annoyed, you are a level 10 piano player, and I am a level 10 guzheng player. Why should I not accept the challenge? Humph, just keep talking tough, you'll cry someday. It's not certain who will cry. Seeing these 2 beauties in such a tense situation right from the start, many uninformed netizens immediately started commenting on the public screen. What is going on here? Which great god can come forward and help me answer this question? Hey, brother upstairs, I can tell from the first glance that you are not from our Tongzhou Conservatory of Music. That's right. How about I help you understand what happened? Beautiful Luoluo and this classmate named Lin Xiaoxiao are freshmen in the folk music department and piano department of Tongzhou Conservatory of Music respectively. Before, the 2 of them had a quarrel over their rankings on the school beauty rankings. Later, classmate Lin Xiaoxiao stole the boyfriend of Luoluo's best friend in the dormitory. So the conflict between the 2 sides has intensified. Then, yesterday, the music department and students studying Western musical instruments had the biggest group fight since the start of the school year over the rehearsal of the 50th anniversary performance. So today, both sides selected 2 of their best representatives to compete in a live broadcast instead of a group competition. Oh, so that's what happened. Thanks to the brother upstairs for the popular science. Looking at the old man's interpretation on the public screen, Chuong now had a general idea of the challenge. Wow, it's another grudge game. Moreover, this time it's not just a public vendetta, it's also a personal vendetta. No wonder that girl kept sending me messages. It looks like she was really worried. As Chu Luoluo's elder brother, Chu Feng naturally knew the importance of traditional musical instruments in his sister's heart. That is sacrosanct. It is obvious that Lin Xiaoxiao has touched the bottom line of her beloved sister this time. Chu Luoluo, since you dare to accept the challenge on behalf of the ethnic music department, your gambling character should be pretty good. We made a bet. You won't cheat after you lose, will you? Still holding her noble head high, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke condescendingly to Chu Luoluo on the other side of the screen. And Chu Luoluo naturally hit back without any hesitation. Don't worry, I have good gambling character and even better character as a person. Isn't it just walking around the playground twice and then shouting in front of everyone in the school that I surrender and our folk music is not as good as your Western music? Don't forget, if you lose today, it will be the same. Hearing Chu Luoluo's words, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately sneered. Lose? Chu Luoluo, I think you are overthinking it. Western music is the most noble music, it is aristocratic, how can it lose to your inferior music that is only fit to perform on the flyover? You're dreaming. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao said this, Chu Luoluo herself and her friends in the live broadcast room became indignant. Oh my god, this woman is so arrogant. How dare you look down on folk music? Another idiot who worships foreigners and fawns on them. Beautiful Luoluo, don't be scared, we support you. At the same time, Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room also began to gain popularity. Of course, most of the people in her live broadcast room are quite fond of Western music. What's the matter? You guys who play musical instruments and sing are still not convinced? In ancient times, women like you who fluff cotton should sit in brothels. That is. Western music is simply more high-end than yours. If nothing else, you can't compete with them in terms of the price of the instruments. The flames of war spread across the two live broadcast rooms, and the dispute began. However, seeing that the emotions in both sides' live broadcast rooms were extremely high, Lin Xiaoxiao started to make trouble again. At this moment, she first looked at Chu Luoluo opposite her with disdain, and then said in an extremely provocative voice, Chu Luoluo, the grudge between us has been settled publicly. I think we should take this opportunity to settle our personal grudge as well. Faced with Lin Xiaoxiao's provocation, the furious Chu Luoluo naturally refused to be at a disadvantage. Okay, let's just get it over with, so some people don't keep making noise just for rankings. Seeing that Chu Luoluo had fallen into the trap, Lin Xiaoxiao did not give her a chance to regret. Her eyes turned cold and she said, in that case, let's play a big one next time. I don't know if you dare to accept my bet. Lin Xiaoxiao, I advise you not to use such childish provocation in front of me. I, Chu Luoluo, always stick to my words. I'm going to make this clear today. As long as you dare to place a bet, I will accept the challenge. Who's afraid of whom? After listening to Chu Luoluo's excited statement, Chu Feng, who was watching the live broadcast, became a little uneasy. You are such a silly girl without any brains. Why did you agree to it when you knew that they were setting a trap for you? But after thinking about it, Chu Feng felt relieved. Forget it, forget it. Since you, silly girl, want to prove your faith, I won't let you suffer any loss. As soon as he thought of this, Chu Feng typed a sentence directly on the public screen of Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room. Girl, just go ahead and make a scene. It's okay. I'll cover you in this PK. I'll pick up as many guys as you want from the other side. Today, we, brother and sister, fight side by side. Chapter 52. The internet is not a lawless place. Chu Feng didn't expect that the words he casually typed on the public screen would directly detonate Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room. Emperor Chu v587. The sister-loving maniac is officially online. They are siblings, confirmed. All of a sudden, various fans came on stage. Even on the public screen of the live broadcast room, everyone was discussing enthusiastically how many gifts the Emperor of Chu would give to his sister if he became extremely generous. You know, this wealthy boss has only fought one PK battle since his debut. But when he makes a move, he gets Super Emperor privileges and a series of super fire. Such magnanimity is rare in today's Shark platform. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao snorted disdainfully when she saw the scene. Chu Luoluo, I want to ask you, a bunch of folk artists who are only fit to set up stalls, where do you get the confidence to accept my challenge today? So you asked those so-called super rich guys on the internet for help in advance? As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao deliberately revealed a look of contempt. Oh, it turns out that your folk music department is a brothel performing art department. With Lin Xiaoxiao as the leader, the group of viewers in her live broadcast room who were more inclined to Western musical instruments, including a large number of students studying Western musical instruments in Tongzhou Music School, began to maliciously mock Chu Luoluo on the opposite side. Xiaoxiao, you are wrong. That person is not a rich man found on the internet. This is clearly my brother in real life, isn't he? That's right, maybe Chu Luoluo has already got benefits from Trip. Otherwise, why would someone help her so wholeheartedly? I never thought that the third most beautiful girl in Tongzhou Conservatory of Music would be such a profit-seeking bus driver. That's right. I think her innocent look is just an act. Who knows what shameful things she has done behind the scenes? Aren't all those who learn folk music like this? How can they appreciate the elegance of the nobility? I am willing to be a lowly person. I have to say that the group of netizens in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room are indeed vicious. What's even worse is that they have a common problem, which is that they are conceited. Looking at the basins of dirty water being poured on him so mercilessly, Chu Luoluo's eyes turned red in front of the screen. The resentment, grievance, and impatience were now clearly written on her face. Of course, the most angry person here was Chu Feng, who was lying on the bed. Faced with all this wanton slander, he suddenly turned over and quickly left a message on the public screen. As a competition between two music departments, what you are challenging is not music theory or difficult skills, but a competition of popularity in live broadcasts. In that case, let's speak with shark fins. Don't do this stupid thing of trying to be a whore and a saint at the same time. If I see another statement that slanders my sister, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. The internet is not a lawless place. I think it will be easy for me to find you. At this moment, Chu Feng obviously no longer had the indifference he had just had. His words were full of hostility. Of course, behind the screen, there was still a group of fearless people in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room who did not take Chu Feng's warning seriously at all. They even introduced themselves directly. There was a guy named Chopin who danced the most fiercely among them. Oh, you did something shameful and you don't let anyone tell you, and you even dare to threaten me with words. You just opened a super emperor on the Shark platform. What are you so proud of? Those fans complimented you and called you the Emperor of Chu, and you really think you are so great. And you said it would be easy to find us. You don't need to look for me. I can tell you right now. My real name is Fang Ziwen, my father is Fang Yuanshan, and my family lives in Mingzhu. What can you do to me? With this guy named Fang Ziwen firing the first shot, the pace in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room was once again brought to a head. Many people started to mock. What's worse, they just follow the example and keep introducing themselves. In response, Chu Feng just smiled coldly and thought to himself, Fang Yuanshan, this time you hit the mark by accident and walked into the muzzle of a gun. Fang Yuanshan from Qingmen Group, right? Are you his son? Very good, I'll call your father now. As soon as Chu Feng said this, the Chopin player opposite him instantly panicked. After all, this guy is not stupid. I did introduce myself just now, but I never mentioned the words Qingmen Group. However, as soon as the king of Chu opened his mouth, he revealed his past. What does this prove? It proves that the Emperor Chu, whom he has never met before, on the other side of the screen may really know his father. For a moment, Chopin went silent and didn't dare to say another word. As for Chu Feng, although the system had helped him acquire the shares from Fang Yuanshan before, he and Fang Yuanshan had never actually met. Of course, Chu Feng had no intention of contacting Fang Yuanshan directly at this time. He just called Su Hongtai and explained the situation. At the same time, there is still an endless stream of people waiting in the live broadcast room to watch the fun and laugh. They mocked Chu Feng wantonly on the public screen. Hey, king of bullshit, why are you silent? That's right, Zhu Liuxiang, weren't you very arrogant just now? You even said you were going to contact my brother Fang's father. We are all waiting to see the result. Hey, brothers, I think you should just go away. After all, bragging is not taxable. I think he is so ashamed that he can only run away. Looking at the waves of rising rhythm, Lin Xiaoxiao was so proud. After all, she had been planning today's PK for the entire night. From recruiting people and money to planning the pace of the entire live broadcast, she had almost done all the planning in advance. Because this was not just her battle alone, but an exchange of fire between the entire Western music department and the folk music department. So from the very beginning, the outcome of this PK battle was already determined. Between the two music systems, either the west wind prevails over the east wind, or the east wind prevails over the west wind. However, Chu Feng's sudden appearance disrupted Lin Xiaoxiao's original plan. After all, no one knows the depth and bottom line of this King Chu, who is known as the richest man on the shark platform. So in order to prevent him from disrupting the situation and to win the final victory, Lin Xiaoxiao secretly directed her colleagues in the Western music department to begin suppressing Chu Feng through public opinion and morality. In fact, her purpose was very simple, which was to find ways to get the King of Chu to leave. Because, as long as there is no support from the Emperor of Chu, the funds prepared on his side are enough to suppress the folk music department represented by Chu Luoluo. Unfortunately, what Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect was that her little tricks were completely vulnerable in front of Chu Feng. Just when she was self-righteously thinking that Chu Feng on the other side of the screen could not withstand the abuse and humiliation from her and others and had to leave in embarrassment, something unexpected happened to everyone in the live broadcast room. Fang Ziwen, who had just shouted "What can you do to me?" showed up again. However, this time he had completely lost his previous arrogance, and even the words typed on the public screen were timid. It's really funny and ridiculous. Chu, brother Chu, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please be magnanimous and let me go. Chapter 53 Honey, are you playing landlord? Seeing Fang Ziwen's arrogant and then respectful attitude, Lin Xiaoxiao and everyone in her live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Because they simply could not imagine that Fang Ziwen, who was usually domineering and arrogant in school, would actually go against his usual behavior and apologize to a stranger. And judging from the tone of his voice, he was obviously terrified and worried to the extreme. Brother Fang, what's going on? That's right, Brother Fang, this is not your style. We can't just give in like this. For a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room exploded. At the same time, the viewers in Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room also looked puzzled. What's going on? Fang Ziwen, the notorious bad boy in our school, actually gave in front of Emperor Chu? Could it be that Emperor Chu really has contacted Fang Ziwen's father? I think that's possible. Of course, at this time, there were also a few girls who were very close to Chu Luoluo and started to become crazy about him in the live broadcast room. So handsome, Luoluo, your brother is so handsome. That's right. Fang Ziwen admitted his mistake with just one sentence. This is unprecedented in our school. Lolo, please send me your brother's photo and contact information. We will cover all your meals for this month. No, Luoluo, I'm going to fall. Let me be your sister-in-law. Seeing the situation take such a dramatic turn, those in the folk music department were naturally delighted. However, the Western music department represented by Lin Xiaoxiao was struck by lightning. Especially Fang Ziwen, he is a big sponsor of Western music. Most of the sponsorship that Lin Xiaoxiao obtained yesterday had to be provided by Fang Ziwen. Now, this Mr. Fang gave in immediately without any explanation. What's the point of this PK? So, in a hurry, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Fang Ziwen privately. It's a pity that Fang Ziwen had no intention of paying any attention to her at this time. Similarly, he ignored his colleagues in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. He just kept apologizing to Chu Feng on the other side of the screen. Brother Chu, it's all my fault. I didn't recognize the real talent before. Please say something. Please have pity on me and forgive me. Otherwise, I really won't be able to explain to my old man. Brother Chu, please. Looking at Fang Ziwen, who continued to beg for mercy, Chu Feng left a message on the public screen in annoyance. Want to apologize? Go find my precious sister. She's the one you offended. If she's willing to forgive you, I have no objection. Seeing Chu Feng give in, Fang Ziwen felt as if he had been pardoned. Yes, I apologize. I will apologize to Chu Luoluo right away. I will go to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory in person, and I will hold up a banner to beg for forgiveness from classmate Chu Luoluo. Brother Chu, can you see my sincerity? I have to say that Fang Ziwen, when he is arrogant, is like a tiger descending from a mountain, but when he is humble, he is like a reptile in a mud pit. Of course, Chu Feng didn't want to pursue his attitude of correcting mistakes as soon as they are discovered any further. I just typed 2 words on the public screen. Casual. Then, in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room, the top figure on the night list named Chopin disappeared instantly. All this made Chu Luoluo on the opposite side stunned. Is this still my brother? When did he become so powerful? Could it be that he met some important person by chance when he was studying in Ningzhu? Or were all the jokes this guy told before true, and he is being kept by a rich woman? Obviously, Shu Luoluo couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the screen, the furious Lin Xiaoxiao didn't care about the live broadcast or not, and called Feng Ziwen directly. However, at this time Feng Ziwen was already like a frightened bird, so how could he have the energy to answer her call? He hung up on her right away. This made Lin Xiaoxiao even more furious. However, even so, she was still unwilling to give up this PK battle. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to hold her chin high and tried to contact Feng Ziwen unsuccessfully. In the end, she could only cast her resentful gaze at Shu Luoluo on the other side of the screen again. Humph, Shu Luoluo, you have such a rich brother to help you. I admit that I can't compare to you. Who made me inferior to others because of my birth? But there is one thing I can tell you clearly, I still don't accept you. You didn't win today, and neither did your folk music department. It's just that the evil capital won. If you have the ability, let's compete in something else. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao said this, Xu Feng, who was separated by the screen, was immediately speechless. This girl really knows how to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. It was she who took the initiative to challenge the other party to a live PK, and now that she sees the situation is not looking good, she is still grumbling about competing with others. This posture is very much like a kid who is cheating because he can't afford to play. However, Shu Luoluo, who was in a strong momentum, naturally did not give in to Lin Xiaoxiao's repeated provocation. Okay, let's compete with other things. I still say the same thing. As long as you dare to speak, I will dare to accept the challenge. As soon as Shu Luoluo said this, her followers in the live broadcast room came one after another to cheer for her. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room was much quieter. After all, Feng Ziwen, the backbone, is gone, and the rest of the people can only wait and see how the situation develops further. Seeing that Shu Luoluo agreed to her request without thinking, Lin Xiaoxiao once again showed a sly smile on her face. Okay, since you agree to compete, let's see who's the winner. Didn't your brother laugh at us two music departments for only competing in gifts instead of music theory and skills? I will satisfy him this time and compete with you in skills. Later, we will each play our best songs in the live broadcast room, 3 songs at most. As for who wins and who loses in the end, it all depends on the number of people online in both broadcast rooms. Do you dare? When Lin Xiaoxiao proposed this challenge, Shu Luoluo on the opposite side was obviously stunned. After all, I have only been live streaming for 2 days, and my number of fans is only around 10,000. Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room is obviously better than Shu Luoluo's. Her number of fans has long exceeded 100,000. Although this level is nothing on the Shark platform. But crushing a new anchor like Shu Luoluo is definitely not a problem. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was walking down the road, looked at Shu Luoluo opposite her with a smug look on her face. At the same time, she also took the opportunity to raise the bet. Shu Luoluo, if you win this round, our previous bet will be valid. And I also promised publicly that I would apologize to your best friend Lu Xiaoting and admit in front of all the teachers and students in the school that I was the third party who interfered with her relationship with Xiao Wei. Of course, if you lose, you have to double the bet. It was obvious that Lin Xiaoxiao took advantage of Shu Luoluo's weakness of being loyal. After all, using a person with 100,000 fans to bully a newcomer who just has 10,000 fans, the bet itself is full of shamelessness and injustice. In this regard, Xu Feng, who was holding his mobile phone tightly, naturally could not stand idly by and watch his beloved sister suffer. But just when he was about to fight back on Shu Luoluo's behalf, Su Muhan, who was lying next to him, suddenly turned over. Then, a muffled voice was heard. What do you mean by double or not double? Honey, are you playing landlord? Before he finished speaking, Su Muhan smiled foolishly, then turned over and lay on top of Xu Feng. Especially her little face, which still had the afterglow of charm, she smiled and moved closer to the screen of the mobile phone in Xu Feng's hand. Of course, at that moment she was only curious, but she did not notice that Xu Feng, who was leaning against the head of the bed, had been blinded by the 2 swaying decorative lights in front of him. Chapter 54. The conflict begins. Being interrupted by Su Mucheng, Xu Feng was distracted for a moment. But at this moment, Shu Luoluo's unyielding voice was heard again in the live broadcast room. Double it if you want. Am I afraid of you? Hearing her words, Xu Feng's face immediately darkened. He knew that his silly sister had really lost her mind this time. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao also smiled as if her evil plan had succeeded. Okay, that's great. In that case, I won't be polite. If you lose this round, I want you to walk around the playground twice in your swimsuit in front of all the teachers and students in the school, and shout that you give up and that your folk music is not as good as our Western music. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao said this, Chu Luoluo's face opposite her turned pale instantly. Even Su Mucheng, who was clinging to Chu Feng to watch the fun, had a surprised expression on his face. Sukusu? Are all young people these days so extravagant? Chu Feng, on the other hand, looked at Su Mucheng in confusion. Sukusu, what is that? Seeing Chu Feng looking so silly, Su Mucheng naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity and immediately made a joke. Hee, Mr. Chu Feng, you are so knowledgeable and know so much, how come you don't even know about Sukumizu? Don't you pay attention to the second dimension? Chu Feng pinched his nose awkwardly. Well, I don't usually watch 2D stuff. Please popularize science and teach me. Seeing that Chu Feng was so eager to learn and had such a thirst for knowledge, Su Mucheng of course had to satisfy him, while also satisfying his own desire to be a teacher. After all, after being taught by this guy for an entire afternoon, Su Mucheng was almost becoming autistic. So, how could she let go of this opportunity to turn the tables? With her red lips lightly touching her earlobe, Su Mucheng whispered a few words of popular science into Chu Feng's ear. However, after listening to Su Mucheng's interpretation of the Sukumizu water, Chu Feng immediately lost his composure. Gah, I never thought that Lin Xiaoxiao would have such bad intentions. No. Letting Luo walk around the playground twice in clothes like this, isn't this going to kill her? This girl will become the laughingstock of the whole school. Originally, Su Mucheng, who had been gathering his strength for a long time, wanted to take this opportunity to tease Chu Feng beside him. But after hearing what he said, Su Mucheng's expression was slightly stunned. Lolo? Honey, are you saying that the female anchor who is currently betting with someone is your sister, Chu Luoluo? Chu Feng sighed helplessly. Well, who else is there besides that silly girl? Well, she fell into the trap set by others. With this IQ, I'm really worried about her future. However, before Chu Feng could finish his words, Su Mucheng on the other side jumped up and snatched the phone from his hand. At the same time, two swaying headlights swept across Chu Feng's forehead. It seems that Su Muheng is more worried about his sister than Chu Feng at this moment. My dear, what is going on? What are they competing for? Su Mucheng took the phone with a slightly gloomy expression and asked impatiently. Chu Feng also told the truth about this. He analyzed the feud between Chu Luoluo and Lin Xiaoxiao to Su Muying from beginning to end. Originally, Su Muheng was a little worried about this bet. After all, she was also afraid that Chu Luoluo would suffer a loss. But after listening to the competition between the two, a hint of contempt as if she was sure of winning appeared on her face. Throwing Chu Feng's phone aside, Su Muheng snorted, isn't it just a popularity contest? That's easy. Popularity may be difficult for others to achieve, but for those of us in this industry, we can get as much as we want. As long as you know how to operate, popularity is really not a problem. To say it's within reach is an understatement. After Su Mucheng's reminder, Chu Feng's tense mood instantly relaxed. Oh, I forgot. Our Mu Shui is an invincible little queen. It shouldn't be difficult to help that silly girl Luo get some online views. It's just that a competition between two small anchors has attracted a big star like you to show up in the live broadcast room. Isn't that a bit bad? While thinking about Su Mucheng's career, Chu Feng also hesitated. After all, Su Muheng, Chu Luoluo and Lin Xiaoxiao are not in the same league. If she openly appeared in Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room and cheered for such an unknown little anchor, who knows what will appear in tomorrow's hot searches? However, Su Mucheng smiled lightly at Chu Feng's worry. My dear, I am now sure that you really don't know much about the live broadcast industry or the entertainment industry. Why should I personally take action in a matter like this? You know, there are countless big anchors who try their best to get into Shanglong Entertainment every year. Besides, it just so happens that I have signed a few beautiful girls who have transformed from anchors. Let them show their faces and cheer for Luo. I guarantee that after this live broadcast, the number of fans in Luo's live broadcast room will immediately exceed 1 million. Su Mucheng is a man of swift and decisive actions. Before he could finish his words, he turned over and found his cell phone. Then, the eyes of the female president of Shanglong Entertainment gradually darkened, and the aura of a superior also emerged. Hello, is this the president's office? I'm Su Muying. Please help me find the company's newly signed Marathi and others as soon as possible, and have them immediately enter the Shark platform, a live broadcast room called Guzheng Chinese-style beauty girl Luo. Hurry up! After saying this, Su Muhong proudly threw himself into Chu Feng's arms again and made a victory gesture to him. Done. Let's just wait and see what happens next. As he spoke, Su Muxing also found the projector remote control in his room. Then he directly broadcast the live broadcast of the battle on Chu Feng's mobile phone. At the same time, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chu Luoluo also began to choose the songs they were good at. As a piano student, Lin Xiaoxiao was not overconfident and directly selected 3 well-known pieces: Croatian Rhapsody, Overture to the Dead, and For Release. After all, in her opinion, this popularity contest was a sure win for her. On the other side, Chu Luoluo was under great psychological pressure. So the pieces she selected were mostly those for the 9th and 10th levels of Guzheng. For a moment, there was complete silence in the live broadcast room of the two. It seemed as if the supporters of both sides were holding their last breath, quietly waiting for the dispute to begin. Chapter 55. Is there anything more exciting coming up? Soon, the competition between music students officially began in the live broadcast room of the Shark platform. Of course, during this period, both parties turned off the sound effects that interfered with each other. Only the images in the other party's video camera remained. The first song played by Lin Xiaoxiao was to Alice. Although her level is not that good, the popularity of her live broadcast room is constantly soaring. Of course, there was also help from students in the Western music department. Soon, the number of people in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room exceeded 500. Let us look at Chu Luoluo again. Although the songs she picked were difficult, but the quality of her live broadcast room is really poor. After the song was over, there were only a pitiful 100 people watching her online. For this reason, Chu Luoluo's fans in the live broadcast room immediately became restless. Brothers, mobilize quickly. Yes, this is a battle that involves the honor of our folk music department. We absolutely cannot lose. We can't let beautiful Lolo fight alone. To be honest, the number of students in the traditional Chinese music department of Tongzhou Music School is pitifully small. The total number of students in one class is not that large. Moreover, while they were mobilizing, Lin Xiaoxiao was also mobilizing. The number of fans in the live broadcast room itself is not as many as the other party, and the number of people that can be mobilized is also small. This has led to an increasing disparity in the number of online viewers in the two people's live broadcast rooms. It's over. Are we going to lose? Miss Luoluo, if all else fails, let's just sell some of our bodies. It's better than wearing a pair of sweatshirts in front of the whole school. In Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room, there are already quite a few people giving her bad advice. But at this time Chu Luoluo was not moved at all. Emperor Chu, your sister is about to be bullied, please come out and save her. In despair, the netizens once again thought of Emperor Chu. Seeing this scene, Su Mucheng, who was leaning quietly on Chu Feng's shoulder, laughed foolishly. These little guys are really impatient. I'm so depressed. The psychological endurance is too poor. Although he muttered so. But Su Muxiang was also not idle at this time. She just picked up the phone beside her, lowered her head and started sending messages. After all, Su Muhong didn't want to lose face in front of Chu Feng because of this matter. Soon, Chu Luoluo and Lin Xiaoxiao finished playing their first piece. At this time, the number of online viewers in Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room has exceeded 1,000. As for Chu Luoluo, he didn't even break through the pitiful 200. Suddenly, those fans who supported Western musical instruments swarmed into Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room again. It's settled. That's a sure thing. Xiaoxiao, don't stop. Just run over their faces. Oh, it seems like tomorrow I will be able to see Miss Chu wearing swimsuit and walking around the playground twice. That's awesome. An excited heart, trembling hands, and folk instruments have no friends. Looking at the crazy comments on the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao looked very arrogant at this moment. Humph, Chu Luoluo, you are going to lose miserably this time. When you show up on the school playground in a suit of swimsuit, I want to see how those boys who supported you before will look at you. However, just when Lin Xiaoxiao was feeling pleased and thought that she had definitely crushed Chu Luoluo, a mutation occurred. Because in the next second, an avatar that shocked the entire live broadcast industry appeared in Chu Luoluo's live broadcast room. Morati. The woman who single-handedly broke into the entertainment industry from the live streaming circle for the first time. Lolo, look, it's Morati, she actually entered your live broadcast room. Morati? Hasn't she done a live broadcast for a long time? Why did she suddenly appear today? With the appearance of Marathi, Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room exploded instantly. After all, before entering the entertainment industry, Marathi was a big anchor with tens of millions of fans. Moreover, in the live broadcast circle, a place of fame and fortune where there are overt and covert struggles, big anchors of her level generally don't check on others. What's more, the person being inspected was actually a newcomer like Chuluwaluwa, who had just over 10,000 fans. This is obviously to give popularity to the other party. Hello everyone, I haven't been out for a long time, I miss you all. Today I randomly clicked on a live broadcast room, and I didn't expect it to be my favorite anchor of traditional Chinese instruments. Come on, beautiful Lolo, I'm rooting for you. In Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room, Tiramo not only showed up, but also left a message of encouragement on the public screen. Of course, as a former first-line anchor, Tiramo also understands the underlying rules of the live broadcast circle. So, this time she not only left a message, but also directly fired 10 super angry shots at Chuluwaluwa. For a moment, Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room was filled with the sound effects of rockets taking off. At the same time, the popularity brought by Tiramo is soaring at a visible rate. Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room, which originally had less than 200 people, suddenly became lively. As for the number of people online, it directly surpassed Lin Xiaoxiao on the opposite side and reached the level of tens of thousands. How could this happen? Lin Xiaoxiao was completely stunned when she saw this scene. After all, this was a PK that he had originally secured victory in, but now he was forced to be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the popularity of the live broadcast room on the opposite side is still rising at a terrifying rate. That momentum was something that I could never catch up with. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao's mood plummeted from the peak to the bottom. That kind of despair was something she had never experienced in her life. At this moment, she couldn't even find a reason to continue playing. He just sat in front of his piano with a dull look in his eyes. A few seconds later, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly went crazy. Everyone in the live broadcast room watched her tear all the books on her piano stand into pieces. Then, she took the initiative to start voice communication between the two live broadcast rooms. And roared at Chuluwaluwa on the other side of the screen. Chuluwaluwa, you are shameless. You are cheating, shameless cheating. This round doesn't count. If you have the guts, let's compete again. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was out of control on the screen, even Su Muxian couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that this girl's gambling character is not very good. It's obvious that she was stimulated. I'm afraid she'll suddenly have a mental breakdown. In response to this, Xu Feng on the side smiled coldly. Is this considered exciting? Will there be something more exciting later? It depends on whether she can handle it. As he spoke, Xu Feng grabbed the cell phone beside him. What he did next not only shocked Su Muching beside him, but also shocked the entire Shark platform, including his silly sister Chuluwaluwa. Chapter 56. Reward you with a big meal. As the sound of rockets taking off rang out, Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room became lively again. At the same time, the gift special effects that filled the entire screen completely covered up the excitement and roar of Lin Xiaoxiao on the opposite side. User Chu Liuxiang presented the anchor Guzheng Chinese-style beauty Luoluo with a super rocket one. User Chu Liuxiang presented the anchor Guzheng Chinese-style beauty Luoluo with 2 super rockets. User Chu Liuxiang presented the anchor Luoluo, a beautiful Chinese-style zither girl, with a super rocket 1000. User Chu Liuxiang presented the anchor Luoluo, a beautiful Chinese-style zither girl, with a super rocket 2000. 2000 rounds of super fire. A full 2000 super hotposts caused Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room to freeze for more than 20 minutes. During this period, all the barrages in the live broadcast room were drowned out by the gift special effects. Even Lin Xiaoxiao on the opposite side had a dazed look on her face. She had even forgotten what she was going to do at this moment. It's horrible. 2000 rounds of super fire in a row. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Yes, the legendary King Chu is indeed rich and inhumane. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao asked to change the rules of the game immediately after meeting Emperor Chu. My goodness, who can stand this? Emperor Chu, I love you. Do you still need a sister? I want to be your sister. Please be a pendant for Emperor Chu. After a long silence, Chuluwaluwa's live broadcast room became bustling again. For a moment, both the students of Tongzhou Music School and the passers-by who followed Marathi into the live broadcast room could not stop their agitation. After all, the live broadcast PK between Chuluwaluwa and Lin Xiaoxiao can only be regarded as a small friction between two new anchors on the Shark platform. However, just such a small live broadcast directly triggered 2,000 superfires. Even the management of Shark platform might have been caught off guard by such a scene. As for Chu Luo Ben Luo, he complained towards the camera with a look of shock on his face. Hey, brother, do you have to be so exaggerated? The game has already been won, why waste so much money? These gift platforms charge commissions, don't you know? 2,000 rounds are super popular, that's 4 million RMB. Even if you have a lot of money, you wouldn't spend it like this, right? In response to this, Chu Feng's answer was once again outrageous. I was busy yesterday and didn't watch your live broadcast debut. I promised you 1,000 super fire to apologize. I won't break my promise. As for the other 1,000 rounds, they are your reward for winning the competition. Just think of it as the living expenses your brother gives you. If it's not enough, I have more here. Shark fins are just game coins. They are worthless. As soon as Chu Feng made these words, all the followers in the live broadcast room were so angry that they were extremely depressed. 2,000 super fire bullets as living expenses? Damn it. Listen, is this what people say? Of course, in addition to these teasing and envy, there are also many female fans in the live broadcast room who leave messages openly. Please ask Miss Luo to disclose the contact information of the Emperor Chu. Please give me a photo, please give me a relationship. Emperor Chu, I can travel with you via trip. How about a private chat? Seeing the increasingly crazy barrage of flirting on TV, Su Muying beside Chu Feng immediately became unhappy. Goddess Su pouted and turned off the TV in frustration. At the same time, she also took away Chu Feng's mobile phone and shut down his Shark platform. Humph, you dare to snatch my man from me. You are unforgivable. Seeing that Goddess Su was actually jealous, Chu Feng in front of him laughed a few times. What are you laughing at? It's all because of you. Look, the competition is over, why are you still attracting attention in public? Even if you want to give Luo a reward, you can just give it out privately. Is it necessary to make it so high profile? As he spoke, Su Mucheng showed a terrifying look of gritting his teeth, as if he wanted to eat Chu Feng. In response, Chu Feng smiled, hugged her in his arms, and explained calmly. To be honest, this matter didn't need to be so high profile. However, in order to prevent Luo from being subject to rumors in school, I still need to take some practical actions to prove it. Then there is Lin Xiaoxiao. Don't you see that she still looks like she refuses to admit defeat? I did this to shut her up completely. At least in my opinion, there is no distinction between folk music and Western music. This can be considered as a small warning from me to her. I hope she can learn to be smarter in the future and not provoke Luo again. After listening to Chu Feng's answer, Su Mucheng felt relieved for a moment. Of course, her relief was not because Chu Feng's explanation was so reasonable. But at this time, Chu Feng was making every effort to achieve his great career. However, there was one thing about Chu Feng's motives that Su Mucheng did not know. That is, spending all the balance in Shark's account was the set goal given to Chu Feng by the system. By doing this, he could clear out some of the shark fins and benefit his sister at the same time. Naturally, we should do more of this kind of good job that allows us to kill two birds with one stone in the future. After being manipulated by Chu Feng for a while, Su Mucheng's thoughts had already drifted away. At this time, she didn't bother to care about those female fans who were eyeing Chu Feng covetously. Instead, he immediately rolled over and gave Chu Feng a sitting and leg attack. Then, she was frank with Chu Feng and spread out her palms with a playful look on her face. Hee, I think your explanation just now is acceptable. But where is my reward? I also made great efforts in Luo's competition? You can't be partial to one, right? Seeing Su Mucheng acting so childishly, Chu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, your reward will definitely be more generous than that girl Luo's. As he spoke, Chu Fengxiao smiled and pressed his finger against Su Mucheng's earlobe. How about I reward you with a big meal tonight? Hearing this, Goddess Su blushed instantly, and spat at him shyly, saying, Who cares about your dinner tonight? I'm not like you, who only thinks about good things. Are you really not interested? Chu Feng once again smiled jokingly and said, Oh, that's such a pity. I was originally planning to make you squirrel mandarin fish, crab meat lion head, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and 3 fresh delicacies tonight. It seems you don't have this blessing. Come on, I'll just eat it myself. After Chu Feng's joke, Su Muying finally came to his senses. That pretty face instantly became so shy that it buried itself directly into Chu Feng's chest. Of course, Goddess Su was still looking forward to Chu Feng's craftsmanship. After all, when Su Muxuan thought of the huge table of delicious food that this guy prepared for him in the morning, he couldn't help drooling. Chapter 57, The Conflicted Duelinger. Su Mucheng, whose rhythm was distracted by Chu Feng, felt embarrassed for a moment. But soon, she came to her senses. She saw her head suddenly leave Chu Feng's chest. Then, with a look of annoyance, he said to Chu Feng, who was full of smugness, "That's not right. I helped your sister so much, and you just want to get rid of me with a meal. Isn't that too easy? No matter how you look at it, I'm the one who suffers the loss in this deal. No, you have to arrange a new reward for me." As he spoke, Su Muhong crossed his arms, looking just like a young couple joking around. Of course, to put it more simply, this is called sentiment. The same applies if you read it the other way around. Seeing Su Mucheng's coquettish look of raising the price on the spot, Chu Feng also laughed. If one meal isn't enough, what about 10 meals? If that's still not enough, how about I be your personal chef for life? As long as you don't go to work filming, I will take care of your 3 meals a day from now on. As soon as Chu Feng made this promise, Su Mucheng immediately jumped up from the bed. She didn't expect that she would receive such an unexpected surprise just by acting coquettishly. My dear, this is what you said, don't regret it. No regrets, absolutely no regrets. Seeing Chu Feng being so serious, Su Mucheng jumped up on the spot. Yeah. That's great. I can get a lifetime reward for playing a live match. It's worth it. Hee, I'm going to the company tomorrow and cancel all the film and television and event projects I signed before. From now on, I will never produce a pearl again. Listening to Su Mucheng's excited murmurs, Chu Feng was immediately speechless. However, Goddess Su's subconscious statement made Chu Feng feel warm for no reason. At the same time, faced with this situation, he even had the idea of settling down in Mingzhu. After jumping around excitedly for a while, Su Muhong hugged Chu Feng and bit him hard. Then she jumped out of bed, changed her clothes, and cleaned up the discarded tissues on the floor of the room. Of course, there is also the Balenciaga that has already been balled up. However, just when Su Muxing was about to throw away all the useless garbage, Chu Feng on the side stopped her. Mu Xue, don't throw away that Balenciaga shoe. It's such a pity. Su Muching was stunned and immediately stopped what he was doing. But soon, she said with a sly grin, I didn't expect that Mr. Chu Feng, who was so popular for selling 2,000 rounds, would be so frugal. He couldn't even bear to throw away a used pair of Balenciaga scissors? This doesn't seem like the style of you, the rich man on Shark platform? Besides, this kind of thing is originally a disposable prop, why keep it? Before he finished speaking, Su Muhong's little face, which revealed a playful look, had already moved closer to Chu Feng and continued to joke. Hee, but if my dear really likes it, I'll have someone buy a box for you someday. We guarantee that we have all kinds of models and styles, and there will be no repeat every day. After Su Muching said this, Chu Feng's expression instantly became playful. He pretended to be silent for a moment, then said, purchasing is of course necessary, but don't waste this one. All you need to do is give me a pair of scissors, and I promise to let them bring you back to your childhood. Su Muching obviously didn't get the true meaning of Chu Feng's words. Facing Chu Feng's request, she just smiled and said, okay, if you want to keep it, then keep it. It doesn't matter anyway. In response to this, Chu Feng also smiled evilly, and the picture in his mind came to his mind. Then, the two of them cleaned the entire room inside and out. Soon, the sunlight outside the window began to become dim. I looked at the time and it was already 5:10 in the afternoon. Chu Feng hurriedly greeted Su Muiying, then changed his clothes and went out to buy things. After all, Su Muching rarely lives in this bun flat. Although she also asked Xie Xiaoxiao to prepare some daily necessities, food, clothing and other expenses in advance. But the empty refrigerator still couldn't satisfy Chu Feng's need to make a big meal. Therefore, going out to purchase ingredients became his top priority. At the same time, in the courtyard of Tan Palace Villa No. 2, Duelinger was enjoying her afternoon tea in the afterglow of the setting sun. But at this moment, her mind was not at all on the cup of authentic Ying's black tea on the table. As for the 2 plates of exquisite snacks in front of her, she didn't even touch them. 4 hours have passed. I wonder how Xiao Xiang is doing. After murmuring this, Duelinger picked up her cell phone. Soon, she let it go again. Obviously, her thoughts were extremely tangled at this time. It's not a good idea to make this call, and it's not a good idea not to make it. But at this moment, not far from the courtyard, Lin Yaodong walked towards her in a hurry. "Miss, there has been new progress." Before he arrived in front of her, Lin Yaodong's voice reached Du Linger's ears. Du Linger was stunned at first, then she suddenly stood up from her seat. At this moment, her beautiful eyes shone brightly, staring directly at Lin Yaodong, who was not far away. "What's new? Have you found out the details of the person who traded with Fang Yuanshan?" In response to Du Linger's urgent question, Lin Yaodong first shook his head, and then continued. "To answer, miss, although we have not yet fully grasped the specific situation of that person, I have accidentally discovered new clues. Just now, the glasses we sent to the Fang family reported that Fang Yuanshan received a special call today. From their conversation, the person who called Fang Yuanshan should be Su Hongtai from Mingzhu Hongtai law firm." Du Linger was also excited when she heard the name Su Hongtai. Su Hongtai? Is it lawyer Su who is in charge of mergers and equity transfers of large groups? Lin Yaodong nodded and said, "Yes, it's this person." So after we got this new clue, our people immediately conducted a comprehensive investigation of Hongtai law firm. According to Su Hongtai's assistant, Hongtai law firm has received quite a few equity transfer cases during this period. This includes the shares held by Fang Yuanshan of our Qingmen group. And what's even more interesting is that Su Hongtai actually holds the equity transfer case of Wang Qingyang of Shanglong Group. And it is said that the investor behind these two equity transfers is the same person. Listening to Lin Yaodong's description, Du Linger was completely shocked. Perhaps at this time Lin Yaodong was still unclear about who could be so generous as to accept the shares of Fang Yuanshan and Wang Qingyang at the same time. But at this moment, Du Linger already looked like she had no breasts. "Okay, I know everything. This matter ends here. There is no need to investigate further. As for the rest of the problem, I will solve it myself. Uncle Dong, you've been busy for so long, you should go back first. I'm a little tired." Having said that, Du Linger ignored Lin Yaodong's surprised expression, and slowly stood up and walked into the villa on her own. However, she looked back every 3 steps along the way, and her puzzled gaze was directed directly at the Tan Palace Villa number 1 opposite. At the same time, her hand holding the phone was shaking constantly. However, just when Du Linger was struggling and wondering whether she should call Su Muchang and ask him something indirectly, the cell phone in her palm suddenly rang at this moment. Chapter 58, Su Muchang, the Transparent One. The person who could call Du Linger at this critical moment was naturally none other than her good friend Su Muying. After all, the two of them hung up in a hurry before the video chat in the afternoon ended. Moreover, Su Mohan was also quite excited at this time. She couldn't wait to take advantage of the time when Shu Feng went out shopping to share the joy with her good sister. It is also a report on the battle situation. From this point of view, the friendship between Su Muxiang and Du Linger is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary plastic sisters. However, when faced with the call from Su Muying, Du Linger hesitated for a moment. Obviously, she was thinking about how to quietly extract the information she wanted from that devilish girl Su Muchang. It was not until Du Linger returned to the living room of her villa that she pressed the call button as if nothing had happened. "Hee, Sister Ling." Soon, Su Muxiang's playful face appeared on the other side of the screen. Putting aside other things, just by looking at the girl's rosy smile, Du Linger had already guessed something. She just rolled her eyes at Su Muxing and said, "Xiaoxing, your general attack time is really long enough?" "What? Did you take the bunker successfully?" After hearing Du Linger's teasing, Su Muching did not show the shyness and embarrassment that a girl should have. Instead, she looked a little proud. "That's natural. I have been planning for so long. If I can't capture him, then all my previous plans will be in vain, right?" For some reason, Du Linger always felt weird when she heard that Su Muching had successfully defeated Chu Feng. It was a kind of inexplicable bitterness, or even jealousy. But at this moment, she still looked calm and continued to joke. "Then Sister Ling, I really have to congratulate you. You have been pursuing your dream for 3 years, and today you finally got what you wanted." At this point, Du Linger's voice paused slightly. Then, she changed the subject, "But Xiaoxiang, Sister Ling still wants to remind you, young man, don't be too indulgent, you must take good care of your body. Besides, a combat mode like yours that keeps firing for hours is too much for a human being to handle." After the earnest instruction of Du Linger, the caring elder sister, no matter how shameless Su Muxiang was at the moment, his cheeks flushed and he could not help but let his imagination run wild. This, that. After hesitating for a while, Su Muching finally gave an ambiguous explanation. "Sister Ling, regarding your question. I can only say that he is very strong. Very strong. Hearing Su Muhong's godlike answer, Du Linger was instantly petrified. Of course, she was also quite curious at this time. She wondered how strong Su Muiying meant. But soon, Du Linger broke free from her incredible associations. Shaking her head helplessly, she sighed, forget it, I won't talk to you about this anymore. After saying that, Du Linger's eyes became serious, and then she spoke to Su Muching on the other side of the screen with a serious face. Xiaoxing, I heard you say before that Chu Feng had quietly acquired the shares of your Shanglong group. Is this true? Su Muiying nodded without any doubt about Du Linger's sudden change of topic. Of course it's true. How could I joke about something like this? Then have you ever thought carefully about who this Chu Feng you are dating is? If he is really as ordinary and mediocre as you said before, how could he have such a big trick to take over your shares of Shanglong without saying a word? Finally, Du Linger couldn't help but start asking Su Muiying about Chu Feng's background indirectly. In response to this, Su Muching just chuckled, looking as if he didn't care at all. Sister Ling, your question is very strange. I only care about him as a person. As for where his money and background come from, what does that have to do with me? Those are not the main point, okay? After being choked by Su Muiying's words, Du Linger immediately became speechless. In a hurry, she continued, silly girl, aren't you afraid that he is a young master from a well-known family in the imperial capital? If that's the case, then your situation is really worrying. When they finish eating, they just wipe their mouths, pat their butts and leave. What are you going to do? Listening to Du Linger's worry, Su Muiying rolled his eyes at her unhappily. Sister Ling, can't you just hope for me a little bit? Besides, we two are just getting started. If we consider these issues now, what's the future? But, girl, aren't you curious at all about his true identity? Don't you want to go find him and ask him clearly? Du Linger still refused to give up and kept guiding Su Muching. On the contrary, Su Muwei glared at her unhappily. Sister Ling, I told you that you are really stupid. If he really is a young master from a noble family in the imperial capital, I can't expose him in person. Why? Du Linger was puzzled. Because I think this situation is pretty good now. Once the dream is exposed and we wake up, what should we do? I will regret it then and have no place to cry. As he said this, Su Muching smiled slyly again. So, I am now planning whether to go back to the old man's villa and steal my household registration book. Then coax him into getting the marriage certificate. By then, with the ironclad evidence issued by the state in hand, everything else will be nothing but empty talk. Hearing Su Muching's grand plan, Du Linger was stunned. For a moment, she was a little confused. Is it because Su Muching is too transparent, or is it because I have stayed in dark corners for too long, which has caused my thoughts to become extremely vigilant and complicated? After a moment of silence, the two best friends automatically skipped the previous embarrassing topic. Then, the two chatted casually for a few more words and hung up the call. However, after putting down his phone, Su Muching sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed before she frowned slightly and said, Sister Ling's words just now don't seem as simple as they sound. But why is she suddenly so interested in Chu Feng's family background? It shouldn't be like that. The more Su Muxian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. However, before she could figure it out, the sound of a door opening interrupted her thoughts unexpectedly. Honey, are you back? With just a pair of bare feet, Su Muching hurried to the door to greet Chu Feng. However, when she saw these people appearing at her door, her eyes immediately became cold. Chapter 59, Apologizing. To have the access key to Su Muching's house. And the person who knew that she was in this large Riverview flat during this period of time was naturally Su Muiying's closest person. Xing, Sister Xing, we are here to take responsibility and apologize. At this moment, Che Xiaoxiao looked confused and stood in front of Su Muching like a child who had made a mistake. Of course, she didn't come alone on this trip. Because behind her, there were two big men, one fat and one thin, with their heads lowered. These two guys had also met Su Muhong and Chu Feng the night before. They are the two staff members from the Public Relations Department of Shanglong Entertainment. Looking at the three people in front of him, Su Muching immediately became furious. As the president of Shanglong Entertainment, he was betrayed by his most trusted employee. This feeling is naturally unpleasant. With a cold snort, Su Muching's eyes turned slightly cold, and he said to Che Xiaoxiao, ask for forgiveness? Oh, Assistant Che, I can't bear your apology. Besides, what crime have you committed? As an employee of Shanglong Group, it is normal for me to work for the chairman of the group. You're fine, you're not wrong. Hearing Su Muqing's sarcasm, Che Xiaoxiao immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. It was obvious that the young lady in front of him was really angry this time. If this matter is not explained clearly, it is very likely that I will lose my job. Sister Shi, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you imagined. He still wanted to make excuses when he saw Che Xiaoxiao. Sumu's eyes were blazing with fire, and he scolded in a low voice, Che Xiaoxiao. As my personal assistant, you know all my whereabouts. Explain to me, if you hadn't informed them, why would your chairman and his wife have come here so early in the morning? Did I tell them? Although Su Zhanfeng did not make any unpleasant decision regarding Su Muqing's lifelong affairs this morning. However, this matter is still a thorn in Su Muqing's side. Faced with Su Muqing's anger, Che Xiaoxiao felt her whole body tremble, and the words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. Instead, it was the fat man standing behind her who stepped forward and spoke up for justice. Mr. Su. It's really not Assistant Che's fault. After all, none of us expected that Director Su would come to the company this morning. He accidentally discovered the photos we took last night and the PR copy, and then he went to find Assistant Che to find out what happened. He is the chairman of the board, and you are his only daughter, so... Hearing what the fat man said, Su Muwei immediately sneered, so, you guys teamed up to sell me out? After Su Muqing yelled at them, Che Xiaoxiao and the other two in front of them really had no way to refute. After all, it is a fact that they betrayed Su Muxiang. Whether it is passive or active, they can't escape the blame. Sister Shi, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Please forgive me this time. I promise that something like this will never happen again next time. At this time, Che Xiaoxiao didn't know how to defend herself anymore. She could only cry and beg for Su Muqing's forgiveness. But before Su Muqing could make a decision, Chu Feng's voice rang out not far from the door. Hey, why is the door open? Mu Xing, I'm back. Hearing Chu Feng's voice and his affectionate way of addressing Su Muqing, Che Xiaoxiao and the other two were stunned. After all, they never expected that after Director Su's aggressive inspection, this guy would actually dare to show up here? Is he really not afraid of death? Of course, at this time, Che Xiaoxiao and the other two were in a difficult situation themselves, so they didn't have much time to think about Chu Feng's current situation. Instead, Chu Feng, who had returned with a full load, just glanced at the three people who were blocking the door and dared not speak, and greeted them with a chuckle. Assistant Che, it's you. Then, he glanced at Su Muqing, who was still angry, and said, Muqing, do you have work to discuss? In fact, Chu Feng was not stupid. He guessed something just by taking a look at the expressions of both parties. After all, Su Muqing is the president of Shanglong Entertainment. Even if there is an emergency at work that needs her to make a decision, she will not come directly to her home. Something that can be resolved with just one phone call. There is no way that Assistant Che Xiaoxiao would make such a mistake. Chu Feng's timely appearance eased the awkward atmosphere between Su Muqing and Che Xiaoxiao. Especially when he saw Chu Feng carrying a lot of bags in his hands, Su Muxuan considerately stepped forward and took the things in his hands. This scene also made Che Xiaoxiao and others stunned. After all, as the president's assistant, she had never seen Su Muxing do such chores. However, in front of Chu Feng, the usually dignified and solemn President Su seemed like a different person. The behavior between the two of them was more like that of an ordinary family couple. However, just when Che Xiaoxiao and the other two were stunned, Chu Feng turned his head as if nothing had happened, glanced at the three of them calmly, and then said, Since we have guests, I'll add a few more dishes tonight. I'll go to the kitchen first while you guys chat. After saying this, Chu Feng turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Although his invitation was bland, it gave Che Xiaoxiao and the other two a great opportunity, and at the same time he stated his position without making a sound. In response, Che Xiaoxiao immediately responded with a look of gratitude. Of course, Su Muxian was extremely unhappy at this time, because she didn't want anyone to disturb her in Chu Feng's alone time. So, the moment Chu Feng turned around, Su Muqing immediately rolled his eyes at Che Xiaoxiao and the other two. Okay, since this matter has already happened, I won't pursue it any further. But you three definitely can't stay at Shanglong Entertainment. I will go to the company tomorrow and transfer all your jobs to the Shanglong Group headquarters. The Human Resources Department there will come forward and make further arrangements for your specific work. Now, you can leave. Listening to Su Muqing's arguments, Che Xiaoxiao and the other two felt mixed emotions of joy and sorrow. After all, for the two fat and thin brothers in the Public Relations Department, their jobs were saved. Moreover, I can take this opportunity to transfer to the headquarters of Shanglong Group, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. But for Che Xiaoxiao, the situation is quite different. Because she had already gotten used to following Su Mucheng. Now she is transferred to an unfamiliar job and follows strangers. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to her career. However, they were lucky enough to be able to keep their current job safely after this trip. As for the job transfer, this was Su Muxian's last stubbornness. At the same time, this was also a demonstration against her old man. Although she was unwilling and reluctant, in the end, Che Xiaoxiao had no choice but to accept the result. Soon, after seeing Che Xiaoxiao and the other two off, Su Mucheng quietly ran to the door of his kitchen. At this time, Chu Feng had already geared up for battle, with a kitchen knife dancing in his hand like a whirlwind. The knife skills and smooth movements made Su Muxian's mouth dry. I didn't expect that a man who focuses on cooking could be so handsome? As she whispered softly, Goddess Su felt the air around her begin to warm up. Next second, she reached out her hand and patted her blushing cheeks, while with the other hand, she was holding her collar and fanning herself. No. I can't stand it anymore. I'd better go take a shower first. After talking to himself for a while, Su Mucheng rushed into the bathroom as if escaping. However, soon, half of her little face poked out again and shouted to Chu Feng, who was busy in the kitchen. Honey, could you come over and help me? In response to this, Chu Feng was stunned at first, then slowly stopped what he was doing and walked a few steps to Su Mucheng. Mu Xing, what's wrong? But before Chu Feng could ask clearly, Su Mucheng started to grin evilly. Then, without saying anything, she grabbed Chu Feng's arm and pulled him in. Then, the wooden door of the bathroom was locked with a bang, and the sound of running water was incessant. Chapter 60. Fatty Wang is the troublemaker. No words were spoken that night. It was not until noon the next day that Chu Feng tiptoed out of bed. As for Su Muxiang, she was still curled up in the quilt like a lazy cat, sleeping soundly. After all, after studying hard all night, it is normal to catch up on some sleep during the day. Of course, Teacher Chu's teaching throughout the night was indeed rigorous. Although last night's topic was just 8 simple words, hesitant in working day and night. But the homework he assigned was as vast as the ocean. Let us talk about Chu Feng. After getting up, he just washed himself, found something to eat, and then wandered around the living room. After all, a new day begins. His check-in times were also refreshed and reset. In addition, the deadline for the task of clearing the shark account assigned by the system last time is approaching. So, today, he has a lot of things to deal with. Let's sign in first. After walking around Su Mucheng's Riverview flat twice, Chu Feng finally selected a few check-in points. System, balcony sign in. Standing on the viewing balcony with a gentle breeze, Chu Feng began his first sign-in journey of the day. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, system reward, a set of Thompson first-class villa. System, sign in to the cloakroom. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, system reward, a set of handed-down dragon robes. A dragon robe handed down from generation to generation? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then said to himself, what's the use of this thing? In this day and age, I can't ascend the throne and become emperor. However, when he took a look at the system's annotations on the heirloom dragon robe, he was instantly stunned. The dragon robe handed down from generation to generation, inlaid with pearls, was sold at Sotheby's auction for 49.77 million renminbi. This. Is it an antique? Chu Feng shook his head with a look of surprise on his face, hesitated for a moment, and continued to move towards the next check-in location. However, the check-in location he chose was somewhat of a joke. System, check in to the bathroom. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, system reward, an African gold mine. When Chu Feng saw this wave of rewards, even he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bathroom? Gold mine? System, are you telling me something? However, the system did not give any response to Chu Feng's joke. So he could only ask. But the system, a gold mine in Africa, how am I supposed to run it? It's out of reach. Host, please rest assured that the issues you raised are not problems for the system. The system has already purchased a local qualified mining and exploration company for you in advance, and all the necessary procedures are complete and reasonable and legal. They will take full care of your troubles. After hearing what the system said, Chu Feng was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After all, he never expected that his spur-of-the-moment prank would not only yield him a gold mine, but also a fully equipped exploration and mining company. This is such a pleasant surprise. Of course, after receiving these waves of satisfactory rewards, Chuong did not forget his task of spending the money. Leaning lazily on the sofa in the living room, he quickly opened the Shark live streaming platform. Then he went straight to the live broadcast room of his sister Chu Luoluo. After all, it's the little girl's birthday in 2 days. So Chuong deliberately kept something in reserve yesterday. Prepared to give the little princess a super hot birthday celebration. Of course, if time was too tight and the task was too heavy, his birthday present can wait for 2 more days. Soon, a set of 4023 super hot bursts was sent out. And this string of numbers corresponds exactly to Chu Luoluo's birthday. Then, Chuong found a few classmates with whom he had a good relationship in the live broadcast room. Then the balance in the Shark account was distributed to them. Fuck, lunatic, what's wrong with you? Have you made a fortune? Thanks to my brother Foam. Brother Foam, I love you. After receiving a series of shocks and text messages, Chuong was bombarded with phone calls from his best friend Fatty Wang. I fuck your grandpa's grandma's grandpa. Crazy, did you just go to Shark to be a money-giving boy? What's going on? Are you digging for gold? After the call was connected, Fatty Wang's incredible roar was heard immediately. However, the fat man didn't know that his unintentional words just now turned out to be a prophecy and hit the nail on the head. Even Chuong himself was stunned when he heard it. This fat guy, when did he change his career to fortune-telling, and how can he be so accurate? It seems that he won't have to worry about having no food to eat in the future. It's a skill after all. Although thinking so. However, Chuong's answer was not so honest. He just smiled and joked, Fatty, I think you slept too much yesterday. You haven't woken up yet, right? I don't have any gold mines. But I did win a lottery ticket. So I have nothing to do, so I decided to give some money to my dear classmates as a token of my appreciation. After hearing Chuong's answer, Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone fell silent for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he exploded again. Lottery? Did you win the lottery? The $20 million one? Fuck. They say that if you fail in love, you will succeed in money. It's really true. I really don't know what kind of wonderful reaction Ji Xiaozhu would have if she knew about this. When Chuong heard the name Ji Xiaozhu again, the expression on his face remained calm. But he still said to Fatty Wang on the other end of the phone, okay, Fatty. Don't mention this person in front of me again. Since we're done, let's be clean and decisive. Just think of us as passers-by in each other's lives. However, in response to Chuong's righteous statement, Fatty Wang once again displayed his character of being so naughty that he has no friends. He just laughed evilly for a while, and then said something sinister to Chuong on the other end of the phone. Madman, what you said is wrong. This passerby is also a guest, so he should be received as well. Chuong's defense was instantly broken by Fatty Wang's teasing. Fuck you, get out of here. Be careful, I will tell your Li baby all your classic quotes without reservation, just wait and see how she will deal with you then. As soon as the 3 words Li Bao Bao were mentioned, Fatty Wang immediately became scared. No, you lunatic. We are all good brothers, let's talk it out. Telling tales is something only children do. We are all adults. We need to be mature and calm. Don't hurt each other. That's not good. Seeing Fatty Wang admit his mistake, Chuong finally smiled brightly. Okay, stop talking bullshit to me. I don't know you. If you are henpecked, then you are henpecked. And you even say it in such a high-sounding way. After that, the two of them teased and joked with each other for a while before hanging up the phone. However, not long after, Fatty Wang's text messages came one after another. This time he learned his lesson and didn't say anything else. He just sent Chuong the specific address and box of tonight's party. He repeatedly emphasized that Chuong must dress up and attend the dinner tonight so as not to bring shame to the dormitory. In response, Chuong just threw his phone aside after reading the text message and murmured, "Is this Fatty Wang trying to cause trouble? Could it be that this guy really arranged a boys-girl party for me?" However, just when Chuong was mumbling to himself. On the other side, Su Muxing, who was wearing a nightgown and looking lazy, walked out of the bedroom yawning. "Honey, what's the boys-girl party?" After asking this softly, Su Muhan's enchanting figure quickly walked up to Chuong. But at this time, she had already lost all sleepiness, and her beautiful eyes were staring at Chuong vaguely. Beneath the charming smile, there is even more profound meaning. Chapter 61, Garlic or Spicy? Although Su Muxiang had just woken up, he did not hear the conversation between Chu Feng and Wang Wei. However, Chu Feng's murmur just now. Su Muching heard clearly what he said afterwards, including the boys and girls party. She came up to Chu Feng in such a pretty way. At this moment, Goddess Su looked smiling. In fact, there is a hidden mystery. Seeing Chu Feng in front of him, he was slightly stunned. She didn't even bother to explain and took the initiative. Pinching Chu Feng's chin and lifting it slightly, Su Muxiang continued to ask. Honey, are you going to a class reunion tonight? Are you going to leave me alone at home again? At this time, Su Muching was very charming. But her questions were equally sharp. After all, whether it is a girl in love or a married man and woman, they all don't like seeing their significant other go to some class reunion. Especially this kind of class reunion has both boys and girls. When the time comes, the noisy occasion can be combined with alcohol to numb the body. Who can guarantee that they won't do something out of line on the spot? Therefore, class reunions are not only a great way to show off your wealth and pretend to be cool, but also a great opportunity to rekindle old flames and get things done. However, Su Muxiang felt disgusted and unhappy. Chu Feng just smiled slightly and solved the problem for her with just a few words. Hee hee, silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I bear to leave you alone at home? You will of course go with me in the evening. That's great. I can introduce my best friend to you then. He is also from the Department of Media Directing. I just interned with the crew for the past 2 months and filmed on location. I went to the desert and just came back yesterday. After hearing what Chu Feng said, Su Muxiang's heart immediately felt warm. After all, if a man is willing to take you to meet his best friends and let you get in touch with his social circle, it is an attitude in itself. However, leaving aside the waves of joy in my heart. The next second, Su Muxiang was pouting with a face full of complaints. Then, she deliberately pulled a furry cushion from the sofa in front of Chu Feng. He carefully placed it under himself and rolled his eyes at Chu Feng in annoyance. It's all your fault. Do you think I can go out in my current condition? If I had known last night. Halfway through his speech, Su Muxiang swallowed his unfinished words in time. Seeing her anxious and angry look, Chu Feng beside her smiled. You're still laughing? It's all your fault. I'm afraid I won't be able to go out these days. As he spoke, Su Muxiang crossed his arms, looking angry and ashamed. But soon, her expression suddenly changed again. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa, then flashed past Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng was also puzzled by this. Why is this girl so startled? Did she step on a switch? However, just after he was stunned for a moment, Su Muxiang appeared in front of him again with a smile on his face. Moreover, she now had a black gift box in her hand. Chu Feng naturally recognized this black gift box. Inside was the sapphire ring that Su Muxiang was going to give him. Su Muxiang came up to Chu Feng with a smile on his face, and spoke in an almost irrefutable tone. Student Chu Feng, please stretch out your hand. Chu Feng was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Then he obediently stretched out his left hand. Looking at Su Muxiang again, he was not polite either. He took out the sapphire ring directly from the gift box and put it on Chu Feng's middle finger. Then, she blinked at Chu Feng with a smug look on her face. Hee hee, the size is just right. That's good. You will wear it to your class reunion tonight. It also saves you from being missed by other girls at the table. After hearing what Su Muxiang said, Chu Feng also started to laugh. Good. I will wear it all the time from now on and never take it off. That's more like it. Hearing Chu Feng's promise, Su Muxiang's face immediately became full of pride. Especially that victorious little face, which suddenly moved closer to Chu Feng and gave him a kiss. Then, the two of them watched some videos together and played a few games. This went on until late in the evening. Seeing the afterglow of the setting sun slowly pouring down, Chu Feng turned his neck and spoke to Su Muxiang, who was lying on his legs. It's almost time, I have to leave. Muxiue, what do you want to eat tonight? Can I bring some back for you? Su Muxiang pouted and responded with a sullen look on his face. Student Chu Feng, don't you know that we have to keep in shape in this line of work? I still haven't digested all the delicious food and fish I had last night. Let's forget about it today. If I eat a midnight snack at night, I will gain at least 2 kilograms of weight. If it doesn't work, you can just bring me some yogurt. Yogurt? Hearing Su Muqing's request, Chu Feng immediately showed a sly smile between his brows. Okay, yogurt is yogurt. I don't know what flavor you want to drink. Is it garlicky or spicy? I'll try to pay attention tonight when I eat. As soon as Chu Feng said this, Su Muxiang was instantly confused and looked bewildered. Garlic? Spicy? What the hell? When did yogurt come out with such a strong taste? I have never heard of it. But Su Muqing reacted quickly. Then, she suddenly sat up from the sofa and glared at Chu Feng with gritted teeth. However, by this time Chu Feng had already slipped away with a smile on his face. In the end, Su Muwei could only blush and angrily said, "This guy is getting worse and worse." After murmuring this, Goddess Su's expression immediately became strange again. He even licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. That look is really touching. About half an hour later, Chu Feng drove Su Muhang's Maserati MC20 and appeared in the parking lot of the Dynasty Club. What he didn't expect was that just as he was about to push the door and get out of the car, two figures who made him very unhappy came towards him. "Dear, did you see that Maserati? Does anyone want a car like this?" The woman took the man's arm and led him to Chu Feng's car. But the man at this time had a smug look on his face, and he patted the charming woman next to him. "It's just a car. It's nothing to me. Whether we can successfully get this car depends on your performance tonight, darling." As he spoke frivolously, the man's eyes subconsciously turned and happened to meet Chu Feng's eyes as he pushed the door and got out of the car. Chapter 62: The Dog in the Way. In the parking lot of Dynasty Club, the man who came face to face with Chu Feng was none other than him. It was Wu Qian, one of the 4 young masters of Mingzhu Media University, also known as Young Master Wu. However, the woman next to him, who wanted to stick her whole body to him, was not Ji Xiaozhu. Instead, it was a sophomore girl from the school's broadcasting department named Lu Wenting. Speaking of Lu Wenting, her reputation in school is extremely bad. She is a true female sea king. Rumor has it that this girl had more than 20 boyfriends in just 1.5 years. That completely broke the Communication University's previous love record. What's worse, it was revealed that she had had 8 boyfriends at the same time. He openly put them together to play mahjong at 2 tables, and the other party was completely unaware. This kind of means and courage can no longer be simply summarized as a time manager. Of course, these messy campus gossips are of no importance to Chu Feng now. At most, they are just a pastime after dinner. As for why Ji Xiaozhu did not appear next to Wu Qian, Chu Feng did not bother to ask at this time. Chu Feng just glanced coldly at Wu Qian in front of him, closed the car door, and was about to leave. However, when Mr. Wu saw Chu Feng again, he was not so calm. After all, this country bumpkin in front of him made him lose face in school. The 108 kinds of knowledge became an indelible green light in Wu Qian's heart. Now that the two met again, the frustration and anger that Mr. Wu had accumulated for several days finally found an object to vent at this moment. He snorted coldly at first, then stretched out his hand and blocked Chu Feng's way. In response, Chu Feng just said without raising his head, "A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way." When Chu Feng said this, Wu Qian's expression was stunned at first, and then became more ferocious. "Little bastard, you are quite courageous. How dare you talk to me like that? You know, I've been looking for you, a country bumpkin, for 2 whole days. I didn't expect to run into you here today. It really is true that the old saying goes, you can never find something without any effort, but when you find it, it's easy to find." Hearing Wu Qian's words, Chu Feng frowned slightly and teased in pretended confusion. "Looking for me? Mr. Wu, is there something you don't understand about the use of this product? Do you want to ask for advice? It's okay. I have plenty of time today. I can teach you step by step." Having said that, Chu Feng raised his eyes again, glanced at Lu Wenting beside Wu Qian, and then laughed. However, judging from Mr. Wu's condition, it is obvious that he has switched to a new product. I don't know much about her performance. If young Master Wu is so eager to learn, he can go find her exes. After all, the feedback from more than 20 product users is better than my own experience. Mr. Wu has a lot of hats on his head anyway. There shouldn't be much difference between wearing one and wearing more than 20. Chu Feng's sarcasm and ridicule directly ignited Wu Qian and Lu Wenting. Especially Lu Wenting, her true colors were exposed at this time, and her face suddenly turned blue and white. Then she yelled at Chu Feng in frustration. "You farted. I think you are just jealous of my dear. You are jealous that he has a confidant like me who is beautiful, sweet-talking, obedient and sensible by his side. And you are a loser, a complete single dog. Look at your cheap clothes. They are not even as good as a hair of my dear. And your car. Do you think you can pretend to be upper class just because you rent a Maserati from a car dealership? What a joke, you're like a toad lying on the street, pretending to be a Jeep. It has to be said that Lu Wenting's words were not just nonsense spoken out of excitement. As soon as she said these words, on the one hand, it belittled Chu Feng, but on the other hand, it flattered Wu Qian. After all, a woman who can deal with more than 20 boys is naturally not an easy person to deal with. Therefore, instead of attacking and crushing Chu Feng, she knew better how to please Wu Qian who was beside her. Because she knew clearly what she wanted and what she could get from Wu Qian. Of course, even so, her words still sounded shameless and disrespectful to Chu Feng. Pretty and sweet? Obedient and sensible? Damn it. This is the first time I've heard someone praise himself so shamelessly and without any moral integrity. I really don't understand where her shameless arrogance comes from. Is it because she has a big face? Thinking of this, Chu Feng tilted his head and looked at Wu Qian and Lu Wenting in front of him as if he were looking at a clown. At the same time, he kept turning the sapphire ring in his hand. I'm talking to Master Wu. Your taste is getting cheaper and cheaper. Here, you're coming too? Aren't you afraid of getting sick again? As he spoke, Chu Feng patted his forehead again. Oh, speaking of this, I remember it. I do know a few good veterinary hospitals in Pearl. If you are really sick, you can call me. I promise to help you arrange it clearly. Especially the level of sterilization they do is really good. No injuries or pain, guaranteed to be able to get out of bed and walk within a day. How about it, Mr. Wu, do you want to consider it? Seeing that Chu Feng in front of him dared to show off himself so unscrupulously, Wu Qian was really angry this time. His face was ashen, his fists were clenched tightly, and his fingernails seemed to be digging into his flesh. Then, angry roars followed. Little red man. I'm warning you, this is not the school gate. And you're not as lucky as before. So you'd better shut your stinky mouth, young master. Then kowtow to this young master and apologize. In that case, if I'm happy, I might even consider letting you go. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will have to leave this royal club lying down today. Listening to Wu Qian's threats, Chu Feng felt both amused and speechless. Apologize? And kowtow? Wu Qian, I think you are still dreaming. Today, I, Uncle Chu, will stand right here. I want to see how you can let me leave lying down. Chu Feng lowered his eyes and looked at Wu Qian in front of him with a cold gaze. At this time, Wu Qian was extremely angry. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn even at this point. Today, I want to see whether you are tough-mouthed or tough-boned. As he spoke, Wu Qian quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a number with gritted teeth. Chapter 63 The Lion Opens His Mouth. Brother Hu, I'm Qianer. Yes, I'm downstairs at the Dynasty Club. It's just that we've encountered a little problem now. There's a blind creature over here in the parking lot that has irritated me. Brother Hu, please send a few people down to our brothers. Before eating, I want to eat some meat first. After the phone call, Wu Qian's expression immediately became arrogant. However, Chu Feng, who was standing opposite him, remained expressionless, and even had a look of amusement on his face. Eat meat? Ha, it's not certain who will have the meat later? Of course, Chu Feng was not surprised by Wu Qian's attitude of starting a fight. After all, this guy is known as the fourth young master in the communication university. But, he himself really doesn't have much to offer. He has no knowledge and no fighting power. What remains are just those few connections among bad friends. Hey, Chu Feng, this young master will give you one last chance now. Hurry up and kneel down, kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, once my people arrive, you will really have to go to the hospital today. It's hard to say whether you're missing an arm or a leg by then. I have to say. The hatred that Wu Qian had for Chu Feng was already deeply engraved in his bones. After all, a young man like him who was used to being domineering in his daily life would hate the other person for the rest of his life if he was slapped in the face in public. Especially something like being labeled as such. Humiliation like this would be fine if everyone knew it tacitly. After all, it was just fun between Wu Qian and Ji Xiaozhu. Just like him and Lu Wenting now, they don't take it seriously. However, once this hat shining with green light was made public, What is damaged is not just the relationship between the man and the woman, and the faith and self-esteem of these young masters. Therefore, they will fight to the death about such things. Listening to Wu Qian's hypocritical remarks, Chu Feng looked at him coldly and didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Seeing Chu Feng like this, Wu Qian could only spit in anger. Humph, you are such an ungrateful guy, you really don't want to drink the toast and drink the penalty. However, just as the two were in a stalemate in the parking lot, a group of people have come out of the Dynasty Club. They walked towards the parking lot in a menacing manner. Damn it, I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my Dynasty Club? How dare you be so blind to pick on my little brother? Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Feng was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the person who came. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because, who else could this middle-aged man who came in a hurry and looked so aggressive be but Zhao Hui's cheap cousin, Tiger Lord? Of course, Lord Tiger was not fighting alone at this time. There were 7 or 8 younger brothers following him. They all had tattoos. That posture does have some flavor of a social person. Seeing his strong reinforcements arrive, Wu Qian looked even more arrogant. Pointing at Chu Feng, who was leaning against the front of the car, Wu Qian said, "Brother Hu. It's this kid. This kid offended me before and made me lose face in school. No matter what you say today, you can't let him go easily." Following the direction of Wu Qian's finger, Tiger Lord immediately looked. Then, this guy's expression became ferocious. "Chu Feng, it turned out to be you. Good, very good indeed. I haven't had time to settle the account with you at the hospital yet. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative today." As he spoke, Tiger Master raised his thumb and pointed at the Dynasty Club building behind him. "Do you know where this is? This is the Dynasty Club, my territory. Brothers, what are you still standing there for? Come on together. Beat this little bastard to death." Hearing what Master Hu said, Wu Qian on the side was even more delighted. Originally, he just wanted to bring this brother Tiger along for some extravagance, and teach Chu Feng a lesson while he was at it, and beat him until he became crippled or something. Who would have thought that there was a grudge between Brother Hu and Chu Feng? Now, this little bastard Chu Feng is doomed. As for myself, all I have to do is sit back and watch the show. Wu Qian thought so. The smile on his face became brighter. However, what he never expected was that when surrounded by Brother Hu and 7 or 8 other social people, Chu Feng still seemed as if nothing had happened. He even teased Brother Hu at this time. "Hey, big idiot, are your balls still hurting? Would you like another round? Revisiting the hospital experience?" Chu Feng's words instantly ignited Brother Hu's nerves. Of course, his words also aroused the fear in Brother Hu's heart about the 2 eggs hitting the ground. Next second, Brother Tiger was furious. He directly commanded his subordinates, "What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Go together and destroy him." However, at this moment, one of Brother Hu's subordinates laughed greedily. He walked a few steps to Brother Hu and whispered a few words into his ear. "Master Tiger, it's not difficult to cripple this kid. But the car behind him is something I'm really envious of. If it gets damaged again, wouldn't that be a shame? Otherwise, let us brothers talk to him first. Since this guy can afford a car worth millions, he must be rich. If he's willing to pay to settle the matter, it would save us a lot of trouble. You know, the people under Brother Hu are not all brave and fierce men. After all, they do this job to make a living. Seeing that there is profit to be made, only a fool would act on impulse." After hearing what he said, Brother Hu began to hesitate. Especially his eyes, which were staring straight at the Maserati behind Chu Feng. Damn, I originally thought that Xiaowei was blind to find such a scapegoat? After all this time, I found out that I was the clown. I really didn't expect that this guy named Chu Feng is actually quite talented. It seems that I am lucky today and can make a lot of money from this kid. Just when Brother Hu was daydreaming, the henchman under his command who suggested talking to Chu Feng came up to Chu Feng, shaking his head. Moreover, this guy patted Chu Feng's car twice rudely, and then said with a grin, "Boy, you are in trouble today. But I think you are quite young. At such a young age, it's not worth it to become disabled for life. How about this, I can say a few good words for you in front of my brother Tiger later, so that you don't suffer too much. But, as a reward, you have to keep this car. And then give me another $500,000 for running errands." Seeing the guy in front of him with such a big mouth, Chuong just sneered. Those terrifying eyes fell directly on the guy's palm. Then, a scene that was unexpected to Brother Wu, Wu Qian, and others happened. Chapter 64, the same trick again? What does it feel like to break someone's fingers one by one in public? Maybe Chuong can tell you. Facing this swaying, ruffian-like scoundrel under Brother Wu, Chuong could no longer tolerate it. Just like that, in front of his brothers and Wu Qian, Chuong grabbed the guy's wrist. Then he broke his fingers one by one. The shrill howls accompanied by the sound of bones breaking soon spread throughout the parking lot. As for Brother Wu and Wu Qian, they were dumbfounded on the spot. Because they never expected that Chuong in front of them would be so powerful and cruel. Especially Lu Wenting, who was hiding behind Wu Qian. As a girl, she had never seen such a scene before. Of course, let alone the fact that she is a female college student. Even Brother Wu, who lives on the edge of a knife all day long, felt scared. It felt like every time Chuong broke a finger, his nerves would twitch. Damn, this guy is simply a werewolf, so cruel? Looking at Chuong at this time, he said with a calm expression. This car belongs to my wife. You soiled it. I can't explain myself when I get back. So, I can only cripple all your fingers. As he spoke, Chuong raised his eyes lazily again and glanced at Brother Tiger and the others. And you, too. Later, if anyone dares to touch this car, I will knock off his fingers. Whichever hand touches it, you hit it. Before he finished speaking, Chuong followed up with another kick, directly kicking the traitor in front of him in the chest. Although this guy looks skinny, he weighs at least over 100 pounds. However, with this weight, it was like a ball under Chuong's feet and was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. Then, he rolled to Brother Hu's feet. You. It has to be said that Chuong's move was both brutal and unreasonable. This immediately stunned Brother Hu and the others. Especially at this time, young Master Wu Qian was sweating coldly. Master Tiger, this guy seems to be a tough guy, right? What should we do next? The group of thugs under Brother Hu were obviously caught off guard. They never expected that this seemingly weak young man in front of them could be so tough. At this point, some of them have already started to back out. After all, with such a precedent, no one wants to rush forward and become cannon fodder at this time. It's Brother Tiger instead. His face kept shaking and twitching. Mad, you actually asked me what to do? I'll just give you one word, damn. I just don't believe it. With so many of us, we can't take care of this little bastard. Brother Hu gritted his teeth and looked very angry. Then, he suddenly reached out and pulled out a black plastic stick from behind him. Fuck him. Following Brother Hu's order, the 6 or 7 younger brothers around him simultaneously took out the short sticks they carried with them. A group of people rushed forward, and 6 or 7 short sticks hit Chuong in the face. In response to this, Chuong gave a mocking smile. A bunch of ignorant people. To be honest. In Chuong's eyes, Brother Hu and his gang of thugs were not as powerful as the ordinary bodyguards around Su Zhenfeng. Even though they have weapons in their hands now, they can only be considered a group of stronger weaklings. 1 second. The strange figure of the Yushin Bagwazang moved among these 7 or 8 big men as if he was in an empty space. And the actions of these traitors are really too slow. They couldn't even touch Chuong's sleeves. Immediately afterwards, there were a few muffled bang 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 sounds. Chuong attacked closely with his palm. The power of each palm strike was terrifying. But it only took a dozen seconds. Looking at the parking lot again, the only 4 people left standing were Chuong, Brother Hu, Wu Qian, and Lu Wenting. At this time, Brother Hu had long lost the demeanor of a social person. The plastic stick in his hand kept shaking and his body retreated all the way. Okay, big fool, now all your little brothers are lying down. It's your turn next. But don't worry, I won't let you lie down. I'll let you sit. After all, sitting is more comfortable. As he spoke, Chuong suddenly moved forward. His movements were incredibly fast, even beyond Brother Hu's reaction speed. After 2 steps, Chuong landed in front of Brother Hu. Then, he just raised his leg casually. He hooked his foot around Brother Hu's calf and exerted force hard. Then, the classic scene in the hospital was repeated. Brother Hu was caught off guard and pulled away by this great force. At this moment, he once again felt the sour feeling of the muscles in his thighs being torn, as well as the gloomy fear of his balls hitting the ground. Fuck, you're trying this again? Brother who wanted to cry but had no tears, felt that his head was about to explode, and there was darkness in front of his eyes. The feeling of pain made him foam at the mouth subconsciously. Wu Qian, who was watching this scene, stepped back and dared not say a word. After all, with his pampered body, if Chu Feng played with him like this, he would probably have to be sterilized. Chu Feng, I warn you. Don't mess around. Nowadays, however, we live in a society ruled by law. If you dare to touch me, the patrolman will not let you go. While shivering, Wu Qian was still talking about the rule of law. In response to this, Chu Feng sneered and was full of disdain. Ha, why didn't I hear this guy mention the words rule of law society when he was calling for help just now? Alas, what has happened to this ruthless era? Even Lu Mang is talking to you about the rule of law? After taking a deep look at the timid Wu Qian, Chu Feng did not pay much attention to him, but continued to look at Brother Hu on the ground with interest. At the same time, in the number 1 box of the Dynasty Club, Lu Hailong was listening to opera with a contented look on his face, playing with a pair of new lion heads. Not long after, a black figure outside the door walked in hurriedly. Lu Hailong looked slightly unhappy. What's the matter? Can't you see I'm listening to a play? The other party hesitated for a while before saying, Master Long, something happened in the parking lot. Lei Hu and his group of brothers were beaten up. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hailong frowned instantly and said angrily, who the hell is so bold as to act wildly on Lord Long's territory? Are you tired of living? After a furious roar, Lu Hailong jumped up from his armchair and spoke to his trusted subordinates standing behind him. Lu Liang, what are you doing standing here stupidly? They've already come to cause trouble, are you, as the club manager, just going to stand by and watch? Go, gather all the men for me immediately. I'm going to skin that guy alive right now. Chapter 65, Uncle Dong is very happy that you can call him. Seeing that his own Lord Long looked so irritable and unwilling to reconcile, Lu Liang in front of him immediately stopped him and said with a difficult look. That, Lord Long. We have figured out the other party's identity. It's the young man named Chu Feng. Besides, it seems that Wu Qian is also present at the scene. After hearing Lu Liang's explanation, Lu Hailong was immediately startled. At this moment, he felt his mind was completely confused, and he turned around and began to curse Lei Hu. Damn it, why is it him? And this bastard Lei Hu, why did he have to mess with that little ancestor when he could mess with anyone else? What the hell, my hand is still wrapped in bandages. I don't want to make a big hole in my other hand just because of this. After growling angrily, Lu Hailong made a prompt decision and winked at Lu Liang. No. We must not let Lei Hu continue to mess around. That little ancestor is someone we can't afford to offend. Lu Liang, take your men down there and bring back Lei Hu, that bastard who was always causing trouble but not helping anything. Also, you must be respectful to that young man named Chu Feng. Don't be rash. No matter what he asks for, I will satisfy him. Anyway, just remember this, don't make that little ancestor unhappy. Yes, Lord Long. After responding, the club manager named Lu Liang turned around and left without looking back. On the contrary, Lu Hailong in the box became more and more anxious. I saw this underwater boss from Dongpu pacing back and forth in the number 1 box. In the end, he gritted his teeth and picked up the phone on the table. That's all. That's all. If you die, you die. We still need to report this matter to Uncle Dong? Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it won't just be a big hole in your palm. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Hailong quickly dialed Lin Yaodong's number. Obviously, he was already panicking at this time. I waited anxiously for about a few seconds. The call finally got through. Lin Yaodong's voice was also very deep and sounded over the other end. Hailong, what do you want from me? When Lu Hailong heard Lin Yaodong's question, he felt very nervous. After hesitating for a few times, he finally said, well, Uncle Dong, there is something I want to give you a brief report on. It's like this. Lu Hailong did not hide anything from Lin Yaodong. He described in detail what happened in the parking lot of the Dynasty Club. Of course, this guy is not stupid. At this time, it was naturally impossible for him to take all the responsibility on himself. So, he had an idea and highlighted the fact that Wu Qian was also present. In response, Lin Yaodong on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. But soon, Lin Yaodong's voice sounded again. Hailong, Uncle Dong is very happy that you can make this call. But Uncle Dong really doesn't like your attitude and the way you handle things. Listening to Lin Yaodong's scolding, Lu Hailong panicked and said in fear, Uncle Dong, please teach me. There is no question of training. But Uncle Dong still wants to give you 2 suggestions. First, since Mr. Chu has already arrived at the bottom of your dynasty club and encountered such a terrible thing, then as the person in charge here, shouldn't you show up and receive him in person? You only sent a small manager. Aren't you being too arrogant? The second one is Wu Qian. Why haven't you dealt with it yet? This makes me doubt your ability to do things, Uncle Dong. If you continue like this, it's hard to say whether you can continue to be the leader of Dongpu. After all, in this era, young people with ability and ambition are emerging one after another. They won't be as slow and sloppy as you are when it comes to getting things done. By then, with their means, it won't be impossible for them to bring down an old man like you. Do you understand? After hearing what Lin Yaodong said, Lu Hailong was completely panicked. After all, he has been the leader for so many years. If he were to be brought down by a few young men, not only would he lose face, but he would also most likely face a bloody disaster. This was something Lu Hailong was unwilling to face no matter what. Uncle Dong, please listen to my explanation. It's not that I'm not doing my job well. But the world is different now. I was thinking of starting with Wu Qian's father. The so-called dean of the communication university must have had some bad luck over the years. When the time comes, I can use some strength to send him right in. This way, we can save time and avoid unnecessary trouble. At this point, Lu Hailong could only rack his brains and think of ways to explain and excuse the matter. However, in response to his remarks, Lin Yaodong on the other end of the phone sneered and said rudely, I don't care what method you use, I just want a result. I'll give you 1 more day. If this matter still cannot be handled well, then you should stop being the person in charge of Dongpu. When the time comes, I will take back the hand you owed me last time. Yes, please rest assured, Uncle Dong, I will definitely handle the matter properly and beautifully within 1 day. After hearing Lu Hailong's solemn guarantee, Lin Yaodong hummed in annoyance and hung up the phone. As for Lu Hailong at this time, he just stared blankly at the extinguished screen of the mobile phone in his hand for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh in silence. Hey, Wu Datong, you really gave birth to a good son who betrayed his father. Well, this time, your second half of life is finally settled. Before he finished speaking, Lu Hailong knocked lightly on the table beside him twice. After hearing the noise, 2 big men in black suits immediately walked into the box. At this time, on the other side, in the parking lot of the Dynasty Club, Lu Liang and his men rushed to the scene. Seeing Lu Liang coming, Lei Hu, who was still sitting on the uncomfortable ground in a split position, immediately burst into tears out of grievance. It was as if he had seen a savior. Brother Liangzi, help! My balls are gonna break. However, after this crying, Lei Hu turned around and spoke viciously to Chu Feng in front of him. Mr. Chu, you are done. No one can save you this time. My brother Liangzi is here, just wait. However, before Lei Hu could finish his harsh words, Lu Liang walked up quickly and glared at him. Then, a slap was slapped hard on Lei Hu's face, almost breaking this guy's teeth. Lei Hu was also confused by this. He looked up at Lu Liang in disbelief. Chapter 66, Surprised or Unexpected? Brother Liangzi, why did you hit me for no reason? It was clearly that boy who started it first? Lei Hu felt extremely aggrieved after getting slapped in the face for no reason. At the same time, this guy didn't understand the situation at hand. The pitiful look with its face covered really looked like a Pekingese that had been kicked by its owner. It would be better if he didn't say anything. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with another loud slap in the face. Lei Hu, be aware of your own identity. Mr. Chu is a distinguished guest of our Dynasty Club. How can you slander him so recklessly? Next, if I hear you say anything disrespectful to Mr. Chu again, then I will cut off your tongue with my own hands and drink with it. When Lu Liang said this, Lei Hu, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned. Of course, Chu Feng himself, as well as Wu Qian and Lu Wenting, who were trembling with fear, also couldn't understand what he said. Do you know me? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Liang in front of him with great vigilance. At this moment, Lu Liang did not dare to look directly into Chu Feng's fierce eyes. Instead, he lowered his head slightly and explained. Mr. Chu doesn't know. A few days ago, Uncle Dong personally greeted our boss. Say Mr. Chu, you are his friend. Uncle Dong also specifically instructed us that if Mr. Chu comes to visit our dynasty club in the future, we must receive him according to the highest etiquette. This Lu Liang is actually a veteran in this field. The set of half-truths and half-falsehoods was told so perfectly that not a single flaw could be found. However, listening to his description, Lei Hu, who was still doing the splits, already had cold sweat on his forehead. You know, in the eyes of these low-level underwater thugs, Uncle Dong is like a god. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a lofty mountain to look up to. And the Chu Feng in front of him was actually related to Uncle Dong. This was a bolt from the blue for Lei Hu. He opened his mouth wide but dared not say anything. Lu Liang, are you crazy? This Chu Feng is just a country bumpkin. How could he be Uncle Dong's friend? Where is Brother Long? Where is he now? I want to see Brother Long. The person who reacted most strongly and was most unacceptable to Lu Liang's remarks was Wu Qian, who was standing next to him. After all, in the eyes of Mr. Wu Qian, Chu Feng is just a grasshopper that he can crush to death at will. However, this very grasshopper has now become a spirit. How can he accept this? Hearing Wu Qian's indignant growl, Lu Liang just glared at him coldly. Wu Qian. I don't mind repeating to you what I just said to Lei Hu. Be aware of who you are and where you are. Can you also meet our boss whenever you want? Don't take yourself too seriously. Don't force me to beat someone up in front of the Dynasty Club. Otherwise, even if your father comes forward, he won't be able to protect you. Faced with Lu Liang's direct threat, Wu Qian shut up instantly. And his body unconsciously retreated a few steps. After all, others don't know Lu Liang's background, but Wu Qian knows it all. If we were to say who among Lu Hailong's subordinates is the most vicious and difficult to deal with, it would definitely be the one in front of us. Otherwise, the whole Mingzhu would not have given him the nickname of Eight-Armed Rakshasa. Seeing that Wu Qian had finally calmed down, Lu Liang respectfully nodded and apologized to Chu Feng in front of him. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. We failed to discipline our dogs well, and we are sorry for causing you trouble. Although Chu Feng still had some reservations about Lu Liang's respectful attitude at this time, he still understood the principle of not hitting someone who smiles at him. Mr. Lu is too polite. Actually, I'm not that hypocritical. I'm here today to stretch my muscles. Later, please ask Mr. Lu to give my regards to the owner of this club. Just say that he has done me a favor today. I appreciate it. I have to say that what Chu Feng said was absolutely flawless. As for the favor he mentioned, whether it was just a flattery or a sincere one, that depends on one's own opinion. Lu Liang didn't bother about this. At the moment, he just slightly turned his body and said to Chu Feng, Mr. Chu, please. I will take you to the box you have reserved. After saying this, Lu Liang quickly turned around and led the way. His move immediately curbed the escalation of conflicts in the parking lot. Of course, just before turning around, the eight-armed Rakshasa did not forget to give Wu Qian a warning look. Although it was just a glance, it made the arrogant young Master Wu tremble for a long time and he couldn't come back to his senses. It was not until Lu Liang led Chu Feng farther and farther away, until the two of them completely disappeared from Wu Qian's sight, that young Master Wu had the courage to start cursing. Damn it! What is that? You are just a bully who dares to threaten me, young master. Wait a minute. I'll call your master right now. As he spoke, Wu Qian, with an angry look on his face, immediately took out his cell phone and called Lu Hailong. However, what he didn't expect was that the call only beeped twice and then was ruthlessly hung up by the other party. Wu Qian refused to believe it and continued fighting. But this time, the other party completely turned off the phone. Just listening to the power-off tone from the other end of the phone, young Master Wu was stunned on the spot, and beads of sweat the size of beans began to roll down from his forehead. At the same time, Chu Feng on the other side was led by Lu Liang to the box that Fatty Wang had booked in advance. But the location of this box is not very good, it is right at the corner of the first floor. Originally, Lu Liang enthusiastically suggested and asked Chu Feng whether they wanted to move their box to hall number 1 upstairs. But he was rejected by Chu Feng. After all, today's host is Fatty Wang, and if I change the box so blatantly, it would be an insult to him. Secondly, Chu Feng is now full of resentment towards this imperial club and the people within it. And the answer to this grudge may ultimately have to be found between the master and servant pair, Du Linger and Lin Yaodong. After escorting Chu Feng all the way to the door of the private room, the club manager Lu Liang turned around and left. On the contrary, Chu Feng pushed open the half-open door of the box in a leisurely manner. However, when he took a few steps forward and entered the box, the beautiful scene in front of him really dazzled his eyes. If Fatty Wang had not been sitting in the main seat with a smug look on his face, Chu Feng would have even wondered if he had come to the wrong place and walked into the wrong box. Seeing Chu Feng's surprised expression, the fat man Wang Wei opposite him suddenly stood up, opened his arms, and spoke loudly. "Madman! How about it? Are you surprised about my arrangement today?" Chapter 67, So You Are the Emperor of Chu? I have to say that Fatty Wang's performance tonight really amazed Chu Feng. Because, in the box at this time, besides Wang Wei and their Li Baobao, there were 3 other girls with different personalities. They are both top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. He is not much inferior to Li Baobao from Fatty Wang's family. What's even worse is that Chu Feng knew the girl who had been sitting next to Wu Li. She is none other than Fang Piapiao, the campus beauty of the Fine Arts Department of Communication University of China. Seeing Chu Feng push the door open and walk in, the conversation between the girls was instantly interrupted. Especially the 2 girls except Fang Piapiao all fixed their eyes on Chu Feng. But soon, they turned their heads away and started chatting among themselves. As for Chu Feng at this moment, he quickly walked up to Fatty Wang. Then, he greeted Wu Li, who was smiling beside him, and said hello, sister-in-law. Then he grabbed Fatty Wang's arm and whispered, "Fatty, what are you doing? Tell me the truth, where did you find these girls? Didn't we agree that today we would just welcome you and have a get-together? I think you're going to do something really crazy." After being pinched by Chu Feng, Fatty Wang instantly convulsed in pain. "It hurts, it hurts. Hurry up and let me go. Ma Dan, when did you become so strong? You're going to crush me to death." Listen to Fatty Wang's low yell. Only then did Chu Feng realize that something was wrong. After all, his physical condition is not as good as before. At this moment, if his strength was a little greater, he might be able to break Fatty Wang's fat arm. Seeing this scene, Wu Li on the side laughed so hard that he fell backwards with joy. "Fatty, I don't think it's because the madman's hand is too strong, but you have been too weak recently. It looks like I'll have to give you a good rest after I get back." Upon hearing Wu Li's words, Fatty Wang's face immediately turned pale and helpless. Then the guy started to mumble. Still making up for it? Eating wolfberry, oysters and chives every day, I feel like my body is too weak to take any more nourishment." Resentment. Fatty Wang's face was full of resentment at this time. However, under the strong suppression of Wu Li's cold gaze, he could only shut up and become a transparent person. On the contrary, Wu Li at this time looked at Chu Feng, who was sitting next to the fat man, with a smile, and explained, "Crazy, actually don't blame the fat man for today's situation, I am in the group." As he spoke, Wu Li pursed his lips and said, "No, the 2 people sitting opposite you are from our Mingzhu Drama Academy, my good girlfriends and roommates. As for the girl next to me, she is the school beauty of your media company and also my cousin, Fang Piapiao. I guess I don't need to introduce her any further." Hearing Wu Li mention her name in front of Chu Feng, Fang Piapiao immediately turned her head slightly and greeted Chu Feng, "Hello, Senior Chu." In response to this, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and smiled unnaturally, "Hello, junior sister, hello, junior sister." Although Chu Feng and Fang Piapiao are alumni, they have no interactions other than the PK in the live broadcast room. Of course, Fang Piapiao doesn't know at the moment that Chu Feng is the Emperor Chu who appeared in her live broadcast room. I watched Chu Feng and Fang Piapiao greet each other casually, and then nothing else happened. Fatty Wang on the side was extremely anxious. After all, the reason why this young couple set up such a grand banquet tonight was actually more to bring Chu Feng and Fang Piapiao together. The reason behind this is very simple. Firstly, Chu Feng had just broken up, and he was Fatty Wang's best friend, so he was a trustworthy person. Fatty Wang couldn't bear to see him suffer from loneliness. Secondly, it is because of the relationship between Wu Li and Fang Piapiao. They are cousins and are related by blood. So, Fatty Wang and Wu Li, the young couple, discussed it over and over again, and finally reached a consensus. That means keeping the wealth within the family. After all, if Chu Feng and Fang Piapiao can really succeed. From that day on, the 4 of them became even closer relatives. Sisters-in-law and sisters, brothers and brothers-in-law, who wouldn't envy this kind of relationship? Ahem. He coughed twice on purpose to break the awkwardness of the situation. Then Fatty Wang suddenly glanced up and down at Chu Feng and pretended to be dissatisfied. "Hey, I'm crazy. Aren't you too stingy? You've won a $20 million prize, why don't you even buy a decent outfit? Didn't I tell you to dress up before I came? If Ma Fei and the others come later and see how stingy you are, they will definitely laugh at you to death." Although Fatty Wang's complaint was not very loud, it was still quite significant. Especially when he talked about Chuong winning the grand prize, his tone seemed a bit cocky. However, Fang Piapiao on the side did not react much to such gossip. On the contrary, Wu Li's other two best friends were suddenly stunned. Then, one of the girls with an oval face and almond-shaped eyes smiled playfully and took over Fatty Wang's words. "Brother-in-law, are you kidding me? Are you really so lucky that you can win a 20 million jackpot?" The girl was talking and laughing. But the tone of her voice was full of amusement and contempt. Seeing that the other party was questioning his words, Fatty Wang immediately said seriously, "Shao Dai, how can I be joking? I'm not afraid to tell you. The guy next to me just won 20 million and he spent a lot of money on the Shark platform. He even gave away a lot on Super Fire alone. If you don't believe me, you can search for yourself. The legendary Shark Chu Emperor, that's him." To be honest, Fatty Wang only has a vague understanding of the live streaming platform. Because, on weekdays, their babyly is too strict. Even the news that Chuong was giving away money in the live broadcast room was heard by him from the beautiful women in the class group who had started live broadcasts. But as a brother, Fatty Wang had to praise his good buddy no matter what. At this time, even Wu Li on the side started to speak with a smile. "What your brother-in-law said is true. I can prove that." Seeing that their best friends had come out to testify, the two beautiful girls opposite were also surprised. Then, they hurriedly picked up the mobile phones on the table and began to check with great interest. However, at this moment, no one present noticed the change in Fang Piapiao's expression. At this moment, she first frowned slightly, and then, her beautiful eyes timidly glanced at the place where Chuong was sitting. "So, you are the Emperor of Chu? I finally found you." However, everyone in the box had different expressions, as if they had not yet recovered from this shocking gossip. The door of the box not far away was pushed open again. Then, two figures who made Chuong unhappy and Fatty Wang annoyed walked in from outside, talking and laughing. Chapter 68 Support You. You have to know that there are only 4 people in Chuong's university dormitory. In addition to him and the fat man Wang Wei, the pair of best friends, the other 2 are Ma Fei and Lu Ping whom they mentioned earlier. To be honest, after 4 years of college, Chuong didn't have a very deep impression of Lu Ping. After all, he has been working part-time to support himself with his studies for many years. Except for class time, I basically never stayed in the dormitory. As for Ma Fei, he is a lively fellow. Or to be more precise, this guy is like a genius. Chuong and Fatty Wang once gave quite consistent evaluations of him. That is, this person is capable and good at managing interpersonal relationships, giving people a feeling of currying favor. After all, a person who can hang around in various crews since sophomore year and serve as a stagehand and assistant director must be as smart as a monkey. At this moment, among the people who pushed the door and walked into the box was Ma Fei. But the Ma Fei in front of him didn't come alone. He even brought a strange middle-aged man into the box. This is the real reason why Fatty Wang and Chuong were unhappy. After all, Fatty Wang held a banquet today to invite a few buddies in the dormitory to get together, and to have a social gathering for boys and girls to solve their personal problems. However, in this situation, Ma Fei unscrupulously brought an outsider in. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the box changed. As for Ma Fei, he looked completely unaware. He first nodded and bowed and said a few words to the middle-aged man with a big belly next to him. Then he began to greet Fatty Wang and Chuong. "Brother Wang, you're crazy. Hey, sorry, I was delayed by something on the set, so I'm a little late." Having said that, Ma Fei pulled the middle-aged man next to him forward in front of everyone. "By the way, let me introduce you guys. This is the executive director of our Manchan crew, Mr. Lu Mang. I specially invited him to come here today despite his busy schedule to meet you all. After all, everyone here is either studying directing or acting. It won't hurt to have more contact and communication with this great man. And you can learn a lot?" I have to say that Ma Fei's introduction caused a huge uproar. Especially the 2 beauties who graduated from Mingzhu Drama Academy. After hearing what Ma Fei said, their eyes immediately sparkled with expectation when they looked at the middle-aged man. After all, we all study and work in this field. Therefore, they are all well aware of the importance of the title of executive director. However, due to their status and modesty as girls, the 2 of them did not rush to step forward and say hello. Looking at Lu Mang again, his eyes were looking down at everyone present. Finally, his eyes fell silently on Fang Piapiao beside Wu Li. "Hello, classmates. I am Lu Mang. Today I am here to meet you all at the invitation of classmate Ma Fei. I apologize for any inconvenience and intrusion. After finishing the official documents, Lu Mang immediately winked at Ma Fei beside him. Ma Fei knew the executive director's thoughts very well, so he didn't need the other person to say anything. This guy was like a servant leading the stirrups of a horse, leading Lu Mang to the empty seat next to Fong Piapiao. Master Lu, please sit here. Please sit here. Looking at this scene, the anger on Fatty Wang's face became more and more obvious. Even their baby Li's expression showed a hint of coldness. Fortunately, Wu Lina is not a vegetarian either. At the same time, as she comes from a wealthy family, she doesn't care about that crappy executive director. So, when Lu Mang sat down next to Fong Piapiao, Wu Li spoke immediately. Piapiao, as an art student, you should not waste this great opportunity that classmate Ma Fei has created for us. How about this, you sit next to the madman? Later, this position will be given to Lu Ping. He is a graduate of a pure directing department. I think he and Lu Mangda will have a lot in common. As soon as Wu Li said this, Ma Fei and Lu Mang, who had been very excited, immediately became gloomy. Obviously, what she said was a strong warning to Ma Fei and Lu Mang. However, Fong Piapiao was very happy with this arrangement. Without even looking at Lu Mang, she stood up on her own initiative and quickly moved to Chu Feng's side. Instead, the two girls from Mingzhu Drama Academy moved towards Lu Mang calmly. Although adjusting the dining seats is just a small change before the meal. But this scene made Ma Fei, who brought people here, feel embarrassed and ashamed. However, what was even more terrible was that he couldn't get angry with the hosts, Fatty Wang and Wu Li. So the next second, Ma Fei could only direct all his anger towards Chu Feng, who was beside Fong Piapiao. Pretending to smile, Ma Fei walked towards Chu Feng happily. Crazy, it's been a while since we last met, right? What project are you working on now? You're not going to stay in school all the time, are you? As he spoke, Ma Fei glanced up and down at Chu Feng rudely, sighed and continued. Well, I can tell from your outfit that you haven't been out of school for at least half a year. I'm not saying anything bad to you, buddy. We're all seniors now, so we should work harder and pay more attention. If you continue to live in this muddle-headed way, your life will be ruined. By then, you won't be able to keep a beauty like Ji Xiaozhu, and it will be difficult for you to even find an ordinary girl to be your wife. After finally catching Chu Feng, Ma Fei naturally acted like an experienced person and kept educating and scolding him. In response, Chu Feng just glared at him coldly. Ma Fei, have you said enough? If you've said enough, just sit down and don't make yourself unhappy. Ma Fei was stunned. He didn't expect that this mediocre guy in front of him would dare to refute him in public. A feeling of indignation welled up in my heart. Hey, lunatic, isn't it for your own good that I'm saying this? How can you take kindness for granted? Forget it. I wanted to help you out of the relationship between us as classmates and roommates. Now it seems that you are a useless thing. My efforts today have gone to waste. When Ma Fei said this, Wang Wei, the host, was furious. In the box, there was a loud bang sound. Then, Wang Wei, with a face full of anger, slammed the table and stood up, staring at Ma Fei not far away with his wide eyes. However, just when Fatty Wang, who was furious, was about to order Ma Fei and old Lu to leave, the box door was pushed open again. Then, groups of Dynasty Club service staff in uniform walked in. In particular, the leader of this group of people was none other than the club's manager, Lu Liang. However, at this time, Lu Liang did not pay attention to the other people in the box. Instead, he came to Chu Feng with a respectful look on his face, bent over and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to bother you. On the orders of our boss, I have specially sent you a bottle of Macallan 55-year-old Scotch whiskey. Please accept my honor, Mr. Chu. At the same time, our boss also instructed that all of Mr. Chu's consumption in the box today will be paid for by him personally. It is his way of apologizing to you, sir. After saying that, Lu Liang immediately snapped his fingers behind him. Then, a bottle of beautifully packaged Scotch whiskey and a feast of astonishing delicacies were placed in front of Chu Feng and others. Chapter 69. You will regret it. Lu Liang's appearance completely interrupted Wang Wei's thoughts. It also shocked the entire audience. After all, both Fatty Wang and Wu Li have some family background. So they have some understanding of the bottle of Macallan 55-year-old Scotch whiskey in front of them. Plus the table full of luxurious dishes in his own private room. What else more, the boss here even gave each of them a can of deep-sea sturgeon caviar. Just with this rough calculation, Fatty Wang's consumption in this box today must have reached at least 1 million. And these things in front of him were actually the apology given by the owner of this club to Chuong. This. For a moment, Fatty Wang was petrified. Of course, Ma Fei and old Lu, who were standing nearby, were also completely shocked. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. If you have any other needs, feel free to tell our box service staff. With Mr. Chu's respect, our club will definitely meet your requests. To satisfy you and Mr. Chu. After saying this, Lu Liang nodded slightly towards Chuong respectfully. Then he led everyone to evacuate the box in an orderly manner. After Lu Liang and his group left, Ma Fei, who was just scolding and educating Chuong, suddenly felt a burning sensation on both sides of his cheeks. It felt like being slapped twice in the face. As for the two girls from Mingzhu Drama Academy, they looked at Chuong with worried eyes, as if they couldn't control themselves. At this moment, even Fatty Wang, who was sitting next to Chuong, patted his shoulder and laughed. Madman. You can do it, kid? A face is worth millions. I wanted to show off tonight, but I didn't expect you to steal all the limelight. Hurry up and explain, what is going on? Fatty Wang said this with a smile. However, there was no trace of anger on his face at this moment. Some are just joy and pride from the heart. In response to this, Chuong smiled and avoided the main point. What is there to explain? The boss here and I. No, to be more precise, I am friends with an elder in their family. So, for the sake of that elder, he just took extra care of me. As for why the boss here is so generous? I can only say that they are wealthy and have no shortage of money. Obviously, Chu Feng's explanation was a bit vague. But these are not important to Fatty Wang. After all, who doesn't have their own little secrets? So, after hearing what Chuong said, Fatty Wang and Wu Li, the young couple, were tactful enough to stop pursuing the matter. As for Ma Fei, he also became quiet at this time. However, after this incident, this guy's expression immediately became unhappy. Especially the expression he showed when he looked at Chuong, which was both resentful and angry. Humph, isn't it just a connection with a rich relative? It's not like I'm rich myself. Look at how proud he is. Even if he is eating a meal worth millions, he is still wearing cheap clothes. I really don't know what's so cool about it. However, just when Ma Fei couldn't stop wondering in his heart. Sitting opposite Chuong, the girl whom Fatty Wang called Xiao Dai was staring at her cell phone and screaming in surprise. Oh my goodness. Student Chuong, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden talent. Her shout instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the box. At this moment, even Wu Li looked at his little sister with surprise. Xiao Dai, why did you say that so rashly? It's like discovering a new world. Hearing what Wu Li said, Xiao Dai giggled. Sisterly, I have indeed discovered a new world. After saying that, Xiao Dai immediately flashed her cell phone in front of everyone. Look, this is the fish on my phone. Now, this place has been occupied by the name of Emperor Chu. 8 out of 10 posts are about the Emperor of Chu. Student Chuong, I didn't expect you to be such a sister-loving maniac. In order to have a PK match for his sister, he actually spent 4 million. And according to the fans in the forum, you gave your sister another 4023 super hot combo today? You didn't contribute all your winnings to the Shark platform, did you? As soon as Xiao Dai said this, Chu Feng's face instantly turned black. On the other side, Ma Fei almost jumped up from his seat. At the same time, even Fang Piapiao, who was sitting next to Chuong, was slightly stunned. She turned her head and looked at the Emperor Chu with curiosity. In this regard, Chuong could only pinch his nose and stammer. Ahem, if I were to say that I accidentally pressed an extra 0 when I was recharging, would you believe me? Obviously, Chu Feng's explanation was even more outrageous and absurd than his previous one. Anyway, Fatty Wang would never believe such nonsense. As for whether the two beautiful girls from Mingzhu Drama Academy would believe it, no one knows. Then, the group of people in the box started chatting again. And the two beautiful girls kept intentionally or unintentionally leading the topic to Chuong. Later on, even their seats began to subconsciously move closer to Fang Piapiao. However, their slight adjustments created an awkward situation in the entire box. Sitting on Chuong's right were the young couple Wang Wei and Wu Li. Next to his left were Fang Piapiao and the two beautiful girls from the Drama Academy. As for Ma Fei and Old Lu, they were completely isolated on the other side of the box. The areas to their left and right were empty, turning into vacuum zones. Seeing this scene, Ma Fei's face became even uglier. Even Lu Mang, who had remained silent, showed anger. After all, this guy considers himself an executive director. Now he is being looked down upon by a bunch of little kids who haven't even graduated from school yet. How could he accept this? He glared at Ma Fei beside him with displeasure, and then the executive director named Lu Mang immediately stood up. My apologies, fellow students. Something happened on the set, and I need to rush back to deal with it. Enjoy your meal. After saying this, the guy suppressed his anger, turned his head and was about to leave. When Ma Fei, who was beside him, saw this, he hurried forward to explain. Lu Dada, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. We have come all this way, we can't let you go back with an empty stomach. As he spoke, Ma Fei winked at Wang Wei, who was sitting on the main seat. Brother Wang, please come and persuade Lu Dada. Brother, I finally asked for this opportunity to meet you. Don't you guys cherish it? However, at this time, Wang Wei looked like he was looking at his eyes with his nose and his nose with his heart. He seemed to have not heard what Ma Fei had just said at all. At the moment, he was still chatting casually with Chuong beside him. Seeing their indifferent look, Director Lu instantly became furious, shook off Ma Fei's hand and ran out. As for Ma Fei, he said something viciously to Fatty Wang and the others. You guys, you're going to regret this. After saying that, he followed Director Lu Mang and left without looking back. It was not until then that Fatty Wang, who was sitting in the main seat, glared in the direction of the box door and snorted. These two scabby dogs are finally gone. Our box is finally quiet. Chapter 70. I Want It Tonight. Obviously, Fatty Wang Wei's snub just now was intentional. After all, it is a basic principle of being a guest and a respect for the host. However, this Ma Fei not only broke this rule. At the same time, he even said with a shameless face that this was giving people like himself an opportunity. A chance to play the ball? No wonder Fatty Wang never treated these two people well from the beginning to the end. Haha, I mean Fatty. In my opinion, you shouldn't have called Ma Fei for today's game. This guy is not the same as us. Bringing him here will only ruin my mood, why bother? It was not until Ma Fei and the other man had left that Chuong spoke to the fat man Wang Wei with a playful look on his face. At this time, Wang Wei also looked indignant. Originally, I just wanted to get the guys in the dormitory together and have some fun. After all, it's been such a long time since I last met you all. Who would have thought that Ma Fei was so unskilled? And they brought some lousy executive director with them. Lu Mang, I think he lives up to his name, an old vagrant. After he said that, Wu Li next to him also started to smile evilly. This guy wanted to sit next to Pia Piao from the beginning. I think he is more than just an old hooligan. He is simply a lustful ghost with impure thoughts. As he said this, Wu Li glanced at his two little sisters with displeasure. By the way, Shan, Xiaodai, did you two just add that LSB's WeChat? Listen to my elder sister's advice and delete it immediately. People like this have been in that circle for too long. And he obviously didn't come here today to make friends with us young people who haven't debuted yet. I have to say that Wu Li's analysis is really thorough. After all, why would he, an executive director, get involved in this plot? The profound meaning behind this is truly thought-provoking. Of course, while saying this, Wu Li also subconsciously glared at Fatty Wang beside him. After all, if it weren't for this guy's foul mouth, there wouldn't have been any farce tonight. In response to this, Fatty Wang could only lower his head in silence, not daring to resist. However, Chuong, who was standing by, saw the look of the young couple and immediately changed the subject with a smile. Okay, we finally get together today. Let's not talk about those unhappy topics. Anyway, those two guys have already left on their own accord. How about we open the bar first? Wait until Lu Ping arrives, and then we'll get drunk together. After Chuong said this, the atmosphere in the entire box became lively again. Fatty Wang, in particular, was jumping up and down excitedly. The madman is right. Come on, let's open the bar first. Let me tell you, this 55-year-old McLaren is worth a lot of money. Today, I also benefited from this madman. Having said that, Fatty Wang immediately called the waiter to open the wine. For a moment, the entire box was filled with excited shouts and laughter. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Mangda, who walked out of the door of the Dynasty Club in a hurry, lit a cigarette for himself on the steps at the door. After taking 2 sharp puffs, he suddenly turned around and threw the unextinguished cigarette but directly at Ma Fei behind him. Immediately afterwards, this guy exploded with emotion and roared at Ma Fei. Fuck you. Ma Fei, this special code is the entertainment activity you arranged. Is this what you call a taster? Ma Dan, I've been in this industry for so many years, and I've never been so embarrassed as I am today. After saying this, Lu Mang, who was furious, reached out and grabbed Ma Fei's collar. Ma Fei. Listen to me, kid. From now on, you are fired. Your position as executive assistant director has also been revoked. From now on, you're going to go wherever you want. After saying that, Lu Mang pushed Ma Fei to the ground viciously. At this time, Ma Fei didn't care about his sore buttocks. He staggered and hugged Lu Mang's thighs, crying and begging. Director Lu, please calm down. Please calm down first. I didn't expect those guys to be so ignorant. Please, don't fire me. I can atone for my sins. I promise to atone for my crime. After hearing what Ma Fei said, Lu Mang stopped. However, his face was filled with gloom at the moment, and he said to Ma Fei, "Humph, atone for your sins with merits? How do you plan to atone for your sins with merits? Can you give me back the face I lost?" Hearing Lu Mang's sinister question, Ma Fei hesitated for a moment. But soon, this guy swore, "Don't worry, Director Lu, I can guarantee that those guys will host a banquet to apologize to you. And that's not all. Didn't you fall in love with that girl named Fong Piao before? As long as you give me more time, I will definitely help you get her." It has to be said that Ma Fei is indeed a very smart person. Obviously, he had a very accurate grasp of Lu Mang's humanity and weaknesses. As for what he had said before about holding a banquet to apologize, those were all empty words, and were just a way for Lu Mang to save face. But his real killer is Fong Piao. After all, who made Lu Mang fall in love with her at first sight? Sure enough, after hearing Ma Fei's assurance, Lu Mang's anger subsided a lot. Afterwards, Director Lu even smiled frivolously. "Well, since you are so sensible, I will let you go today. It's just that I do want Fong Piao, but the other two girls in the box are also very good." As soon as Lu Mang said this, Ma Fei, who was lying on the ground, immediately understood what he meant and said with a sly smile. "I understand what Director Lu means. I understand. I'll start making arrangements in 2 days. If I want to deal with 2 yellow-haired girls from the drama academy, I can still easily catch them. Please rest assured, Director Lu." Hearing what Ma Fei said, Lu Mang's face immediately darkened and he shook his finger at him. No. Ma Fei, it's not 2 days later. I want it tonight. After all, I still haven't vented all my anger yet. If you can't even handle this, then you should quit being the executive assistant director and find another job. After saying that, Lu immediately took out his mobile phone and pushed the WeChat business cards of the 2 beautiful girls from the drama school to Ma Fei. "Okay, I've already given you the contact information. Next, I'll wait in the car to see your performance." After saying that, old Lu walked towards the parking lot without looking back. At this time, at the entrance of the Dynasty Club, only Ma Fei was left with a dazed and helpless look on his face. Chapter 71. Ma Fei playing hard to get. Holding the contact information that Lu Mang pushed to him, Ma Fei's mind was now full of lawsuits. Although he had already been very successful in this circle before he graduated, he was also accustomed to the rules and tactics of those directors and producers. However, given his current status, he has neither power nor prestige. Under such circumstances, it is easy to imagine how difficult it would be to successfully hook up 2 female drama school students who have not yet graduated. Originally, Ma Fei wanted to buy himself more time. After all, he understands the rules of the game in this industry, and he also understands the desires of those girls for fame and fortune. So, just give him enough time to package himself. So it's actually not difficult to win over the 2 girls in the box. Unfortunately, Director Lu is a man with an impatient temper. And tonight, his reputation was severely damaged in front of Fatty Wang and others. Therefore, he didn't want to give Ma Fei too much time. Because in Director Lu's view, since the other party dared to insult him so unscrupulously, he must immediately retaliate and teach the other party a lesson. Therefore, his current actions were not just out of pure greed, but also a revenge with a strong purpose. However, facing such stringent requirements, Ma Fei, as the vanguard, was very troubled. Of course, after hesitating and thinking over and over again, in order to protect his future and not lose his current job, Ma Fei gritted his teeth and added one of the girls on WeChat. After all, at this point, he has no way out and can only try his best to save the situation. But then again, This guy is quite smart. Because at this time he did not greedily add the WeChat accounts of the two girls in the box, but only chose one of them to focus on. He did this to avoid being exposed. Secondly, it can be considered a way of taking advantage of the situation and at the same time give an explanation to Director Liu. After all, the difficulty level is naturally different when focusing on one problem and tackling two problems at the same time. Fortunately, the girl named Yu Shanshan in the box was also very young. Moreover, she saw that the WeChat name of Ma Fei was actually the famous Tianqing media in Mingzhu. So he was approved quickly. Friend addition completed. This is also a key step towards success for Ma Fei. Next, it all depends on his ability to deceive people. Of course, in the eyes of veterans like Ma Fei, the more times like this, the more he should not be impatient. After all, if you rush to contact someone right after adding them as a friend, not only does it make you look low, but anyone can see that there is something fishy going on. So, he had to wait for the beautiful girl named Yu Shanshan to be unable to bear the loneliness and contact him actively. In this way, his next plan can be carried out smoothly. Ma Fei was sitting quietly on the stone steps at the entrance of the Dynasty Club, lighting a cigarette for himself. Afterwards, he randomly searched through his mobile phone album for some photos of the crew and posted them on his moments. Of course, the photos he posted were very targeted. There are even a few photos of celebrity actors' side profiles. In this way, his identity as a staff member of Tianqing Media is confirmed. Then, he just threw his mobile phone aside and waited for the fish to bite the hook. It has to be said that Ma Fei is quite familiar with the process of this fraud. However, what he didn't expect was that Yu Shanshan in the box was actually quite patient. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was attracted by the fine wine and delicious food, or she simply didn't like Ma Fei, who was dressed up as a Tianqing Media staff member. So, for a long time afterwards, the WeChat accounts of both parties remained silent. It was not until more than half an hour had passed that Ma Fei finally couldn't hold back any longer. He hurriedly picked up his phone. Then he shook his head and threw the phone aside. Obviously, he is very conflicted right now. However, at this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and a message alert sounded. This really made him happy. Here it comes, finally he took the bait. With excitement on his face, Ma Fei immediately checked his mobile phone. The girl named Yu Shanshan took the initiative to send him a message. The content of the message is very simple, just 2 words. Who are you? Ma Fei's eyes lit up at this. Because he knew that his plan had been completed for the most part, and only the finishing touch was left. However, at this time he was not in a hurry to reply to the other party. Instead, he waited for a moment and pretended to be busy. About 10 minutes later, he typed a brief and cold line of words and sent it back to Yu Shanshan. Sorry, I added the wrong one. Although this reply was just 7 words, it made Yu Shanshan on the other end feel complicated. At this time, Ma Fei continued his efforts. However, he still did not take the initiative to contact Yu Shanshan while holding the phone, but continued to post a text message on his circle of friends. Speaking of which, the content of this text message is also very simple. That was a made-up film crew recruiting a 3rd female role for him. His writing style is not exaggerated, and he does not use any celebrities or directors as gimmicks. After all this was done, Ma Fei waited for a moment, then deleted Yu Shanshan's WeChat without hesitation. Obviously, this is a common tactic of playing hard to get. But it is this common trick that is the most effective. After all, as the saying goes, a trick that works every time is a good trick, and a toilet that lasts for 1,000 years is a good toilet. At the same time, on the other side, Yu Shanshan in the box was also aroused by Ma Fei's actions and became very interested and curious. No surprise. Soon, she added Ma Fei back, who had deleted her WeChat. Just looking at the add friend prompt on the phone screen, Ma Fei slapped his thigh in excitement. It's done, ha ha ha, I'm really a genius. After waiting for a few seconds, Ma Fei finally accepted Yu Shanshan's friend request. Then, he sent Yu Shanshan 4 words in an impatient tone. Do you have anything else to do? As for Yu Shanshan on the other side, her response at this time also seemed to be proactive. I saw you posted a message on your WeChat moments about recruiting a 3rd female role. I want to ask, can I audition? In response, Ma Fei still showed disdain. We are a serious crew, we need professionals, so forget about the random people. I am a professional student. I am from the Pearl Drama Academy. Yu Shanshan couldn't wait to reply. It seemed that, in her opinion, this was a perfect opportunity to get into the circle. Seeing that Yu Shanshan took the bait without any doubt, Ma Fei immediately showed his joy. However, just when he was planning to ask Yu Shanshan to send a few front-facing photos and then make up an audition location and wait for the big fish to take the bait, a big hand fell on his shoulder unceremoniously. Chapter 72. I'll give you a piece of mustard to slurp. Hey, isn't this Defy? Why are you squatting here? After a joke, the other party's big hand on Ma Fei's shoulder moved. He snatched Ma Fei's cell phone without saying a word and started looking through it with great interest. On the other side, Ma Fei, who was about to accomplish his plan, was ruthlessly interrupted and his face immediately became angry. However, the moment he looked up at the person who came, the anger in his heart instantly turned into humiliation and astonishment. You, Master Yu, why is it you? Facing this peer who snatched his cell phone away at the slightest disagreement, Ma Fei didn't dare to get angry at all. After all, the other party has a great background in Mingzhu. If he wanted to kill himself, it would only take a few minutes. However, the young Master Yu in front of him was not in a hurry to say anything to Ma Fei. Instead, this guy was looking through the chat records between Ma Fei and Yu Shanshan with great interest. After a while, he rudely threw the phone back to Ma Fei with a look of contempt. Hey Defy, I haven't seen you for a few months. Why are you still so embarrassing? Looking at your chat history, are you targeting some undebuted girl again? TSK. As he said this, young Master Yu clicked his tongue twice in annoyance. This is a scam and a trick. I don't think you can accomplish anything. How about this, considering that you have been busy these days and found a lot of good stuff for me? I will make an exception today and teach you what it means to force yourself on someone. After saying this, Mr. Yu put his arm around Ma Fei's shoulders. At the same time, his eyes glanced at the Imperial Club behind Ma Fei. Flying boy, tell me honestly, is the girl you like eating in this club? Facing Mr. Yu's question, Ma Fei dared not tell a lie and could only nod his head like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing Ma Fei's reply, Yu Shao immediately smiled and said, since the person is inside, what are we waiting for? Let's go, lead the way. It seems like we men will have some fun again today. After saying that, young Master Yu gave Ma Fei a push. As for Ma Fei, he seemed a little hesitant. However, as a small figure like him, he did not dare to spoil the interest of the gentleman in front of him. In the end, he could only lead the way silently. He became the guide of this young Master Yu. He looked exactly like the traitor in the movie when the Japanese invaded the village. Not long after, under the guidance of Ma Fei, Yu Shao and several black-clad bodyguards behind him arrived at the door of Chuong and his group's box. You, Master Yu, is this the place? Seeing that Ma Fei had chosen the place, Master Yu was not polite. He just sneered, then kicked open the door of the box. After a loud boom, the faces of the people who were toasting in the box were immediately stunned. On the contrary, this Mr. Yu walked into the box with his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened. At the same time, this guy also glanced at everyone in the box. There were 3 men and 4 women, so it was quite lively. But to be honest, Ma Fei has a pretty sharp eye. As expected of someone in the entertainment industry. The 4 women present here do have different styles and are worth playing with. It looks like I can play a game of 5-player poker tonight. Thinking of this, the smile on Master Yu's face became more lewd. Obviously, this guy had no intention of sincerely helping Ma Fei from the beginning. He was just using Ma Fei to find some fun in his boring life. Moreover, the 4 girls in Chu Feng's box were indeed very beautiful. Even a veteran like him couldn't help but feel itchy after seeing this. Who are you? Do you know any etiquette? There are things that my mother didn't learn from my father. Get out of here before I lose my temper. When Fatty Wang saw this thing suddenly break into his box, he was immediately furious. It just so happened that he was also drunk at this time, and he started to attack young Master Yu crazily. However, his words were unintentional, but the listeners took them seriously. Especially the sentence, given by a mother but not taught by a father, which hit the sore spot of Mr. Yu. Next second, Mr. Yu's expression instantly turned cold. But this guy is a practical man and has no interest in arguing with the fat guy Wang opposite him. Faced with the humiliation from Fatty Wang, he just hooked his finger behind him. Go, take all the women in this box away to me. As for the men, leave 1 leg for each of them. Yu Shao's words were not only cold and gloomy, but also full of hostility. At the same time, his words completely angered Fatty Wang. Ma Dan, what day is today? I can't even eat in peace. It's really a bummer to keep running into these monsters and ghosts. After muttering this angrily, Fatty Wang immediately picked up the empty wine bottle at hand, as if he was ready for a fight. As for the girls in the box, they were protected by Wang Wei, Xu Feng, and Lu Ping behind them. However, just when the powder keg in front of them was about to ignite, Lu Liang and his men arrived at the scene in time. Damn it, whoever dares to cause trouble in my dynasty club is going to die, right? Following Lu Liang's scolding, the two black-clad bodyguards behind Yu Xiao also stopped their actions. However, towards Lu Liang, Yu Xiao still looked disdainful. Just look back with confidence. This guy tilted his head and stared at Lu Liang, who appeared behind him with a playful look. Lu Liang, what's the matter? Do you want to take charge of my affairs? Are you qualified? As he spoke, young Master Yu took a step forward and poked Lu Liang's chest twice with his finger. Don't forget who you are. You are just a dog raised by my Du family. Since when has a dog become qualified to tell its master what to do? Be smart and take your people and get out of here immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. After being scolded by Master Yu, Lu Liang's face suddenly turned blue and red. But even so, he still did not give in and just stood in front of this young Master Yu. Young Master, you really can't move the people in this box today. Especially Mr. Chu. He is Uncle Dong's friend. If you touch him, we won't be able to explain to Uncle Dong. It would have been fine if Lu Liang didn't mention the words Uncle Dong, but now that he mentioned it, young Master Yu's mentality completely collapsed. Especially his eyes, they looked like they wanted to eat people. Fart. How dare you use Uncle Dong's name to pressure me, young master? Besides, who is Lin Yaodong? To put it nicely, everyone respectfully calls him Uncle Dong. To put it bluntly, isn't he just a servant of that woman? He became more and more excited as he spoke. Yu Xiao even grabbed Lu Liang by the collar and warned him with a serious face. Lu Liang, remember this, I am the male of the Du family, a descendant of the Du family. From now on, the entire Du family's bloodline will be inherited by me. I am your future master, not that bitch. However, just as this young Master Yu kept roaring and venting his incompetence and anger. At the other end of the box, a piece of green paste flew through the air and landed in his mouth very accurately. Suddenly, Yu Xiao's mouth and nasal cavity were in a state of complete explosion, and even his esophagus was covered with a spicy and pungent smell. Saliva, tears, and snot all appeared on his face at the same time. That expression was so painful. At the same time, Xu Feng, who was standing opposite, spoke calmly with a smile on his face. Your mouth stinks and your breath is too bad. I'll give you a piece of mustard to lick your lips, so that you don't continue to make noise and insult my ears. Chapter 73, Meeting Junior Master. Nice job, madman. Guys like this who are so arrogant should be punished. See if he's still showing off? Seeing Master Yu's miserable expression, Fatty Wang on the side was very happy and gave a big thumbs up to Xu Feng, who acted in time. However, at this time, Lu Liang's expression became strange. Although this guy was also holding back a smile, his eyes were obviously much heavier. After all, Xu Feng and the others didn't know the identity of the young master in front of them, so it was understandable that they acted without restraint. But Lu Liang was deeply wary of this young Master Yu's background. Now, the current situation has become out of control because of Chu Feng's move. Moreover, given the temperament of the young master of the Du family, how could he be someone who would suffer a loss or admit defeat? If the plot continues to develop in this way, the conflict between the eldest daughter of the Du family and the young master will immediately intensify. It will be placed clearly on the table. This is what Lu Liang doesn't want to see, and this is also what Lu Hailong behind him doesn't want to see. Therefore, right now Lu Liang has been constantly thinking in his mind, who should he ask for help next? Obviously, Lu Hailong must not show up at this time. After all, if he informed Lu Hailong at this critical juncture, he would basically be pushing his boss into the fire pit. However, if Lu Hailong cannot show up, then Lu Liang will never find another person who can calm the situation around the Dynasty Club. For a moment, Lu Liang's thoughts became tangled. Water, water. Damn, are you two bastards made of wood? Quickly bring me some water? At this moment, Du Yu, who had recovered his breath, immediately yelled at the two bodyguards beside him in frustration. After he yelled and cursed like that, the two bodyguards stumbled over and found him a bottle of mineral water. Looking at Du Yu again, he really looked impatient. He grabbed the bottle of mineral water and started pouring it all over his head and face. However, even a bottle of cold wahaha couldn't extinguish the anger in his heart. At this moment, Du Yu, whose face was covered with water stains and body was soaked, had red eyes and stared at Chu Feng in the crowd like a mad beast. "Little red man, you can do it, you really can do it. You are the only one in Mingzhu who can make me suffer such a big loss. You are the only one who is as poisonous as a scorpion. Damn it, if I don't cut you into pieces today, I'm going to take your last name." Listening to Duyu's harsh words, Chu Feng still looked calm. "Ha, if you want to take my last name, you have to call me Dad first. Otherwise, why should I let you take my last name? Fuck your grandma." Do you never thought that even at this time, the boy in front of him would dare to take advantage of him and talk nonsense to him? In addition to being furious, young Master Yu completely lost his mind. He just picked up a wine bottle opener on the dining table and rushed towards Chu Feng. I have to say that this young Master Yu is an extremely ferocious guy. Judging from his appearance, he often fights with others. Especially at this moment, he pointed the pointed end of the corkscrew directly at Chu Feng's head. If this stab were to happen, one can imagine what would happen. Of course, this guy was impulsive and overestimated his own fighting ability. Normally when he got into a fight with someone, he would first let his bodyguards go up and beat the person half to death, and then he would beat the person up himself to vent his anger. But today, he actually led by example. Just showing off and wanting to fight with an adult is obviously a sign of losing oneself. Chu Feng naturally wouldn't indulge him in this regard. Before Diyu could rush to him, Chu Feng raised his leg and kicked him directly in the chest. Although Chu Feng did not use much strength in this kick. But the horrible effect was so great that even Lu Liang at the door trembled. When Chu Feng kicked Diyu, he flew into the air. And this flight was 5 or 6 meters away. One can imagine how terrifying the force of his kick was. Crazy, you can wow. Did you practice secretly while I was not in school? Your kick can be said to have kicked it out of the country and into the world. Fatty Wan was already sober by this time, and Chu Feng's kick just now made him tremble with fear. In fact, not to mention Fatty Wang, even Fong Piapiao and Yu Shanshan who had been hiding behind Chu Feng were surprised. Especially Yu Shanshan. Now, even the way she looks at Chu Feng has changed. Handsome, so handsome. It would be so lucky to have a boyfriend like this who can stand in front of you in times of crisis. Compared to Yu Shanshan's infatuation, Fong Piapiao was more curious at this moment. I didn't expect that Senior Chu was so good at fighting? No wonder he dared to challenge Wu Qian before? However, just as everyone in the box was amazed at Chu Feng's kick, the two bodyguards brought by Duyu started to move. The two of them first glanced at each other, and then ran towards Chu Feng from the left and right. Although the space in the box was limited, it did not seem to affect the speed of the two people. Seeing this, Chu Feng naturally did not retreat, but suddenly took a few steps forward. He did this for the following reason. First, he wanted to expand the fighting circle to prevent accidentally hurting Fong Piapiao and Yu Shanshan behind him when they started fighting. On the other hand, he also planned to get closer to his opponent faster so as to end the battle instantly. Obviously, he achieved both of his combat intentions. Next second, Chu Feng immediately started to exercise his skills. I saw him first offering fruit to a white ape, and then using the black bear's back-to-back move. After a series of attacks, the two bodyguards suffered an even more miserable fate than their master. One eagle had all its bones shattered, and the other had several broken ribs. The two of them just lay on the ground with helpless looks on their faces, wailing and gasping. When Lu Liang saw this scene, he was already seeing stars and breaking out in cold sweat. If Chu Feng's previous kick was merely defined by him as knowing how to fight and being able to fight, then his two palms that followed were not that simple in Lu Liang's eyes. After all, whether judging from the strength, the steps, or the momentum, those two palms were authentic Bagwazang. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to achieve such combat power without decades of immersion. He was in a daze for a long time. Lu Liang swallowed hard, and then walked towards Chu Feng tremblingly. As for what happened next, the manager of the Dynasty Club's actions were even more incredible. He was caught off guard and fell to his knees in front of Chu Feng with a plop, saluting as his teacher. I am Lu Liang, the 8th-generation successor of Dawn's Bagwazang, and I am here to meet my junior uncle. Chapter 74. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Junior master? Lu Liang's kneeling made Chu Feng, who was standing in front of him, feel helpless. Manager Lu, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your uncle. Besides, at my age, I shouldn't be that senior, right? You'd better get up quickly. Faced with Chu Feng's explanation, Lu Liang insisted. No, you are my uncle. Everything else can be faked, but the moves you just performed are the authentic Dong-style Bagwazang. I will definitely not be wrong about this. Uncle Junior Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. As he spoke, Lu Liang became very emotional and bowed to Chu Feng for no apparent reason. Seeing this, Fatty Wang on the side laughed and joked, "Manager Lu, your words are a bit far-fetched. Even if this madman knows a few moves of the so-called Bagwazang, it doesn't prove that he is your long-lost uncle, right? Besides, this isn't the way you recognize your relatives. Don't you even know your uncle's name? This is too much." Not to mention Chu Feng, even Fatty Wang who was standing next to him became suspicious of Lu Liang's action. At this time, Lu Liang knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Chu Feng before he stood up and explained. "This gentleman doesn't know anything. I was an art student with a teacher. So, when the immortal master accepted me as his disciple, he was already old. It was only before he passed away that I learned that there was another junior uncle in my Dong's Bagwazang lineage. It's just that because of my low qualifications and little luck, I have never had the opportunity to meet junior master uncle." Hearing what Lu Liang said, Chu Feng also showed curiosity. "Manager Lu, even so, your teacher should be able to tell you the name of his junior fellow apprentice, right?" Seeing Chu Feng say this, Lu Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This, the teacher has never explained in detail. He just warned me before he died that junior uncle had been accepted as a disciple by our grandmaster since he was young. And his identity is extremely special and cannot be easily disclosed to others." After a pause, Lu Liang continued with excitement on his face. "However, my master also reminded me of this matter. He said that junior master is extremely talented and his attainments in Bagwazang are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Plus, the moves you just displayed were extremely exquisite, so I..." At this point, Lu Liang's voice stopped abruptly. Then, he carefully raised his eyes and looked at Chu Feng in front of him. Obviously, the reason why Lu Liang believed that Chu Feng was his junior uncle was not as simple as he said. In addition to the Dong-style Bagwazang that Chu Feng just displayed, which could not be more authentic. What made Lu Liang even more certain was his identity. After all, this person was someone that even the renowned Uncle Dong had ordered not to be provoked easily. Doesn't he the mystery and uniqueness of his identity just confirm the last words left by his teacher before his death? Based on the above 2 points alone, Lu Liang was certain that the young man in front of him named Chu Feng was his junior uncle from the Dong family. Chu Feng also looked both amused and annoyed at this. "Manager Lu, let me reiterate to you, I am not your uncle. As for my Bagwazang, I just watched a video online and randomly learned 2 moves. Don't take it seriously." Seeing that Chu Feng was still unwilling to admit his identity, he kept making excuses with words. Lu Liang was stunned and speechless for a moment. But soon, this guy's gaze turned meaningfully to Fatty Wang and others in the box. Then, he showed a look of understanding and nodded subconsciously. "It seems that Junior Master is worried that I might let something slip." Revealed his identity as a warrior in front of his classmates and friends. "Is that why you are so resistant and keep making excuses to put me off?" "Yes, that must be the case. In that case, I might as well be smarter, follow his wishes, and cooperate with him to finish the scene. In this way, you can satisfy the elders and also get some benefit. Who knows, if Junior Master Uncle is in a good mood, he might even give me some pointers in the future." As he imagined this, the corners of Lu Liang's mouth kept rising. "This, that, Master. Oh, no. It's Mr. Chu. I'm very sorry. I was indeed too abrupt just now. After all, I have never seen Junior Master's true face, so in a hurry. Plus, the Wandering 8 diagrams poem that Mr. Chu just performed really captured the essence of our Dong style. I just couldn't help myself and recognized you rashly. If I have offended you, please forgive me, Mr. Chu." Seeing that Lu Liang was no longer pestering him and his attitude suddenly changed, Fatty Wang on the side also burst into laughter. "Manager Lu, I told you that you recognized the wrong person. My buddy, I still don't understand. If you ask him to train hard in winter and summer since he was a child, his small body will definitely not be able to handle it." Chu Feng ignored Fatty Wang's teasing. At this moment, he just glanced at the messy box indifferently, and then said to Lu Liang. It is understandable that Manager Lu was excited and moved when he saw the inheritance of his master. However, the most urgent thing is that you still have to deal with this troublesome matter as soon as possible. After all, it's not a good idea to just leave these guys in the box like this. You said so? After Chu Feng's reminder, Lu Liang finally came to his senses. He nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Chu's teaching is correct. I'll take care of it right away. After saying that, Lu Liang quickly waved his hand and said rudely to the security personnel of the Dynasty Club behind him, "You guys, send the injured to the hospital quickly. As for young Master Yu, his family has a private doctor. And his injury doesn't seem to be serious. Just send him back to the Du family." After saying that, Lu Liang thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, I'll take care of this Mr. Yu myself. I'll go to the Du family in person tonight. After all, Du's identity is different. Moreover, he caused the trouble in the Dynasty Club. If he were to just let an ordinary minion send him back, once the Du family boss got furious, no ordinary person would be able to withstand it. So, after thinking it over, Lu Liang felt that it would be safer for him to do this matter personally. However, after Manager Lu finished arranging things for Du Yu and the other two guys, he still did not forget to bow his head respectfully towards Chu Feng. "Mr. Chu. To be honest, what happened tonight was quite a big deal. In my opinion, you should leave first. To avoid unnecessary trouble. It will be hard to explain to our boss then." Hearing Lu Liang's suggestion, Chu Feng was slightly stunned and looked at Fatty Wang beside him with a questioning look. In response to this, Fatty Wang and Wu Li also nodded. However, at this moment, two security guards from the Dynasty Club walked in angrily, escorting a wronged figure. "Brother Liangzi, we just checked the surveillance camera at the door. It turns out that this guy is the culprit behind the trouble tonight. Originally this guy wanted to run away. But we caught him. What do you think we should do with him?" As they said that, the two security guards pushed Ma Fei, who was pleading with a helpless look on his face, in front of the crowd. At this moment, Ma Fei, after being beaten up, could only look up to the sky and sigh, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Chapter 75. Am I really that bad? Seeing Ma Fei being thrown in front of them like a chicken, Chu Feng and Fatty Wang were obviously stunned. After all, ever since Du Yu kicked the door, this guy has been hiding outside the box and has never shown up. Therefore, Chu Feng and the others never thought that this farce tonight was actually caused by their good brother in the dormitory. "Mr. Chu, this guy looks very familiar. He seems to be the person who walked out of your box, right? Look, the way he was treated. I have to say that Lu Liang is a very shrewd person." As the manager of the Dynasty Club, he actually handed over the right to deal with the troublemakers directly to Chu Feng. Of course, the reason he did this was to give face to his elders. Secondly, it saves you from being blamed in the future. However, before Chu Feng could speak, Fatty Wang on the side said with disgust, "Manager Lu, you are wrong. He is not the one who walked out of our box. We don't know him either." As he spoke, Fatty Wang asked Wu Li, Yu Shanshan and others behind him in a serious manner, "Do any of you know this guy?" Several girls immediately shook their heads and said in unison, "I don't know him." Hearing their statements, Ma Fei, who was lying on the floor of the box, burst into tears. He crawled like a dog to the fat man Wang Wei and said, Brother Wang, you can't do this. Have you forgotten that we have bunk beds? I'm the brother who sleeps on the bunk above you." While crying and wailing like this, Ma Fei rubbed his tears and snot on Wang Wei's trouser legs. But at this moment, Fatty Wang seemed to be in a state of acting and kicked Ma Fei away. "Hey, stranger, stop teasing me, okay? My university is a luxurious top-of-the-line one. Where are the bunk beds? Get out of the way." Seeing that Wang Wei was determined to kill him, Ma Fei could only crawl to Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng was even more amazing at this time. He didn't even glance at Ma Fei, and went straight to Lu Liang and said, "Manager Lu. Since this guy dares to lead a riot in your club, then follow your own rules. As for whether we know him or not, it doesn't matter. After all, without rules, there will be no order, right? Besides, you took such good care of us before, so we can't make things difficult for you in front of your boss, right?" As he spoke, Chu Feng pretended to remember something. "By the way, if I remember correctly, this guy should have an accomplice. His name is Lu Mang. Since he hasn't left, this Lu Mang should be nearby. If you are interested, you can look for it carefully. Maybe that guy is the culprit." Chu Feng's words seemed to be subtle, but they provided Ma Fei with a way to survive. Of course, the reason why he handed Lu Mang over to Lu Liang was that he subconsciously felt that what happened tonight could never be Ma Fei's idea. This guy is just a pawn at best. As for the person behind the scenes, it must be Lu Mang. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Lu Liang immediately nodded with a serious expression. "I understand what Mr. Chu means." Before he finished speaking, Lu Liang immediately waved his hand. The club security personnel behind him started moving immediately without any orders from him. As for Chu Feng and the others, they were also personally escorted by Lu Liang as they walked out of the gate of the Dynasty Club. Crazy, did you drive here? After Lu Liang turned and left, Wu Li thought for a moment and then asked Chu Feng. Yeah. Chu Feng didn't doubt him, he hummed and nodded. That's perfect. The car Fatty and I drive can't accommodate so many people. You will take Pia Piao back later. Shaodai and Shanshan are going the same way as us. Obviously, Li Baobao from the Fat Man's family is openly creating opportunities for Chu Feng and Fang Pia Piao. On the contrary, after Yu Shanshan made her arrangements, she first glanced at Chu Feng vaguely, and then revealed a very dissatisfied expression. As for Shaodai, she was as carefree as ever and didn't show any strange emotions. Soon, the group lazily walked to the parking lot. However, just as Fatty Wang and his 4 companions called a designated driver and drove away first. On the other side of the parking lot, security personnel from the Dynasty Club dragged a middle-aged man with a big belly out of the car. You, who are you? What are you going to do? I'm Lu Mang, a director under Tianqing Media. I'm warning you, let me go immediately, or I will be rude to you. From a distance, Chu Feng and Fang Pia Piao had a panoramic view of the entire scene. In response to this, Chu Feng smiled happily. Ah, that's good. The bad guys finally got what they deserved. But this great director is really different. He shouted that he was a rogue in front of everyone. If we don't arrest him, who should we arrest? Chu Feng's words made Fang Pia Piao, who was standing beside him, tremble with joy. I didn't expect that, Senior Chu, you are so humorous. No, I'm not funny, I'm just a little crazy. The two chatted idly, and soon they arrived in front of Chu Feng's Maserati. Seeing Chu Feng shaking the car keys in his hand, the car lights flashed by. Fang Pia Piao's expression suddenly became strange. Senior Chu, is this your car? Chu Feng was stunned, turned his head and asked, is there something wrong? Nothing wrong with that. It's just that I saw your car on the campus forum before and it seems to be a Carlman, right? Could it be that you bought this car newly? Chu Feng smiled indifferently at Fang Pia Piao's curiosity and did not hide it. This car is not new. It's my girlfriend's. When Chu Feng said this, Fang Pia Piao became even more curious. Girlfriend? Senior, you are kidding me. Everyone in the school knows that you and Ji Xiaozhu broke up. It's only been a few days, and you have a new girlfriend? Obviously, Fang Pia Piao looked unhappy at this time. After all, she is not a fool. Tonight, her cousin's arrangement was such that anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was deliberately trying to bring her and Chu Feng together. However, what Fang Pia Piao never expected was, before the two of them could even come to an end, the guy in front of him hastily rejected him in this way. This kind of thing is quite intolerable for a girl, especially a school beauty. This guy did this on purpose? How could you come up with such a ridiculous excuse? Am I really that bad? Not even as good as that fickle Ji Xiaozhu? Thinking of this, Fang Pia Piao immediately felt a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat. Chapter 76. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Get in the car, I'll take you home. Chu Feng opened the car door without noticing Fang Pia Piao's emotional fluctuations at all. Of course, he didn't know that at this moment Fang Pia Piao was inexplicably comparing herself with Ji Xiaozhu in her heart. I just watched Chu Feng get in the car and sit in the driver's seat. Fang Pia Piao was stunned. Then he stood outside the window unhappily and asked, you want to drive it yourself? Obviously, everyone at the party tonight was drinking, and Chu Feng was no exception. What Fang Pia Piao didn't know was that Chu Feng's current physique was different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he also has the bug skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Therefore, alcohol has no effect on him at all. Even if he was given a breathalyzer, he couldn't find anything wrong. Why, are you worried about my skills and feeling scared? How about I call a designated driver? At this time, Chu Feng fastened his seatbelt directly. As for other things, he did not explain much. Hearing what he said, and with the little emotions that were already playing tricks on her heart, Fang Pia Piao immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Huh, what am I afraid of? Today, as long as you dare to drive, I dare to sit. Before he finished speaking, Fang Pia Piao, with a gloomy face, opened the passenger door and sat down. Seeing her like this, Chu Feng realized that something was wrong. However, he did not ask actively, but just smiled and shook his head. He was fine just now, how come he became so angry in the blink of an eye? Could it be that a relative came? Sure enough, the girl's mood was just like the weather in Mingzhu. You never know when a storm, thunder, and lightning will come. Thinking of this, Chuong fastened the seatbelt for Fong Piapiao. However, this action made him clearly feel the true beauty of the school beauty next to him. Xu Ma Fong, where are you going later? Back to school? Or home? At this time, Chuong started the car and turned his head to ask Fong Piapiao. When Fong Piapiao heard this, the expression on her face suddenly became silent for a moment. Should we go back to school? Chuong nodded. Then he stepped on the accelerator. Soon, the Maserati rushed out of the parking lot. To be honest, the distance between the Dynasty Club and Communication University is not far, but it is not close either. Judging from Chu Feng's driving speed, it would take about 40 minutes to arrive. During these 40 minutes, the two people in the car remained silent for a while. It was not until a while later that they gradually started talking to each other in a disjointed manner. Moreover, Chuong discovered this through casual chatting with Fong Piapiao. It turned out that the beautiful lady sitting next to him was not only a native of Mingzhu, but also had a pretty good family background when she was a child, not as poor as Li Miran said. However, all this beauty came to an abrupt end the year she graduated from junior high school. That year, not only did his father's business fail, but he was also forced to hide from his creditors all day long. Later, the family finally paid off their foreign debt. The grandmother who raised Fong Piapiao was diagnosed with uremia at this critical juncture. For this reason, her parents, who had just recovered from the debt crisis, could only borrow money from relatives and friends around them again. Hearing this, Chuong, who was driving, couldn't help but sigh. The bitterness of life and the collapse of adults may only take a moment. However, the price that ordinary people have to pay for this moment may be only a few years, but more often it is the rest of their lives. Of course, the reason why Fong Piapiao talked about these things with Chuong right now was not to deliberately act pitiful or act pitiful. It was just because she drank some wine tonight. The emotions and depression that had been suppressed for too long suddenly burst out. As for Chuong at this moment, he was simply playing the pitiful role of an emotional trash can. The two of them drove and chatted all the way. Soon, the Maserati that Chuong was sitting in arrived at the gate of Mingzhu Media University. Because his car has never been registered on campus, it is inconvenient for him to drive directly into the school. We've arrived. Schoolgirl, you should go back and rest early too. Just have a good sleep, tomorrow will be a new beginning. I believe that life will get better and better. Chuong wasn't very good at saying words of comfort. At this time, he could only pick up a few words of encouragement and hope to soothe Fong Piapiao's fluctuating emotions. However, at this time Fong Piapiao gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked Chuong with confusion. Senior, aren't you going back to school? It's so late, where can you go alone? Hearing what Fong Piapiao said, Chuong burst out laughing and thought, girl, who told you that I am single? I have a girlfriend now, and she is waiting for me to go back and live together with her? Seeing Chuong in the driver's seat smiling but not saying anything, Fong Piapiao didn't dare to ask any more questions. After saying thank you, the beautiful Fong pushed the door and got out of the car. Then her graceful figure walked straight towards the school gate. Looking at Chuong sitting in the car, he watched Fong Piapiao's back as she left. Originally, he planned to watch Fong Piapiao safely enter the school gate before turning the car around and leaving. But what he never expected was that while he was sitting in the car in a daze, he heard a system prompt sound in his ears. Ding! The system detects that a special situation is happening on the Communication University campus. Fong Piapiao cannot enter the campus normally tonight. Therefore, the system triggers the following options. Choice 1, the host takes Fong Piapiao to Home Inn, and the system rewards a Home and Express hotel. Choice 2, the host takes Fong Piapiao to Wugong Hotel, and the system rewards a Wugong Hotel. Choice 3, the host takes Fong Piapiao to Shishanjinping, and the system rewards a Shishanjinping Hotel. After listening to the three options given by the system, Chuong was completely speechless. They are all hotels, what's the point of choosing? System, are you forcing me to stay out all night tonight and go to KF? Isn't this what a serious system should do? In response to Chu Feng's complaints, the system responded directly. It's different from what the host said. This system has always been serious, but since it followed the host, it has followed its roots and has gone a little off track. You. The system's words made Chuong lose all his temper and he could only go crazy on the spot. At the same time, the system's urging voice sounded again. Host, please make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Chapter 77. It was a wrong pay after all. Faced with the options given by the system, Chuong could only say silently, I can't do it. After all, a man and a woman going to have sex in the middle of the night was obviously a trap and a blatant hint. But soon, a clever little fox like Chuong immediately found a good way to exploit the bug and get the reward. Then, his originally solemn eyes relaxed and he spoke without hesitation. I choose 3. After all, for the same situation, only a fool would give up a 5-star hotel and choose a 3-star or budget hotel. Having said this, Chuong pushed the door and got out of the car. After all, before that he must first find out what emergency had happened in the school. Chuong walked forward quickly and came behind Fong Piapiao in a few steps. Sure enough, at this time Fong Piapiao was blocked outside by the school security. Uncle Security, please let me in. I am really a student of this school. Look, my student ID is still here. The security guard looked serious but said helplessly, little girl, it's not that I'm not flexible. It's actually past the curfew time now. I can't let you in. To be honest, in Mingzhu, any university campus with a little strict management will have access control. However, these rules have almost no effect on senior students in their 3rd and 4th years. After all, they have been here for many years, and even some of the security guards at the school gate are familiar to them. Therefore, as long as there is no big problem, the security guards will just turn a blind eye to them even if the curfew time has passed. And senior graduates like Chuong happen to be among them. Captain Zhang, are you on duty today? Chuong's words broke the awkward atmosphere. Obviously, he knew the security guard in front of him. At least the two must have communicated with each other in private. Otherwise, Chuong would not have been able to call out the other person's name. Captain Zhang on the other side smiled and greeted Chuong after seeing him. Crazy, it's you, kid. I didn't expect you to come back so late. At this point, Captain Zhang's expression became serious again. Then he changed the subject and said, but you can't be sneaky today. At a time like this, I dare not cheat for personal gain and let you in. If you have your ID with you, you can just stay out for the night. Captain Zhang lowered his voice deliberately as he continued his instructions. There's no peace in the school tonight. Something big is going to happen. Captain Zhang's words aroused Chuong's interest. Captain Zhang, don't scare me. What big thing could happen on this university campus? Could it be possible that someone could die? Seeing that Chuong didn't believe it, Captain Zhang chuckled evilly. Hee, it's not certain that anyone will die. But the school's sky may be pierced by someone. Of course, this news may be a good thing for you. After all, you openly dissed Dean Wu's son at the school gate before. Now it's good. Before they can even retaliate, something bad is about to happen. You have escaped a disaster, kid. After hearing what Captain Zhang said, Chuong's expression suddenly changed. Did something happen to Dean Wu? Of course not. The inspection team is here. I heard that he has committed a serious crime this time. Look, the school's top management is holding an emergency meeting right now. I heard that even the city's education department leaders are here. So, I don't dare to make myself unhappy at this critical moment. Seeing Captain Zhang's detailed explanation, Chuong also took a breath of cold air. After all, he had just met Wu Qian this evening. However, in the blink of an eye, something happened to his father. This was too much of a coincidence and too strange. Could it be that the boss behind the Dynasty Club really has such great power? For a moment, Chuong was speechless and just stood there with a frown on his face. On the contrary, Fong Piapiao on the side seemed a little anxious, and looked at Chuong for help. In response to this, Chuong could only pinch his nose and smile awkwardly. Well, it looks like we can't go back to this dormitory tonight. Xiao Mei Fong, why don't you just come with me? I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Otherwise, I would be worried if I just left you alone at the school gate. Besides, I can't explain to your cousin. Hearing Chuong's words, Fong Piapiao, who looked at a loss, could only nod in agreement. Then, the two of them turned around and got into Chuong's Maserati. Seeing this scene, Captain Zhang showed a sly smile on his face. TSK, I didn't expect this little lunatic to be quite capable. With just a few words, I managed to trick this pretty girl into getting on the bus. It seems that what happened tonight has inadvertently helped the couple get together. While Captain Zhang was talking to himself, the roar of the engine continued to be heard. Then the Maserati whizzed past. In an instant, only the taillights of the car were still flashing in Captain Zhang's eyes. "Senior Chu, where are you taking me?" After getting on the car for a long time, Fang Piapiao asked timidly. Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Of course I will arrange a reliable place for you to live." The vehicle sped along. We soon arrived at Shishan's scenic area. It's true that this Shishan boutique hotel deserves its 5-star title. The furnishings inside and outside are truly magnificent. And because of its unique geographical location, the environment here is even more quiet and elegant. "Okay, we're here." As the car slowed down, it slowly stopped. Fang Piapiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked out through the window. "Is this a hotel?" After hesitating for a moment, Fang Piapiao's heart immediately skipped a beat. Obviously, at this time she did not expect that Chu Feng would be so impatient to bring her to the hotel for KF. For a moment, Fang Piapiao's expression also turned gloomy. At the same time, the good impression Chu Feng had accumulated in her heart all night also disappeared. "Alas, I thought he would be a different boy." Unexpectedly, he is no different from Wu Qian, Lin Xiangdong, and others. They are all shameless guys who lust for girls' bodies. It's ridiculous that I actually thought he was a good person and talked to him so much along the way. It seems that it was a wrong payment after all. Thinking of this, Fang Piapiao's mood became complicated again. But just as she was about to take out her cell phone to contact her cousin Wu Li and tell her about her situation, Chu Feng on the side said leisurely, "You can stay here tonight. I'll send the location of this place to Fatty Wang later. Tell him to pick you up early tomorrow morning." Hearing Chu Feng's sudden words, Fang Piapiao was stunned for a moment and blurted out, You're not going to stay here tonight?" As soon as these words came out, the beautiful Fang covered her mouth subconsciously. The little face turned red with embarrassment. Obviously, she quickly realized that there was something wrong with her question. The feeling was not like surprise, but rather like an active invitation to bed. Chapter 78 Systems Revenge. After a few days of running in, Chu Feng has gained a certain understanding of the nature of his own system. Therefore, when he faces the system's welfare routine, he can naturally do it with ease. After all, the 3 options given by the system before only required Chu Feng to take Fang Piapiao to the designated hotel. As for whether a deeper relationship would develop between the two, that was not an option. Chu Feng was stuck on this bug, so he chose the 3rd option given by the system without hesitation. "Hey, you dog system, you still want to trick me? I will give you a trick in return. Anyway, I have brought the person to you, so don't even think about anything else." How could I be that kind of casual person? If you dug a hole on the spot and I jumped into it, how embarrassing would that be? Obviously, at this time Chu Feng had unconsciously started the mode of fighting wits and courage with the system. This is not to say that he does not have a heart of love for the world. However, for him, the bottom line of being a human being cannot be lost. Being pushed down by the system and having others lie down on their own initiative are 2 completely different concepts. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully completed the system option task, System Reward, a Shishan boutique hotel. Just as Chu Feng and Fang Piapiao got off the car, the system reward arrived. Although the system was very dissatisfied with Chu Feng's sneaky behavior. But at the end of the day, it's just a program. If there is a loophole in your own calculation results, you can't blame others for taking advantage of it. Therefore, this wave of rewards still has to be distributed to Chu Feng as scheduled. This is also the embarrassing and helpless aspect of the system. Let's talk about Fang Piapiao on the other side. After the embarrassing invitation to bed question just now, she was still unable to recover from her embarrassment. Especially just now, she misinterpreted Chu Feng's behavior. She thought that he was just like those boys in school who were madly pursuing her, all dirty scoundrels who were greedy for her body. This misunderstanding undoubtedly made Fang Piapiao even more ashamed. Fang Piapiao followed Chu Feng timidly, and at this time she tried several times to muster up the courage to explain something. But in the end, she couldn't utter a word of explanation. Instead, she was shocked by the magnificent hotel facilities in front of her. Senior Chu, should I stay here tonight? Wouldn't that be a waste? This place doesn't look cheap, does it? Or, shall we go to another place? Fang Piapiao's voice became smaller and smaller, and she seemed a little nervous and confused. However, before Chu Feng in front could reply, opposite the 2 of them, a uniformed security guard trotted over to meet them. "Boss Chu, why are you here?" Before he finished speaking, the security guard immediately said into the intercom, Lobby, this is security guard 9527. Boss Chu is here to inspect the work in person, please be prepared. Seeing the security guard in front of him with a respectful look as if he was walking on thin ice, Fong Piapiao, who had been following Chu Feng all the way, was dumbfounded. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he was slightly stunned and thought, the system is not taking the usual route this time. It even skipped the middle link for me. It seems that my identity as the hotel owner is known to everyone here. The system has spent a lot of money this time, right? Thinking of this, Chu Feng just nodded and smiled at the security guard. Then, he continued to take Fong Piapiao into the hotel lobby. At the same time, in the lobby of Shishan Boutique Hotel, all staff members were already lined up. Their eyes met Chu Feng and Fong Piapiao, who walked into the hotel, and they said in unison, Hello, President Chu, welcome to inspect our work. Senior Chu Feng, what on earth is going on? Fong Piapiao was hiding timidly behind Chu Feng, and at this moment she was also full of confusion. However, before Chu Feng could explain, a smiling middle-aged man came up to him from the crowd. Boss Chu, I'm the manager here, my name is Bai Yuntao. Before, we didn't get any news that you were coming to inspect the hotel. So I'm sorry for neglecting Mr. Chu for a moment. Please forgive me, Mr. Chu. Listening to the other party's self-introduction and then carefully chewing on his very eye-catching name, Chu Feng's mouth corners immediately rose. Bai Yuntao, what a nice name. Just listen and you will be safe. It is especially appropriate to be a manager in an environment like a hotel. Manager Bai, don't be so nervous. Actually, I'm not here for any inspection today. It's just to arrange for a friend to stay here. As he spoke, Chu Feng waved his hand gently and pushed Fong Piapiao, who was hiding behind him, in front of Bai Yuntao. Hey, Manager Bai, this is my junior schoolmate Fong Piapiao. Today, she will stay here for one night. As for the expenses, I will deposit them directly into the hotel's public account when the time comes. After all, one thing is one thing, don't break the rules. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Bai Yuntao immediately became nervous and apologized with a smile. Boss Chu, what are you talking about? This entire hotel is your property. Besides, it's just a small matter, why would we need to go through the trouble of using the public account? Don't worry, we will take good care of Miss Fong tonight and make her feel at home. As he spoke, Bai Yuntao kept winking at the two beautiful receptionists behind him. And they are smart people. Without Bai Yuntao saying anything, he hurried back to the front desk from the crowd and started to check Fong Piapiao in. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Bai. It's not hard. It's an honor for our entire hotel to be able to serve Mr. Chu. After a short while, Fong Piapiao's check-in procedures were completed. A beautiful girl at the front desk was very attentive and handed the room card to Fong Piapiao. Miss Fong, this is your room card. Fong Piapiao took the room card stupidly, and still hadn't recovered from her shock. Piapiao, just stay here peacefully tonight. If Fatty Wang is not available to pick you up tomorrow morning, you can tell Manager Bai to arrange a car for you to go back to school. After saying that, Chu Feng just left a casual smile, then turned around and left without looking back. Of course, here, no one knows that beneath Chu Feng's indifferent smiling face lies an excited and happy heart. However, his excitement and joy were not because he had acquired a 5-star hotel. It was because he had finally tricked the system this time and successfully obtained rewards from it. However, before Chu Feng could completely come out of the joy of victory, the system's revenge arrived as expected. Ding, the system detects that the host has failed a girl's secret love, and triggers the following options. Chapter 79 Do Linger taking the initiative. Option 1, leave without looking back, and ignore the poor Fong Piapiao. System reward, have sex with Do Linger. This option is highly recommended by this system. Option 2, the host is kind and gentle, successfully takes down Piapiao below 1 health, the system rewards 5% of the Goose Farm shares. This option is still recommended by the system. Obviously, the system has learned from the lesson of being exploited last time. This time, the options it released directly changed from persuading step by step to blocking both ends. Of course, what is even more terrible is that when this guy released the options, he also added the most exciting BGM in the Goosefield game. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Hearing the noise, Chu Feng, who got into the car, was so upset that his face turned black and he was completely petrified. Stop. System, could you please stop being so excited? Let's have a good chat first. Honestly, can we stop focusing on Sunshine Goose Farm? Can't we change the project? This system believes that the host's focus seems to be a bit problematic. Of course, if the host feels that the reward is inappropriate, this system can also make adjustments for the host in a timely manner. If the goose farm doesn't work, then what about Alibaba Dad? As soon as the system said this, Chuong was choked and had no idea what to do. At the same time, the joy of victory that had just ignited in his heart was poured down like a basin of cold water. Seeing Chuong tapping the steering wheel speechlessly, the system seemed to become more excited. The reminder sounds continued to sound one after another. Ding, system prompts, option rewards have been changed according to host's needs. Host, please make a decision as soon as possible. Hearing the urging voice in his ear, Chuong's stubborn temper immediately came out. After all, in his opinion, as an ordinary person, being able to get the system binding was indeed an unexpected blessing. However, if this kind of luck must be based on losing himself, he will definitely not accept it. After all, Chuong didn't want to become a puppet who could do anything for rewards. This time, it was his first head-on confrontation with the system. Chuong frowned and thought for a moment before he said righteously, "System, I don't choose either of the two options you gave me." Obviously, Chuong's words were a tentative attack. At the same time, he also wanted to see how the system would handle it if he voluntarily gave up the option. However, what Chuong never expected was that after hearing his answer, the system's voice was only in a trance for a moment. The system has detected that the host has given up the choice. This option is an answer that has never appeared in the system program. Therefore, the system will recalculate the program. A few seconds later, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ding, the system recalculated successfully. Since the host has given up on choosing, this system will confirm the option in a random manner. The system feasibility is being calculated. According to calculations by this system, the feasibility of option 1 is 100%. The system defaults to the host selecting an option. System rewards are being distributed at any time. Please wait patiently. Upon hearing this result, Chuong was even more confused. After all, even if he stepped on the brakes, he didn't expect that the dog system would have a default option function. Fuck, this special code is also possible? After being shocked, Chuong quickly came to his senses. He raised the corner of his mouth first, and then grinned evilly. Dog system, do you think you are so great just because you can choose the default option? As long as I make up my mind not to accept your reward, that's all. Yes, I will not go out during this period of time, nor will I go back to Tan Palace. I don't believe you have the guts to tie Du Linger to my bed. After muttering twice in anger, Chuong stepped on the accelerator. Immediately afterwards, the Maserati rushed out like a tiger. At the same time, in the Tan Palace Villa number 2 under the night cover, Lin Yaodong was standing respectfully behind Du Linger. At this time, Du Linger was answering the phone. Although Lin Yaodong did not hear the details of the call, but he could still vaguely hear the roar on the other end of the line. In response, Du Linger just hummed a few times, and a hint of impatience inexplicably flashed across her pretty face. It was not until more than 20 minutes later that this long, boring, and violent phone call ended. Du Linger put down her phone, feeling relieved. She leaned back on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Miss, is this the master calling? Seeing that Du Linger's call had finally ended, Lin Yaodong asked with a smile. But at this moment, Du Linger's face looked quite ugly. Humph, if it's not him, who else could it be? My own bastard son got into trouble outside and got beaten up, but he actually took his anger out on me. It's ridiculous. As she spoke, Du Linger's expression became even colder. Especially her eyes, which seemed to be breathing fire. In response, Lin Yaodong smiled and said, Miss, I have heard a little about you being beaten. After all, it happened in the Dynasty Club. Lu Hailong has already reported everything to me. After hearing what Lin Yaodong said, Du Linger immediately turned her head away, looking unhappy. No wonder the old man was so angry and said that it was me who did it and killed my brothers? So the root is here with you. Tell me, what is going on? Did you ask someone to deal with Du Yu? Seeing that his eldest daughter had cast all her suspicions on him, Lin Yaodong hurriedly shook his hands and said, No. I didn't do this. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to take care of that bastard in the Dynasty Club, right? If it's not you, then who could it be? Du Linger frowned subconsciously, puzzled. Actually, to be honest, the bastard being taught a lesson was just a coincidence. Mr. Chu Feng happens to be having dinner at Dynasty tonight. It just so happened that the bastard was so blind that he wanted to forcibly take away several female classmates in Mr. Chu's box. Then, he happened to be beaten by Mr. Chu. Hearing Lin Yaodong's precise remarks, Du Linger on the sofa almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect that he was the one who did it. Interesting, really interesting. However, after chuckling, Du Linger's beautiful eyes turned, as if she remembered something. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa lazily, her jade fingers tapping the armrest of the sofa rhythmically. After a while, Du Linger said to herself, it seems like it's time for me to meet Chu Feng again. After saying that, Du Linger immediately turned around and said, Uncle Dong, don't you have Chu Feng's phone number? Please help me make an appointment with him. I want to meet him alone tomorrow night. You can arrange the location. After hearing what Du Linger said, Lin Yaodong's mind started to become active again. Meet alone? Is the young lady going to take the initiative? No. This is a big deal, I have to think carefully about it for them. Especially the dating environment, it must not be bad. Otherwise, it would be terrible if we missed the important things. Chapter 80 A Temper System. It's night. Mingzhu China Resources Community. As soon as Fat Wang Wei stepped into the love nest he and Wu Li had built together, he received a text message from Chu Feng. Originally, this guy wanted to take a break from his busy life and have a bath with his baby Li to enjoy himself. Who would have thought that this text message from Chu Feng would stop his entire train of thought at the spot? Oh my god? What is the positioning of Shishan Tribute Portfolio Hotel? After muttering for a while, Fatty Wang immediately showed a sly smile on his face. Is this crazy kid okay? It's so quick to deal with the beautiful Lady Feng. They are still. Halfway through his words, Fatty Wang didn't care about anything else and went straight into his own bathroom. Then he forcibly pulled out Li Baobao, who had his clothes half taken off. Fatty, can't you see I'm getting ready to take a shower? What the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm exhausted today. I'm not in the mood for you to fuck me. I have to say, Wu Li's words were quite tough, and she didn't act like a lady at all. At this time, Fatty Wan was also confused. After all, he never expected that his own baby Li would suddenly think of that thing. But soon, Fatty Wang started laughing slyly again. Baby, you misunderstood. I didn't pull you out for that. As he spoke, Fatty Wang showed Wu Li the message that Chu Feng had sent him. Baby, look, what is this? That crazy guy just sent it to me. As Fatty Wang spoke, he also showed an extremely smug expression. It seems that the boy is also a piece of wooden fish that can't be struck. I just didn't expect this guy's moves to be so wild. He actually took your cousin KF with him. This progress is even faster than when we were young. Listening to Fatty Wang's mumbling, Wu Li first snatched the phone away, then frowned and muttered, Shishan Hotel? Why did they go there? Is there any need to ask? Of course it's a passionate love affair between a man and a woman, and it's like a burning fire. After Fatty Wang made such a joke, Wu Li immediately rolled his eyes at him. Fart. Pia Piao is my cousin, don't I know what kind of personality she has? Besides, they just met once and don't know each other well. If they continue like this, there will definitely be trouble. No, I have to call Pia Piao right away. After all, Wu Li is Feng Pia Piao's cousin. Although she also intended to bring Chu Feng and Feng Pia Piao together. However, as someone who has experienced this, she still felt that it was too ridiculous and irresponsible for Chu Feng and Feng Pia Piao to have sex just after meeting each other. However, just when Wu Li found his cell phone and was about to call Feng Pia Piao, Fatty Wang received another text message from Chu Feng on his phone. Fatty, something happened at school and they are not letting me in. I have temporarily arranged for Feng Pia Piao to stay at Shishan Hotel. I have sent you the address. If you are free, go pick her up tomorrow morning. Seeing this sudden text message, Fatty Wang's joy instantly vanished. Have to. It's all for nothing. Before he finished speaking, he had already walked to Wu Li in a listless manner. Baby, you don't have to make this call. That crazy guy is really a dull guy. As he spoke, he raised his phone again. Look, is this something a normal man should do? The meat is right next to your mouth, but you still don't eat it. It's really a disgrace to our dormitory. After listening to Fatty Wang's complaints and reading the text message sent by Chu Feng, Wu Li felt a lot more at ease. Of course, this baby Li quickly brought Fatty Wang another home-cooked dish, smashed cucumber. Fatty, I think you are the one who is abnormal. That's called keeping oneself clean, understand? Who is like you, with worms on your mind all day long? I think your head is full of shit. After being lectured by Wu Li, Fatty Wang was not going to stand it anymore. Who said my head is full of shit? My head is filled with you, baby. After hearing what Fatty Wang said, Wu Li's face, which had not yet had time to remove its makeup, immediately turned gloomy. Nature. Fatty Wang can't escape this beating tonight. However, after a family education, Wu Li still felt a little worried and made a video call with Fang Piapiao. Fortunately, Fang Piapiao did not rest at this time, and did not even remove the light makeup on her face. Cousin, are you home? After the video was connected, Fang Piapiao's voice was obviously absent-minded. However, the hotel room environment reflected in her mobile phone really surprised Wu Li, who was on the other side of the camera. Piapiao, are you in Shishan Hotel now? Where is the madman? Is he gone? In fact, Wu Li's purpose of making this video call was very simple. He just wanted to confirm the situation on Fang Piapiao's side. Of course, more importantly, she wanted to confirm whether Chu Feng had really left. After all, in her opinion, Fang Piapiao is a girl after all. It's never good to go to that stage too quickly with a boy. He dropped me off at the hotel lobby and left. He didn't even turn his head. When Fang Piapiao said this, Wu Li heard some other emotions. That feeling is like a boudoir complaint. However, Wu Li was tactful at this moment and did not continue asking questions on this topic. Then, the two sisters chatted about some unimportant things, then hung up the phone and went to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, after driving for half an hour, Chu Feng finally returned to Thompson Ipin from Shishan. However, after parking his car neatly, he did not choose to go back home immediately, but strolled around the community alone. After all, it's almost midnight now. He wanted to sign in at a few different places in the neighborhood before going upstairs. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the midnight bell finally rang. Chu Feng couldn't wait to start today's sign-in. However, what he didn't expect was that after the previous round of confrontation, his own system seemed to be angry with him. At the same time, the 3 rewards it gave out made Chu Feng laugh and cry, and he felt like crying. 10 cans of Ningxiao Black Wolfberry. 10 bottles of Peruvian maca. 100 bottles of Luwei Dihuang pills. This. OUXX, who are you looking down on? I just gave up one of your options, is it that important to you? System, come out, I promise I won't beat you to death. However, no matter how Chu Feng jumped up and down at this time, the system did not pay any attention to him. Obviously, this is an extremely arrogant and very bad-tempered system. Chapter 81. Su Muxing can't wait. Faced with the baby temper of his system, Chu Feng, as the host, said he was helpless. But now that things have come to this, it is impossible to turn back. Therefore, at the moment, Chu Feng could only fully realize the true meaning of the 4 words "let it be." As for the rewards the system gave tonight, they must not be taken upstairs. It would be disastrous if Su Muxing saw this. If that girl thinks she is no longer capable and buys so many health-preserving magic tools, then teacher Chu Feng will lose face, right? Besides, as a man, I can't say no matter what time it is. This is a man's last stubbornness. Thinking of this, Chu Feng stuffed all the black wolfberry, maca and other things into the trunk without hesitation. Although the rewards given by the system are really nothing. But we can't just waste it here, right? It would be fine even if you keep it and give it to someone else. Thinking so, Chu Feng had all these things and then turned around and went upstairs. Followed by the sound of a door being pushed open. Su Muiying, who had been quietly watching TV in the living room, stood up immediately. Honey, you're back? Why so late? Just looking at Su Muxing, who was walking towards him with a smile, Chu Feng pinched his nose subconsciously and answered. Those guys in the dormitory were too noisy. They delayed us for a while. While explaining, Chu Feng opened his arms, as if he wanted to give Su Muxing a hug. However, Su Muxing had a weird look on his face at this time, and he said to him, Stop, don't move. Chu Feng was caught off guard by her move and looked weird. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a routine check. Su Muhong just walked up to Chu Feng with a smile on his face. Then, she took out a roll of tape and stuck it on Chu Feng's body back and forth. Then, he leaned forward his little head and sniffed it twice very intimately. Yeah, not bad, not bad. I don't have any girl's hair, and I don't smell of any strange perfume. Inspection passed. Seeing Su Muqing's godlike operation, Chuong was also intoxicated. However, just when he came to his senses and was about to hold Su Muqing in his arms and give her some tenderness, Su Muqing pushed him away without any hesitation and said to him with a sullen look, "Honey, where is the yogurt I asked you to bring me?" Chuong was stunned for a moment, then laughed foolishly with embarrassment. "Sorry, I forgot about that." Hearing this, Su Muqing immediately became dramatic and said with resentment, "Sure enough, all men are the same. They don't know how to cherish after getting it. I've waited for you all night and I'm still hungry? What's even more hateful is that some people promised to bring me midnight snacks before leaving, but in the end, they came back empty-handed. It's a pity that my sincerity has been wasted." I have to say that Su Muqing's acting skills are really explosive. If this scene was seen by those who were not aware of the situation, they might think that a grown man like Chuong was bullying a weak woman like her. Alright, Queen Su, please stop acting. If you're really hungry, I'll give you something to eat." As soon as Chuong made this double entendre joke, Su Muqing's pretty face immediately blushed. At this moment, she naturally thought of the two flavors of yogurt, garlic and spicy, that Chuong had mentioned to her before he left. "Hate it, who wants to eat the noodles you make?" With an embarrassed look on her face, Su Muqiang punched Chuong on the chest with her pink fist. Looking at Chuong again, he was smiling leisurely. "Are you really not interested? Then don't regret it." Before he finished speaking, Chuong walked into the kitchen with a smirk on his face. Su Muqiang followed behind him slowly, with a smile as bright as a flower on her face. Soon, clanging noises were heard in the kitchen. Su Muqiang was also curious, so he poked his little head through the kitchen door and observed secretly. But it would not have been a big deal if she hadn't looked at it, but when she did, she was really shocked. I saw Chuong in the kitchen kneading dough wearing an apron. The technique and strength used in kneading the dough seemed quite decent. After an unknown amount of time, a bowl of steaming hot noodle soup with rich toppings was brought to Su Muqing. What's more detailed is that Chuong actually added a heart-shaped poached egg in the most conspicuous position on this bowl of noodle soup. Smelling the fragrance and looking at the color, Su Muqiang at the dining table could no longer resist the temptation in his stomach and snatched the bowl of noodles. Then he began to eat voraciously. Obviously, she was really hungry at this time as she hadn't eaten all night. As for the flag she had just set, it has now been thrown out of the window. Who said that I don't want it? Nothing at all? Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. If that's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. Looking at Su Muqing's swift and decisive appearance, Chuong couldn't help laughing and gave a gentle reminder. However, as soon as Chuong said this, Su Muqing's movement slowed down significantly, and his expression was slightly hesitant. After mumbling to herself for a long time, Goddess Su finally came to her senses and touched her belly with a resentful look on her face. "Hubby, you are such a good cook and the food you make is so irresistible. I will eat the food you cook every day, and I will get fat one day. What if I accidentally become a fat woman?" As he spoke, Su Muqing looked at the remaining half bowl of noodles in front of him reluctantly. It was obvious that she was very conflicted. After all, Goddess Su is in the entertainment industry after all, and maintaining her figure is a compulsory course for her. However, Chuong on the opposite side smiled casually at the little confusion in Su Muqing's heart. "Silly girl, so this is what you are worried about? What kind of question is this? Have you forgotten that your husband has learned some medical skills? That's right, I have a set of Chinese medicine massage weight loss treatments that are very suitable for you. Just eat as much as you want. I promise that after using my massage therapy, you won't gain weight no matter how much you eat." Chuong paused again and glanced meaningfully at Su Muqing's chest and said, "Of course, some places can still gain weight." After hearing what Chuong said, not only did Su Muqing feel relieved of all his psychological burden, but his big, watery eyes also kept shining. Is there really such a magical massage therapy? Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to my room and show you how to do it after you finish your meal and take a shower. It also allows you to experience the pleasure of burning calories to the extreme. Seeing Chuong looking so serious, Su Muqing simply dropped the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. Then, she hurriedly stood up, pulled Chuong up, and said impatiently, Dear, I think we should not stay for a while. It's fine now." Before he finished speaking, Su Muqing excitedly pulled Chuong and ran towards the bathroom. Soon, the familiar sound of flowing water rang out again, covering up all the noise. At the same time, it also covered up the ringing sound of Chu Feng's cell phone in the living room. Chapter 82. This plot makes sense. Honey, do we really have to use this? This thing is thin and long. I'm afraid of pain. In the bedroom, Su Muhong, with her beautiful back exposed, looked back at Chu Feng with a timid look on her face. But at this time Chu Feng was holding the silver needle steadily in his hand and smiling indifferently. It's okay. This is just an auxiliary prop. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Before he finished speaking, Chu Feng very skillfully followed the acupuncture points on Su Muxiang's back and inserted the needles. In an instant, a tingling sensation spread throughout Su Muxiang's body. In this way, Chu Feng gave the patient 7 needles in a row, combined with traditional acupoint massage. Soon, Su Muxiang felt the blood surging throughout his body, and even his stomach began to burn. This feeling is both comfortable and gives people an inexplicable thrill. You know, Chu Feng's massage weight loss therapy was derived from his miraculous skills of bringing people back to health. Especially this set of 7 profound divine fire needles, although its function is not as good as the 9 revolution samsara needles, it does not have the miraculous effect of stimulating human potential and saving lives from danger. However, this set of acupuncture techniques is very suitable for Su Muxiang at the moment. It can perfectly eliminate impurities from the body and improve metabolism. Of course, among the rejuvenation skills that Chu Feng currently possesses, this set of 7 mysterious divine fire needles actually needs to be used in conjunction with a medicinal bath to achieve the best effect. However, such conditions do not exist in Su Muxiang's residence. After all, who in an ordinary family would be able to afford so many precious Chinese medicinal materials? Even the silver needles in Chu Feng's hand were purchased from a nearby Chinese medicine store. Just like that, after a set of acupuncture treatment with the 7 mysterious fire needles, Su Muxiang, who was lying on the bed, had already dozed off in the warm current. During this period, she did not feel any pain at all. Especially the set of massage techniques that Chu Feng used later, which were of moderate strength and precise positioning. This made Goddess Su feel as if she was floating in the air and feeling the comfort of being high up in the clouds. Looking at Chu Feng again, that guy was so busy that sweat was pouring down his head. It was not until more than half an hour later that he took a short break. He glanced at Su Muxiang, who was already fast asleep under him, with a displeased look, and half complained, "This girl knows how to enjoy herself. I was busy running around, but she fell asleep." Having said that, he immediately turned over, got out of bed and drank a sip of water. I never thought that after using a set of 7 mysterious fire needles and weight loss massage therapy, I would be so tired. Damn, this is more tiring than attending class. After muttering to himself for a while, Chu Feng saw that the time was almost up, so he quickly removed the silver needle from Su Muxiang's back. Then, he covered the sleeping Su Muxiang with a blanket and then slowly walked out of the bedroom. Originally, Chu Feng, who was exhausted and sweating, planned to take a shower and relax. After all, the way he took a bath with his partner before was really indescribable. It was painful and happy at the same time. However, just as he turned around and walked towards the bathroom without saying a word, he found that there were suddenly several missed calls on his mobile phone. All these calls came from one person. This person is none other than Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong? What could he possibly want to call me about at this late hour? Is it because of the Dynasty Club? Thinking of this, Chu Feng quickly called Lin Yaodong back. After all, ever since returning from the Dynasty Club, Chu Feng has had many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Lin Yaodong. Soon, the call was connected. Lin Yaodong's hearty voice also sounded from the other end of the phone. "Brother Chu, I'm really sorry to call you so late. Brother, I didn't disturb your good time, did I?" On the phone, Lin Yaodong's jokes were still so irrelevant. Perhaps it was because he had been in the underworld for too long, so he didn't mind Chu Feng's private life too much. After all, he also knew that the identity of his eldest daughter was too special. A woman like her cannot give Chu Feng a home. In addition, Chu Feng's background is too mysterious. If he is really a descendant of a noble family, then with the power of the Qingmen group, it would be impossible to force him to remain a virgin for you. After all, what aristocratic families value most are the 8 words bloodline inheritance and continuation of the family line. Therefore, all Lin Yaodong can say and do is to let nature take its course. As for the other end of the phone, Chu Feng smiled faintly when listening to Lin Yaodong's joke. "Brother Lin, let's get straight to the point. You called me in the middle of the night, is it just because of the Dynasty Club?" Chu Feng's words were quite direct. Lin Yaodong, however, pretended to be dumbfounded. "The Dynasty Club? What Dynasty Club?" "Brother, the reason I called you in the middle of the night is because my eldest daughter asked me to do so. My eldest daughter saw that you haven't returned to Tan Palace for 2 days, and she missed you very much. So you asked me to call and invite your brother. Brother Chu, see if you are free tomorrow. If you are free, my eldest daughter would like to have dinner with you alone. Hearing Lin Yaodong's invitation on the other end of the phone, Chu Feng's face changed slightly. Are you treating me to a meal? Still alone? After muttering a few words silently, Chu Feng immediately thought of the reward that the system wanted to give him before a passionate encounter with Du Linger. In an instant, Chu Feng was petrified on the spot, thinking, holy shit, this reward comes too quickly, right? Thinking of this, Chu Feng hurriedly said to Lin Yaodong on the other end of the phone, Brother Lin, I may not have time tomorrow. Without waiting for Chu Feng to finish his words, Lin Yaodong continued to ask, what about the day after tomorrow? Seeing Lin Yaodong's insistence, Chu Feng could only make up a lie, not even the day after tomorrow. Recently, there are internship arrangements in the school. I may have to follow the group for a while. So, please thank Miss Du for her kindness on my behalf. When I come back from my internship, I will definitely invite her back. After hearing Chu Feng's repeated refusals, Lin Yaodong realized something was wrong. However, he did not say it in front of Chu Feng. Instead, he said with some disappointment, well, since Brother Chu is busy recently, we can only do it another day. After saying that, Lin Yaodong hung up the call. Looking at Chu Feng at this time, he was just standing there with a stupid look on his face. After a while, he said unhappily, I just received the reward, and now you're asking me to have dinner alone? System, are you playing tricks on me again? After being questioned by Chu Feng, the arrogant system finally couldn't help it. Host, please don't wrongly accuse the good system. It is clearly your fault, host. Don't blame this system. What trouble did I cause? What trouble did I cause? Chu Feng was puzzled. Host, do you forget everything you have done? You beat up someone's beloved brother in the Dynasty Club, and now he's here to seek revenge on you. This plot is reasonable and logical. Does it have anything to do with this system? After hearing what the system said, Chu Feng was speechless for a moment, and could not refute it. Du Linger? Do you? Could it be that you really came here to seek revenge on me? Chapter 84, Using Money to Hit People? Sima Qing went to the company, and Chu Feng stayed alone at home, which was quite lonely. So after finishing breakfast, he got up and went out. Then, he went to Renmin Road to retrieve his Carmen. Then, I went to school. I reported to Coach Lan and calmly asked her about Dean Wu Datong's situation. When he finished all this, it was almost noon. Touching his rumbling belly, Chu Feng simply did not leave the school gate, but walked straight to the school cafeteria. However, before he successfully reached his destination, he was stopped by a familiar voice behind him. Madman. Hearing this call with a hint of complaint and contempt, Chu Feng turned around. In the crowd not far behind him, Fatty Wang squeezed for a long time before he broke out from the crowd heading to the cafeteria and came up to him. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng immediately started to joke. Hey Fatty, shouldn't you be holding your baby Lee and taking a good nap at this time? Why are you running into the school? You know, your attendance rate has always been at the bottom of the class for 4 years in college. After Chu Feng joked with him, the expression on Fatty Wang's face became even uglier. You still dare to say that? Isn't it all your fault? Come on, you kid, why don't you take advantage of this good opportunity and pretend to be calm? And they left Fang Piapiao alone in Shishan. Besides, if you want to throw it away, just throw it away. Why are you sending me a message? It made me have to go pick her up before dawn. Well, since I finally got back to school, I went to the academic affairs office to handle the procedures for taking a leave of absence for internship. As he spoke, Fatty Wang showed off the formal documents in his hand to Chu Feng with a smug look on his face. Obviously, on a university campus, if you have this thing, you can skip classes with a legitimate reason. Chu Feng was also annoyed and grumbled, with your grades of failing all the courses, you can still go through the internship procedures, it's really weird. Fatty Wang didn't care about what Chu Feng said. That guy is really not ashamed of it, but proud of it. Nothing can be done. Who can blame me for being so popular? As he said this, Fatty Wang grabbed Chu Feng. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. You better think about how to make up for my loss this morning, right? It was obvious that Fatty Wang was acting like a spoiled brat and was trying to blackmail Chu Feng. In response, Chu Feng chuckled, make up for your losses? Then I really have to think about it carefully. After saying this, Chu Feng paused and said, how about I treat you to a meal in the cafeteria? Although Chu Feng's words were mostly joking, But this is a joke that only he and Fatty Wang can understand. After all, during the 4 years in college, Fatty Wang often asked Chu Feng to clean the cafeteria. Come on. You are such a big boss, but you actually asked me to clean the cafeteria. How dare you say such a thing? After hearing what Chu Feng said, Fatty Wang almost got his nose crooked with anger. However, after mumbling a few words, Fatty Wang smiled evilly and said, "Hey, you have to treat me to a good meal today no matter what. We definitely don't like the first floor of the cafeteria now, but we can consider the small restaurant on the second floor." As soon as Fatty Wang said this, Chu Feng immediately burst into laughter. You know, these two best friends were deadlocked in the dormitory for 2 whole weeks because of the argument about whether they should eat on the first floor or the second floor. In the end, neither of them could convince the other, so they could only take a step back. They agreed that from Monday to Friday, Fatty Wang would treat guests on the first floor, and on Saturdays and Sundays, Chu Feng would treat guests in the small cafeteria on the second floor. This agreement between the two lasted until the first half of their junior year. Later, Fatty Wang met his girlfriend Li Baobao and moved out of the campus directly. This agreement was terminated. Now, seeing Fatty Wang bringing up the old matter again, Chu Feng was naturally happy. After all, the interaction between the two of them made him recall the feeling of those days. It was a kind of comradeship that was both pure and beautiful. Okay, you tell me, I'll do it. Today, let alone treating you to a meal on the second floor of the cafeteria, even if you let me book the entire second floor, I won't say no. Hey, that's what I've been waiting for. Walking. Our slutty duo is back again. As he spoke, Fatty Wang put his arm around Chu Feng's shoulder, looking very high-spirited. Of course, his ostentatious appearance attracted the attention of many passing classmates. However, these two people didn't care at the moment. They marched forward at full speed and rushed towards the school cafeteria. It's true that the small restaurant on the second floor of the Communication University cafeteria is indeed quite different from the one on the first floor. Although it is also a window, each window is arranged neatly. But both the environment and the dishes available on the table here are very different from those on the first floor. On the first floor of the cafeteria, there is a big pot of food and the dishes are very simple. The food on the second floor is freshly cooked, almost the same as the small restaurants outside. Of course, in addition to stir-fried dishes, there are also some fast food that can be ordered separately, such as clay pot rice, omelette rice, and dumplings. It also provides students with a window to improve their food and taste. Looking again, Fatty Wang and Chu Feng, who went up to the second floor, seemed to be very familiar with the place. I saw the two of them just found a seat by the side and sat down. Then, Fatty Wang waved his hand and ordered 8 main dishes, 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. You know, these dishes were their favorite back then. But at that time, due to Chu Feng's conditions, Fatty Wang only ordered 2 or 3 each time, and he was not as generous as he is now. Looking at the dishes on the table, Fatty Wang started laughing strangely. Quack! I didn't expect that the dishes here haven't changed much since I came here for more than a year. It's a familiar recipe, a familiar taste. But this is also good. I can finally prepare all 8 dishes in my lifetime. Crazy, you know what, this is something I wanted to do 2 years ago, but never dared to do it. Hearing what Fatty Wang said, Chu Feng felt a pang in his heart for no reason. However, just as the two of them ordered a few more bottles of beer, preparing to feast on the food and reminisce about the good and bad times. Not far away on the second floor of the cafeteria, several unfamiliar figures walked quickly towards them. Are you Chu Feng from the directing department? Chu Liuxiang is your username on the Shark platform, right? Followed by 2 unpleasant questions. Then, Chu Feng and his friend's dining table was smashed with a loud bang. Then, a thick stack of red money appeared in front of Chu Feng and Fatty Wang. Chu Feng was also confused about this, thinking, what's going on? Is this the legendary using money to hit someone? Chapter 85. You're welcome, please start your show. Looking at the neatly arranged pile of big red money in front of him, not to mention Chu Feng, even Fatty Wang opposite him showed an expression of both laughter and tears. After all, in this age of mobile payment, who would carry so much cash with them unless they were prepared? Moreover, this happened in the cafeteria of a university campus. With the same doubts in mind, Chu Feng couldn't help but look up, his gaze fixed on the boy in front of him who looked to be 1 or 2 grades lower than him. Classmate, do we know each other? With just a faint smile, Chu Feng immediately asked a question. But the other party had a sneer on his face and looked at Chu Feng with hostility. At the same time, without waiting for the handsome boy with black-rimmed glasses to speak, someone behind him started to shout. It blinded you. Even our Dong brother doesn't recognize him. I really don't know how you managed to get into communication university. As he spoke, the boy looked very arrogant and conceited. Please remember this, the person standing in front of you is our outstanding sophomore student representative. My brother Don, Lin Xiangdong. Hearing this familiar name, Chuong and Fatty Wang, who were sitting at the dining table, slowly came back to their senses. Especially Fatty Wang, who couldn't help but look Lin Xiangdong up and down again. As for Chuong at this moment, he was distracted for a moment, thinking about a particularly strange question in his mind. Lin Xiangdong? Lin Yaodong? Could these two be related? Of course, this weird idea just flashed through his mind. Soon, Chuong smiled again and said, "Oh, it's classmate Lin." As he said this, he changed the subject and looked at the pile of red money beside him with an unpleasant look. But classmate Lin, I don't think I know you very well, do I? Besides, you are not on the list of people I owe money to. I just don't know what you mean by putting a pile of money in front of me for no reason. Are you trying to show off your wealth to me? Obviously, Xu Feng's words were half joking, and the look he gave Lin Xiangdong was full of warning. However, at this moment, Lin Xiangdong was completely unaware of Xu Feng's displeasure. At this moment, he just stretched out his hand to push his glasses, and then said coldly, "I really don't owe you money. However, I heard that after you, Emperor Chu, won the lottery, you started showing off and giving your money away everywhere. I even gave 66 tips to Piao Piao's live broadcast room, which was super popular and won the first place. I'm paying you back this money on behalf of Piao Piao. It's also a warning to you. Fang Piao Piao is mine, please stay away from her in the future. If I find out that you are messing around in her live studio again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Lin Xiangdong's words were really too arrogant. Even Fatty Wang on the opposite side couldn't stand it anymore. A pair of eyes were spewing anger. Hey, kid named Lin, you'd better watch your words. What do you mean Fang Piao Piao is yours? Have you obtained a marriage certificate, or have you established a romantic relationship? Everyone in the whole school knows that you are always looking at the pot while having the best of both worlds. It's fine if Fang Piao Piao doesn't want to pay attention to you, but you're still taking advantage of her. Do you really think that I, Fatty, can't handle you? As Fang Piao Piao's future cousin-in-law, Fatty Wang became instantly angry after hearing Lin Xiangdong's shameless words. And judging from his posture, he seemed to be planning to roll up his sleeves and beat Lin Xiangdong up. However, Fatty Wang's action was quickly stopped by Chuong, who was standing beside him. Chuong was not angry at this time. He just looked at Lin Xiangdong, who was demonstrating in front of him with an amusement look on his face. Student Lin, even if you are an outstanding student, it seems that you have no control over me, right? I can spend my money however I want and give rewards to whomever I want. What's going on? Are you going to give me cash for every gift I buy for Fang Piao Piao in the future? Xu Feng's words seemed to be an understatement. In fact, he dug a sinkhole directly for Lin Xiangdong, who was standing next to him. And this Lin Xiangdong is really brainless. Especially since they are now in the school cafeteria. The debate between the two sides was watched by many onlookers. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not losing momentum, Lin Xiangdong got excited and snorted coldly, "Yes, you are right. If you buy one, I will return one. I, Lin Xiangdong, will not allow a woman I have chosen to marry to accept gifts from any other man. Besides, I, Lin Xiangdong, can still afford this little money." As soon as Lin Xiangdong said this, many onlookers who did not know the truth came to cheer for him. After all, which girl doesn't dream of having such a domineering and rich boyfriend? However, Chuong smiled when he heard his answer and slowly took out his cell phone in front of everyone. "Well, since classmate Lin has said so, I can only fulfill your wish as a flower protector." As he spoke, Chuong glanced at the pile of money on the table with disdain. "But the little money you put on the table is definitely not enough to pay it back. I advise you to ask the students behind you to get more money as soon as possible. Save yourself from embarrassment." After saying that, Chuong directly opened the shark platform and recharged 10 million into the platform. Anyway, at this time Chuong had successfully unlocked the 10x rebate mode in the live broadcast room. He deposited 10 million, and after spending it, he would receive 100 million in cash. Adding to that the 200 million in rebates he received previously, the money on his account can only be spent more and more. I have to say that this rebate model is like a bug. If Chuong was not in the school cafeteria at this moment, not in front of everyone, he would have wanted to recharge all the funds in his account into the shark platform. At the same time, Looking at Lin Xiangdong on the other side, his eyes turned green. Although he knew that Chu Feng won the lottery jackpot. But even so, he couldn't believe that the guy in front of him wasted half of his prize money on the live broadcast platform just for a momentary dispute. 10 million, that's a full 10 million. Could it be that this guy's brain structure is different from that of ordinary people? Anyway, in Lin Xiangdong's opinion, if he were in their shoes, he would never do such a stupid thing. However, at this moment, Lin Xiangdong was confused and had an extremely strange expression. Suddenly, Chu Feng's cell phone began to play the sound of a rocket taking off. 5,000 super hot combos were sent into Feng Piapiao's live broadcast room. Then, Chu Feng smiled and threw his phone in front of the dining table. Student Lin, do you still mean what you said? If it counts. You're welcome. Please start your performance. Facing Chu Feng's 5,000 rounds of super firing pressure, Lin Xiangdong's face turned blue and purple. Mad, you are a madman. Chapter 86 Feng Piapiao is in a state of confusion. Just for such a dispute of pride, he spent 10 million. Chu Feng's actions not only shocked the students in the media school who were just watching the show, but also stunned Fatty Wang who was sitting opposite him. Of course, while these people were looking at Chu Feng's table with excitement or speechlessness. What they didn't know was that another 100 million yuan had been deposited into Chu Feng's bank card. This is the power of the 10x rebate on live streaming consumption. No intermediate procedures are required, and no unnecessary explanations are required. Just one word, create, and you're done. As for Lin Xiangdong, who was originally so arrogant, he completely collapsed after seeing Chu Feng's series of amazing moves. After that, he was too embarrassed to stay on the second floor of the cafeteria any longer. He led the group of boys behind him and left angrily. However, it was precisely because of the appearance of Lin Xiangdong that Chu Feng came up with a fantastic plan. As long as you consume in the live broadcast room, you will get a 10-fold rebate. Then why didn't I just acquire these live streaming platforms? First, keep spending to accumulate original capital. Then, when we have enough funds, we will acquire the Shark platform. Of course, in addition to Shark, platforms such as Airy, Hupu, and Slowhand are also good. By then, if I could take over all these live broadcast and short video platforms, wouldn't I be able to dominate the live broadcast industry? At that time, the money you spend is still yours. There is no middleman to make a profit. This is definitely a good deal where you can get something for nothing. However, just as Chu Feng was thinking about his big plan for the future, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the system has detected the host's commercial plan and triggered the following options. Option 1, within 3 days, if you spend 800 million on the Shark platform, the system will reward you with 25% equity of Huya. Option 2, within 3 days, if you spend 500 million on the Airy platform, the system will reward you with 51% of the equity of the Shark platform. Chu Feng was stunned again when he heard the two options given by the system. Because the consumption and rewards given by the system are completely opposite. Spending on Shark will reward you with shares in YY's parent company, YY. Spend in 2Y and you will be rewarded with Shark shares. This is obviously to cause trouble. What's more, he couldn't understand why there were two same live streaming platforms. The consumption amount and reward equity given by the system are completely different. However, when he looked up the detailed information of the two live broadcast platforms provided by the system, he felt relieved. Obviously, the joy times behind Airy is greater than Shark in terms of both the complexity of its capital and its commercial value. This can be seen from the stock prices of both parties. Douyu's stock price today is $3.47 per share. And Huya has a share price of $55. Obviously, compared with the two, the input-output ratio of Huya is more substantial. I'll choose one. Congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. Host, please complete the system task as soon as possible. If the host can complete this task ahead of time, the system will give extra rewards. Hey, there are extra rewards? Has the system changed its personality this time? It's so considerate? When Chu Feng heard that there was an extra reward, he immediately became excited. However, in response to his expression, the system mercilessly attacked him. Humph, if there is a reward you like, then you can say that this system is considerate. If there is no reward that you like, then you will say that this system is a dog system. Bah, scumbag. Once again being criticized by the official, Chu Feng's expression suddenly became strange, and he was speechless in his heart. Well, it seems that the system baby's temper tantrum is not over yet, and I'm afraid I will have to spend the rest of my life in love and hate. Of course, the system didn't pay any attention to Chu Feng's inner monologue at all. After all, what the system said before had already gone beyond the scope of mechanization and programming. This humane and emotional way of speaking made even the system itself feel stunned and surprised. So, today's system can only remain silent again and perform self-inspection and program repair. However, Chu Feng was unaware of all this. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Communication University. After tossing and turning all night, Feng Piapiao just took a short nap at noon. However, at this moment, a girl who shared the dormitory with her suddenly screamed. Piapiao, Piapiao, wake up quickly. You are prosperous, you will be prosperous. Listening to the excited shouting under the bed, Feng Piapiao turned over and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Ching, what are you doing? You're yelling and making noises. I just finally fell asleep. Facing Feng Piapiao's resentful look, the girl called Ching immediately raised her cell phone. Piapiao, it's already this late, why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and watch your live broadcast room. Your top brother has given you gifts again. And this time the amount is huge. A full 5,000 rounds of superfire. You are going to be rich. Hearing this, Feng Piapiao immediately rolled over and sat up from the bed. In shock, she grabbed the cell phone next to the pillow. As he opened the shark platform, he said in disbelief, Ching, please don't scare me. I can't stand your joke. Who is kidding you? This matter has now been spread to the campus forum. It is said that the second floor of the cafeteria is very lively today. Moreover, it was your fanatical pursuer Lin Shangdong who took the initiative to find Senior Chu Feng from the directing department. He said he would return all the gifts he gave you. Hearing this, Feng Piapiao's jade fingers couldn't help but tremble nervously. What? Lin Shangdong went to find Chu Feng? And what happened next? Feng Piapiao asked hurriedly. Later? Later Senior Chu Feng asked Lin Shangdong, do you refund as much as I paid? Then, your top brother waved his hand and directly gave you 5,000 super fire rounds. It is said that Lin Shangdong's expression was extremely wonderful at that time. As she spoke, Ching raised the cell phone in her hand and showed it to Feng Piapiao. Look, the photos of the scene have been posted on the campus forum. Then, Ching changed the subject and asked gossipingly, Piapiao, do you think this top brother in your family is interested in you? Otherwise, who would think that they have too much money and give so many gifts to a female schoolmate and anchor whom they have never met? After a pause, Ching continued to talk in a fanatical manner, but then again, Senior Chu Feng's move was really domineering. Plus, he's so handsome. Piapiao, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't be lying in the dormitory and sleeping soundly right now. I will run to him as fast as I can and give him a big kiss. This is exactly the man of my dreams, right? Feng Piapiao, who was sitting on the bed, only listened to Ching's chatter vaguely. Because at this moment, her mind was full of Chu Feng's figure, and she was muttering to herself. Is he really interested in me? But why last night? Maybe, I should be more proactive like Ching said? For a moment, Feng Piapiao felt her mind was in a mess. An indescribable and inexplicable emotion is surging everywhere. Chapter 87 Extra Rewards. In fact, Feng Piapiao's inexplicably complicated mood began last night. Or to be more precise, this struggle and entanglement suddenly appeared the moment Chu Feng turned around and left Xishan Boutique Hotel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in a luxurious hotel last night and tossed and turned all night without sleep. I have to say, this girl's mind is as unpredictable as a needle in the sea. Of course, at this time Chu Feng did not expect that his 5,000 rounds of superfire would completely disturb Feng Piapiao's mood and disrupt her original life. After all, he has more important things to do right now. That is to complete the options given by the system as quickly as possible. So, after having a meal with Fatty Wang and bragging a lot, Chu Feng drove as fast as he could and returned to Su Muxing's Riverview room in Thompson 1. After entering the door, he changed his shoes and then sat down on the sofa. Because he decided to spend the entire afternoon working hard and spend the 800 million yuan on live streaming as soon as possible. Soon, the Shark live streaming platform was opened on Chu Feng's mobile phone interface. Then, he recharged the entire 300 million huge sum in his bank card without hesitation. Then, what awaits him is repeated consumption over and over again. Of course, it's not easy to come across such a good opportunity where you can spend money, make money, and get shares in the live streaming platform. Chu Feng naturally couldn't forget his beloved sister. So, he opened Chuluoluo's live broadcast room as soon as possible. Then there are countless super fire combos. However, his action, although not a big deal, immediately caused a sensation on the entire Shark platform. Because of Chu Feng's super hot combo, he broke the platform's historical record of 10,001 times. In an instant, all the Shark fans and anchors began to boil with excitement. The fish bar was blown upside down. This is crazy. The king of Chu strikes again and gives his sister 100,001 rounds of super fire. Who is Luo Luo, the beautiful girl playing the Chinese zither, and why does she have such a rich and inhuman brother? Track down on the true identity of Emperor Chu. Just like that, posts about Emperor Chu were forcefully pushed to the top of the Yuba. And there are countless friends who leave messages and participate in the discussion below. At the same time, even Chuluoluo's live broadcast room exploded instantly. Originally, after the PK with Lin Xiaoxiao, Chuluoluo's live broadcast room had already attracted countless fans. However, this time it was even more exaggerated. The number of people following her suddenly jumped from millions to tens of millions. Especially the big anchors on the Shark platform, many of them also joined in the fun, wanting to see who the legendary sister of the rich man is. However, just as the netizens and anchors on the Shark platform were extremely shocked and were discussing Chu Huang and his super popular combo record. On the other side, in Hanwu City, the Shark platform headquarters has also become a mess. In particular, members of their technical department were scrambling to cope with the sudden outburst of information on the platform. As for Shark CEO Chen Jie, he was sitting in his office with mixed feelings, waiting for the follow-up developments of the incident. Mr. Chen, the situation has been verified clearly. This user named Chu Liuxiang is a newly rising wealthy person on the platform. The 300 million funds he just recharged are all real and valid. The program was not modified by hacking technology. And we have already received the money. After listening to the reports from his employees, Chen Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his face became excited and happy. Okay. It's been a long time since we've had such a wealthy user on our platform. Notify them immediately and make sure to package and publicize this matter well. It will also let our opponents see that we Sharks are not powerless. Moreover, our anchors are charismatic and have the ability to attract new forces to join. At the same time, we must give the green light to the live broadcast room of Luo Luo, the beautiful girl playing the traditional Chinese zither. Give her more exposure than any other anchor. We must seize this opportunity and fight a beautiful counterattack. As he spoke, Chen Jie rubbed his hands excitedly. Obviously, for a CEO of a live streaming platform, there is no need for him to make such a high-profile effort to win over a so-called super-rich man. However, he did it without hesitation. The purpose behind this is obvious. That is to gain more profits and popularity. After all, as an executive, knowing how to create momentum and how to maximize capital operations is the most basic common sense, also known as basic operations. However, just when Chen Jie was in high spirits and planned to take advantage of this favorable situation to make a big move. Outside the office, another employee ran in hurriedly. Mr. Chen. He recharged again. Upon hearing the news, Chen Jie stood up instantly, his face full of shock. How much did you top up? This time it's 500 million. Now, even the expression of the Shark CEO began to become colorful. It was not until a while later that he slapped his forehead hard. My dear. What kind of person is this Emperor Chu? That's just not the way it should be, isn't it? As he spoke, Chen Jie waved his hand and said, Come on, both of you, follow me to the technical department to check out the details. Let us talk about Chu Feng on the other side. He was having a great time at this time. He just watched helplessly as wave after wave of shark fins were brushed away by him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity about it. After all, his bank account received numerous text messages regarding deposits that kept coming in the entire afternoon. Of course, most of the 800 million tasks in his hands were given to his sister Chu Luoluo. However, a small part of it was also distributed to some female anchors whom he often follows. Especially Coach Wang, Luo Xan, and Momo were the ones who received special care from Chu Feng. As the saying goes, accumulating wealth is like piling up sand, while spending wealth is like pushing a tower. This statement was well verified in Chu Feng's case. Because this guy wanted to compete for the extra reward, he completed the task of distributing 800 million yuan ahead of schedule in just one afternoon. At the same time, he also won the title of the richest man in the entire Shark platform. Moreover, while he kept giving away money and receiving bank alert text messages, his shark background also received a lot of friend requests. Wow, those are all pretty and sexy female anchors. Some even went so far as to directly note words like trip benefits available and available for face-to-face meetings when requesting to be friends. However, Chuong ignored all this unexpected good fortune. Because at this time he couldn't wait to know what kind of extra reward the system would give him after he completed the task ahead of schedule. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task ahead of schedule, the system rewards are being distributed. P.S. Today, 3 chapters have been completed. Thank you dear readers for your support. At the same time, the live broadcast of this chapter is just for completing tasks and laying out the plot. There is no authenticity in it. So please don't associate it with real-life data and a series of feasible operations. I can only say that novels are originally virtual and imaginary worlds. Also, thanks to Reader Wanderer for the inspiration capsule he sent me yesterday. Chapter 88 The Eye of Luck and 2 Trip Welfare Coupons. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining 25% of the equity of Huya. In addition, since the host completed the task ahead of schedule, the system will give him an additional god-level skill, Eye of Luck. 2 trip welfare coupons will also be given. Chuong didn't find anything strange about the equity of Huya. After all, the reward already exists when the option is triggered. However, Chuong looked like a curious baby about the extra rewards given by the system. Eye of Luck? Trip welfare coupons? There are actually 2 different additional rewards. I have to go take a look right away. Muttering to himself, Chuong immediately found the relevant explanation and instructions for using the Eye of Luck. Eye of Fortune can observe the fortune of all people and things. However, because the host's Eye of Fortune is only at level 1, the host can only see the fortune of the observed person for that day. And behind this line of system notes, the classification of luck is explained in detail. Red, good luck, wealth, the redder, the better luck. Black, bad luck, the darker the color, the worse it is. Black and red, death. Once the observed person has these colors, it means that the end is near. Seeing this, Chuong was stunned for no reason. Obviously, this wave of extra rewards given by the system really surprised him. After all, with this pair of eyes, you can see other people's fortune for the day, which is simply a bug-like skill. More importantly, this pair of eyes of luck can be upgraded by increasing proficiency. By then, let alone the observed person's luck on that day, Chuong would probably be able to clearly see the other person's luck for the week before and after, or even the month. With this magical skill of predicting other people's future with a high probability, Chuong even felt that it would be a pity if he didn't set up a stall on the overpass to tell fortunes. After reading the annotations of the Eye of Luck, Chuong couldn't wait to check the system's description of the 2 trip coupons. However, with just this glance, Chuong's expression changed instantly. The joy just now was gone, and all that was left was surprise and speechlessness. Trip welfare coupons. For each coupon used, the host can choose a live broadcast platform anchor girl at will, meet her in person, and enjoy the welfare benefits she provides. In addition, this welfare coupon is a normal consumable. If the host feels that 2 coupons are too few, the system can adjust the amount according to the host's needs. Nima. Fong Pia Piao and Du Linger are fine. At least they are all acquaintances. What does this trip welfare voucher mean? System, it seems that you are really determined to force me to go down the wrong path? Host, this is wrong. It is not this system that forces you to go astray, but you are originally very crooked. This system kindly reminds you again, hoping that the host can face up to his true inner wishes and not be kidnapped by secular rules. As the saying goes, as long as you don't follow the rules and break the rules, then the rules can't hold you back. Listening to the system's arguments, Chuong was completely speechless. At the moment, he originally wanted to argue a few more sentences with his own system. However, at this moment, a phone call from Su Muching disrupted the quarrel between this person and this system. Where are you now, dear? I'm at home. Did you miss me? I think about it every minute and every second. The two of them exchanged a few boring words before Su Muing got to the point. By the way, honey, pack up later and I'll pick you up. One of my best friends invited us to dinner tonight. It just so happens that I can take you to the mall this afternoon to go shopping and buy you 2 sets of clothes. When the time comes, I will definitely give her a big surprise. As he spoke, Su Muching on the other end of the phone burst into laughter. Obviously, she wanted to show off Chuong in front of her best friend. This kind of mentality is common among girls in love, even Su Muying, a little queen in the entertainment industry, is no exception. Chu Feng did not doubt this, he just smiled and replied. Silly girl, you've worked so hard all day, how can I let you run back and forth again? How about this, you give me a location and I can drive over to find you myself. Hearing Chu Feng say this, Su Muching immediately felt warm in his heart and smiled mischievously. Hee, husband, you are so nice. It's settled then. Wait for me a moment, I'll send you the location of the mall. Having said that, Su Muxiang couldn't wait to hang up the phone. Soon, Chu Feng received her location on his mobile phone. Jinma Plaza? It's not far away. Looks like I can still be lazy for a while before setting off again. After muttering this softly, Chu Feng actually showed a faint smile on his face. As for the 2-trip welfare coupons, he completely forgot about them. At the same time, on the other side, in Shenzhen, is the headquarters of YY. As the founder of YY, Li Shuelin is currently faced with numerous lawsuits. Looking at the pile of documents on his desk, the boss was very confused about the situation. After all, he was the largest shareholder of the entire Huya yesterday, holding 23% of the shares and 76% of the voting rights. However, it was just one short day. However, several of his partners reduced their holdings. Even Lei Jun, the second largest shareholder of Huya and the actual controller of Dami Technology, unexpectedly sold all his shares. Of course, this is not the worst thing. What is even more terrible is that all these shares that were sold off are now in the hands of the same person. The other party now holds 25% of Huya's shares, surpassing himself and becoming Huya's de facto first shareholder. What Li Shuelin didn't expect was, this person is actually the new rich man on the Shark platform. In just one afternoon, the other party spent 800 million gifts on the Shark platform. The major shareholder of Huya actually spent a lot of money on the competitor's platform? Once this news gets out, Li Shuelin will probably have no choice but to find a rope to hang himself. Chu Feng. Hey, how can this guy be so ridiculous? Even if your sister is a streamer on the Shark platform, you can't be so careless about the impact, right? No. We must stop the news from spreading further before this matter is dug deeper. It seems that I have to go to Mingzhu myself. After saying this, Li Shuelin's expression became grim and he immediately called his secretary. However, the founder of Joy does not know at the moment that his trip to Mingzhu will not only change the trajectory of his own life, but will also completely change the fate of the entire live broadcast industry. Chapter 89: The Terrible Private Fan. In the afternoon, 4:50. South Gate of Jinma Plaza. At this moment, Chu Feng and Su Muching finally met victoriously. However, due to his celebrity status, Su Muxiang still consciously put on a mask and his standard baseball cap. Obviously, this kind of dressing can effectively reduce a lot of trouble for her. However, seeing her like this, Chu Feng, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but tease her. Mu Shui, how can you look like you're shopping? This is simply an underground party meeting. Hearing Chu Feng's joke, Su Muching smacked his lips. That's true. I'm going out shopping with my husband, why should I care about all the public opinion? The worst that can happen is that we'll be exposed. That's great. We can make an official announcement openly then. As he spoke, Su Muching's expression immediately relaxed. She also took off her baseball cap, leaving only a black mask. Seeing her desperate look, Chu Feng beside her also had a half smile on his face. Soon, the two of them were chatting and laughing while strolling on the first floor of Jinma Plaza. That attitude didn't show that he was afraid of the pointing and talking of the people around him or their strong onlookers. After all, the two of them, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, and no matter where they go, they will attract the attention of others. This is Su Muching, right? With an excited scream, a young man who passed by them immediately recognized Su Muching. Then he picked up his phone and started taking pictures. Su Muching did not feel embarrassed about this. Even waved at him. Soon, more and more onlookers gathered on the roadside. Among them were both men and women, and they were all extremely excited. Obviously, these people are fans of Su Muching. However, they did not get too close to Su Muhong and Chu Feng. They just took pictures and whispered to themselves. Chu Feng looked very surprised at such a scene. It feels so novel. As a little queen in the entertainment industry, Su Muxiang is no longer surprised by this. Even while shopping, she took the initiative to take photos with several enthusiastic female fans as a souvenir. In this regard, Chuong could only smile bitterly. Mu Shui, is this how you always go out? Su Muching laughed and said, this is just the beginning. You haven't seen anything more terrifying yet. As soon as she said this, she was afraid that Chuong would be unhappy, so she immediately explained to herself, after all, as a public figure in their eyes, this kind of trouble is always inevitable. Hubby, if you don't like it, I'll try to correct it in the future. Leave the public in the spotlight and stay behind the scenes. After a few years, there shouldn't be any such worries anymore. Hearing Su Muhang's aggrieved words, Chuong quickly laughed. Silly girl, they like you because of your charm and ability. Why are you hiding? I was just curious for a moment. As for whether to appear on stage or behind the scenes, it all depends on your own interests and hobbies. If you like acting and love the performing arts, then just stay on stage. You don't need to change your interests and hobbies for anyone. If that happens, you're no longer you. Seeing Chuong being so magnanimous, Su Muxian was also encouraged. But, would you mind if this happened? Won't. Chuong smiled casually and directly saw through the entanglement deep in Su Muhang's heart. Your joy is my joy. Besides, I graduated from a serious directing department. In the future, if I enter the circle, I will need President Su's support and cultivation. Obviously, Chuong said this just to make Su Muxiang happy. After all, a man who had acquired 28% of Shanglong Group's shares in one go wouldn't need her, a CEO of an entertainment company, to support him. However, President Su was very pleased to hear Chu Feng's words. Su Muching laughed proudly and said with a wicked smile, hee, what's the matter? Classmate Chu actually wants to be promoted and cultivated one day? I remember that you were very proud in Lan Yingying's office at that time. At that time, even though I was the leading actor in a big drama, I couldn't convince you. What? Classmate Chu is thinking of promoting and cultivating you now? As he spoke, Su Muxian showed an extremely teasing and arrogant expression. In response, Chuong was stunned at first, then quickly apologized and joked. Boss Su. Wasn't it that I was young and frivolous at that time, and didn't know the fragrance of a rich woman? Now that I've come to my senses, how can I let go of this godsend opportunity? Boss Su, can you please be kind enough to give me one more chance? Seeing Chu Feng's look of repenting for his past mistakes, Su Muching was naturally delighted. Oh well. Since you already know you were wrong, let's not talk about it anymore. Now, I order you to accompany me for a good stroll. If your attitude satisfies me, then we can discuss anything, such as promotion and training. Seeing this, Chuong quickly said, that's it. As long as Mr. Su can give me this opportunity, I will go through fire and water, and work day and night, and I am willing to do it. Obviously, Chuong meant something else. Su Mayan blushed upon hearing this, and immediately spat, bah, bad guy, you're always thinking of bad things, but I'm talking to you seriously now. Do you have any intention to play the leading role of the Empress? If you're interested, I won't look for anyone else. If you don't have any ideas, then Su Muxian hesitated for a moment and said, then I won't act anymore. I'll leave this opportunity to others. After saying this, Goddess Su's expression showed a hint of reluctance and confusion. After all, the Empress's script was carefully selected by her. Originally, even the contract had been drafted. Now that she was asked to give up, she would naturally feel some indescribable emotion and loss in her heart. However, while Su Muxiang and Chuong were flirting here, a black figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd watching at Jinmao Shopping Center. Moreover, this person's target is very obvious, that is Su Muching, who was beside Chuong. What is even more terrifying is that this guy was holding a shining dagger in his hand while he was pushing his way out of the crowd. For a moment, everyone who saw the scene in Jinmao Shopping Mall was stunned. They wanted to shout, but their voices did not catch up with the man's speed. Obviously, this guy who emerged from the crowd should be the legendary Stalker fan. Chapter 90: The Happy Freeloader. As a top star in the circle, Su Muching naturally has many fans. However, when the forest becomes larger, all kinds of birds will appear. Especially people like Seeing fans are even more terrifying. Because people like them are not just star chasers. At the same time, the thoughts and behaviors are also very extreme. In order to satisfy their own selfish desires, they like to track and spy on the daily lives of celebrities and harass their favorite celebrities. What's worse, this group of people will do extremely outrageous things to their favorite stars in public. Obviously, the guy in front of him who rushed out from the crowd with a dagger in his hand was Su Muching's illegitimate fan. Moreover, this person's goal is also very clear. I came here just for Su Mucheng. It's a pity that Su Mucheng was not alone at this time. Chu Feng is also beside her. As Su Muhang's boyfriend, Chu Feng couldn't just watch this dangerous man get close to his girlfriend. What's more, this guy was holding a dagger. Just when everyone was panicking and sweating for Su Mucheng, who was not far away, Chu Feng first blocked Su Mucheng behind him. Then, he faced the person who was coming and kicked him. I have to say, his kick was indeed professional. He kicked the dagger out of the opponent's hand. Immediately afterwards, Chu Feng followed suit and raised his right hand. A slap landed unceremoniously on the man's chest. You have to know that Chu Feng's skills have been honed through the practice of bagwazang, so he is not someone that any random passerby can contend with. So, under Chu Feng's push, the man rolled backwards. The whole person flew backwards 7 or 8 steps. Then he fell heavily to the ground. However, after the guy was pushed away by Chu Feng, there was no expression of pain on his face. Instead, he cried out at the top of his lungs. Oh, damn. Su Mucheng, you bitch. I'm so lucky to have supported you for so many years. You actually found a gigolo in secret. I won't allow you to fall in love. You are mine, and you can only be mine. Hearing the other party's hysterical howling, not to mention Su Mucheng, even the onlookers around began to point at him. After all, his crying sounded quite abnormal to normal people. I'll go. How can such people still exist in this world? Even if you're just chasing stars, you shouldn't be so irrational. Ah, the world is so big and full of wonders. Same-sex fans like this are so annoying. Soon, the surrounding public opinion drowned out the crying and roaring of the illegitimate fan. At the same time, security personnel in charge of Jinmao Plaza also rushed to the scene. After understanding the situation, they immediately controlled the fan who was sitting on the ground and crying. In particular, their security captain ran up to Chu Feng and Su Muing enthusiastically and expressed his own apologies and those of the entire Jinmao Plaza. Seeing that the security captain was so sincere and had an attitude of correcting his mistakes as soon as he knew them, Su Mucheng and Chu Feng did not pursue the matter any further. Not long after, as the stalker was taken away from the scene, the surrounding onlookers also dispersed on their own. After all, there are still more normal people in this world. Although there are also many fans of Su Mucheng among them. However, they also think it is normal for celebrities to go shopping in malls and fall in love. Therefore, most people just join in the fun and watch, and take a few photos. As for more radical behavior, it did not continue to occur. Honey, you were so handsome just now. After the crowd dispersed, Su Muhang excitedly hugged Chu Feng's neck and gave him a kiss of gratitude. But soon, Su Muxuan's eyes moved slightly, and his expression changed. However, next time you encounter such a dangerous situation, especially when the other party has a weapon in his hand, I hope you won't be so impulsive. Just wait for the security personnel to come and deal with it. Otherwise, if you get hurt, I'll. As she spoke, Su Muxuan's beautiful eyes also turned red. It was obvious that Goddess Su was moved and felt palpitations at this moment, but her face showed more fear. In response, Chu Feng did not refute, nor did he show off. He just smiled calmly and said with a doting look on his face, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After hearing Chu Feng's promise, Su Mucheng's nervous expression eased slightly. Then, without any hesitation, she took Chu Feng's arm intimately and continued their stroll today. It can be said that Jinmao Plaza is indeed the premier commercial plaza in Mingzhou. There are countless fashion brands and luxury flagship stores here. After wandering around for a while, Su Muhang took Chu Feng into an Armani clothing store. Hello, welcome to Armani. As soon as the two entered the door, a salesperson with a professional smile on his face came over. Although most of the staff in such luxury stores are professionally trained, they will not look down on others. However, as in-store salespeople, they deal with all kinds of customers over the years. That's why they developed a very vicious gaze. The salesperson who was walking towards Su Mucheng and Chu Feng just glanced at the two people in front of her, and soon she focused her attention on Su Mucheng as the person she needed to serve next. As for Chu Feng, he just nodded at him politely. Moreover, the smile the salesperson gave him was somewhat strange. In this regard, Chu Feng could only pinch his nose with embarrassment, thinking, looking at the look in her eyes, does she think I'm a gigolo who's hooking up with a rich woman? Thinking so, Chu Feng and Su Muxian walked to the customization area one after another. Then, Su Muxian was really rude and directly displayed her unique attributes as a wealthy woman. This one, and this one. Try them all. I'll take a look at the rest. Just like that, Su Muching helped Chu Feng pick out 7 or 8 sets of clothes. That posture gave a sense of heroic spirit reaching the sky. Mu Xing, isn't this too much? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Muxiang looked back blankly. A lot? This is just the beginning. Hurry up and try on the clothes first. After you buy these, I'll take you to pick out some watches and accessories. Today, I'm going to give you a complete makeover. Seeing Su Muching so excited, Chu Feng could only let him go. Never mind, as long as the girl likes it. Besides, being a happy gigolo is actually pretty good. Thinking so, Chu Feng followed the salesperson into the fitting room. Chapter 91: A bunch of idiots. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. This proverb is particularly suitable for Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng originally had a very lethal face. However, when he put on a brand new set of equipment, his temperament and aura were even more eye-catching. At this time, not to mention the staff inside the Armani store, even Su Muiying, who had been dealing with those handsome stars for many years, fell for her. Sir, this suit really suits you. It's like it was made for you. I have to say that the salesperson in front of Chu Feng is really good at talking. Although what she said was more for her own sales and performance. But her eyes were very honest. She just kept staring at Chu Feng in the mirror without even blinking. Seeing this scene, Su Muching slowly walked forward. At this moment, she just circled around Chu Feng and looked at him carefully. Then, Su Muching did not express any opinions or attitudes towards Chu Feng's new equipment. She just said something to the salesperson. I just picked out clothes of this model. I want 1 set of each. As soon as Su Muiying said this, the salesperson immediately became excited. Ma'am, you just picked out 18 sets in total. Do you want all of them? Certainly. Su Muxuan didn't even raise his eyes and continued speaking with certainty. Please pack all the clothes for me and send them to Thompson First Class. As for the detailed address, I will send it to you later. Hearing Su Muiying's heroic words, the staff in the Armani store were stunned at first. Then they did not dare to be negligent and quickly got busy. After all, Su Muiying's move was a big deal for them. However, while the shop assistants were carefully serving tea and water to the wealthy mother and packing clothes, Chu Feng's eyes inadvertently swept over Su Muching beside him. Obviously, Su Muhang's expression and demeanor at this moment showed a hint of displeasure. In response to this, Chu Feng stood aside with a smile on his face and asked, Mu Xing, what's wrong? Looking at your expression, you seem a little unhappy. Are you still thinking about that illegitimate fan just now? Seeing Chu Feng's attentive observation, Su Muxiang grumbled and did not hide it. No, it has nothing to do with what happened just now. I just regret bringing you out to choose clothes. Why? Chu Feng was stunned and asked curiously. Su Muching said with a look of anger, It's all because of your face that this trouble happened. Didn't you notice that after you came out of the fitting room, there were a lot of eyes staring at you? They stare at you like you're looking at a fresh cucumber. I don't like it very much. After listening to Su Muching's explanation, Chu Feng immediately burst into laughter. Just for this? No wonder you were in such a hurry to pay the bill and leave. After Chu Feng's joke, Su Muching stomped his feet in annoyance. Humph, if I had known you were going to recruit people like this, I should have come by myself. Following Su Muiying's words, Chu Feng continued to joke, Otherwise, I'll leave. As he said this, he took a step forward, as if he was going to leave. At this time, Su Muhang knew clearly that this guy was joking with him. But she still grabbed Chu Feng's arm fiercely. Then, Goddess Su frowned again and said, Now that you are here and have been seen, it's too late for you to leave now. Having said that, Su Muxiang changed the subject again. However, there is one thing I need to explain to you in advance. My best friend is a rare beauty. When we meet, you are not allowed to flirt with her. Did you hear that? Upon hearing Su Muxiang's words, Chu Feng immediately acted like a good boy, nodding quickly and trying to cheer her up. Yes. I promise, I'll only watch you tonight. As for your best friend, I definitely won't even glance at her. Although Chu Feng's assurance seemed like a joke. But after hearing this, Su Muhang was very satisfied and nodded with a little pride on his face. That's more like it. Just chatting about random things. Soon, Su Muxing and Chu Feng paid the bill and walked out of the Armani clothing store arm in arm. At the same time on the other side. In Jean Mao's underground garage, a Lamborghini was parked quietly in a dark corner. Inside the car, Du, with a sinister look on his face, was squinting his eyes and holding his mobile phone. Soon, the cell phone rang as expected. Hello, I'm Du. How's the task I asked you to do going? When the phone was connected, Du's voice was very urgent. And he seemed quite unwilling at the moment to reply to Master Yu. The operation has failed. The people we found are no match for Chuong. That guy's skills are too agile. Besides, it can be seen that he did not give his best effort. Now, the security of Jinmao Plaza has taken the person under control. I'm afraid they will hand the person over to the police next. Listening to the report on the other end of the phone, Du's expression became more and more ferocious. Damn it. Xia Laosan, what on earth are you going to do? That little red-haired fellow was very skilled. Didn't I tell you that a long time ago? Why would you make such a mistake? It seems that you didn't take what I told you to heart. Seeing Du getting angry, the voice on the other end of the phone immediately trembled. No, Master Yu, please listen to my explanation. I was just careless for a moment. Don't worry. Anyway, this kid hasn't left Jinmao yet. Please give me another chance. After hearing what Xia Laosan said, Du's face became even uglier and he started cursing at him. Xia Laosan, do you have a pig brain? 2 accidents happened at the same time and place? Is this a surprise? Do you want to kill me? Or do you think everyone in the world is just like you, a fool? After Du said this, Xia Laosan on the other end of the phone was also stunned for a moment. Although he was reluctant to admit that he was a fool, he could not find any reason to refute what Master Yu said at this moment. That. Master Yu, in your opinion, what should we do next? After hesitating for a few seconds, Xia Laosan immediately kicked the ball back to Du. What else can I do? Send someone to keep an eye on that kid first. Wait until they leave Jinmao, and then look for an opportunity. After saying that, Du didn't give Xia Laosan on the other end of the phone any chance to speak, and hung up the call angrily. Afterwards, the young master of the Du family angrily slapped the steering wheel twice and growled, "Idiots, what a bunch of idiots." Chapter 92. We are neighbors. No one expected that the knife-wielding private fan who appeared in Jinmao Plaza before was actually someone hired by Du. Moreover, that guy went straight towards Su Muching at that time. Therefore, even Chuong didn't notice anything wrong. Subconsciously, I regarded him as a fan with extreme behavior and radical thoughts. However, while Du was cursing Xia Laosan as an idiot, Chuong and Su Muching had already walked out of Jinmao Plaza arm in arm. Muxing, don't we need to go downstairs to get the car? Seeing that Su Muching had no intention of going to the underground garage, Chuong quickly asked. In response, Su Muxiang smiled faintly. Need not. The place to eat is nearby, just across the street. For this distance, driving might not be as fast as walking. After hearing what Su Muching said, Chuong stopped asking questions. Then, the two of them strolled along the way as if no one was around. In just a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. A private kitchen called Zuoxianju. Of course, although this is a private kitchen, the place is quite large. It was a whole row, 5 floors up and down. Moreover, from the appearance, this private kitchen is very retro and elegant, with a nostalgic Han and Tang dynasty charm. We've arrived. This is it. Standing in front of the door, Su Muching pointed at the elegantly lit door and boasted to Chuong, "My dear, don't be fooled by its large size. Only a few people can come in to eat here. Because this place is owned by my best friend. If you don't have the membership card she issued, no matter how much money you have, you can't enter here." Chuong was immediately interested when he heard it, so advanced? That is. As he spoke, Su Muheng took Chu Feng's hand and walked in as if he was familiar with the place. Obviously, Goddess Su is a frequent visitor here. So when they saw her coming, even the manager here hurried out to greet her. "Miss Su, you are here. The young lady has been waiting for you in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Please follow me." The other party politely led the way for Su Muxing and Chuong. Soon, they arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the 5th floor. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Hall is slightly different from the private rooms downstairs. Because the entire 5th floor, except for the corridor and the hallway outside, belongs to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. What's even more strange is that the Dragon and Phoenix Hall is basically made of bamboo on all 4 sides. It can be seen that the owner here likes green bamboo very much. Or to be more precise, I like the tranquility and indifference that can be blown from any direction. After leading Chu Feng and Su Muching out of the bamboo gate, the manager here retreated respectfully. After all, he knew the character of his eldest daughter clearly. The 5th floor of Zuoxianju is the eldest lady's private territory. Generally speaking, no one is allowed to enter here without the permission of this young lady. Otherwise, the outcome would be very miserable. Seeing the manager retreating on his own initiative, Chu Feng raised his lips slightly and asked half-jokingly, "Mu Shui, who is this best friend of yours? I can already feel her powerful aura before we even meet. This shouldn't be an ordinary person, right?" Su Mushuan didn't understand the deep meaning behind Chu Feng's words, but said proudly, "Of course. Someone who can become my best friend in the entertainment industry can't be an ordinary person. You'll know once you meet her." As he spoke, Su Muching knocked lightly on the bamboo door a few times. Then, without waiting for the person inside to respond, he pushed the door open and walked in. Judging from her appearance, it was obviously not her first time here. Sister Ling, we are here." I hadn't taken a few steps inside when Su Muching's greeting was heard. At the same time, a woman's laughter that Chu Feng was extremely familiar with came from the inner room. "Little girl, sister knows you are here. I saw it on the surveillance camera a long time ago. Come in." Su Muching chuckled and pulled Chu Feng to the inner room. At this time, Chu Feng frowned slightly and kept muttering in his heart. "Why does this voice sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere, but I couldn't remember where it was at the moment." However, just when Chu Feng was confused, Su Muching had already pulled him into the inner room. Next second, the expression on Chu Feng's face immediately became strange. The expression showed surprise, confusion, but mostly speechlessness. Because the person sitting at the table with a smile on her face at this moment is none other than the recipient of the system's reward, Du Linger. What is even more exaggerated is that Du Linger seemed to have dressed up carefully today. Although her makeup was light, the corners of her lips were bright red. Coupled with her tied-up long hair and a white cheongsam, she looks no less stunning than the little queen Su Muying. She is even more mature and charming than Su Muxiang. Just looking at Du Linger, Chu Feng felt a little helpless. I never thought that they were actually best friends. What do I call this? Walking into a trap? Like a moth to a flame? However, Su Muching naturally could not detect Chu Feng's inner thoughts at this time. After seeing Du Linger, Su Muhang immediately let go of Chu Feng's hand and rushed over. Then, the girl didn't care about her image at all. She hugged Du Linger's neck from behind, gave her a quick kiss on the face, and said in a coquettish manner, "Sister Ling, I missed you so much after not seeing you for so many days." Seeing Su Muxing being so lively and playful, Chu Feng was also dumbfounded. He subconsciously hooked his empty palm, and he even felt that he was redundant standing here. So, love disappears, right? Thinking of this, Chu Feng's expression also became interesting. But at this moment, Du Linger slapped Su Muhang's palm in annoyance. "Come on, you still miss me, girl? I've been back for a few days, but you didn't even come to see me. I think you are really tired of spring sleepiness." Su Muxiang's pretty face turned red instantly after being teased by Du Linger. His eyes even glanced at Chu Feng on the other side intentionally or unintentionally. However, just when Su Muhang was about to introduce his beloved to Du Linger stood up contrary to her usual behavior. Then, she walked slowly and lightly, and walked straight to Chu Feng. "Mr. Chu, I haven't seen you for a few days. I hope you are doing well. But shouldn't you be interning with the group at this time? How come you have so much free time? This is completely different from the response you gave me on the phone, right?" Hearing Du Linger's words, Chu Feng immediately touched the tip of his nose, not knowing how to respond. After all, it is always embarrassing when a lie is exposed on the spot. At the same time, Su Muhang on the side also came to his senses and ran to the two of them with a strange look on his face. "My dear, you and Sister Ling, do you know each other?" Before Chu Feng could answer, Du Linger smiled mysteriously and interrupted him, "Silly girl, of course we know each other. Mr. Chu and I are neighbors." "Neighbor?" After receiving such an answer, Su Muhang was stunned at first, and then looked at Chu Feng on the left and Du Linger on the right, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 93, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Zuoxianju, Dragon, and Phoenix Hall. Just as Chu Feng and the other two were emotionally discussing the thought-provoking topic of how distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, on the other side, in the underground garage of Jinmao Plaza, a middle-aged man with untidy beard also got into Duyu's Lamborghini. After the big man got in the car, he first smiled at Mr. Yu with a silly look on his face. At this time, Du rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Xiao Laosan, why don't you just stay at your post and come to me? Could it be that if I asked you to follow someone, you would lose him? Faced with Du's questioning, Xiao Laosan quickly waved his hands. No, no. Master Yu, it's like this, I didn't lose the person. But there were some minor issues. We can't make a decision. We can only come and report to you in person, Master Yu. Upon hearing the word situation, Du Yu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Du gave the idiot in front of him a cold look, took a deep breath, and then asked very impolitely, "What the hell happened again? Look at you. It's fine if you don't have the ability to do things, but you always cause trouble for me. I really can't count on you at all. I'm telling you, if you can't handle this matter today, then you should disappear from Mingzhu as soon as possible, and take your mistresses with you." Shit. Hearing Du Yu's disgusted words, Xiao Laosan also broke out in a cold sweat. Master Yu. This really can't be blamed on me. Brothers didn't expect that the boy would go directly to Zhuxianju after leaving Jinmao. You know, that's the eldest lady's territory. Before Xiao Laosan could finish his words, Du threw the phone at him. Just shut up. Xiao Laosan, I'm warning you one last time. Don't mention that bitch in front of me. We don't have a young lady in the Du family, we only have 2 young masters. Do you understand? Xiao Laosan was stunned, really frightened by Du Yu's ferocious appearance. Of course, although this guy didn't dare to retort verbally, he was very disdainful in his heart. Come on, what do you mean the Du family only has 2 young masters? Who in the world doesn't know that you and that young master are both illegitimate children raised by the old man of the Du family? Is the eldest daughter the legitimate descendant of the Du family? Even if you want to confuse right and wrong, you don't have to be so shameless. Do you naturally couldn't hear Xiao Laosan's inner monologue? Especially at this time, after Du knew that Chu Feng went to Zhuxianju, he became even more manic. Damn it. I knew that this little naked guy named Chu Feng must be related to that bitch. I didn't expect that I would be caught red-handed today. Good, very good indeed. Tonight, neither of you 2 dogs will have a good time. He vented the anger in his heart with gnashing teeth. But after venting his anger, Du looked helpless again? Because, even if he knew that Chu Feng and Du Linger had a close relationship, he couldn't do anything to his adopted sister. Especially, they are still in Zhuxianju. So, soon, Du frowned. Seeing him like this, Xiao Laosan suddenly became clever and came up with some weird ideas. Master Yu. How about we take this opportunity to tie up Du Linger and the others? When the time comes, the person will be in your hands. Can't you make him square or round as you wish? Hearing what Xiao Laosan said, Du's eyes immediately lit up and he casually gave him a sugar-roasted chestnut. Get lost. Damn, I say you're stupid, but you really don't use your brain, do you? If I could have taken action against that bitch openly, I wouldn't have had to wait until today. Believe it or not, if I take action tonight, the old man will definitely find out tomorrow. Killing brothers and sisters, do you know how serious a crime this is in Qingmen? When the time comes, those old guys who support her will definitely send me to the execution hall and give me 3 cuts and 6 holes in my body. Besides, is that bitch still accompanied by that old immortal Lin Yaodong? You guys are just dreaming about kidnapping her. At this moment, Du was scolding Xiao Laosan while rubbing his abdomen. Obviously, he was so angry with the guy in front of him that his liver hurt. But at this time, Xiao Laosan was neither anxious nor slow, and seemed to not take Du's warning seriously at all. Master Yu, don't you think too highly of Lin Yaodong? No matter how powerful that guy is, he is just a human being. As long as we find an opportunity to drug him, it won't be a problem to kill a few people. Xiao Laosan's words made Du, who was standing beside him, feel very upset. And drugged? Are you stupid? Did you have any chance of getting close to them? Du gave Xiao Laosan a big look again, but he was still grinning. Master Yu, of course I don't have the chance to get close to them. But isn't there someone in Zhuxianju who can approach them? After hearing what Xiao Laosan said, Du immediately realized something? You have placed people inside Zhuxianju? As soon as this question came out, Du shook his head. That's impossible. I have tried to place people there many times but failed. Can you succeed? Master Yu is joking. I didn't mean to plant anyone there on purpose. It's just that my lover happens to be working as a waitress there. Besides, she is a migrant worker from another place with a clean background. Du Linger should not have found out about my relationship with her. After Xia Laosan's explanation, Du Yu's eyes immediately lit up and he asked, Xia Laosan, is the lover you mentioned reliable? Xia Laosan patted his chest and said, of course I'm reliable. I'm her first man. If I tell her to go east, she will never dare to go west. Seeing Xia Laosan's confident look, Du Yu's brain began to work rapidly. But he still did not agree to the kidnapping plan that Xia Laosan had mentioned before. After all, that plan was shit and the risk of being exposed was huge. However, Du Yu was unwilling to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge. After thinking for a while, the eyes of the young master of the Du family finally became sinister. Because, at this time, he had already thought of a perfect plan that could both bring down Du Linger and kill Chu Feng. In Du Yu's opinion, this plan was a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. Du Yu sneered twice, then took something out from his pocket and handed it to Xia Laosan. Chapter 94. It's time to talk business. An old hand like Xia Laosan would naturally recognize the things that Du Yu gave him. However, when he took the bottle of medicine, his face was full of surprise and confusion, and he was even muttering in his heart, oh my goodness, this young master Yu is really a werewolf. He actually carries this thing with him when he goes out. It seems that they are ready to fire at any time and anywhere. It has to be said that the wonderful life of the young master of the Du family is really hard for ordinary people to imagine. However, after muttering a few words in his heart, Xia Laosan looked at Du Yu with a confused look on his face and asked, Master Yu, isn't this a tool you use to pick up girls? What use would I have with it? It won't be used by that little naked guy named Chu Feng, will it? That's too cheap for him. Seeing that Xia Laosan couldn't figure it out for a while, Du Yu smiled coldly. Cheap? Do you think this is something that everyone can get? Besides, it doesn't matter who ends up with this thing. This is exactly the result I want. When the time comes, whether that little naked guy gets mad or that bitch Du Linger gets naughty and lewd, it will all be the same. I just need to make this a reality. As he spoke, Du Yu wiped the corner of his mouth with disdain and continued to murmur evilly, Du Linger, that bitch, I don't know her yet. She needs to wake up and realize that she was drugged and raped. I'm afraid I don't even need to do anything. She can skin that little bastard Chu Feng alive by herself. Hearing Du Yu's words, Xia Laosan was stunned at first, and then immediately gave a thumbs up to this young man. Hey, Master Yu, you cut the tofu with a knife, both sides are smooth. Hi, really hi. Du Yu, who was standing by, said unhappily to Xia Laosan's admiration, that's enough, there's no need to say any more meaningless nonsense. It's only right to get the job done for me as soon as possible. When Xia Laosan heard this, he immediately chuckled and said, yes, Mr. Yu, don't worry, I'll go right away. After saying that, Xia Laosan immediately pushed the door, got out of the car, and started to do his errands. But Du Yu didn't rest at this time? After all, the medicine he gave to Xia Laosan was just part of his plan. Because this time, he was setting up a trap not only for Chu Feng, but also for Du Linger. Obviously, in Du Yu's opinion, even if Du Linger slept with a strange man for one night, it would not be enough to shake her status and power in the Du family. Therefore, this time Du Yu is going to be ruthless and directly knock Du Linger off the altar of the Du family. Moreover, he also wanted people to see with their own eyes the passionate scene of Du Linger having sex with a wild man. In this way, the so-called eldest daughter of the Du family, the so-called iron-blooded Thornflower, will inevitably be discredited. By then, let us see if she still has the nerve to compete with me for control of the Qingmen group and the Du family. Of course, do you also consider the identity of this onlooker and witness over and over again? After all, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to rush into Zhuoxianju and Du Linger's box. So, in order to prevent everything I have done before from being in vain. In the end, Du Yu directly set his target on his father, Du Tianji, the head of the Du family? Just imagine what kind of experience a father would have when he witnessed the entire process of his daughter seeking pleasure. By then, not to mention Du Linger, even Chu Feng's fate and end would become quite miserable. As soon as he thought of this, Du Yu couldn't help but smile maliciously. However, at this time he was trying his best to control his emotions. Because, next, it's time to test his acting skills. After calming down, Du Yu took the phone and slowly dialed Du Tianji's number. The moment the call was connected, the expression on Du Yu's face changed instantly. It was a feeling of grievance, anger, and endless complaints. Dad, you have to make the decision for me, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, Du Yu burst into tears. However, Du Tianji on the other end of the phone looked confused and didn't understand what was going on. What's wrong? Could it be that you are causing trouble outside again? Du Tianji's voice came immediately. Obviously, from his tone, the head of the Du family is very fond of his precious son. Dad, I didn't cause any trouble. But I ran into the guy who beat me up in the Dynasty Club yesterday again today. Moreover, he also entered my eldest sister's Zuxianju. Dad, you have to make the decision for me on this matter. My elder sister and I are blood relatives no matter what. How could she team up with an outsider to bully her own brother? She is harming her siblings. As he spoke, Du Yu's crying became louder and louder. Du Tianji on the other end of the phone was silent for a while after hearing this. There is such a thing. Don't feel wronged. Don't worry, Dad will definitely take care of this matter for you. After saying that, Du Tianji on the other end of the phone hung up. At the same time, in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall of Zuxianju, Sima Chang, Xu Feng, and Du Linger were toasting each other. And at that time they had no idea that a not-so-small conspiracy network was coming towards them. Sister Ling, I'll finish this cup, you can do whatever you want. Su Muxian was naturally excited to reunite with her best friend. Especially after drinking a few glasses of red wine, her slightly tipsy face looked even more charming and attractive. However, Su Muqing's heroic drinking style made Xu Feng frown slightly. After all, Goddess Su's alcohol tolerance is well known, and 1 or 2 glasses of red wine may be just an appetizer for her. But at this moment, she and Du Linger had already finished 3 bottles of red wine. No matter how good the wine is, it's not meant to be drunk the way she does. Seeing Su Muxing beside him raising her glass to drink again, Xu Feng quickly stood up and took the glass from her hand. Mu Xing, you've drunk too much. You can't drink anymore. Or I'll take this cup for you. Xu Feng's considerate and gentle behavior made Du Linger, who was standing by, envious. Especially at this time, Du Linger, after drinking a few glasses of red wine, her charming face also turned red. The pair of eyes looking towards Xu Feng were shining with a gleam of light and filled with indescribable charm. However, Su Muxuan in front of him was laughing and even staggering. Who drank too much? I didn't drink too much, no. I can still fight for another 300 rounds. After saying that, Su Mian spit directly on Xu Feng. As for Xu Feng, he did not show any disgust, but picked up Su Muying and said to Du Linger on the other side, "Excuse me, Miss Du, where is the bathroom? I'll take her to clean it up." In response, Du Linger smiled lightly and tapped with her jade finger to guide Xu Feng in the direction. Then, Xu Feng carried the somewhat confused Su Muqing to the bathroom. On the contrary, Du Linger, who was watching this scene, bit her jade finger with her red lips and said with a smile, "Xiao Shang is still the same as always. She can't drink much, but she still wants to show off. But it's not bad to make her drunk. At least, next, it's time to talk about business." He just muttered to himself for a while. Du Linger subconsciously glanced at the leftovers on the table again. Then she pressed the remote control on the table rudely. Not long after, the food delivery door on the restaurant wall opened again. A freshly opened bottle of red wine and a few hot side dishes were also respectfully handed in by the people outside. Chapter 95. I'll tell you if you guess right. I have to say that the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the 5th floor of Zuxianju is large enough and has all the necessary facilities. Otherwise, the waiters downstairs would see Su Muqing like this. I'm afraid this girl won't even be able to wait until tomorrow, and will be on the hot search tonight. Of course, it was precisely because Du Linger's place was private and safe enough, and with Xu Feng guarding her, that Su Muheng dared to drink so boldly tonight. After all, Goddess Su's work and circle are too different. Plus she is the president of Shanglong Entertainment. Therefore, her every word and action would be watched on weekdays. There are rarely such opportunities to do whatever you want. Honey, I'm sorry. I lost my temper today. And I vomited all over you. You must not be angry with me. I promise, I will never do that again. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Su Muqing muttered in a daze, and he looked like he couldn't even open his eyes. At this time, Xu Feng fully demonstrated his boyfriend power. He was seen supporting Su Muheng's body with one hand, while with the other hand he quickly wrung out a warm towel and kept wiping the corners of the mouth of the lovely girl in his arms. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not angry. It's just that you really need to rest now and sober up. Otherwise, you'll have a headache tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Xu Feng casually threw the towel beside the pool. Then, he accurately pressed several acupoints on Su Muqing to speed up the rescue. Soon, Su Chuong, who originally felt dizzy, leaned peacefully in Chu Feng's arms and fell into a deep sleep. About 10 minutes later, Chu Feng returned to Du Linger holding Su Chuong, who was snoring slightly. However, he did not sit down at this time, but said goodbye to Du Linger directly. Ms. Du, I'm so sorry. Mu Xing did drink too much tonight. I think we are destined to be together. Let's make an appointment next time. I have to take this girl back to rest first. Having said that, Chu Feng nodded slightly and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Du Linger slowly stood up and stopped Chu Feng. You can't leave now. If you go out like this foolishly, Xiaoxian's reputation will be ruined in one day. And the lounge is right next to me. I think you might as well let this girl have a good sleep first, and then leave when she sobers up. As she spoke, Du Linger charmingly filled Chu Feng's glass with wine and pushed the glass in front of him. Besides, didn't you drink too? I can't drive. Instead of looking for a designated driver, why not continue to drink a couple of glasses with me? It can be considered a wine to revive my soul. Listening to Du Linger's words, Chu Feng knew that tonight was a blessing in disguise, and he couldn't avoid the disaster. However, Du Linger's excuse for the soul-returning wine was truly unheard of. Chu Feng had never heard of anyone coming back to life by drinking. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Feng finally nodded. Then, he placed the sleeping Su Muhang in the lounge on the other side before turning back. At this time, Du Linger held the wineglass, took a sip, and looked at Chu Feng with a smile in her beautiful eyes. But the meaning contained in her smile is complicated. Seeing this, Chu Feng could only speak helplessly and went straight to the point. Ms. Du, you asked me to come here today. I'm afraid it's not just to have a drink with me, right? You know, Chu Feng is not a fool. The Du Linger in front of him first asked Lin Yaodong to make an appointment with him. After he made up his own excuse to shirk the responsibility, he immediately contacted Su Chuong. Moreover, the system had clearly told Chu Feng the relationship between Du Linger and Du Yu. Originally, Chu Feng didn't want to break this layer of window paper. He really wanted to take advantage of Su Muhang's drunkenness to leave. However, Du Linger had no intention of letting it go. Therefore, at this time Chu Feng had no choice but to confront Du Linger. But what Chu Feng didn't expect was that after hearing his straightforward question, Du Linger actually laughed. At the same time, the eldest daughter of the Du family slowly stood up and sat next to Chu Feng with a glass of wine. Chu Feng. To be honest, I asked you to come here today because I wanted to have a drink with you. I heard from Uncle Dong that you made him drunk before. So, I was very curious and wanted to see if you were really as amazing as Uncle Dong said. At this point, Du Linger's laughter paused slightly. Of course, besides having a drink with you today, I do have some other things to do. Seeing Du Linger finally getting to the point after talking for a long time, Chu Feng frowned slightly and said, "It's for your precious brother, do you, right?" Hearing Chu Feng's words, Du Linger instantly showed a look of astonishment. But soon, she rolled her eyes at Chu Feng in annoyance. "Dear brother? Humph, I, Du Linger, am an only child and have never had a younger brother. As for the Du Yu you mentioned, he is just the bastard my old man sowed after a night of love outside. What does his life or death have to do with me?" Seeing that Du Linger's attitude did not seem fake, Chu Feng immediately looked puzzled. "If you're not doing this for Du Yu, then what are you doing this for?" Seeing Chu Feng's confused look, Du Linger couldn't help but joked, "You can guess. If you guess right, I'll tell you." After saying this, Du Linger let out a laugh as sweet as a silver bell. Chu Feng was very upset and thought, "Aren't you kidding me? If I guessed right, do you still need me to tell you?" However, just when Chu Feng looked puzzled and did not make any comment, Du Linger picked up the wine glass again. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Well, let's change the terms. How about you finish this cup with me and I'll tell you?" Hearing her words, Chu Feng was stunned, with a hesitant look on his face. However, Du Linger, who was holding the wineglass, seemed a little unhappy. "Why, you're a drunkard who got Uncle Dong drunk, and you still care about a small glass of red wine? Or are you afraid that I'll poison your wine?" As she spoke, Du Linger raised her wineglass and began to drink it down in gulps. It seemed as if he was trying to prove something to Chu Feng. Seeing her like this, Chu Feng smiled bitterly and sighed, then picked up the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Du Linger immediately smiled. However, her next action made Chu Feng puzzled. She put down her wineglass and suddenly moved close to Chu Feng. Then she opened her red lips and whispered in Chu Feng's ear, "I know you took the Qingmen shares from Feng Yuanshan. So, I want to make a deal with you. P.S. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I would like to wish my lovely readers and friends a happy holiday and every day goes well. Chapter 96, Hit. Chuong never thought that Du Linger went to great lengths to ask him out, not for Du Yu. It was for the 20% of Qingmen Group shares that he held. Thinking back to the time when he had won the drinking contest against Lin Yaodong, the shares of Qingmen Group were awarded by the system. At this moment, Chuong understood something instantly. However, facing this situation in Du Linger's passing move, Chuong was still subconsciously stunned. Of course, his gaze soon returned to normal from his trance of watching the ball. Trade? I wonder how Ms. Du wants to trade with me. As he spoke, Chuong slightly leaned forward, as if he wanted to avoid Du Linger's charming face that was close to him. Facing Chuong's extremely subtle action, Du Linger's face was full of anger. However, she didn't get angry at all. She just chuckled twice before answering. If you want, I can pay you to buy all the shares of Qingmen Group from you. When Du Linger said this, Chuong was stunned. But before he could answer, Du Linger continued. Of course, if you don't want to sell these 20% of Qingmen shares, I won't force you to do it. But I hope to get the same treatment as that girl Xiaoxiang. Halfway through her words, Du Linger slowly raised her eyes. At this moment, her charming eyes looked at Chuong and instantly became affectionate. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Chuong, who was sitting upright in the chair, almost staggered. At the same time, he kept muttering in his heart. The same treatment as Mu Xing? What treatment? That was the woman I had taught a lesson to. Can you two get the same treatment? Or does Du Linger in front of him also want to start one-on-one teaching with me? However, before Chuong could react, Du Linger started to giggle and continued, I heard from Xiaoxing that you gave her the right to decide 28% of Xinglong's shares. So? Du Linger didn't continue talking. But her meaning was obvious. She wanted to have the same treatment as Su Muying and have the right to decide on Qingmen's 20% equity. Or to be more precise, from the very beginning, she had no intention of acquiring the Qingmen Group's shares from Chuong. All she wanted was the decision-making power of Qingmen Group. After all, 20% of Qingmen Group's shares is a considerable sum of money. Even Du Linger couldn't raise so much money. It was for this reason that the eldest daughter of the Du family chose to settle for the second best. Of course, there is a deeper meaning behind her making such a request. After all, you are not related to them in any way, so why should they give you the power to make the decision? As expected, facing Du Linger's request, Chuong immediately smiled. Ms. Du, maybe you don't understand the situation? The reason why I gave 28% of Xinglong's decision-making power to Mu Xing is that it was my betrothal gift to Mr. Su Zhanshan. It can also be regarded as a commitment and attitude. But there doesn't seem to be such a relationship between you and me. Chu Feng's words hit Du Linger's heart. At this moment, she had no scruples at all and directly gave Chuong in front of her a sitting and leg kill. Then, her slightly red eyes twinkled, and she half-jokingly said, hee, I can also learn from Xiaoxiang and pledge my love to you. As she spoke, Du Linger leaned forward and stared at Chu Feng's determined eyes with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Chuong was stunned. He stood up without caring about Du Linger, who was hanging on him. Ms. Du, you've drunk too much. After saying that, Chuong directly took Du Linger off his body and kept a distance from her. But the more Chuong was like this, the more excited Du Linger looked. Even at this moment, she was staring at Chuong with her eyes wide open and laughing. Next second, Du Linger even raised her delicate hands and began to unbutton the collar of her cheongsam. At the same time, Chuong also felt dazed. Then, a strange hallucination appeared. Especially when looking at the graceful figure in front of him, Chuong actually mistook her for Su Muying. How so? I clearly have the blessing of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, so why do I have this kind of hallucination after drinking? No, it's not the alcohol. This is. Could it be that Du Linger added some seasoning to the red wine just now? Fortunately, Chu Feng's body is really not that of an ordinary person. After all, he was baptized by the traditional Chinese martial art of Baguazhang. Today, his physical strength and warriors can no longer be taken lightly. Chuong realized something was wrong and immediately made the most correct choice. He strode forward and grabbed the ice bucket for wine on the other side of the table. Then he raised the ice bucket and poured it over his head. Du Linger was completely stunned when she saw this scene. I only heard her laugh like a silver bell, and then she couldn't help but joked, "Ha, little brother Chuong, am I so charming that you can't control yourself and give yourself an ice bucket challenge?" You are so funny. Facing Du Linger's teasing, Chu Feng looked angry. However, at this moment, Du Linger, who was wearing a cheongsam, didn't know whether she had laughed so hard that she choked, or for some other reason, her whole body suddenly became weak and her head collapsed to the ground. Then, her expression seemed as if she was enduring something in pain. After seeing this, Chu Feng did not hesitate at all. He stepped forward quickly and placed 2 fingers directly on Du Linger's pulse. Obviously, Du Linger's expression at this moment was basically the same as Chu Feng's just now. However, she does not have the same physique as Chu Feng. Therefore, he couldn't bear the effect of the medicine for a moment, his legs became limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Damn it, she got caught too? Chu Feng frowned and muttered just like that, and his expression became more and more complicated. Originally, Chu Feng thought that it was Du Linger who planned the drugging incident. However, judging from the current situation, this is not the case at all. After all, Chu Feng had become much more sober at this time due to the stimulation of the ice bucket. Moreover, he would not be so self-righteous as to think of himself as a walking hormone, thinking that any woman who saw him would risk her life to throw herself at him. Besides, even if Du Linger really had such a wild idea, she wouldn't go so far as to spice it up for herself, right? You know, this thing is not poisonous. However, if it is not handled properly, it will cause irreversible damage to the body. Especially when it happens to a girl, the consequences are even more serious. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately picked up Du Linger without saying a word. It seems like we have been set up. Don't move. I'll take you to the hospital right now. However, just when Chu Feng was about to carry Du Linger out, Du Linger in his arms struggled to grab Chu Feng's collar and pleaded, Chu Feng, don't go to the hospital, and don't go out. No, I can't let people outside see me like this. Just consider it as me begging you. As she spoke, Du Linger bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth. He even bit the corner of his mouth until a trace of blood came out. Chapter 97 Mr. Du, why are you here? I have to say that Du Linger is also a ruthless person. In order to make herself more awake, she actually bit her lip. And used this intense feeling of pain to help yourself regain your sanity. Of course, the reason why she has such a strong character is naturally inseparable from her background and family environment. However, Du Linger's method seemed futile to Chu Feng. Although the brief pain did help Du Linger regain some of her sanity. But, she couldn't keep on feeling the pain. If that were the case, no matter how strong her mind was, she would not be able to bear it. Thinking of this, Chu Feng, who was holding Du Linger, opened his mouth again. However, before Chu Feng could speak, Du Linger, who was slightly more conscious, endured the torment and said weakly, Chu Feng, bring me my phone. Hearing her words, Chu Feng was immediately stunned. He didn't understand what Du Linger needed the cell phone for at this time. But seeing that she was so persistent, Chu Feng still gently placed her on the seat and took her cell phone. Gritting her teeth, Du Linger summoned her last bit of rationality and called Lin Yaodong. However, before Lin Yaodong on the other end of the phone could speak, Du Linger panted and said hurriedly, Uncle Dong, immediately seal off Zuoxianju. And come up immediately and guard the 5th floor. No one is allowed to step into the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. After doing all this, Du Linger snapped her fingers and the hung-up phone fell to the floor of the restaurant with a muffled sound. Seeing that Du Linger didn't even have the strength to stand up at this time, she was still able to clearly assign tasks to Lin Yaodong. Chu Feng beside her was also drunk. Obviously, from Du Linger's previous 2 explanations, Chu Feng already understood her intention. Du Linger suspected that there was a traitor in her Zuoxianju. That's why she ordered Lin Yaodong to seal off the entire restaurant. After she wakes up, the first thing she will do is to find out who the traitor is. As for letting Lin Yaodong guard the Dragon in Phoenix Hall, the reason is even simpler. Because of her pride, she would not allow anyone to see her in such a miserable state. However, when Lin Yaodong received Du Linger's call, he did not share Chu Feng's idea at this moment. Hearing his eldest daughters panting on the other end of the phone, Lin Yaodong was instinctively stunned at first, and then he actually had a look of joy. Oh my god, isn't this miss too tough? Judging from the noise on her phone, could it be that she has already launched a fierce offensive against Chu Feng? Yes, that's definitely right. Otherwise, why would the young lady ask me to seal off the Dragon in Phoenix Hall? Only. Isn't the young lady from the Su family still in the Dragon in Phoenix Hall? Could it be that they... This is crazy. Thinking of this, Lin Yaodong, who had been wandering around the outskirts of Zuoxianju, dared not delay and just trotted back to Zuoxianju. At the same time, in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. In a hurry, Chuong could only help Du Linger relieve the pain through physical means. The chilled towel was applied on Du Linger's face over and over again. Why are you doing this? Aren't you tired of pushing yourself like this? At this time, Du Linger had no time to explain these principles to him. Her bright red lips opened and closed, and then she whispered softly, "Little brother Chuong, don't I still have you? You'll help me, won't you?" Now, after making a series of explanations, Du Linger no longer suppresses her physical and mental pain. For a moment, the way she looked at Chuong changed completely. Seeing her like this, Chuong felt indescribable torment in his heart. After all, he is not a saint or a sage, nor is he a monk or a Taoist priest. In addition, the effect of the medicine was only suppressed by him using an ice bucket and could not be completely eliminated. So, he wavered. I was even more shouting in my heart. Damn, who can stand this? This is fatal. Feeling the blood in his body boiling again, a game of chess began in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. To be honest, Du Linger's white cheongsam with black stockings is really captivating. In particular, there is one thing that is completely different between her and Su Mucheng. That is because Du Linger has practiced some martial arts since she was a child, so she is very outstanding in both explosive power and sense of lines. And coupled with the wild energy that she bursts out with a little concentration. The feeling can only be described by the 4 words reaching the pinnacle. However, just as the sounds of fighting were heard in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall of Zhuxianju. Outside Zhuxianju, a black Rolls-Royce arrived quietly. Moreover, the car did not park in the parking space next to Zhuxianju, but went straight to the entrance of Zhuxianju. Then the car door opened. Just like that, surrounded by a group of burly men in black suits, a man who looked to be in his early 60s walked to the door. However, he first glanced at the locked door of Zhuxianju, and then snorted rudely. Break the door. There wasn't too much nonsense, just these 2 short words, but they expressed an unquestionable domineering aura. Seeing their boss speaking, the group of burly men in black behind him did not hesitate. 2 of them punched the glass door of Zhuxianju. The next second, the glass door immediately shook and collapsed into pieces of broken glass. This sudden scene not only scared the staff inside Zhuxianju, but also frightened many passers-by. After all, no matter how rotten or poor the quality of the door of Zhuxianju was, it wouldn't be smashed by a punch. Obviously, the 2 burly men in black were not ordinary people at all. At least they have practiced it like Lin Yaodong and Chuong. Inside Zhuxianju, the manager who heard the noise immediately came out with security guards. Originally, this guy was very unhappy and wanted to see who was so bold as to smash the door of Zhuxianju. However, when the manager saw the visitor, he became completely humbled. After shivering for a while, the manager quickly hugged his body and ran over quickly. Mr. Du, why are you here? Hearing his words, the man snorted coldly and said unceremoniously, "Why, do I need to notify you when I come to my daughter's store?" After saying this, the man looked disdainful and went straight to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the 5th floor under the protection of several strong men in black. However, before the group of people could rush to the bamboo door of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, a figure blocked their way with a smile. "Mr. Du, the young lady is discussing something inside. Please wait a moment." Obviously, the person who dared to stop Qingmen boss Du Tianji in person was none other than Lin Yaodong. Looking at the guy in front of him who didn't give him any face at all, Du Tianji's face couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 98 Chop it up, feed it to the dog. The relationship between Lin Yaodong and Du Tianji is obviously not as simple as the outside world interprets. You know, although Lin Yaodong is known as the #1 master in Qingmen, he is not Du Tianji's man. Or, to be more precise, it was once upon a time, but it is no longer the case. Back then, when Lin Yaodong was still a lonely and helpless homeless child, it was Du Tianji's father who picked him up from the street. At that time, Qingmen had been on a downward spiral after experiencing the turmoil of its golden age. Later, Du Tianji's father passed away with grief. As the only heir of Qingmen, Du Tianji had to take over his old man's legacy and carry the banner of Qingmen. At that time, Lin Yaodong was indeed Du Tianji's right-hand man. Of the 2 of them, one is in the light, the other in the dark. It took a full 30 years to lead Qingmen onto a white path. However, later on, due to some special events, the 2 Qingmen bosses gradually developed irreconcilable differences. Especially in the past 10 years, Lin Yaodong has been standing behind Du Linger with all his strength, supporting this orthodox bloodline of the Du family. However, due to the influence of the idea of favoring boys over girls, Du Tianji strongly advocated that the future Qingmen should be handed over to his son for management. As a result, the conflict between Lin Yaodong and Du Tianji became even more intense. Of course, Uncle Dong is also a grateful person. If it weren't for the kindness of the old man of the Du family in raising him and recognizing his talent, with his influence in Qingmen today, he could easily start his own business and compete with Du Tianji. This is also the reason why Du Tianji has no way to deal with this former good comrade and good brother. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Du Tianji stared coldly at Lin Yaodong, who was blocking his way. At this moment, he felt resentful and dissatisfied. However, most of us are helpless. After all, in the current Qingmen, there are only two people who can make Du Tianji, the helmsman of Qingmen, feel helpless. One is Lin Yaodong, and the other is Du Tianji's mother, the old lady from Qingmen. Dong. You just step aside. I'm here today to take care of household chores. It has nothing to do with you. Faced with Lin Yaodong's obstruction, Du Tianji suppressed his anger. But, in the end, he could only use the word housework as an excuse. However, in response to Du Tianji's statement, Lin Yaodong smiled coldly and spoke sarcastically. Family matters? I wonder which home Mr. Du is talking about. Is it the big Du family, or the small family you keep in the rose garden? Du Tianji was furious after being humiliated in public by Lin Yaodong. Lin Yaodong. Are you really going to tear your face off with me today? Seeing Du Tianji like this, Lin Yaodong was even more disdainful. Shame? Du Tianji, do you still know what shame is? Isn't that ridiculous? If you had the nerve back then, how could Shoujuan have died of depression? How could the young lady end up being bullied by two bastards? I'm afraid you've long forgotten what you promised me and your godfather. As he spoke, Lin Yaodong's eyes turned bright red. An unspeakable hatred and memories that had been sealed away for a long time all surged into his heart at this moment. However, just as Lin Yaodong's negative emotions were about to reach their peak, the bamboo door of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the 5th floor suddenly opened. Du Linger's melodious voice also came out. Uncle Dong, let him in. Hearing the melodious sound coming from the bamboo house, Lin Yaodong's expression changed slightly. Obviously, Lin Yaodong had already noticed the movement downstairs before this, and he also warned Chuong and the other man who were having a heated argument in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall by knocking on the door in advance. Now, seeing the bamboo door on the 5th floor wide open and Du Linger's voice coming out as if nothing had happened, Lin Yaodong finally put his heart at ease. However, even so, Lin Yaodong still did not have a good face towards Du Tianji. In the past, people in Qingmen said that Lin Yaodong was just a dog of the Du family. Now it seems that this statement is not only wrong, but also extremely wrong. After all, in Mingzhu, the number of people who dared to treat Du Tianji badly could not exceed one palm. After exchanging a glance with Du Tianji, Lin Yaodong stopped trying to stop him and turned back to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. However, at this time the Dragon and Phoenix Hall was the same as usual, with no signs of any fierce fighting. Even Du Linger's white cheongsam was very neat, except that the pair of black stockings that were originally worn on her legs were now nowhere to be seen. Of course, although Du Linger tried her best to control her mind at this time, the lingering emotion in the corners of her eyes could not be concealed. In particular, the communication between her and Chu Feng did not even last until the first half before it was forcibly interrupted. Because of this, Du Linger felt indescribably depressed and annoyed. On the contrary, Chu Feng, who was standing aside, had a calm expression. At this moment, he was playing with the crystal goblet in his hand, thinking wickedly, it seems that this is still a serial trap, and the other party has a very accurate grasp of time. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly just now and only damaged a pair of stockings. Otherwise, if that cheongsam is torn off as well, then I will be speechless. However, just as Chu Feng was daydreaming, Du Tianji and his men quickly walked into the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Looking at her old father who had suddenly arrived, Du Linger just glanced at him coldly and did not even stand up. Old man, how come you, a busy man like you, have time to come to my little temple today to give me guidance? Logically, you should be accompanying your second and third concubines right now, right? The words spoken are a mockery. Obviously, the relationship between Du Linger and Du Tianji, father and daughter, is not very harmonious. However, Du Tianji ignored his eldest daughter at this time. His sinister gaze simply swept towards Chu Feng, who was sitting at the table. After exchanging glances with Chu Feng, Du Tianji looked even more contemptuous and waved directly at the two big men in black behind him. Go, tie this kid up for me, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. No extra questions, no reasons. The Du Tianji in front of him really showed his cruelty and ruthlessness as the leader of Qingmen. Obviously, in the eyes of this Qingmen boss, the pretty boy in front of him is nothing, he can live if he wants him to, or die if he wants him to. Of course, the reason why he did this was not only to seek an explanation for his beloved son, but he also wanted to use Chu Feng's life to give Du Linger and Lin Yaodong a warning, so that they can be more obedient in the future. However, what Du Tianji did not expect was that when he saw the two burly men in black moving forward, his precious daughter had an indifferent expression. She didn't even think of standing up to stop it. Du Linger just smiled sarcastically and said lightly, "Old man, if you really want to touch him, you have to think about the consequences. He is now the second largest shareholder of Qingmen Group, holding 20% of Qingmen's shares. If something happens to him in your hands, do you think the old seniors behind Qingmen will let you go?" Chapter 99, something more important than playing a game. You have to know that the early Qingmen had strict rules and regulations. Therefore, if Qingmen disciples want to accept disciples, they must go through extremely strict assessment and examination. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a saying in the martial arts world that there is only one Qingmen group and a large group of Hongmen. As the current leader of Qingmen, Du Tianji must not break the sect rules and regulations passed down by his ancestors. Although, in terms of power, Du Tianji is the undisputed number one in Qingmen, his seniority is not the highest in Qingmen. What's more, those old seniors mentioned by Du Linger also have shares in Qingmen Group. Today, if Du Tianji really dared to kill a shareholder who held 20% of Qingmen's shares, then naturally some people would worry whether it would be their turn tomorrow. Once this fear spreads within Qingmen, the consequences will definitely be something Du Tianji cannot bear. The 10 rules of Qing sect: no chaos in the martial arts world, no harm to fellow disciples. Old man, if you really attack him today, you will break both of these rules. When the time comes, those old seniors in the sect will definitely come out and ask you for an explanation. Also, I must remind you of one more thing. He is not only a shareholder of Qingmen, he also holds shares in Shanglong Group. Su Zhanfeng's daughter is his wife-to-be. If anything happens to him here, not only will you fail underwater, you won't be able to pass this test in public either. Hearing Du Linger's threat, Du Tianji's face had already turned blue and red. Originally, the Qingmen boss just wanted to vent his anger for his precious son today, and take this opportunity to reduce the power in Du Linger's hands. But he didn't expect that Chu Feng, who beat his own son, had such a strong background. Just because he is a shareholder of Qingmen, Du Tianji cannot act rashly. Of course, as the helmsman of Qingmen, Du Tianji is not a brainless, easy-to-foolery idiot. Faced with his daughter's provocative demonstration, he quickly suppressed his anger and couldn't help but sneer twice. "Girl, have you forgotten that I am the largest shareholder of Qingmen? I know the composition of Qingmen's board of directors better than you do. Can you fool me with such boring lies?" Obviously, Du Tianji was skeptical about what he said. At this moment, he was more observing the expression on his baby daughter's face to see if she was panicked or scared. It's a pity that Du Linger's expression was still the same at this time, and even the corners of her mouth kept rising, revealing a hint of contempt. "Old man, do I need to deceive you with such a clumsy lie? If you don't believe me, you can just call Fang Yuanshan and ask him. Let's see who he sold his shares to. As for the Shanglong Group, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Xiao Xiang is in the box right now. It's just that she's drunk and in the lounge next door. If you are interested, I can call her out." Seeing Du Linger looking so confident of victory, Du Tianji really believed her words this time. Although he did not call Fang Yuanshan on the spot at this time, his expression began to become inexplicably cold. After standing there awkwardly for a long time, Du Tianji once again glanced at Chu Feng, who seemed to be indifferent. Then, he didn't do anything stupid like taking off his pants to fart. He just turned his head and said, suppressing his anger, "Let's go." Obviously, in Chu Feng's eyes, there are still many differences between the two big guys, Du Tianji and Su Zhanfeng. Although they are all used to the attitude of superiors. However, their styles and personalities are very different. Since Su Zhanfeng has been doing business for many years, he tends to consider the pros and cons when doing things. However, Du Tianji is a gloomy person. Although he also considers his own interests, the ruthlessness in his bones is obvious. This kind of person either doesn't take action, or once he does, his attack is fatal. Therefore, compared to Su Zhanfeng, Chu Feng is more afraid of Du Tianji. However, Du Linger did not notice the change in Chu Feng's eyes at this time. She just looked at the old man's hurriedly leaving back with a smug look on her face. Then, her face was filled with a smile. Humph, finally left. On one hand, she muttered in annoyance, and on the other hand, Du Linger winked at Lin Yaodong, who was staring at the side in amazement. "Uncle Don, follow me down and take a look. See if these guys have caused any financial losses to my store." Also, take a careful inventory of the situation downstairs. If there are any losses, let them pay for it before leaving. It is obvious that Du Linger is not trying to recover any economic losses. It is obvious that she just wants to get Lin Yaodong away. Lin Yaodong also knew this tacitly. Yes, miss, I'll go down and take a look. Make sure they don't get away with it. As he spoke, Lin Yaodong turned around and gave Chu Feng a thumbs up and gave him an encouraging look. The implication seems to be saying, young man, work hard, I am rooting for you. Not long after, Lin Yaodong walked out of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, and this guy was very considerate and closed the bamboo door of the box for Du Linger and the others. It was not until Lin Yaodong's footsteps gradually faded away that Du Linger stood up with a smile on her face and sat on Chu Feng's lap. That intimate posture was 3 parts shy and 7 parts provocative. Indescribable charm. That's good. No one will bother you anymore. Brother Chu Feng, do you think we should continue the second half? After all, this game is only halfway through, and I still feel uncomfortable, don't you think? After saying that, Du Linger took the initiative to launch an offensive. However, at this time Chu Feng smiled gently, his eyes gradually became serious, and his big hand patted Du Linger lightly under her body. The game was still suspenseful halfway through. But don't you think we have more important things to do right now? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Du Linger was stunned for a moment. And then, Chu Feng's actions also made Du Linger, who was immersed in the fantasy of the game, come back to her senses. He just stood up with one hand around Du Linger's slender waist. Then, Chu Feng grabbed the bottle of red wine that was later delivered to the box by the dining table with his other hand and shook it twice. Seeing this scene, Du Linger immediately understood the profound meaning of Chu Feng's action. Then, her face, which still had some lingering charm, suddenly became fierce and cruel. You're right. This matter should be thoroughly investigated. Chapter 100 Du Linger's Reward. After Chu Feng's reminder, Du Linger, who was originally in high spirits and eager to play in the second half of the game, immediately came to her senses. At the same time, even her expression turned cold. From a tender and affectionate little woman to a cold, bloodthirsty, iron-fisted big sister. It only took Du Linger 1 second. Then she swiftly turned over and slid off Chu Feng. Then, he lowered his head, picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground, and made a call. Manager Liao, I'll give you 2 minutes. Find all the staff who had contact with the last meal delivery at the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant today, and bring them to the 5th floor. Immediately. After a commanding call, Du Linger's eyes suddenly narrowed, and there were flashes of eerie light in the corners of her eyes. You know, whether it was Du Linger or Chu Feng, they were both tricked. However, this does not mean that the two have lost their memories. Especially the subsequent wave of food deliveries from Longfeng Hall made them even more suspicious. After all, Sima Cheng was not affected at all after getting drunk, and he was the only 2 people in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Hall who were caught off guard. What does this mean? This shows that there was no problem with the drinks and dishes in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall before. The problem was that after Sumo Hung got drunk, Du Linger ordered another wave of drinks and food. As long as we understand this point, it will be easy to find the traitor in Zhuxianju. Of course, as the owner of Zhuxianju and the eldest daughter of the entire Qingmen, Du Linger would never admit in front of the employees outside that she had been drugged. So, she took advantage of the fact that Manager Liao had not brought the person up yet and replaced the bottle of red wine that had been seasoned with something else. After she had prepared everything, Manager Liao's respectful voice finally came from outside the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Miss, I have brought all the people here as you ordered. In response, Du Linger sneered and snorted, come in. Soon, the bamboo door of the box was pushed open, and Manager Liao, along with 5 male and female service staff from Zhuxianju, walked into the box and came in front of Du Linger. Miss, Mr. Chu. Even though he had a smile on his face, Manager Liao was actually feeling extremely nervous. After all, the old man of the Du family had just left Zhuxianju when the eldest lady gave him such a strange order. Anyone who encounters this situation would be terrified. Because at this moment, no one, including Manager Liao, knows what they will face next. However, just when this group of people were feeling uneasy and lowering their heads, a rare smile appeared on Du Linger's beautiful face. First, she glanced at the 5 people behind Manager Liao. The 5 people's jobs in Zhuxianju can be identified from their clothes. 2 of them are chefs from Zhuxianju. As chefs, they naturally have the opportunity to come into contact with the drinks and dishes delivered to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. As for the other 3, one is a waiter responsible for managing the operations of the 5th floor. The other 2 are waiters. Linger just looked at the 5 people in front of her coldly, and for a moment she couldn't tell who among them had tampered with the drinks. However, Chuong, who was sitting next to him, noticed something. Of course, the way he looked was not actually using his naked eyes, but rather he was using his eye of fortune. Under the gaze of Chu Feng's eye of destiny, he immediately found the one who was most likely to have committed the crime among the 5 people. After all, under the observation of his eye of luck, the other 4 people either had no reaction at all or had mediocre luck. Or there will be a red glow on the body, which means good luck is bestowed upon it. The only person who was standing on the far right was the waitress, who had black light all over her body. Obviously, she was unusually unlucky today. As for whether her bad luck was related to the secret drugging, Chuong had no idea. However, compared to Chuong, who has cheats, Linger also has her own set of methods. At this moment, she just stared at the 5 people in front of her silently for a long time, and then she winked at Manager Liao, who was becoming more and more uneasy. "Manager Liao, don't be so nervous. Actually, I asked you to come up for nothing else. It's just that, just now, Mr. Chuong gave a high evaluation of your service and dishes tonight. So, I called you here because I want to reward you. It will also allow you to show your face in front of Mr. Chuong." Upon hearing his eldest daughter's words, Manager Liao immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then even said a few words of false modesty with a happy look on his face. "Mr. Chu, you really flatter me. It is our duty to serve every guest here well. Besides, the reason why we can have such service standards is that the eldest lady is a good leader and knows how to assign people to the right positions. I have to say that Manager Liao is a very smart person. Seize the opportunity to flatter the leader. When he speaks, he has a lot of different ideas. It's a pity that Linger doesn't want to listen to his flattery and fawning now. Okay, Manager Liao. It's better to avoid saying this kind of official documents in front of me in the future. You know my temper and character. I can't stand these empty words. Of course, I'm not used to doing anything pretentious or empty. So, my reward to you today is not just a verbal praise." As she spoke, Linger slowly turned around, picked up the bottle of red wine that she had long ago switched the bottle, and then rudely handed it to Manager Liao. "Manager Liao, as the manager here, you should be familiar with this bottle of wine." Manager Liao was stunned at first, and then said cheerfully, Of course. This is Romane Conti from 1990, worth." Before Manager Liao could finish, Linger narrowed her eyes and smiled, interrupting immediately, "This bottle of wine now belongs to the 5 of them. However, there is only 1 bottle of wine, but there are 5 people. So, please ask Manager Liao to distribute it equally for me." As she spoke, Linger's voice paused slightly, and she spoke seriously to the 5 people. "Of course, no matter how much this wine is worth, after you drink it, it is just a consumable and cannot solve your real needs. So, to prevent you from saying behind my back that I am a stingy boss, I have also prepared a big red envelope for each of you present here. After you finish this cup, you can go to the finance department to collect it yourself." Sure enough, when they heard that there was a big red envelope to be received, the expressions of the 5 people changed immediately. What an excitement, what a gratitude. If Linger's prestige in their hearts wasn't so deep, these guys would have jumped for joy on the spot and shouted "Long live the young lady." Of course, just as the Zuoxianju staff were ecstatic and guessing how much extra bonus they could get tonight. Manager Liao, who was standing by, also came up to them holding 5 wine glasses filled with red wine. Chapter 101, Finding the Traitor. It must be said that Linger's move of testing someone in the name of reward really amazed Chuong, who was standing by. Without making any noise, the young lady from Qingmen had already taken in the expressions and demeanor of the suspects in front of her. The most fatal thing is that among the people here, except for the person who drugged her, the other 4 people were completely unaware of Linger's methods and true intentions. They simply thought that the eldest lady was very satisfied with their performance tonight and wanted to give them an exception and reward. Soon, starting with the 2 chefs on the left, they happily took the wine glasses from Manager Liao. Then just drink it all in one gulp. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." After drinking the wine, both of them were filled with smiles. Afterwards, he bowed respectfully to Linger and slowly left the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Then, the waiter in charge of the 5th floor also picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp, imitating the former. Then, slowly exit. Now, there are only the last 2 waiters left in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Hall. They are all women and look young. When Manager Liao came up to them with a glass of wine in his hand, the 2 hesitated. However, the expressions on the faces of the 2 waiters were completely different. Because the woman standing on the left here simply looked embarrassed and conflicted. The woman on the right had a look of fear and panic on her face, her eyes fixed on the wineglass in front of her. He couldn't stop rubbing his hands back and forth. Seeing this scene, both Du Linger and Chuong already had the answers they wanted in their hearts. Especially Chuong, he had a very determined look on his face. Because the woman with a panic-stricken face was exactly the unlucky person he had found through the eye of destiny before. "Miss, I don't drink, can I?" Looking at the wineglass in front of her, the woman on her left hesitated for a while, then looked at Du Linger with a pleading look on her face. Hearing her words, Manager Liao became displeased at first. Kai, what's wrong with you? Do you know how much this glass of wine is worth? This is Romane Conti. Besides, since the young lady has made an exception to reward you, it is your honor. How can you deliberately refuse it? You must finish this glass of wine today, no matter what, or else. However, before Manager Liao finished his scolding, Du Linger on the other side had a cold face and said, "Manager Liao, what's your attitude? I'm just happy today, so I wanted to have a drink with you all. What are you doing? Are you forcing someone to do something?" As she spoke, Du Linger smiled and said to the woman named Kai, since you can't drink, forget it. Go down and get the red envelope. For Du Linger, since she has found the traitor lurking in Zhuoxianju, it doesn't matter whether she drinks the glass of wine or not. Seeing that her eldest lady was so considerate, Kai, who had been looking nervous, quickly bowed to her. "Thank you, Mississippi." "Thank you, miss." After saying that, Kai turned around excitedly and ran out. At this time, the only staff left in the Longfeng Hall were Manager Liao and the last waiter. However, with the precedent of Kai, the woman also wanted to follow suit and refused the glass of wine in Manager Liao's hand. "Miss, I." However, before she could open her mouth to ask, Du Linger's beautiful face suddenly became gloomy. "Manager Liao, there is nothing for you to do here. You can go down now. Also, call Uncle Dong downstairs up to me. I have something to tell him." Seeing Du Linger's mood change so quickly, Manager Liao was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, as a worker, even if he had something in mind, he didn't dare to ask or say more, and could only nod obediently. Then turn and leave. It was not until Manager Liao walked out of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall that Du Linger narrowed her eyes and stared at the woman in front of her. "Jia Hongmei, if I remember correctly, you have been in Zhuoxianju for about half a year." Hearing Du Linger's sudden question, the woman named Jia Hongmei became panicked instantly. "Yes, miss, thanks to the care of Miss and Manager Liao, I have been working here for 8 months. Haha, 8 months? It's been a long time. But I didn't expect that you hid it so well." After saying this, Du Linger's voice became even more fierce. "Tell me, who told you to put drugs in that bottle of red wine just now?" Du Linger's words hit Jia Hongmei like a wake-up call. However, although she was panicked at this time, she still refused to admit what she had done. "Miss, I am innocent, I am innocent. I didn't drug you, really. Miss, you must believe me. I'm a migrant worker from a small county town. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Although Jia Hongmei continued to argue, her tone was clearly lacking in confidence. Especially at this moment, she glanced at the bottle of red wine with seasonings added to it with a guilty conscience. All of this was seen by Chuong and Du Linger. At the same time, Lin Yaodong walked in hurriedly from outside the box. However, he was a little surprised when he saw this scene. After all, in Lin Yaodong's imagination, the Dragon and Phoenix Hall today should be full of enthusiasm and exude a strong hormonal atmosphere. However, the scene before our eyes reveals a hint of weirdness that is unimaginable. "Miss, you are." After walking a few steps behind Du Linger, Lin Yaodong's gaze quickly fell on Jia Hongmei, who looked panicked. After a moment, he asked. In response, Du Linger smiled coldly, "Nothing, just found a traitor." As she spoke, Du Linger frowned slightly and looked at Lin Yaodong. "Uncle Dong, this woman in front of you is left to you to deal with. Give orders to break her arms and legs, and then throw out the pearl." Lin Yaodong was obviously stunned when he heard Du Linger's words. He didn't expect that the young lady who was so gentle and affectionate just now would become so intimidating when she turned around. Especially, Chuong was still watching at the side at this time, which had a really bad influence. However, just when Lin Yaodong behind Du Linger was about to speak and get things done clearly. But Jia Hongmei was the first to give up. When she heard that Du Linger was going to have her hands and feet broken, the woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. "No. Miss, I'll tell you everything. It's all because of that bastard Xie Tianyun that I did this. Miss, spare me, spare me. When they heard the name Xie Tianyun, both Du Linger and Lin Yaodong's faces suddenly darkened. Because they know very clearly who was behind this Xie Tianyun? Chapter 102, start with the people around him. Although Xie Tianyun has no power or influence in Qingmen, his seniority is not very high either. However, in the entire Mingzhu underwater system, few people dare to offend him. Because everyone knows that this guy is a dog of Duyu, the young master of the Du family. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. Therefore, due to the face of the Qingmen Du family, no one was willing to provoke this mad dog Xie Tianyun. Xie Tianyun, it turned out to be this bastard? Seeing that Jia Hongmei directly gave out Xie Tianyun's name out of fear and terror, Lin Yaodong, who had been standing behind Du Linger, immediately became furious. Even Du Linger's expression was terribly gloomy at this moment. However, soon, Du Linger's expression changed from anger to sneer. Heh, Xie Tianyun is just a mad dog beside you. It seems that the one who wants to deal with me is not Xie Tianyun, but that bastard Duyu. As she spoke, Du Linger glanced vaguely at Chu Feng. Then, she said with a face full of resentment, "You were too gentle last night. If you had known that he would cause such a scene today, you should have beaten him to death last night." When Du Linger said this, Chu Feng was also very upset, and he sighed in his heart, "Wow, this pair of siblings really have a deep love as deep as the sea." Seeing Chu Feng's silent smile, Du Linger stopped teasing him. Instead, she turned her head and glanced at Lin Yaodong behind her. Seeing Du Linger's expression, Lin Yaodong was quite perceptive. "Miss, do you want me to mobilize some manpower to make this Xie Tianyun disappear?" In response to Lin Yaodong's initiative to offer, Du Linger raised her jade hand slightly, with a strange smile on her face. "There's no need to disappear. But it's better to find someone to control this mad dog. It will save him from biting people randomly again." As she spoke, Du Linger's gaze fell on Jia Hongmei, who was trembling all over and collapsed on the ground. "And this woman. Find someone to look after me, too. Remember, both human and material evidence are indispensable. Since that bastard wants to play dirty tricks on me, I'll just give him a king bomb. I want to see. All the evidence is there. How can the old man protect him then?" Hearing Du Linger's words, Lin Yaodong immediately understood what she meant. "Clear." After nodding and saying "I understood," Lin Yaodong took a few steps forward and dragged the weak Jia Hongmei out of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. As she watched the two men leaving, Du Linger's charming eyes couldn't help but gleam with an elusive light. Obviously, at this time, she already had a detailed plan to deal with Duyu in her mind. It was not until the door of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall box was closed by Lin Yaodong again that Du Linger smoothed her wrinkled cheongsam and stood up and came to Chu Feng. However, this time, the eldest daughter of the Du family had no intention of going straight to the point. Instead, he sat lazily opposite Chu Feng. Then, she swayed her long legs in front of Chu Feng and giggled. "Hee hee, little brother Chu Feng. Now, everything that needs to be dealt with has been dealt with. This time we can finally continue the previous game in peace and quiet." As she spoke, Du Linger gently shook her jade hand and began to tell Chu Feng how to get rid of the true meaning of these 4 words. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a Rolls-Royce speeding on Pearl Avenue, Du Tianji, with an angry look on his face, was talking on the phone with his old friend Fang Yuanshan. Although Fang Yuanshan had already sold his Qingmen shares at this time. However, his seniority in Qingmen is still there. Moreover, the two have worked together for many years and have some personal relationship with each other. "Old Fang, tell me the truth, have you sold all your shares to a young man named Chu Feng? This issue is important, very important." Listening to my old friend's urgent questions on the other end of the phone, Fang Yuanshan also sighed helplessly and said After getting this answer, Du Tianji's expression became even gloomier. At this time, even his driver and bodyguard said with a look of horror, "Mr. Du, please calm down first." The young lady obviously came prepared this time. "No matter how angry you are, you should take care of your health first." Obviously, Du Tianji is not an ordinary driver. From his words, it can be seen that this person is definitely Du Tianji's confidant in Qingmen. Of course, if he didn't have absolute trust, Du Tianji would not have arranged for him to drive for him and protect his safety along the way. After all, driving for the boss is not only a technical job, but also a personal job. Sure enough, after listening to his driver's persuasion, Du Tianji's face finally stopped trembling. But at this moment, he was still angry. This damn girl, she knew that I wanted Yuer to take over the position of the leader of Qingmen, but she just refused to live in peace. It's not a good thing for a girl like her to be involved in those dark and dirty things all day long. Before, there was Lin Yaodong who helped her to do mischief, so I just turned a blind eye to it. But now, there is another Chu Feng. This person not only holds Qingmen's shares, but I think his relationship with Linger is also unusual. If we let them continue to make trouble like this, won't our Qingmen Foundation have to change its name? Obviously, as someone who has lived through that era, Du Tianji attaches great importance to family bloodline and surname. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against the public opinion and wanted to support his incompetent son to inherit the family business. It's a pity that this Qingmen is not his alone. Even if he owns more shares in Qingmen Group now, he can't do anything to those old seniors in Qingmen. After all, as the leader of Qingmen, he couldn't do something to betray his teacher and ancestors. However, Du Tianji was busy with the lawsuit and had no place to vent his anger. His driver thought for a moment and then spoke again. Mr. Du, since we can't deal with Chu Feng openly, can we use some other means to make him disappear completely? This way, you won't have to worry about it anymore. Hearing his words, a hint of murderous intent immediately appeared in Du Tianji's eyes. But soon, he shook his head again. This method can only be the last resort, and it is also the most helpless method. After all, even if we make Chu Feng disappear, we won't be able to get the shares he holds. Instead of getting into this unnecessary trouble, it's better to have a frank talk with him. If he is willing to sell his Qingmen shares, that would be the best. But, if he insists on going down this path, then we might as well start with the people around him. I just don't believe it. This Chu Feng could have jumped out from a crack in the rock. As soon as Du Tianji said this, his driver immediately understood and nodded. Because he knew clearly that this seemingly unconscious conversation was his boss giving him important instructions. The focus of his next work must also shift to investigating this young man named Chu Feng. Chapter 103 Husband, you're on the trending search. The next morning. The sun shines all over the earth. When Su Muxuan opened his sleepy eyes, he found himself lying on the soft pillow of his own high bed. At the same time, she changed her clothes from the professional suit she wore last night after drinking into a set of soft pajamas. Outside the bedroom door, tempting aromas wafted in the air and involuntarily penetrated into her nostrils. For a moment, Su Muhang's charming face was filled with a happy smile. Without rushing to wash up, Su Muying directly lifted the quilt on his body, tiptoed out of the bedroom, and sneaked to the kitchen door. Sure enough, at this time in the kitchen, Chu Feng was busy working. With a chuckle, Su Muching rushed in barefoot and hugged Chu Feng's waist from behind. Chu Feng smiled indifferently at this sudden sneak attack. Are you awake? Are you feeling better? After Chu Feng said this, Su Muching immediately lay on him and made a wonderful pass. However, the ball did not fall into Chu Feng's hands, but hit him lightly on the back. Then, Su Muxiang rubbed Chu Feng's cheek with her own face in a coquettish manner. It's much better now. But my head is still a little dizzy. Hearing her babyish answer, Chu Feng looked relaxed. I knew you would feel uncomfortable when you woke up in the morning. Here, there's a hangover soup prepared for you on the table. Go drink it quickly. Drink it and then have breakfast. After Chu Feng said this, Su Muxiang quickly turned around. Sure enough, there was an empty bowl and a large bowl of sobering soup neatly placed on the dining table. Seeing this scene, Su Muxuan's eyes couldn't help but become misty. Then, she couldn't help but kiss Chu Feng on the cheek and giggled. Hubby, you're so nice. Before he finished speaking, Su Muhang quickly jumped off Chu Feng, then trotted to the dining table. It has to be said that since establishing a relationship with Chu Feng, Su Muching's stomach has received unprecedented high-standard treatment. After all, for a man who can make a hangover soup so delicious, making other delicious dishes would be a piece of cake for him. Before long, Su Muxing finished up all the hangover soup on the table. Moreover, this little girl actually felt like she hadn't wanted to get enough. But soon, she felt uncomfortable again. Because, early in the morning, she had eaten sobering soup so much that she felt powerless to eat the delicious breakfast that Chu Feng brought to the table later. Su Muxian was staring at the basket of hot and fragrant meat buns on the table, as well as the soy milk that Chu Feng had just ground for her. She was drooling. However, when she subconsciously touched her slightly bulging belly, she instantly became deflated. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much hangover soup. Now I can't even eat a bun. I can only watch. It's really hard. After mumbling for a while, Su Muhang's face was full of resentment. At this time, Chu Feng happened to walk out of the kitchen. Hearing Su Mucheng's complaints, Chu Feng immediately smiled evilly and said, "Silly girl, what's so sad about this? The hangover soup is just a few bowls of water. It will be digested after a little exercise." After Chu Feng said this, Su Mucheng's expression immediately became mischievous. "That's what I said, too. That's great. I'm going to take a shower first to wash off the smell of alcohol on my body while doing some activities." But before she finished her words, her beautiful eyes began to wander to Chu Feng. Next second, Su Mucheng suddenly stood up and took Chu Feng's arm intimately. "Honey, do you want to come together? It's so boring to do things alone. How about you take this opportunity to make up for last night's lesson for me? There are still a few points of knowledge that I haven't figured out yet." As Su Muxuan spoke, her face flushed, and her intentions were obvious. Chu Feng naturally would not refuse such a good thing. Soon, two people appeared in the bathroom. Then, the familiar sound of flowing water sounded again. Yes, that familiar sound of flowing water. After about an hour or two, their conversation on the water came to an end. Of course, after 1 or 2 hours of cramming, Su Mucheng learned a lot of new knowledge from teacher Chu Feng. However, when the two of them packed up their equipment and sat down at the dining table again, it was already noon. Chu Feng glanced at the already cold buns on the table and smiled lightly. "Mu Xian, please sit for a while. I'll go and heat up the food." Seeing Chu Feng busy again, Su Muxuan smiled sweetly and nodded obediently. But just when Chu Feng turned around, Goddess Su secretly and silently licked the corner of her mouth. He looked as if he was recalling something. However, just as the sounds of the smoke extractor and ignition in the kitchen were heard one after another, Su Mucheng's cell phone in the living room also began to ring continuously. Seeing this, she quickly got up and answered the call. "Boss Su. Something bad has happened." Obviously, the call Su Muiying received was from Shanglong Entertainment. And from the sound of the voice, the other party seemed very nervous and anxious. In response to this, Su Mucheng's expression changed. At this moment, she no longer had the charm she had when facing Chu Feng, especially her eyes, which seemed very calm and resolute. "What happened? Tell me slowly." There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, then he spoke again. "That's right, President Su. You are on the trending search. Moreover, all major media outlets broke the news about you at almost the same time. News about you keeping a young hunk. Also, I put up photos. Now the public opinion on the internet is boiling. You'd better come to the company as soon as possible. The public relations department doesn't know what to do now." To be honest, the public relations department of Shanglong Entertainment is at least a mature department with experience and resources. If other artists in the company encountered this situation, they would naturally react immediately. However, the person who is facing this situation now is not an ordinary artist, but the company's top star and president, Su Muiying. Therefore, Shanglong's public relations department was in a difficult situation to make a decision for a while. Because they don't know what their boss' attitude towards this matter is? What's wrong? Did something happen at Shanglong Entertainment? Seeing Su Muhong holding the phone with a look of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry, Chu Feng in the kitchen couldn't help but be curious and stuck his head out to ask. In this regard, Su Muhong did not hide anything from the secretary on the other end of the phone and just smiled at Chu Feng. "He, it's no big deal. It's just that you, my husband, have become a trending topic." After hearing what Su Muxiang said, Chu Feng was fine and didn't have too many emotions. On the contrary, the secretary on the other end of the phone felt very unwell. Chapter 104: Li Shuelian's visit. Chu Feng himself didn't actually feel much about the fact that it was on the trending search list. As for Su Mucheng, he cared even less. After all, she is eager to make her relationship with Chu Feng public. However, the only thing that made Su Muiying unhappy was that the intimate photos of himself and Chu Feng revealed by the media were really not flattering. Not only are the pictures blurry, but most of them are silhouettes and back views. Of course, this is not the media's fault. Because they were just taking secret photos after all. In addition, this hazy visual effect can arouse public speculation and leave endless room for imagination. In the final analysis, this is just a method of hype operation. At this moment, Su Muxiang and Chu Feng were holding their mobile phones and eating buns. Not long after, a speechless expression appeared on Su Muhong's face. These entertainment media are so unprofessional. The photos they took are just a joke. No, I have to go to the company right away after eating. Let Xinglong's public relations team personally select some beautiful photos for me to make the official announcement. What is this? After saying that, Su Muxian couldn't help but slam his phone on the dining table with an angry expression on his face. On the contrary, Chu Feng, who was sitting opposite her, had a smile on his face and did not pay attention to these details. Okay, stop complaining. These are just photos taken by passers-by. There's no need to argue with them. Only. When the words came to his lips, Chu Feng hesitated for a moment. After all, these articles that were artificially pushed to the hot searches not only contained intimate photos of him and Su Mucheng, but these entertainment reporters also dug out Chu Feng's identity as a graduate of Media University. This was something Chu Feng really disliked. Moreover, under these popular posts, many people follow up with comments, calling Chu Feng a shameless pretty boy. At the same time, some black fans began to form teams to attack Su Muying. She said that her previous innocent image was all fake. Behind the scenes, she is a prostitute with an immoral private life. Although these remarks are only very isolated. However, those vicious words still made Chu Feng very unhappy. At this time, Su Mucheng naturally noticed the change in Chu Feng's expression. This time, she smiled and comforted Chu Feng. My dear, there's nothing I can do about it. This is how the world is. Some people like you, and some people don't. Moreover, in the entertainment industry, everyone knows any celebrity who has been on the trending search. No matter what you did to become a trending topic, people who want to criticize you will always find fault with you. So, just be positive. Because that's the price you pay for being a public figure. After saying that, Su Muxian considerately stood up, walked around behind Chu Feng, and gave him a hug. Soon, she kissed Chu Feng on the cheek again. Okay, I have to go to the company first. After all, it has become a hot topic, so we still need to explain some public opinions to the public relations department. I won't be back for lunch. I'll reward you well when I come back in the evening. Before she finished speaking, Su Mucheng smiled charmingly. Then he turned around and went back to his room to change clothes. Chu Feng looked at this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were ripples in my heart. Oh, this girl is really bold. But there is some truth in what she said. After all, we live our lives alone, and we can't always be responsible for everything others say. If that's the case, then your life will just be a pair of big shorts. After figuring this out, Chu Feng stopped worrying about it. It was not until Su Mucheng left happily that Chu Feng quietly cleaned up the dishes on the table. Of course, while he was working, he was also considering whether he should go back to school in the afternoon. Learn from Fatty Wang's trick and ask the school to issue you an internship certificate. But Chu Feng quickly gave up this idea. After all, I had just become a hot topic. If I chose to go back to school at this time, I would be stared at like a giant panda. Imagining that horrible scene in his mind, Chu Feng immediately dismissed this helpless thought. Forget it, I'd better stay home and sign in obediently. He just muttered to himself. After cleaning up the dishes, Chu Feng walked to Su Mucheng's study. Originally, he wanted to read quietly for a while, and then choose a few useful textbooks in the study to sign in. However, what he didn't expect was that Su Mucheng's study was basically filled with books on acting and interpretation tutorials. Of course, there are occasionally some world classics in here. After choosing for a long time, Chu Feng finally found a book called Weakness of Human Nature and began to flip through it out of boredom. System, sign in. At this moment, Chu Feng, without much expectation, began his sign-in process for today. Ding, the host has signed in successfully for reading Weakness of Human Nature, and the system rewards the skill, mind reading. When the system's voice sounded in Chu Feng's ears, he was suddenly stunned. Obviously, even if Chu Feng was beaten to death, he would never have thought that the book Weakness of Human Nature that he chose out of helplessness would actually cause the system to directly unleash such a buggy skill. Mind reading, ability to hear the innermost monologue of any living being, can be activated 3 times per day. Note, this skill can be upgraded. Although the system has certain restrictions on the number of times mind reading can be used. However, even if this skill can only be activated 3 times a day, it is still quite a bug. What's more, it can be upgraded itself. Chu Feng was naturally very excited to receive such a wave of skill rewards. Then, he made another effort and chose to sign in directly in Su Mucheng's study. System, sign into the study. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully in the study room. The system rewards you with the song edition of collected works of Wang Wangong. Collected Works of Wang Wangdong? It's the song edition, this. Although Chu Feng was not a literary figure, he had heard of Collected Works of Wang Wangdong. This collection includes more than 2,000 poems and essays by Wang Engshi, and its cultural and historical value is immeasurable. First it was mind reading, and now it's the Collected Works of Wang Wangdong. Today's system rewards are quite generous. Could it be because of last night? After mumbling for a while with a lot of doubt in his mind, Chu Feng's expression also became strange. However, just when he was about to use up all 3 sign-in opportunities today, the phone beside the desk suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar number. In response, Chu Feng was stunned at first, then slowly pressed the call button. Hello, I'm Chu Feng. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Li Shualin from Joyous Times. Chapter 105 Excited Duelinger. Chu Feng didn't expect that he had just obtained the shares of Huya yesterday. Today, the CEO of Huya called me. Moreover, the tone of the other party on the phone was actually mixed with a hint of urgency. Oh, it's Mr. Li. Chu Feng had never seen Li Shualin and didn't know much about him. So, after learning the other party's identity, he just responded indifferently. On the contrary, Li Shualin was very direct and said straight to the point, Mr. Chu, you are now the largest shareholder of our Huanju. So Li flew to Mingzhu today uninvited. I wonder if Mr. Chu is free. I have some future development plans for the company that I would like to discuss with Mr. Chu alone. Hearing Li Shualin's words, Chu Feng was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Then, he politely said, since Mr. Li has arrived at Mingzhu, I, as the host, naturally have to fulfill my duties as a good host. How about this, I'll send Mr. Li a location later. Let's have a quick lunch together at noon. What do you think, Mr. Li? Hearing Chu Feng's cordial invitation, Li Shualin on the other end of the phone naturally would not refuse. Okay, then I will follow the host's wishes today. The two didn't have a deep conversation on the phone. They just smiled at each other and then hung up. However, Chu Feng, who put down his phone, felt a little confused and started talking to himself. This Li Shualin is so quick. He just acquired Huanju shares yesterday, and he has already arrived at Mingzhu today? But, his actions clearly indicate that he has other intentions than drinking? What does he want to gain from this trip to Mingzhu? Obviously, Chu Feng's heart was already beating fast at this time. He kept guessing the purpose of Li Shualin's trip. After all, a man who was able to create such a huge business empire. It's impossible that he came to Mingzhu just to invite me to dinner and drinks. Thinking of this, Chu Feng picked up the phone again. After hesitating for a moment, this time he directly dialed Du Linger's number. In a few seconds, the call was connected. Du Linger's lazy but charming voice also came over. Little brother Chu Feng, why do you miss your sister already after not seeing her for just one day? Or maybe your sweetheart went out to film again, leaving you alone in the empty room, and you feel empty, lonely, and cold? If that's the case, you might as well come to my sister's place. It just so happens that my sister is alone and very lonely. We can get together and play a game or something. When Du Linger said this, Chu Feng was petrified instantly. After all, he never expected that Du Linger would be so bold and unrestrained after his defense was broken. Are you trying to trick me into playing a game in broad daylight? Besides, Du Linger on the other end of the phone actually called himself little brother Chu Feng. Small? How am I small? After a speechless bitter smile, Chu Feng quickly said, Sisterling, let's put the matter of the game aside for now. I mainly want to borrow a place from you this time. I have a few friends coming to Mingzhu at noon. I wonder if you can help me arrange a private room at Zhuxianju? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Du Linger on the other end of the phone immediately became excited. Are you going to Zhuxianju for lunch? Okay, wait. I'll go to Zhuxianju to make arrangements now. After a snicker, Du Linger on the other end of the phone didn't give Chu Feng any chance to react and just hung up the call. Chu Feng was also confused by this. Why does she look more anxious than me? It was obvious that Du Linger was very excited and anxious at this time. After all, ever since Chu Feng broke her defense last night, Du Linger tossed and turned the whole night and couldn't fall asleep. The slight pain in her body, along with the happy memories of the time when her defense was broken, hit her nerves in waves. In addition, under the influence of alcohol, Du Linger was even more longing and eager to relive that happiness. It can even be performed several times. Of course, she also knew that as long as her best friend Su Muching was around, her desire and longing would never be satisfied all the time. However, as a member of Qingmen, Du Linger, the iron-blooded thornflower, did not take the complicated relationship between the three people too seriously. After all, the picture in her mind was too big and too magnificent. So, just as Lin Yaodong had thought before, Du Linger actually didn't have too many extravagant expectations for her family. Moreover, she didn't want her identity as the eldest lady of Qingmen to bring any negative impact or inconvenience to Chu Feng's life. Therefore, she thought it was good to maintain the current relationship with Chu Feng. At least, in this way, there is no need to worry about those so-called worldly statuses. Just be happy. Of course, compared to those shitty reputations, Du Linger does have some of her own little thoughts. That is, she wanted to have a child with Chu Feng. At the same time, this is also to leave a helmsman for himself and the Qingmen Du family's future. However, she did not tell Chu Feng directly about her thoughts. After all, it would be somewhat awkward and embarrassing for a girl to say this. At the same time, in a luxury car speeding out of Mingzhou International Airport, Li Shualin, who was sitting in the back seat, was looking at the documents in his hand with a frown on his face. Soon, the legendary figure began to talk to himself. Chu Feng, a senior student at Mingzhou Media University. How can a graduate who hasn't even left school get such great power to get equity from Lei Jun and so many Huanzhou executives? It's really strange. Obviously, this question has puzzled Li Shualin for the whole night. However, he still couldn't come up with a perfect answer. However, at this moment, Li Shualin's secretary sitting in the passenger seat was holding his cell phone, looking confused. Mr. Li. There is a new piece of news on the internet about Mr. Chu. Maybe you will be interested in it. After hearing what his secretary said, Li Shualin immediately snatched his phone away. Then, a line of headlines on the phone screen immediately shocked him. According to internal sources, the rumored boyfriend of pop diva Su Muying, Chu Feng, is not a gigolo, but the second largest shareholder of Shanglong Group. Saint Dragon Group? Mingzhou's Shanglong Group? It turns out that Mr. Chu has the support of the Holy Dragon Group. No wonder. Originally, Li Shualin thought he had found the answer to the problem. But soon, he shook his head again. But this isn't right either. Even if he has the support of Shanglong Group, it is impossible for him to swallow up so many shares of Huanzhou at once, right? As he spoke, Li Shualin sighed helplessly again. Forget it. It seems that this problem can only be solved after seeing Mr. Chu in person. However, before Li Shualin finished his words, his cell phone beside him vibrated. Immediately afterwards, a location was sent. Chapter 106 Du Linger's voice. It's noon in Mingzhou, and it's time for lunch. As it is backed by Jinmao Plaza and has a fast flow of people, there is also a lot of traffic outside Zhuxianzhou at this time, and it is extremely prosperous. As a blue Porsche drove in, Du Linger, wearing a white dress and playful makeup, also appeared at the entrance of Zhuxianzhou. However, her appearance made the service staff here look surprised and puzzled. After all, the young lady in front of him is the owner of Zhuxianzhou. However, she rarely shows up here under normal circumstances. However, from last night to today, this is Du Linger's second time to come to Zhuxianzhou. What is even more surprising is that this young lady's outfit today is simply so fairy-like. Even the two receptionists standing at the entrance of Zhuxianzhou couldn't help showing an expression of shame on their faces. But at this time, Du Linger didn't mind their gazes at all. Right now, she is in a very good mood when she thinks that she will see little brother Chu Feng again soon, and even the corners of her mouth can't help but smile. Du Linger casually threw the car keys to the oncoming staff and said something nonchalantly. Pillar, drive my car to the parking lot. Also, Mr. Chu will be coming over later, please wait outside to meet him. After hearing Du Linger's explanation, many staff members in Zhuxianzhou suddenly came to their senses. So it's Mr. Chu from last night who was coming over? No wonder the young lady came in person? And dressed so elegantly? But isn't Mr. Chu Miss Su's boyfriend? Could it be that the eldest lady is also pursuing him? Are we going to have the famous scene of two women fighting for a husband? For a moment, all the staff in Zhuxianzhou began to feel excited. Of course, they only dared to think about these targeted ideas in their minds, but they dared not really say them out loud. After all, he lost his job just to satisfy his momentary craving. This deal is quite unprofitable. However, just as the staff in Zhuxianzhou were daydreaming, Manager Liao, who was in charge of all the work here, also hurried over. He came up to Du Linger with a smile and said respectfully, "Miss." In response, Du Linger just glanced at him. Then he directly ordered, Manager Liao, notify the kitchen to prepare a separate table of wine and food for the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Also, Master Fan and the others must show their ability to look at the family's financial situation. Don't lose my face. Hearing her words, Manager Liao was stunned for no reason at first, and then nodded repeatedly, Yes, miss, don't worry, I will go to the kitchen to tell you. I guarantee that today's dishes will satisfy you. After saying that, Manager Liao quickly turned around and walked quickly towards the kitchen. At the same time, Chu Feng also appeared in Zuoxianju. After a polite welcome, Chu Feng walked a few steps behind Du Linger and called out to her. Sister Ling. Although after experiencing a series of crazy things last night, the relationship between Chu Feng and Du Linger has undergone substantial changes. But he still habitually followed Su Muchang and called Du Linger Sister Ling. However, his address made Du Linger in front of him reveal a hint of resentment and displeasure. Of course, Du Linger did not raise any objection in front of her own staff. At this moment, she just glared at Chu Feng unhappily. Naturally, Chu Feng also noticed the change in Du Linger's expression. In response, he pinched his nose subconsciously and said in embarrassment, Huh? Sister Ling's expression looks a little strange. I just came in, and it seems that I didn't offend her, right? As soon as he thought of this, Chu Feng directly activated the new skill of mind reading that he had just signed into today, and took a peek into Du Linger's inner monologue. However, it would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, he was really shocked. At this moment, Chu Feng heard Du Linger's voice murmuring in his ears. This idiot, straight guy. After what happened last night, you still call me Sister Ling? Can't you call me something else? For example, Xiao Linger, Xiao Baobei, and so on. Also, why does he keep staring at me like that? Could it be that my makeup today surprised him? Sure enough, the stinky little brother still prefers girls with this kind of ancient style and charm. What a pity, the easy-to-tear white silk I bought online last night hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to hold back today. No, I can't keep thinking about this. I'm going to die. Just listening to the wildest voice from the depths of Du Linger's heart, Chu Feng couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. This. On the other side, Du Linger, seeing Chu Feng's stunned look, immediately came to her senses and smiled with narrowed eyes. Little brother Chu Feng, don't stand there like an idiot. Come on, follow me to the 5th floor. After saying that, Du Linger went up the stairs without looking back. As for Chu Feng, he followed behind her with a dull look on his face. At this moment, his eyes were still glancing upwards. For a moment, he looked at everything that he should and shouldn't look at. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. The familiar furnishings and smells in the restaurant made them recall the madness of last night. Closing the box door casually, Du Linger giggled and threw herself on Chu Feng actively. Little scoundrel. After saying this, Du Linger said nothing else. Her hormones burst out infinitely and she gave Chu Feng a sweet kiss. In this regard, Chu Feng naturally accepted everyone who came. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar, which is the same principle. But after this long kiss, Chu Feng suddenly heard Du Linger's voice again. But this time the content made Chu Feng feel even more shocked. I don't know who this little scoundrel is going to meet today. When will they arrive here? If only they could arrive later. It's just right that we can find some free time to play a friendly match. Honestly, this little rascal has really good genes. He has 8-pack abs and he's handsome. I am now looking forward to what kind of adorable evildoer his and I'll have as a child. Hee, I hope today will be successful. Let's hit the target with one shot. Hearing Du Linger's plan, Chu Feng's eyes widened even wider than Erga's next door. But soon, this guy felt an incomparable emotion in his heart. Oh, I didn't expect Sister Ling to be a real member of the Appearance Association. Looking at her eyes, she must be greedy. I really have no place to put my damn charm. Chapter 107 Chu Feng's Business Plan. Inside the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Although Du Linger's inner thoughts were very wild at this time, her reason eventually overcame her body's instincts. After all, that was what happened last night. The game was forced to be stopped halfway through. Du Linger doesn't want to go through this feeling of being neither up nor down again. So, now she can only wait obediently for the arrival of those friends Chu Feng mentioned. As for the matter of playing the game, after eating and drinking, there are plenty of opportunities. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Du Linger had imagined. Not long after, 2 unfamiliar guests arrived at Zuoxianju. And under the personal leadership of Manager Liao, they came to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the 5th floor. Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry, there was some traffic jam on the road, so I came a little late. Li Shuelin walked into the box and immediately found Chu Feng to express his apologies. Of course, in Chu Feng's view, Li Shuelin's statement was just mutual courtesy in the business world. So, Chu Feng didn't take it seriously at this time and just smiled indifferently. What are you talking about, Mr. Li? It is my honor that Mr. Li can take time out of his busy schedule to come to Mingzhu to see me. As he spoke, Chu Feng did not forget to pull Du Linger, who was beside him, over. Mr. Li, let me introduce you. This is the owner of Zuoxianju, Ms. Du Linger. After listening to Chu Feng's introduction, Li Shuelin immediately glanced at Du Linger in front of him. But it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. When he did, he was really scared. Immediately afterwards, Li Shuelin's expression became somewhat awkward and frightened. Du, Miss Du, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here again. I am really honored. Obviously, Li Shuelin was really scared at this time. Especially the expression he showed, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Chu Feng was puzzled by this. Sister Ling, you and Mr. Li, did you know each other before? Du Linger smiled and said, we met once. I once flew to Kowloon to help Shouxiang expand into the Hong Kong market. By the way, I met the two brothers Mr. Xiang from Hongqing Entertainment. Mr. Li happened to be there at the time. After listening to Du Linger's explanation, Chu Feng immediately understood the general idea. After all, the Xiang brothers in Hong Kong are the representative figures of this generation of Hongmen. Today, they are famous for industries such as Hongqing Entertainment. But they are truly big names in Hong Kong's underwater ecological chain. Shenzhen is located very close to the Hong Kong River. In particular, there are a lot of business dealings between Li Shuelin's Joy and Hongqing Entertainment. Therefore, it is not surprising that he had contacts with the Xiang brothers. However, Du Linger's understated explanation made Li Shuelin on the opposite side break into a cold sweat. After all, Li Shuelin never expected that the Mr. Chu in front of him was not only young, but also had an affair with the eldest daughter of Mingzhu Qingmen. It was not until this moment that Mr. Li, who had been in the business world for many years, finally understood what the hidden card behind Chu Feng was. For a moment, Li Shuelin was a little dazed. Because Du Linger's appearance completely disrupted his negotiation plan with Mingzhu. However, Li Shuelin was standing there, not knowing how to start talking next. Du Linger smiled and asked Chu Feng tenderly, little brother Chu Feng, I didn't expect that the friend you mentioned would be Mr. Li from the gathering? Why, the position of Qingmen and Shanglong shareholder is no longer enough for you. Is your business now beginning to expand into Shenzhen? Obviously, Du Linger's words had a hidden meaning. In fact, she had already guessed something when she saw Li Shuelin. After all, Du Linger is an old hand who has been in Mingzhu for many years. She knew all about the methods of dealing with the white side and the underwater side. Today, the reason why she teased Chu Feng in front of Li Shuelin was mainly to create a deterrent effect. Because in her opinion, since Li Shuelin can get along so well with the Xiang brothers in Hong Kong, he is naturally not a good person. Therefore, in order to prevent Chu Feng from suffering a loss in the next confrontation with him, Du Linger deliberately played the two trump cards of Qingmen and Shanglong. This is to intimidate Li Shuelin. Li Shuelin was naturally well aware of the good intentions of the eldest daughter of the Du family. However, Du Linger's shock just now was useless to Li Shuelin. At this moment, Li Shuelin smiled awkwardly and took over the conversation. Ms. Du, you may have said this a little late. And Mr. Chu doesn't intend to develop in Shenzhen. He is now the largest shareholder of my Huya. I'm here this time to report my work to Mr. Chu. As soon as Li Shuelin said this, Du Linger's face immediately showed horror. Next second, Du Linger couldn't stop giggling, and her body subconsciously stuck to Chu Feng's arm. Little brother Chu Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden person. He became a major shareholder of Huanju without making any noise. Does your baby know that you are so wild? Although Du Linger's words were more of a joke to Chu Feng. However, the close relationship between the two is evident. In response to this, Chu Feng pinched his nose awkwardly and said unexpectedly, Sister Ling is joking. Besides, my waves are beyond your imagination. Because I am not only a shareholder of Huanju, I also hold shares in Goose Farm. How is it, surprise or not? Accident or not? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Du Linger and Li Shuelin were both stunned. However, the two of them did not take his joke seriously. After all, whether it is based on the tone of Chu Feng's words just now or the analysis and guessing based on the actual situation, the young man in front of me couldn't possibly be a shareholder of the goose farm. After all, that behemoth is not comparable to Huanju, Shanglong, and Qingmen. Moreover, the actual control of the goose farm has always been in the hands of the legendary Xiao Ma Gu. He would not sell off such predatory wealth so easily. Of course, Chu Feng had his own considerations for openly announcing that he held shares in the goose farm. Because the biggest competitor of the 2Y platform under Huya is the Shark platform. However, the controlling shareholder behind the Shark platform is Goose Farm. Therefore, in order to smoothly negotiate his next business plan, Chu Feng told Li Shuilin in person that he owns shares in the Goose Farm. Although he only owns 5% of the Goose Farm's shares, and it cannot be sold. However, his identity as a shareholder of Goose Farm is enough to allow him to do many things that ordinary people cannot do. For example, talk to Pony Ma and invest in the acquisition of Shark platform. However, just as Chu Feng was constantly brewing his grand plan in his mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, the host's business plan has been detected, and the system triggers the following options. Option 1, invest in the Shark platform. Option 2, the host can exchange 0.3% of the shares of the Goose Farm for the controlling interest of the Shark platform in the Goose Farm. P.S. I would like to reiterate that this novel is set in a fictional world. The companies and all data involved in this chapter are fictitious. Please do not substitute real-life examples or judge based on real-life business figures. Chapter 108 Video Call with Xiao Ma Gu. Faced with these two options suddenly sent by the system, Chu Feng was stunned for no reason. After all, the multiple-choice questions given by the system today are different from those in the past. Because there is no clear indication of what the rewards are behind these two options? Therefore, no matter what Chu Feng chooses next, it will be a closed-book question. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons for a while, Chu Feng chose the second option. The reason why he chose the second option was also very simple. Because option 1 requires real money. Although Chu Feng had made a lot of money through the live broadcast rebate model before. But in comparison, he would rather sell 0.3% of the shares of the Goose Farm. After all, this thing cannot be converted into cash under the rules of the system, so it is better to use it to exchange for more valuable industries. I choose 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. The system rewards 10% of text jumps equity. Hearing about the rewards given by the system, Chu Feng almost flew up on the spot. You know, TextDance is the parent company of Dao Short Video. Taking over his shares would be of great help to Chu Feng's business plan to dominate the live broadcast industry. When Chu Feng thought of this, he immediately shouted out the classic quote, "Chao thief, you really understand me." Of course, at this moment, the change in Chu Feng's expression was only fleeting. Li Shuilin and Du Linger in front of him did not notice anything unusual. Soon, the people in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall exchanged polite greetings with each other for a while, and then they were separated into host and guest and sat down in turn. As for Du Linger, she had never thought about joining the banquet. However, after repeated persuasion from Li Shuilin and Chu Feng, she gave in and sat next to Chu Feng with an intimate look on her face. Not long after, the table of wine and food that Du Linger had specifically ordered was gradually placed on the table. The 4 people in the box then started to toast each other. However, during this period, Li Shuilin was still quite cautious and did not mention anything about the internal affairs of Huanju. Judging from his expression, it seemed that he wanted Chu Feng to be unable to hold back and speak first. In this regard, Chu Feng also adopted an attitude of eyes watching the nose watching the heart. In his opinion, since Li Shuilin wanted to take advantage of him, he would have no choice but to play along. After all, Chu Feng had taken the absolute initiative in this psychological warfare from the very beginning. Moreover, he was not too anxious at this time. On the other hand, after Li Shuilin drank 3 glasses of wine, the expression on his face also changed. With a slight frown, Li Shuilin raised his glass and drank round after round with Chu Feng and Du Linger. On the other hand, this self-made legend couldn't help wondering in his heart, is this Mr. Chu really just a senior student who hasn't graduated yet? Isn't he too patient? Doesn't he want to know the current situation of Huanju? Don't you want to know what I want to do in Mingzhu this time? Obviously, after 3 rounds of drinks, Li Shuilin began to feel unsure about Chu Feng in front of him. He even began to doubt his previous judgment at this moment. However, just as Li Shuilin was thinking about the lawsuit and how to bring up this important topic, on the other side, the cell phone Chu Feng placed in front of him suddenly rang. Chu Feng just glanced at it briefly. At first, he just saw an unfamiliar number displayed on his phone. However, when he looked closely, he found that there was a corporate certification mark next to this unfamiliar number. Surprised, Chuong immediately put down the wine glass in his hand, nodded apologetically towards Li Shuelin, and then answered the call. The next second, a sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chuong. I'm so sorry to bother you. I am the secretary assistant of Mr. Ma of Goose Farm Group. I'm calling you to ask if you have time today. Mr. Ma wants to have a video call with you." After hearing this, Chuong roughly understood something. Obviously, this phone call should be the chain reaction after making my own choice. After a moment's silence, Chuong said directly, "No problem, I have time now." "Okay, please wait a moment, Mr. Chu." After a while, the other party started the video call mode. After Chuong confirmed it, a middle-aged man's face with a legendary look immediately appeared on the other side of the screen. In response to this, Li Shuelin on the side poked his head out and took a quiet look. But just this one glance made Li Shuelin's expression instantly out of control. Because, at this moment, the figure that appeared on the other side of Chuong's screen was not the legendary brother Xiaoma, but who else could it be? "Mr. Chu, I'm very sorry to disturb your precious time." "That's right. Because we need to do some project and personnel integration within our group. So, today, I would like to ask you, Mr. Chu, whether you have any intention to sell the 5% equity in your hands. If Mr. Chu has this idea, I can acquire it at a price 1.2 times higher than the market price." Hearing this, both Li Shuelin and Du Linger beside him were dumbfounded. Because they never thought that Chu Feng's previous joke was actually true. This young man, who has not even graduated from school yet, actually holds shares in the Goose Farm. Moreover, looking at the current situation, the legendary Xiaoma Go is going to buy out his shares at a price 1.2 times higher than the market price. 5%, this number may not seem like much. However, once it is realized, it will definitely be an astronomical concept. However, in response to Xiaoma's suggestion, Chuong just smiled politely and shook his head, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Ma, for your kindness. But I don't want to sell this part of the shares yet. I'm so sorry." After hearing Chu Feng's reply, Xiaoma Gu on the other end of the video was also slightly stunned. But soon, the legendary boss nodded helplessly. "Okay, since Mr. Chu has no intention of selling his shares, I will not bother you anymore. Of course, if Mr. Chu has some free time recently, you can come to Xincheng for a chat. Let me show my hospitality as a good host." As he said that, brother Xiaoma enthusiastically sent Chuong an invitation. In response, Chuong just nodded politely and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Ma. I think we will meet in Shenzhen soon. I am looking forward to meeting Mr. Chu." "Me too." Just like that, in the midst of a round of business flattery, the two hung up the call almost at the same time. At the same time, there was an eerie silence in the entire Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Because, at this moment, whether it was Du Linger beside Chuong or Li Shuelin on the other side, they were all looking at Chuong as if he were a monster. Chapter 109: Li Shuelin's attitude. After hanging up the phone, Chuong immediately felt the strange atmosphere at the dinner table. He just looked back at the stunned Du Linger and Li Shuelin, and subconsciously shrugged. "Why are you looking at me like that? It feels weird." After that, he didn't care about anything else, and directly held the wine glass and said to Li Shuelin, "Come on, Mr. Li, let's continue drinking." However, at this time, Li Shuelin had no mood to continue drinking and eating. His mind was now filled with shock and panic. After all, the young man in front of him shocked him too much. Li Shuelin could barely accept the fact that he only held shares in the two major local groups, Shanglong and Qingmen. However, what Li Shuelin could never have imagined was that this young man actually held shares in the Goose Farm. Although that number is only 5%. But its value is more valuable than the two major groups of Shanglong and Qingmen combined. What's this? This is capital. Capital that ordinary people can't even ask for. Facing Chu Feng's toast, Li Shuelin swallowed hard. He was silent for a long time before he came to his senses. "Mr. Chu, are you really a shareholder of the Goose Farm?" Until this moment, Li Shuelin still couldn't believe the facts before him. Seeing him ask this, Chuong immediately laughed and said, "Boss Li, is there anything wrong with this?" Li Shuelin was afraid that Chuong would misunderstand, so he quickly waved his hand and explained, "No, there's nothing wrong. It's just a little surprising." Seeing Li Shuelin looking so overwhelmed, Chuong responded calmly, "It's okay, you will get used to it slowly in the future." After hearing what he said, not only Li Shuelin on the opposite side, but even Du Linger on the side almost spit out a mouthful of wine. Moreover, Du Linger was full of resentment at the moment and muttered, "This guy really never stops until he says something shocking. This kind of shocking mistake, once is enough, what's the point of talking about the future?" However, just as Du Linger was muttering to herself in her heart, her cell phone placed on the dining table suddenly vibrated. Originally, Du Linger didn't take it seriously and just casually clicked it and took a look. However, when she saw the red dot on her WeChat and the photo in the unread message, she was completely dumbfounded. Then, Du Linger quietly turned her cell phone over. After calming herself down, she slowly stood up and said to Chuong beside her and Li Shuelin opposite her, "Sorry, you guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, Du Linger grabbed the phone on the table and left in a hurry without waiting for Chuong to ask. It must be said that her anxious look aroused Chu Feng's suspicion. In contrast, Du Linger's sudden departure made Li Shuelin feel relieved. It was not until the graceful figure slowly walked out of the bamboo door of the box that Li Shuelin looked serious and looked at Chu Feng. "Mr. Chu, actually I came to Mingzhu this time mainly for two things. One is to discuss with you the future development plan of Huanju. As for the second one, I just want to tell you about the recent abnormal behavior of our old rival, Shark Platform." Obviously, Li Shuelin's words were quite tactful. Especially the second point he mentioned, which was basically directed at the fact that Chu Feng spent a lot of money on the Shark Platform. Of course, at this time, Li Shuelin had long lost the shock and confusion he had felt when he learned about this yesterday. After all, he also knew that the young man sitting in front of him was not as simple as he had imagined. Especially his net worth, which is an astronomical figure. Perhaps, the 800 million yuan reward from the Shark Platform was just a casual play in the eyes of others. Of course, even so, Li Shuelin still wanted to bring up this matter. After all, who in this world would complain about having too much money? Since you have so much spare money, why not patronize your own business? Why do you want to support your competitors? However, what Li Shuelin did not expect was that Chu Feng did not give him the chance to continue speaking, but interrupted him with a slight smile. "Mr. Li, that's an inappropriate thing to say. In my opinion, the two things you just mentioned are actually the same thing." When Chu Feng said this, Li Shuelin was confused for a moment. However, soon, Chu Feng's shocking words came out again. "Hasn't Mr. Li ever considered merging the Shark Platform?" Hearing Chu Feng's question, Li Shuelin was stunned at first, and then his eyes immediately sparkled. "Mr. Chu means that you want to acquire the Shark Platform?" Although Li Shuelin did not expect Chu Feng to have such ambition, but seeing that he had such an intention, Li Shuelin was still excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After all, in today's live broadcast market, the only one who can compete with heir is Shark. Moreover, just recently, there were rumors that Shark, with the support of Goose Factory Capital behind it, was going to merge with Maoya. Although this was just a rumor deliberately leaked by the two companies, the news did give the Sharks a shot in the arm. Moreover, the topic is becoming more and more heated on the internet. This also makes Huya, as a competitor, appear very passive. However, now, the newly appointed largest shareholder of Huya in front of Li Shuelin suddenly put aside his bold words and said that he wanted to acquire Shark. If this were to come true, it would definitely be great news for Huanju. Of course, this kind of talk depends on who is saying it. If someone else said this in front of Li Shuelin would definitely think that this guy was dreaming. But Chu Feng is different. Because he holds shares in the Goose Farm and is a shareholder of the Goose Farm. As long as this identity is added, the first and most critical step of acquiring the Shark Platform will not have any problems. At least, in Li Shuelin's view, this grand plan has considerable room for maneuver. In this regard, Chu Feng was much more indifferent than Li Shuelin. "Mr. Li, let's put aside the issue of whether to acquire the company or not for now. What I want to do now is at least to make heir and Shark become a family first. Otherwise, why do you think I would spend that much money to scan Shark's reward list?" After a pause, Chu Feng continued, "Besides, you also heard what Xiaoma thought just now. This is definitely a pretty big opportunity for us. However, once heir and Shark successfully merge, your power of speech may be weakened. After all, the top executives at the Sharks are no pushovers. So, I hope Mr. Li can be prepared for this." After saying that, Chu Feng leaned back in his chair with a look of comfort, his eyes smiling as he observed the expression on Li Shuelin's face and the attitude he was about to show. Of course, if you want to thoroughly examine a person's inner world, you can never see it clearly just by looking at it with your eyes. Therefore, at this time Chu Feng directly activated the two buffs of mind reading and Eye of Fortune. Chapter 110, The Person Who Gives Su Muxing a Headache. The merger of the two live streaming giants, heir and Shark, can produce a commercial effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. However, it is undoubtedly a huge asset transformation internally. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. This is exactly what it means. Therefore, Li Shuelin must now make a clear choice between his personal voice and the future destiny of gathering together. Fortunately, Li Shuelin is a visionary and broad-minded person. Faced with Chu Feng's sudden question, he didn't seem to have much turmoil or entanglement in his heart. Hey, it seems like this Mr. Chu still doesn't know me very well. It has always been my dream to make my industry bigger and stronger, and even to make it a leading industry in China. Besides, once the two platforms merge, Huya's market value will definitely rise. By then, how much say I have will not be so important. At least, I can watch with my own eyes the business empire I built become a legend, even a legend. Just like Brother Ma back then. This kind of sense of accomplishment cannot be limited to a small gathering. Besides, considering the current situation, even if the two platforms merge, the final say will only be in the hands of Mr. Chu. However, this Mr. Chu doesn't look like a workaholic who wants to do everything himself. So, as long as I gain his 100% trust, the majority of decision-making power after the merger of the two platforms will still be in my hands. Moreover, the market value of Shark and Huya are not even on the same order of magnitude. Even if Qin Jia wants to compete with me, I'm afraid he doesn't have the capital to do so. It has to be said that Li Shuelin has a very thorough understanding of the situation at this moment. Especially his incisive evaluation of Chu Feng, which even Chu Feng himself was amazed. After all, this was the only time they had met each other. But the other party could see at a glance his great dream of becoming a hands-off boss. In this regard, Chu Feng had to admit that Li Shuelin's vision of people was indeed vicious and tricky. Of course, after using mind reading to detect Mr. Li's innermost true thoughts, Chu Feng also used the eye of luck to observe the other party. However, he didn't know until he saw it, and he was really shocked when he saw it. Because under the coverage of the eye of luck, Chu Feng actually discovered that Li Shuelin was covered with a layer of red light all over his body. That kind of red is so red that it is almost purple. Obviously, this guy has excellent luck and fortune. This also further strengthened Chu Feng's determination to choose him as his spokesperson. However, while Chu Feng was constantly observing Li Shuelin, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly spoke. I have thought carefully about the question Mr. Chu just raised. I think the right to speak is ultimately not as important as the future and fate of an industry. Besides, if the two platforms can really complete the merger, then the shares of Huya that I hold will also see a qualitative leap. So, whether from the perspective of personal interests or the interests of the company, this is a sure win. However, the only headache now is how to acquire the Shark platform. Seeing that Li Shuelin was so outspoken, he even talked about personal interests. Chu Feng also nodded with great satisfaction. The next second, he directly took over Li Shuelin's words. You don't need to worry about this. For this matter, I can directly skip the Shark and discuss it with Brother Xiaoma. We just need to get Goose Farm's controlling stake in Shark. As for the subsequent details, you will discuss them with Mr. Chen from Shark when the time comes. Obviously, at this time Chu Feng had already expressed his attitude from a height completely superior to Li Shuelin. Moreover, what he said was not a suggestion, but more like an order. Li Shuelin did not show any discomfort in this regard. After all, their strength is there. What's this? This is the right to speak. After thinking for a moment, Li Shuelin nodded heavily and responded, okay. Just as the two were talking happily, Du Linger walked in from outside the door again. At this moment, she was smiling brightly, and even looked relieved. In Chu Feng's opinion, Sister Ling obviously did not go out to the bathroom just now, but went to deal with a problem. However, since Du Linger didn't speak up, he naturally didn't want to ask. In particular, in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall box, Li Shuelin and his secretary were present. With Du Linger's return, Chu Feng and Li Shuelin finally concluded their serious business. Then, there was another round of harmonious celebration in the entire box. At the same time, the Shanglong Entertainment Office building in Mingzhu. Su Muxuan was sitting in his CEO's office, holding his cell phone with a sullen look on his face. Moreover, at this moment, she was still mumbling, that guy actually went to Zhuoxianju to eat in the middle of the day without telling me, which almost exposed my and Sister Ling's plan. Humph, not happy, not happy. When I get home tonight, I will definitely make up for my studies. It's to make sure that bad guy can't leave the house tomorrow. Yes, let's do it. However, just as Su Mucheng was venting the resentment in his heart, there was a sudden knock on the door of the president's office. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Come in. Following Su Muhang's words without even raising his head, a young girl in work uniform walked in cautiously. This girl is none other than Su Mucheng's CEO secretary. Boss Su, the copywriting from the public relations department is ready. They have also announced Mr. Chu Feng's identity according to your instructions. It's just that they didn't dare to make the decision on their own regarding the official photo. Please make the decision yourself, Mr. Su. As she spoke, the girl placed a series of photos in her hand on Su Mucheng's desk. Su Mucheng then perked up and started browsing through the pictures one by one. However, at this moment, there was another burst of noise at the door of the president's office. Director Li, you can't go in now. President Su is discussing something now. Immediately afterwards, a man's unhappy roar was heard. Get out of the way. I have to see President Su today. No one can stop you. I said so. Before he finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing a white baseball cap broke into Su Mucheng's office. When Su Muhang saw him, he subconsciously felt a headache. Chapter 111, Tricking Chu Feng into joining the group. You have to know that Su Muiying, the beautiful female president, is well known in the circle for being fearless. Because of her identity, she is not only the president of Shanglong Entertainment, but also has the towering support of Shanglong Group behind her. Therefore, ever since her debut, she has never followed the rules of this circle. As for those so-called unspoken rules, they would automatically bypass her when they came into view. After all, who in the circle doesn't know that she is Su Zhanfeng's only daughter and the only heir to the Su family's Shanglong Group? However, there is always an exception. Director Li, who was full of anger and rushed to Su Mucheng without paying attention to everyone else, was a character that gave her a headache. It's not about how big Director Li's background is or how powerful his energy is. Just because he was Su Mucheng's guide into this industry. Moreover, this person is a very upright person and is very demanding in his pursuit of the art of interpretation. Even when facing the characters played by Su Muiying, he would criticize them mercilessly. To put it bluntly, the reason why Su Muxiang has become the so-called ceiling of acting of the new generation is all because of the scolding from Director Li. This is perhaps what is called being strong without desire. Therefore, Su Mucheng felt both in awe and fear towards this mentor and guide on his acting career. Mr. Li, why are you here? After stuttering a sentence, Su Mucheng immediately stood up and walked up to Director Li with a forced smile. Then, she said to the stunned secretary beside her, "Quick, go and make a pot of tea for Teacher Li." However, before the secretary could respond, Director Li took off his baseball cap and said unhappily, "No need to make tea. Boss Su, I'm here for two things today. First, for the drama The Female Emperor, when do you plan to join the crew? Now, all the personnel and funds have been prepared, and even the scenes of the supporting roles have entered the shooting state. But, you, the lead actor, have not joined the crew. What do you want to do? This is not something a professional actor should do. Your behavior is unprofessional." Upon hearing Director Li's old-fashioned professional ethics, Su Muxiang suddenly felt overwhelmed. However, she also knew that she was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Therefore, facing Director Li's merciless criticism, Su Mucheng had no way to refute. However, just as Su Muiying smiled bitterly and said nothing, Director Li started a new round of criticism. There is one more. I heard that you, Mr. Su, are in love. The other party is also a shareholder of your Shanglong Group. Originally, I have no right to interfere in this matter. After all, this is your personal relationship issue and has nothing to do with work. But, there is one thing I would like to ask President Su in my personal capacity. Don't make an official announcement for now. Su Mu was stunned and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Why? But Director Li rolled his eyes when he heard her say this. Mr. Su has been in this industry for so many years, do I need to explain this too clearly? The crew of The Female Emperor is currently in the process of filming. If you announce your relationship at this time, it will be very detrimental to the filming progress of the drama and the subsequent publicity. Although you, Shanglong, are the largest investor in this drama. But as the director of this show, I must take full responsibility for its future. Unless you can invite your rumored boyfriend to the crew to play a cameo role. This way, we can also create some buzz for the later promotion of this drama. Otherwise, if you choose to make the official announcement at this time, it will definitely affect the audience's emotions and sense of involvement. This is the only solution I have. Of course, personally, I still don't want you to make your relationship public at this time. Even if it is officially announced, we have to wait until the show is finished. I have to say that Director Lee is a very straightforward person. His words also gave Su Muching another idea. At this moment, Su Mushan was silent for a while, and then a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her face. Teacher Lee, what you said makes a lot of sense. Since it can't affect the audience's emotions and sense of immersion, why not let him be the male lead? What do you think? Su Muching's sudden idea made Director Lee in front of him roll his eyes. Then the director looked stern. Boss Su, letting him play a cameo role is already my maximum tolerance. You should know my temper. Not everyone can be the leading actor in my drama. I don't want to ruin the entire show because of a relative. Seeing Director Lee so serious, Su Muxuan couldn't help but sneer. Teacher Lee, he is not a relative, he is a serious student of the directing department of Mingzhu Media. He can be considered a graduate of a professional school. Although I don't have much acting experience, it's better than those actors who don't know their background. How about you take a look at his frontal photo first? As he spoke, Su Muchang, with a hint of arrogance, took a bunch of official photos selected by his secretary to Director Lee. Director Lee took the photo and his expression was stunned. The image is excellent. It also fits the temperament of the characters in ancient costumes. He's just a directing major with no filming experience. Can he portray a good character? As he spoke, Director Lee subconsciously touched his chin. Seeing his action, Su Muxian was overjoyed. Because this action shows that Director Lee has begun to think seriously about this matter. As long as he doesn't refuse outright, Su Muying believes there is hope of success. So, Su Muching was still encouraging him at the side, saying, Teacher Lee, how about this? I'll take him to the makeup audition tomorrow. If you feel it's suitable, then we'll do it this way. Of course, if you feel it's not suitable, then find a role for him to play as a guest star. What do you think? Obviously, Su Mucheng's plan was very clever. Because, no matter whether he is the leading male role or a guest star, Chu Feng has to follow her into the crew. Then, this little girl in love will no longer have to endure the pain of separation. In response, Director Lee nodded softly, well, you can give it a try. Seeing Director Lee agree, Su Muching was immediately delighted, and thought to himself, Teacher Lee's side has been dealt with, and the next thing left is to deal with that bad guy. No, I have to think of a plan to see how I can trick that bad guy into joining the team. If it really doesn't work, how about using the beauty trap tonight? I just don't believe that he won't take the bait. Chapter 112, speaking of Cao Cao arrives. Chu Feng naturally had no idea about what Su Muxian was thinking. At the same time, the banquet at Zuoxianju lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After a long talk with Chu Feng, Hoya's CEO Li Shuelin did not choose to continue staying in Mingzhu, but bought the nearest flight back to Shenzhen. Because Mr. Li knows clearly that his career will usher in new opportunities and challenges in the future. So he doesn't have much time left to plan and lay out. He must make all the necessary preparations before Chu Feng completes the acquisition of the Shark platform in a race against time. This way, I can better retain Mr. Chu's trust in me and my right to speak. As for Chu Feng, after Li Shuelin left in a hurry, he just swung his arms and became a real hands-off boss. Especially with the active and enterprising spirit of the charming Du Linger, the two of them even found time for a friendly match for in-depth communication. It's just a pity that this one-on-one friendly match ended abruptly due to Du Linger's lack of physical strength. However, just when Chu Feng and the other person in Zuoxianju were having a fierce confrontation and a tender affection at the same time, a piece of news on the internet completely disturbed the nerves of all the onlookers. Su Muching officially announced. Moreover, Shanglong Entertainment's public relations team not only generously posted intimate photos of Su Muching and Chu Feng. At the same time, the identity of Chu Feng Shanglong shareholders was made public for the first time in a very formal way. As soon as the news came out, the internet immediately became boiling. For a time, many netizens began to conduct an all-round, three-dimensional human flesh search on Chu Feng. Even Du Linger, who was lying in Chu Feng's arms with a lingering look on her face, got the news. In the lounge of the Dragon in Phoenix Hall, Du Linger gently swayed her arms and leaned calmly on Chu Feng's belly. Although she was completely unequipped at the time, her expression was very relaxed and confident. While playing with her mobile phone, Du Linger covered her mouth and chuckled without realizing it. Then, she turned her head and glanced at Chu Feng, jokingly saying, "Little brother Chu Feng, it seems that your baby Sheer is very anxious." Look, Shanglong Entertainment has even made an official announcement about you too. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows again. It's just that the netizens below are going crazy, saying all kinds of things. Someone said you were a gigolo. Some people also say that your identity as a shareholder of Shanglong must be forged. What's even more bizarre is that there are people who want to challenge you face to face. I have to say, little brother Chufeng, you have a lot of rivals in love right now. After teasing Chufeng, Du Linger seemed unsatisfied. After laughing for a while, she continued, in my opinion, if you really can't stand the pressure of public opinion, you might as well turn to your sister's arms. Sister loves you. Listening to Du Linger's mumbling, Chufeng's expression was slightly stunned. After all, in his opinion, Du Linger's reaction at this time was very strange, even a little unreasonable. Chufeng frowned slightly, and couldn't help wondering, looking at Sister Ling's performance at the moment, she seemed to not care about the official announcement. Could it be that the relationship between these two best friends is good enough to share a husband? Or maybe, the two of them had already secretly. When he thought of this, even Chufeng was shocked by his own strange idea. However, just when Chufeng was puzzled. On the other side, the headquarters of Shanglong Group was also in an uproar. Su Zhanfeng was completely stunned by the official announcement of his beloved daughter without any warning. Originally, the chairman of the Shanglong Group wanted to take the opportunity to give Chufeng, a younger generation, a cold shoulder. Wait a few days, and when the time is right, I will go to him for formal negotiations. However, Su Muqing's sudden official announcement caught the business tycoon off guard. What is even more terrible is that Shanglong Entertainment, a subsidiary of Shanglong Group, unilaterally announced the news that Chufeng held shares in Shanglong. When this news came out, not only Su Zhanfeng felt a headache, even the veterans of the Shanglong Group's board of directors were stunned. Old Su, what on earth is going on? That's right, Lao Su. There should be a limit to how much you can pamper your daughter. You can't do this recklessly. How can you use the future of the group as a means to please your future son-in-law? Isn't it a joke to let a young man who hasn't even fully grown his hair join the board of directors? At this moment, in Su Zhanfeng's office, several directors of Shanglong Group could not wait to attack the chairman. However, their complaints at this time were false, and their real purpose was to come here to gather information. After all, a new member appeared in Shanglong's board of directors for no reason, so these elders naturally wanted to find out what was going on. Also, where did Chufeng's shares come from, and how much is his share? Obviously, this is very important to them. After all, before this, no one knew who this young man who suddenly appeared was. Of course, they had never seen this young man at any of Shanglong's board meetings. So, many people speculated. Did Su Zhanfeng go crazy and give all his shares to the young man named Chufeng? Su Zhanfeng had no words to say about such accusations. I say, Lao Su, Lao Zhang, please stop making noises in front of me. I am also upset now? Also, the shares in Chufeng's hands were not given to him by me. They bought it from Wang Qingyang. Wang Qingyang sold all of his 28% stake to this young man named Chufeng. I am also worried about this matter now. As soon as Su Zhanfeng said this, the faces of the several Shanglong directors who were staying in his office suddenly changed. You know, Su Zhanfeng himself is already the largest shareholder of Shanglong. Now, his daughter's boyfriend has acquired Wang Qingyang's shares. This means that the father-in-law and son-in-law of the Su family have completely controlled Shanglong's right to speak. From now on, these small shareholders will basically have no chance of turning things around. For a moment, all the complaints of several people turned into fear and worry about the future. However, at this moment, there was a rhythmic knock on the door of Su Zhanfeng's office. Moreover, the other party pushed the door open gently without waiting for Su Zhanfeng to speak. Mr. Su, attorney Su Hongtai from Hongtai Law Firm is here. He said he was commissioned by Mr. Chufeng to deliver some legal documents. Hearing his secretary's words, Su Zhanfeng's tightly furrowed brows became even more furrowed. After hesitating for a long time, the chairman of Shanglong said, "Okay, I understand. You can go out and do your thing first." After finishing his explanation, Su Zhanfeng leaned back on the leather seat with a speechless look on his face, muttering, "Chufeng, it's this Chufeng again. Ah, it's true that if you mention the devil, he will appear. There's no way to avoid him. Chapter 113 He is someone you can't afford to offend." Su Zhanfeng was caught off guard by Su Hongtai's sudden visit. However, compared to Su Zhanfeng's entanglement, those small shareholders of Shanglong Group had already begun to feel uneasy. After all, Su Hongtai, the famous Mingzhu lawyer, came here today with Chufeng's authorization and will. Therefore, the conversation between him and Su Jianfeng may very well be related to the future of Shanglong Group and the future fate of these small shareholders. However, in such a critical situation, they couldn't just sit in Su Jianfeng's office and refuse to leave. In the end, they could only look at each other, staring at each other. Seeing them like this, Su Jianfeng, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up helplessly. At this moment, he didn't even bother to greet this group of old buddies. Instead, he walked out of his office without looking back. For a moment, the chairman's office, which had been eerily quiet, suddenly became noisy again. Obviously, after Su Jianfeng left, those small shareholders who were left aside began to vent their dissatisfaction and worries about the future. Lao Zhang, what should we do? What should we do? You are the most senior among us, so you have to make the decision, right? Old Zhang, who was surrounded by many people, also had a helpless expression on his face at this moment. Why are you all looking at me like this? What can I do? Before, when Wang Qingyang was here, we could at least compete with the Su family. They are having a blast fighting each other, so let's take advantage of the situation. Now, this father-in-law and son-in-law have occupied 2/3 of the group's voice. What can we do? I can only hope for the best. As soon as Lao Zhang said this, the people around him suddenly became quiet again. Today, these people looked gloomy and seemed to have no choice but to accept their fate. Until a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly spoke up in the crowd, "Old Su, if I remember correctly, don't you have a daughter at home? That girl is both pretty and charming. How about you ask her to try her best to hook up with Chuong? Anyway, he and the girl from the Su family are not married, they just made it official. When the time comes, we'll have this big card in our hands, and maybe we'll have a glimmer of hope." Obviously, this was mostly a joke from the middle-aged man. Few people present would take this stupid idea seriously. However, at the door of the chairman's office, Su Jianfeng's footsteps paused slightly. Just listening to the jokes and joking coming from his office, the expression on the face of the head of the Shanglong Group began to become gloomy and uncertain. But soon, Su Jianfeng snorted in annoyance and walked away. Soon, he appeared in the office building's exclusive VIP lounge. At the same time, the smartly dressed barrister Su Hongtai had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Jianfeng walking in with a gloomy face, Su Hongtai stood up calmly and greeted him cheerfully. "Boss Su, I haven't seen you for a few days. I hope you are doing well." Looking at Su Dalu, who was greeting him with a smile, Su Jianfeng was too embarrassed to lose his temper on the spot even if he was unhappy. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, Lawyer Su." After saying sorry in a very stiff voice, Su Jianfeng immediately pulled out a seat and sat down opposite Su Hongtai. Then, the head of the Holy Dragon family did not hesitate to speak straight to the point. "Lawyer Su, I heard from the secretary that you came here today on behalf of Mr. Chuong. I wonder if Mr. Chuong is too busy or he simply doesn't think highly of this small temple of Su, and he doesn't even have the time to come to the group?" Obviously, Su Jianfeng said this deliberately for Su Hongtai to hear, to express his dissatisfaction and resentment towards Chuong. As for Su Hongtai, he is a very smart person. Although he understood Su Jianfeng's emotions and hostility very well. But at this time, he still smiled and said, "Boss Su is joking. Mr. Chu originally planned to come here in person. It's just that something happened at my office, so I was delayed. Besides, there's nothing particularly important that I came here for this time. I'm just here to deliver Mr. Chu's legal authorization letter to Mr. Su and the board of directors of Shanglong Group. After all, this kind of professional matter should be done by professionals." After saying that, Su Hongtai opened his briefcase, took out a stack of documents, and handed them to Su Jianfeng. "Director Su, please review this authorization letter." Su Jianfeng did not comment and reluctantly took the so-called authorization letter handed over by Su Hongtai. However, when he glanced at the contents of the authorization letter, the expression on his square face became even uglier. On the contrary, Su Hongtai, who was sitting opposite him, still had a smile on his face. "This is a legal authorization signed by Mr. Chuong. It basically means that Mr. Chu has given Ms. Su Muying full authority to decide on the shares of Shanglong Group under his name. The authorization letter is in quadruplicate. One is in the hands of Mr. Chuong, one is in the hands of Ms. Su Muxing, and one is in the Mingzhu notary office. As for the fourth copy, it is the one in your hands, Director Su. If Mr. Su has no objection to this authorization letter, please send a reply letter to my Hongtai law firm in the name of the Shanglong Group Board of Directors. In this way, my mission is successfully completed. We can all be happy then." I have to say that Su Hongtai is really thorough in his work. After all, he was a professional, so there was no room for Su Zhanfeng at all. After listening to Su Hongtai's request, Su Zhanfeng felt as if he had eaten a live fly. He could neither spit it out nor felt very sick. However, this tycoon who has been in the business world for many years did not immediately take up Su Hongtai's topic. He just slowly put down the authorization letter in his hand and stared at Su Hongtai eagerly. It was not until a while later that Su Zhanfeng spoke. Hongtai, come to think of it, we have been dealing with each other for more than a year or two, right? Since you've come to me today, why don't you tell me the truth? Tell me honestly, who is this Chuong? You are his attorney. You should know something about this young man, right? Facing Su Zhanfeng's sudden question, Su Hongtai was subconsciously stunned for a moment, and then said seriously, Mr. Su, you should know the rules of our industry. Since the client has chosen us, we should not publicize the client's private information without permission. This is the minimum professional ethics in our industry. Seeing that Su Hongtai refused to give in, Su Zhanfeng came up with another plan and played the emotional card. Hongtai, I understand everything you said. But please understand my feelings as a father. After all, I can't just hand over my precious daughter and the Holy Dragon's assets to a young man whose background I don't know, right? Besides, how could a young man who grew up in an ordinary environment with divorced parents get so much money to buy out Wang Qingyang's shares in one go? I have to get these questions clear and understand them, don't you think? After Su Zhanfeng explained the reason and moved him emotionally, Su Hongtai finally opened his mouth. Director Su, I can only tell you that all the funds in Mr. Chu's hands are reasonable and legal. Another thing, Mr. Chu is not as simple as you think. To be frank, Mr. Su, please don't think that Mr. Chu is someone who covets your Su family's assets. The power in his hands is simply not something your Shanglong group can contend with. Finally, considering that we have been friends for so many years, I will give Director Su another reminder. Don't provoke this gentleman. Because he is someone you can't afford to offend. After saying that, Su Hongtai shut up immediately. And the next second, Lawyer Su completely ignored Su Zhanfeng's surprised face and just stood up and left with his briefcase. Chapter 114 This plot is wrong? That night, when Su Muxing, with a lot of thoughts in his mind, returned home, Chu Feng was already busy in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of a door opening not far away, he just poked his head out and chuckled, Boss Su, you're back. It's been a busy day. It's been really hard. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. After hearing Chu Feng's joke, Su Muiying did not go to the bathroom. Instead, he put on a sly smile and staggered towards the kitchen. He just hugged Chu Feng from behind while he was cooking. Su Muxuan subconsciously leaned his tired little head against Chu Feng's broad back, feeling sick. Honey, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Seeing Su Muhong's drooling look, her beautiful eyes were staring at the boiling stew pot. Chu Feng smiled immediately. Don't you like fish? I cooked a dompa fish for you. As he spoke, Chu Feng flipped the wok gracefully, and the brightly colored carp instantly drew a beautiful line in the wok and turned over. However, Su Mucheng was not surprised by this scene and did not utter any exclamation. Because, at this moment, she was constantly deducing her great plan for tonight in her mind. Soon, a table full of delicious food was neatly placed on the table. Looking at the delicious dishes that made them salivate, Su Mucheng on the side didn't care about anything else. She just giggled at first, and then started to eat up everything. But not long after the meal started, our President Su seemed to remember something. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, then looked timidly at Chu Feng, who was sitting opposite him with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, dear. I didn't even discuss it with you today before I posted our official announcement photo. And they also announced your status as a shareholder of Shanglong Group. You won't blame me. Obviously, Su Mucheng's words were just a starting point. After all, she never thought deep down that Chu Feng would be angry with her because of this matter. Besides, Chu Feng is not a stingy person. Sure enough, seeing her looking so aggrieved and pitiful, Chu Feng immediately smiled dotingly. How could I blame you? You are such a beautiful and popular little queen who was willing to risk her life to prove my name and make it official with me. I am so happy and excited, I can't wait. At this point, Chu Feng paused for a moment, then said, however, since you made the official announcement, I have been restless for the entire afternoon. My classmates in the media, classmates from my hometown, including that girl Nuonyuo, and relatives and friends all called me to say hello. Of course, there are many people who borrow money from me as a shareholder of Shanglong. I never tire of it. After saying that, Chu Feng immediately looked at Su Mucheng with resentment. Boss Su, how are you going to compensate me for the mental torture I've endured this afternoon? The next second, Chu Feng's naughty eyes began to sweep towards Su Mucheng's open collar. Su Mucheng naturally understood this. Her pretty face flushed red, she stood up and quickly went behind Chu Feng. Then, Su Mucheng stretched out her arms, hooked them around Chu Feng's neck, and giggled in his ear. Hee, my dear husband, if you want to go to class, just tell me directly. Why bother making up these excuses? Otherwise, after we finish eating, you can teach me what it means to do whatever you want. Hearing Su Mucheng's words, Chu Feng was subconsciously stunned. Then, the smile on his face grew even wider. Little girl, after studying for a few days, you can now take the initiative to order lessons. You are really a teachable child. Su Muwei was not embarrassed or impatient when he teased her like this. Instead, she said with a proud look on her face, "It's all because of my husband's good teaching." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately reached out and touched her lovely nose. At this time, Su Muheng saw that the time was almost right, and the love between the two of them had reached a state of being inseparable, so she let go and spoke. That's right, husband. In addition to the official announcement, I have one more thing to report to you. Chu Feng was stunned, then asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Why do you have to report it so formally?" Su Muxiang pretended to be reluctant, lowered his eyes, and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just that the crew of the female emperor is about to start filming. I'm afraid I'll have to leave Pearl for a while. By then, I will have to rush to film every day, and I may not be able to return to Mingzhu before the show is finished. Honey, will you miss me then?" As he spoke, Su Muxiang pouted, and he looked so pitiful. However, at this time Chu Feng saw through Su Mucheng's little thoughts at a glance. In Chu Feng's own words, this girl, when she pouts, there must be something missing. Of course, what allowed Chu Feng to truly see what Su Muxiang was thinking was actually the terrifying mind-reading skill. At this moment, Su Muxiang's voice could not stop ringing in Chu Feng's ears. Hee, let me, the Queen of Heaven, first give him a thumbs down before I praise him. Play the emotional card. Then, give him another set of 108 kinds of knowledge in the evening. I just don't believe he won't take the bait. As long as he lets go, I'll be done. I'll take him to directorly for an audition tomorrow. Hearing what Su Mucheng was thinking, Chu Feng suddenly looked at a state of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, he turned slightly and pulled Su Muheng to sit on his lap. Boss Su, are you ready to join the team? Otherwise, take me with you. That's great. I can take this opportunity to ask the school for an internship certificate. Anyway, I am a graduate of the directing department. It shouldn't be a problem for me to do the production work on the set. Chu Feng's words completely confused Su Mucheng. After all, in Su Muheng's imagination, Chu Feng should not be willing to follow him into the crew. Otherwise, he would not have rejected me in Lan Yingying's office at that time. However, he was extremely enthusiastic about joining the group, as if he had become a different person. What's going on? Why did he agree before I even used the beauty trap? Why does this plot feel a little wrong? Looking at Su Mucheng, who had a look of astonishment on his face, Chu Feng was laughing wildly in his heart. You little bastard, why are you trying to praise me by first criticizing me? I'll turn the tables on you. Wait till night, I will use my beauty trick on you in bed, I guarantee you will cry and call me daddy. However, at this moment Chu Feng was full of pride, and scenes of mischief emerged in his mind. On the other side, Su Mucheng's phone suddenly rang. The person who called was none other than Su Mucheng's father, Su Zhanfeng. Chapter 115, Your Mouth, Please Bless It. Su Zhanfeng's sudden call disturbed the thoughts of Chu Feng and Su Muxing. Su Mucheng picked up the mobile phone on the dining table and was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Our old man's phone number? Looking at the caller ID on the screen, Goddess Su looked at Chu Feng in a trance. That look seemed to be seeking Chu Feng's opinion. After all, before this, Su Zhanfeng and Chu Feng did have some unpleasantness between them. Because of this, the relationship between the father and daughter in the Su family has been at a stalemate in the past few days. Although, the relationship between the two of them has not yet developed to the point where they become enemies. However, there will definitely be some knots and discomfort in your heart. Therefore, under such circumstances of unknown intention, Su Muiying tried his best to be cautious and careful about the call from his old father. Of course, her mentality is understandable. After all, no matter what, Su Zhanfeng is still Su Mucheng's father, and the blood relationship between the two cannot be severed. But Su Muxian was worried. She was afraid that the next second after she answered the phone, Su Jianfeng would say something that would make her angry. By then, the conflict between father and daughter will not only fail to be resolved, but will become more and more intense. Looking at Chu Feng on the other side, his face was full of smiles at this time. He was seen holding Su Mue with one hand, and began to fumble for something restlessly with the other hand. Mue, what are you daydreaming about? Answer it. Perhaps, Director Su just can't figure it out this time. Maybe it won't stop us from being together anymore? Besides, we can't always think about the worst of things. If that's the case, there may be nothing good in the world. Seeing Chu Feng's calm and peaceful attitude, Su Mucheng, who was holding the phone, no longer had any worries. Just press the call button. Soon, a woman's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Xiaoxiang, are you busy these days? Mom heard that you're leaving Mingzhu soon to join a film crew. Why don't you come back tomorrow for dinner? At this point, Su Mucheng's mother Mei Xuehua paused slightly. Then, her voice was slightly hesitant, like the hum of a mosquito. If possible, call Chu Feng as well. Hearing Mei Xuehua's words, Su Mucheng on the other end of the phone was completely shocked. You know, our General Su is also a very smart and extraordinary woman. How could she not understand the deeper meaning behind her mother's words? Just saying that she wanted to go home for a meal and bring Chu Feng with her basically meant that she acknowledged the relationship between her and Chu Feng. And this meal is a real meeting with the parents. In addition, although the person speaking on the other end of the phone was Mei Xuehua, the number was Su Jianfeng's private phone number. It was obvious that bringing Chu Feng home for dinner was not Mai Weix's idea alone. It was the result of a discussion between the couple. It's just that our President Su still acts like a patriarch and is somewhat embarrassed to save face. Therefore, his decision could only be conveyed by his wife Mei Xuehua. Su Mucheng was naturally very excited about this. Of course, she didn't express her emotions too much in her words at this time. He just nodded to his mother on the other end of the phone and said, "Okay, Mom, I will pass this invitation to Chu Feng." Then, the mother and daughter chatted for a while about family matters and hung up the phone. The next second, after putting down his phone, Su Muhong jumped up from Chu Feng in excitement. Then, she excitedly hugged the man in front of her, kissing and nibbling him. It was not until a while later that our general manager Su calmed down a little. My dear, you are indeed a prophet. Your mouth must have been blessed. My mother asked me to go back for dinner tomorrow? He also specifically asked me to bring you along. We. Seeing Su Mucheng smiling so brightly, Chu Feng was naturally very happy. It looks like I'm going to be a regular employee. Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving me this opportunity. After being teased by Chu Feng, Su Mucheng also started his own role playing. She suddenly stood up, looked at Chu Feng with satisfaction, and coughed twice. However, the next second, as soon as she opened her mouth, her plan was ruined. Hee, good to know. I hope you will live up to the expectations of your leaders. Perform well and do a good job. Facing the acting-oriented Su Mucheng, Chu Feng naturally cooperated with him to the fullest. He suddenly stood up, looking like he had no choice but to do it, and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, leader. I will definitely work overtime tonight, fuck it. Make sure the leader is satisfied." I have to say, Chu Feng's words are quite meaningful. Even Su Muxuan blushed when she heard that. After all, his 3 words "work overtime tonight and do it well" completely captured the essence of the matter. Then, after the two of them laughed and played for a while, Chu Feng returned to the topic and asked softly, "Mu Xing, what kind of souvenir should I bring when I visit you tomorrow? After all, I don't know what Mr. Su and Auntie like." When Chu Feng asked this question, Su Muxuan's beautiful eyes rolled. Obviously, she didn't expect that the man in front of her would be so attentive and even think of giving her a souvenir. But, after all, this is human nature. Although, before this, Su Jianfeng and Chu Feng did have a very unpleasant quarrel. But now, they have taken the initiative to invite me. I can't be impolite on my part. Besides, it's not an etiquette to come empty-handed on your first visit. The most important thing is that Chu Feng doesn't want his woman to be caught between family affection and love. Therefore, in his opinion, the relationship between himself and Su Jianfeng should be eased as much as possible. After all, being a human being is nothing more than 8 words, neither humble nor overbearing, neither arrogant nor impatient. However, faced with the gift proposed by Chu Feng, Su Mucheng pondered seriously for a moment. My mother is actually a very casual person. She likes basically everything and doesn't care too much about the gifts. For her, it's enough as long as the thought is there. As for our old man, he likes a lot of things. And he's always thinking about weird things. Especially some old items, which filled up his study. Having said this, Sumuching still had a sly smile on his face. It's just that 8 out of 10 times, the stuff he brought back was just for fun. How should I put it? He is the type who pretends to know everything when he doesn't. The type of player who is both a novice and loves to play. After hearing what Sumuching said, Chuong immediately had an idea in his mind. Although he himself did not have any in-depth knowledge of the antique business, he could not resist the subtle influence of Fatty Wang. You know, that guy has a family background in antiques. Moreover, his family has branches in Mingju Treasure House and Yunzhou Antique City. A proper young master's family character. It would be easy to find some decent things from him. Chapter 116 Host, are you hinting at something? That night, Chuong finally fulfilled his previous promise. He serves his leader so well that he becomes obedient. Moreover, during this period, he and Sumuching also changed their tutoring venues in turn. From the kitchen to the dining room, from the shower room to the sofa, and finally to the bedroom. For a time, Sumuching's large flat located on the Bund became a tutoring center. Of course, while the two of them couldn't wait to discuss the philosophy of life and death, Sumuching also did not forget to give Chuong some basic knowledge about auditioning for the leading male role. In response to this, Chuong hesitated for just a moment. In the end, he could not resist the constant nagging of his leader. Agreed to the audition request. For this reason, the excited Sumuching didn't even have time to pick up his equipment, but hurriedly found him the script of the female emperor so that he could familiarize himself with it first. After all, for Miss Su at the moment, she can still distinguish between having a full meal at night and being able to eat a full meal every night. However, after getting the script, Chuong was not in a hurry to read it. Especially when facing Sumuching, who had no equipment in front of him, he was even more motivated, thinking about how to make her cry and call for daddy. As a result, this class, which was supposed to last only 1 or 2 hours, was delayed until the early morning due to Chu Feng's mischief. Finally, Su Muhong fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. On the other hand, Chuong was still energetic and there was no sign of fatigue on his face. After tucking in the quilt for Su Muhong, he quietly came out of the bedroom. Then, he flashed and went straight to the study. Sitting quietly in front of the medium-sized desk, Chuong began to study the script of the female emperor. I have to say that the content of this script is really exciting, especially the ruthless second male lead, who attracted Chu Feng's attention. As for the second male lead, he is not as sentimental and weak as the first male lead, nor as righteous and awe-inspiring as the third male lead. This guy is a man who is devoted to his career. It's very much to Chuong's liking. However, while Chuong was reading the script with great interest, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, system prompts, midnight is approaching, the host has one more sign-in opportunity today, would you like to use it? After the system reminded him, Chuong remembered that due to Li Shuelin's sudden visit, he only signed in twice today. As soon as he thought of this, Chuong immediately held the script in his hand and asked curiously, I wonder if there will be any unexpected gains from reading the script and signing in? After mumbling a few words, Chuong continued, System, read the script and sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in to read the script of the Empress. System rewards, God-level acting skills, superb screenwriter. Note, this skill does not need to be upgraded, it is automatically maxed out, level LV10. Looking at the rewards distributed by the system, which actually included 2 skills, Chu Feng's face was filled with smiles. After all, he had just agreed to Sumuching's audition, and the system gave him 2 useful skills. Obviously, this is just like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy. It is very comfortable. Moreover, after obtaining these 2 skills, Chuong clearly felt the changes in himself. This change cannot be observed with the naked eye. But it really surprised Chuong. Because he found that when he read the script at this time, he could not only read 10 lines at a glance, but also remember everything he saw. Those long passages of dialogue seemed to be engraved in his mind. What's even more terrifying is that after just a cursory glance over the script in his hand, Chuong was able to quickly discover loopholes in the script structure and the plot. Subconsciously picking up a pen from the table, he instinctively began to scribble on the script. Before long, this thick script was filled with his annotations. But the handwriting in the blank space was somewhat sloppy. By the time he had finished writing thousands of words of comments on the script, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Chuong stretched lazily in front of the desk and then threw his masterpiece aside. Then he picked up his phone, glanced at it, and started the sign-in mode for today again. Although I can ask Fatty Wang for help, I also need to make some preparations in advance for antique appreciation. After a moment's silence, Chu Feng began to mutter to himself again. Next second, he immediately looked for some antique books on his mobile phone and began his e-book check-in journey. Antique Encyclopedia, this book looks quite interesting. Although the explanation is not detailed, the categories are still quite complete. Forget it, let's just go with him. System, start signing in. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in to read Antique Encyclopedia, and the system rewards intermediate treasure appraisal ability. Note, this skill can be upgraded. Intermediate? Faced with this level of skills, Chu Feng's expression subconsciously became embarrassed. After all, he had signed in so many times, and the skills he obtained were basically god level. This was the first time he obtained intermediate skills from the system. But soon, he came back to his senses from his doubts, shook his head and said, forget it, intermediate is intermediate, it's enough. Having said that, Chu Feng calmed down again and started his second and third rounds of sign-in. Of course, Chu Feng did not continue to choose to explore the ocean of books for the remaining 2 sign-in opportunities, but chose to sign in live. After all, you can watch the live broadcast late at night and appreciate the girls in the dance area. However, the rewards obtained from signing in for these 2 live broadcasts were really ordinary. A Pagani Huayra, plus 50 million shark fins from the shark platform. In response, Chu Feng just stared blankly at the car key that suddenly appeared next to the desk and shook his head helplessly. Is the system so direct now? Even the middle link was omitted. Next time if I sign a property contract, will I be given the property title deed directly? In response to Chu Feng's joke, the system suddenly jumped out and said seriously. Host, are you hinting at something? Of course, if the host has such a requirement, the system will naturally try its best to meet it. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the system's straightforward answer, and then he immediately chuckled silently. However, just as Chu Feng was enjoying the happiness brought by signing in, on the other side, the Mingzhu mansion was still brightly lit in the early morning. At this moment, Qingmen's leader Du Tianji was sitting at the table in the study with a serious face. In front of him were several sheets of information marking the relationships between the characters. As for the top page of these documents, Chu Feng's name was clearly written on it. Chapter 117, Fat Sheep to be Slaughtered. In the study of Du Mansion. Du Tianji casually flipped through the few pages of simple character information, but his expression was gloomy. At this moment, no one seemed to know what this Qingmen boss was thinking. It was not until a while later that Du Tianji glanced coldly at the driver and bodyguard standing not far away. Xianzi, are you sure this is all the information you have about Chu Feng? As he asked this question, Du Tianji suddenly looked up, his eyes full of contempt and disbelief. As for the driver named Xiangzi, he nodded respectfully and answered. Yes, Mr. Du, Chu Feng's information is all here. He paused and continued to explain. I'm actually quite puzzled as to how a young man from a divorced family in Yuhang could have such great power. You know, Qingmen shares and Shenglong shares, when added together, are definitely an astronomical figure. So, after thinking it over again and again, I think these information are probably just fake identities released by someone. However, we have never been able to get to know Chu Feng's true background. Obviously, there must be a very large family or a very large force behind him that is covering up for him. As for this family, who is this force? I can't survey it. I have to say that Du Tianji's driver is first-rate in both his ability to handle affairs and his ability of logical analysis. Not only did he find out Chu Feng's social relations in a short period of time, he also used his brain to overinterpret it. Even Du Tianji couldn't help but nod his head at his interpretation, thinking that it made sense. However, the more this happened, the more panicked Du Tianji became. With a bitter smile and a long sigh, Du Tianji fell into deep thought again. After a moment, he came back to his senses. After checking and checking, I still couldn't figure out the other party's background. Old, it seems I am really old. As he spoke, Du Tianji tore the documents at hand into pieces. After all, these things are of no use to Qingmen today and to Du Tianji today. Holding it in your hand, it just takes up space. However, just as Du Tianji was struggling and considering what to do next, the driver named Xiangzi spoke again. Mr. Du. In my opinion, you don't have to be so depressed. Although most of the information we investigated about Chu Feng has been tampered with. But one thing is true. That is, this Chu Feng has a very close relationship with the Mingzhu antique wine family. Moreover, the young man named Wang Yanwei in the information also really exists. A few days ago, they showed up at the Dynasty Club for dinner together. So, if we can't find Chu Feng's true blood relationship, we might as well take action against the Wang family first. After hearing Chang Zi's words, Du Tianji's expression immediately began to relax. But soon, Du Tianji snorted contemptuously again. They are just friends. Even if we take action against the Wang family, can Chu Feng really give up such a big piece of cake as Qingmen to help his brother save the situation? Xiangzi, you have to know that in this day and age, the feelings between people are actually not as valuable as you think. And, having said this, Du Tianji suddenly fell silent again. Because, this and what follows closely behind it are Du Tianji's deepest concerns. That is the young man named Chu Feng. What is his real trump card and who is the family behind him? You know, the Qingmen today is no longer the Qingmen of 100 years ago. They do not have the ability to call the wind and rain, and they dare not challenge the big forces on the water. Therefore, if it is revealed that Chu Feng has an official background, then Qingmen would be seeking death if they want to touch him. As soon as he thought of this, Du Tianji fell into extreme confusion and entanglement. Obviously, this was a sleepless night for Du Tianji. However, Chu Feng knew nothing about the predicament of this Qingmen boss. The next morning, Chu Feng, who had not slept all night, was still busy in the kitchen with high spirits, preparing a delicious breakfast for Su Muching, who was sleeping. Of course, during this period, he did not forget to call his good friend Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang, who was sleeping soundly with his baby Li in his arms, was suddenly woken up by such a phone call. He was really a little angry. However, when he saw that the caller ID on his phone was Chu Feng, this guy immediately perked up. When the call was connected, the first thing Fatty Wang said was merciless sarcasm and ridicule. Boss Chu, you just made the official announcement yesterday. Why don't you just hug your big star and make a fuss today? Why are you calling me? Soon, Chu Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fatty, I'm calling you for something. If you are free today, please accompany me to visit the antique market. I want to buy something. Fatty Wang found Chu Feng's words quite interesting. Hey, when did you become interested in antiques? This is not your style. In this regard, Chu Feng could only respond with a playful smile, it's just a gift. Hearing Chu Feng state on the other end of the phone, Fatty Wang immediately understood what was going on, and without further ado, he immediately agreed, okay, I happen to be going to Yunzhou Antique City today, so let's meet and talk then. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng was in high spirits. However, the only thing that made him regretful early in the morning was that Su Mucheng, who had originally agreed to go out with him, refused to get up no matter how much he was called because he had been too restless last night. In the end, Chu Feng had no choice but to leave a text message for the lazy cat, and then drove his newly acquired Pagani Fengshan to Yunzhou Antique City. However, what Chu Feng never expected was that he was targeted as soon as he arrived. In particular, some street vendors outside the antique city were the first to get the news. After all, Chu Feng's Pagani wind god was too dazzling. If he drives a car worth tens of millions to visit the antique market, he will naturally become a fat sheep in the eyes of those old hands. This is basically beyond doubt. Of course, although this fat sheep has successfully entered the market, whether it can make a fortune depends on its ability and means. Chapter 118, Self-Cultivation of a Group of Shills. Brother Liang, it's time for business, it's time for business. What a crap business. There is no business this early in the morning. You are just talking nonsense. I'm serious, Brother Liang, do you see that young man over there? That's a big business. Get lost. How can a young man in his early 20s run a big business? You can tell from the first glance that he knows nothing and is just hanging out during the holidays. It's because he knows nothing that he's doing big business. I saw clearly at the door just now that the guy is from a prominent family. Even his car is a Pagani. He's obviously a rich second generation, a big fat sheep. Oh, there is such a thing? Of course, I can't lie to you, Brother Liang. I informed you of the news as soon as possible. Look. Don't worry, if we make a deal, you will definitely get some benefits. Thank you, Brother Liang, thank you, Brother Liang. As Chu Feng strolled leisurely, such conversations were taking place almost everywhere in the stalls outside Yunzhou Antique City. After all, in this kind of antique market, especially in the peripheral stalls, there are always many more scammers than those who sell genuine goods. Because that's how they make a living. Therefore, there are people watching at the outer entrance of Yunzhou Antique City every day. To tell whether they are fat sheep or not, just look at their cars and you will know. And with Chu Feng's entry, the stall owner's hawking voices began to rise one after another. Obviously, they did this to attract the attention of Chu Feng, the big fat sheep. Especially Brother Liang, who shouted the loudest and performed the most vigorously. Come, take a look at the jade unearthed from the Han dynasty, the books printed in the Song dynasty, and the enamel porcelain from the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. Take a look at them all. Don't miss it if you pass by. Listening to Brother Liang's unscrupulous hawking, even Chu Feng was confused. At this moment, he just glanced at the stall briefly, then took a few steps forward and scanned the things sold at Brother Liang's stall. Soon, a sneering expression appeared on Chu Feng's face, and he was speechless in his heart. Oh my god, they are selling all second-hand goods. They really don't take consumers seriously. Besides, who are you taking for a fool? Also the Ling you unearthed from the Han dynasty and the books published in the Song dynasty? If all these things in your hands are genuine, do you still need to set up a stall here? Really speechless? Thinking of this, Chu Feng sneered twice and was about to walk inside. As for Brother Liang, he was working hard to promote his own stall while at the same time glancing at Chu Feng, who was not far away from him. Seeing that this fat sheep refused to fall into the trap, Brother Liang immediately winked at the onlookers around. Obviously, he was preparing to start a wave of self-marketing in front of Chu Feng. Of course, this model is also simply called finding a babysitter. Soon, a plain-looking middle-aged man came to the stall surrounded by the crowd and started asking. Stadium owner, how much is this blood jade? Oh, you have a good eye, this is a blood jade from the Han dynasty. As he spoke, Brother Liang pretended to lower his voice and said, to be honest, this is a good thing that we found in Mwangwi. Really? The man pretended to be surprised and asked quickly, Stadium owner, can you give me a price for this? Seeing someone coming forward to ask the price, Chu Feng hesitated for a moment. However, at this moment, he was not attracted by Brother Liang's gimmick, but was judging the acting skills of this group of shills in front of him with the eyes of a professional. After all, in Chu Feng's opinion, Fatty Wang hasn't arrived yet, so he might as well just sit there doing nothing. It would be better to watch this show and kill some time. As for Brother Liang, he felt happy immediately when he saw that his trick worked. At the same time, Brother Liang raised his hand and extended his palm towards the person who asked the price. The other party is obviously knowledgeable as well. He also stretched out his hand. The two held hands together. Then negotiate the price. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng, who was standing not far away, almost laughed until his stomach hurt. These two guys are really dedicated. Is this what they call putting on a complete show, the self-cultivation of a group of shills? After some bargaining, the buyer hesitated and spoke again. Stadium owner, this price is too expensive, can you make it cheaper? Not expensive at all. This is a blood jade from the Han dynasty. If you take it home and play with it, it can nourish your body, protect you from all poisons, and prolong your life. Is it really that magical? However, at this moment, an old scholar in the crowd came forward, pretending to stare at the Han dynasty blood jade in the buyer's hand, and exclaimed, this. After calling out twice, the old scholar held his mouth tightly and said nothing more. However, a pair of eyes glowed with golden light as they looked at the blood jade from the Han dynasty. Looking at the previous buyer, when he saw the old scholar's expression, he pretended to be hard-hearted and said, okay, I want this thing. As he spoke, the buyer immediately took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code in front of Brother Liang's stall. Chu Feng naturally saw this small detail clearly. Obviously, these actors have invested a lot of money. The investment in QR code payment alone was a huge amount of 200,000 yuan. This level of dedication alone is truly heartbreaking. Of course, their performance has not ended yet. I watched the buyer excitedly leave with the so-called Han Dynasty blood jade. The only person left in the crowd was the old scholar, who was beating his chest and stamping his feet, with a look of regret on his face. Oh, what a pity, I'm a step too late. In response, Brother Liang quickly comforted him, don't be discouraged, just take a look, my stall has all the top quality goods, everything you need. As he spoke, Brother Liang glanced nonchalantly at Chu Feng, who was standing not far away with a smile on his face. It looked as if he was waiting for the big fat sheep in front of him to take the bait. However, just as he was getting excited and planning how to take advantage of Chu Feng, a fake smile shattered all the fantasies in Brother Liang's heart. Hey, Zhang Mingliang, why are you still playing such childish tricks? As he was speaking, the fat figure rushed out from behind Chu Feng, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and said, this is my buddy. Like me, he graduated from the directing department of the Communication University. With the level of performance you just gave, you still want to deceive him? Hearing this familiar voice and looking up at the fat face, the stall owner brother Liang was stunned for a moment. Of course, the stall owner named Zhang Mingliang was not only confused at the moment, but also felt a sense of speechlessness that was hard to explain. After all, I have been doing this kind of business for most of my life, and this is the first time I have heard someone say that he did not lose because of the goods, but because of his acting skills. What's worse is that he couldn't find any reason to refute this judgment. Because every profession has its own specialization. When it comes to performance, they are professionals. Chapter 119. Are you satisfied with my explanation? You know, in the antique business, even at street stalls, there are extremely strong underlying rules. Take the stall owner Zhang Mingliang for example. The things on his stall are all second-hand goods that are not presentable. But since they can sell the goods, that's their ability. Especially in this antique city, even if you are an insider, even if you can tell at a glance that the people hired are all stooges, you cannot blatantly reveal the secret. Because, if you make a fuss like this, you will almost cut off someone's source of income. This kind of thing is the most taboo in the entire antique world. However, the man standing in front of Zhang Mingliang at this moment did not follow the rules at all and did not even give Zhang Mingliang any face. In this regard, Zhang Mingliang not only did not dare to complain, but even greeted them with a smile. Because this young man's identity is too special for them. That is the Mingzhu Wang family. This family is the best in the antique business in Mingzhu. Especially the old man of the Wang family, he is the president of the Mingzhu Antiques and Jade Association. Even the Yunzhou antique city in front of us is inextricably linked to the Wang family. Therefore, since this group of people are relying on someone else's job, they naturally have to be more polite and respectful to the young master of the Wang family in front of them. Master Wang. So it's you? I didn't know this little brother was your friend. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it this way. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master Wang. As he spoke, Zhang Mingliang subconsciously bowed to Wang Yanwei, who was standing in front of his stall. However, in response to Zhang Mingliang's polite words, Wang Yanwei smiled evilly and said, "Come on, we both know each other, so don't play tricks on me. Today, my brother suddenly felt like buying something serious. Just tell me, do you have anything good in your hand? If you have any, take it out and let my brother take a look. You know, my brother is not short of money. As long as you are satisfied with the things you have done, you will definitely get some benefits." Upon hearing what Fatty Wang said, Zhang Mingliang immediately showed a sly smile. Master Wang, you really asked the right person. Recently, I actually received a nice toy. Having said that, Zhang Mingliang immediately squatted down and took out a treasure from under his stall. The thing was pitch black and about the size of a square brick. However, when Wang Yanwei and Chu Feng, who were standing outside the stall, saw this item, their eyes lit up. Especially Chu Feng, he saw a hint of red light on this black thing through his eye of luck. The eye of emotional fortune can not only observe people's fortunes, but can even see the fortunes of inanimate objects. If I find a way to use this bug, I can go to the antique market to pick up bargains every day. However, just as Chu Feng was daydreaming in his mind, Fatty Wang beside him showed a satisfied smile. Zhang Mingliang, you can do it. You can even get this kind of top-quality Duan inkstone. Fatty Wang is worthy of his family's deep knowledge. He can tell at a glance that the inkstone in Zhang Mingliang's hand is the Duan inkstone, one of the 10 famous inkstones. In response, Zhang Mingliang boasted, "Hey, Master Wang really has a good eye. This is indeed a Duan inkstone. And judging from the inscription on the back of this Duan inkstone, it is very likely that it was used by the great scholar Ji Xiaolan, the owner of Yuewei thatched cottage in the Qing dynasty. Its collection value is still remarkable." After hearing what Zhang Mingliang said, Fatty Wang became a little curious. However, just as he stretched out his hand to take the Duan inkstone from Zhang Mingliang's hand, Chu Feng on the side laughed slightly. This Duan inkstone is indeed from the Qing dynasty. However, judging from the carvings on it and its age, this Duan inkstone should be a product of the late Qing dynasty. When Chu Feng said this, both Fatty Wang and Zhang Mingliang were dumbfounded. Especially Fatty Wang, who even reached out his hand and touched Chu Feng's head with a joking look on his face. "Crazy, are you possessed by evil spirits today? When did you develop such a deep understanding of antiques? Even the late Qing dynasty and the mid-Qing dynasty can be divided so clearly? This doesn't seem like you." Seeing Wang Pangzi's amusing expression, Chu Feng smiled slightly. "Isn't it true that people get tainted by the company they keep? I hang out with Master Wang all day, so I still have some knowledge, right? Crazy, stop talking nonsense. I can't even tell the exact age of this thing. Fatty Wang said, no, based on your judgment, I have to take this Duan inkstone back and show it to my grandfather. Obviously, Chu Feng's rapid progress in understanding antiques immediately attracted Fatty Wang's attention and curiosity. The two of them were actually competing over the age of this Duan inkstone. This scene made the stall owner Zhang Mingliang laugh and cry. Liangzi, please name a price. How much do you want for this Duan inkstone? After all, Fatty Wang was an old acquaintance in the antique city, so when he and Zhang Mingliang negotiated the price, they did not use the conventional tricks. Just ask directly. Zhang Mingliang didn't care about this and smiled innocently. Master Wang, no matter whether this thing was used by Ji Xiaolan or not, it is definitely a Duan inkstone from the Qing dynasty. Originally, the market price of this thing was only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. If you, Mr. Wang, want it, I'll give you a discount of 18,000 yuan. What do you think? Listening to Zhang Mingliang's offer, Fatty Wang curled his lips in disdain. Liangzi, your offer clearly shows that you don't treat me as your own. How could I not know the market price of the Duan inkstone? To tell you the truth, there are Duan inkstones in the store upstairs from me. How about this, you give me a zero, how about 8,000 yuan? After hearing Fatty Wang's bargaining, Zhang Mingliang almost cried. Even Chu Feng, who was standing by, had a weird look on his face. Oh my god, there is a way to round off the number like this. This is not just rounding off the number, this is clearly cutting it in half. Master Wang, aren't you bargaining too hard? Zhang Mingliang looked at Fatty Wang eagerly. The meaning seems to be that she hopes he can increase it a little more, even if it is just to 10,000, that would be great. However, Fatty Wang was not moved at all at this time, and said directly, it's only 8,000, no more. Besides, if I give you 8,000, you can still earn at least 4,000. It can be considered as me opening the shop for you today. Seeing that Fatty Wang was so persistent, Zhang Mingliang did not dare to go against the young master's wishes. Zhang Mingliang gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and nodded, okay, 8,000 is 8,000. Seeing Zhang Mingliang give in, Fatty Wang looked back at Chu Feng with a sly look. Boss Chu, what are you still standing there for? Pay the bill, please. After being teased by Fatty Wang, Chu Feng immediately said unhappily, hey, Fatty, you buy things, why should I pay? In response to this, Fatty Wang's answer was that it was both shameless and a scoundrel. Just because you found a celebrity as your wife. Just because you ate someone's money without informing me, I'm still worrying about your life. Well, are you satisfied with my explanation? After hearing what Fatty Wang said, Chu Feng was speechless. However, just as he was about to take out his mobile phone to pay, a small object that the stall owner Zhang Mingliang was playing with suddenly caught his attention. P.S. 4 chapters have been updated today. I wish my lovely readers a happy National Day. Chapter 120. Be more confident and remove the word seemingly. Looking at the little gadget in Zhang Mingliang's hand, Chu Feng subconsciously paused. At the same time, Fatty Wang on the side also noticed the strange look from his good friend. Madman, what are you looking at? Why are you so absent-minded? After being asked by Fatty Wang, Chu Feng finally came to his senses. Then, he took a step forward and said to the stall owner Zhang Mingliang, Stall owner, are you selling that small wooden box in your hand? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Zhang Mingliang's expression immediately showed surprise. Then he smiled and replied, Brother, since you are Mr. Wang's friend, I will tell you the truth. As he spoke, he raised the exquisite little wooden box in his hand. This thing is just a toy of eccentricity and skill, it's not an old item. After hearing his explanation, Chu Feng immediately nodded, I know. This thing should be the 4-elephant mechanism box recorded in Lu Ban's book. Seeing that Chu Feng was so knowledgeable, Zhang Mingliang's eyes immediately lit up. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, brother. Yes, this thing is the 4 elephants mechanism box. At this point, Zhang Mingliang looked helpless again and said, Originally, I saw this little thing when I went to the countryside to harvest. Seeing its exquisite craftsmanship, I spent 10 yuan to bring it back. I never thought that this 4 elephants mechanism box is different from the ordinary 4 elephants mechanism box. I spent a whole month trying to open it. Brother, how about this? It's just a $10 thing, let's not talk about whether to sell it or not. As long as you can open it today, I will give you this little thing. How about it? Seeing Zhang Mingliang being so capable, Fatty Wang on the side also burst into laughter. I say Liangzi, isn't it just a broken trap box? You Haven T studied this thoroughly. Come on, give it to me. I'll help you break it right here and there. As he spoke, Fatty Wang didn't hesitate to snatch the 4-elephant mechanism box from Zhang Mingliang's hand. After playing with it for a while, Fatty Wang was even more surprised and said, "Not bad, the workmanship of this 4-elephant mechanism box is indeed very unique. Among those strange and ingenious tricks, it is considered to be of top quality." As he spoke, Fatty Wang started to unlock the door. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't open the 4 symbols mechanic box in his hand. At this moment, Wang Xiao's face immediately became embarrassed. And muttered quietly, "Why can't it be opened? I used to play with the 4-elephant mechanism box when I was a kid. I have solved all kinds of lock opening methods. Why can't I open this box?" After fiddling with it for a while, Fatty Wang's face was covered with sweat. Seeing this, Chuong on the side said with a smile, "Fatty, why don't I do it?" Hearing this, Fatty Wang was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Madman, I can't even open it, can you?" Chuong said confidently, "Whether it works or not, we will know after giving it a try." Seeing Chuong so eager to try, Fatty Wang could only mutter as he handed the 4 symbols mechanism box to him. However, just as Chuong took the wooden box and waited slightly, suddenly, a girl's clear voice was heard behind them. "Sir, could you please sell me the trap box you have? I can offer a very high price." Hearing this familiar voice, Fatty Wang was so frightened that his whole body trembled. As the stall owner, Zhang Mingliang was becoming more and more confused at this moment. "Oh my god, what happened today? Was I possessed by evil spirits?" A broken mechanism box that no one had ever been interested in before, but today so many people are vying for it. Could it be that there is some treasure inside? When he thought of this, a glimmer of regret began to flash in Zhang Mingliang's eyes. At the same time, Fatty Wang quickly covered his face, as if he was afraid of being recognized by the girl behind him. Instead, Chuong looked back with curiosity. At this time, he saw a girl wearing a JK uniform and white stockings, looking very pure and lovely, walking towards them. Especially the girl had no makeup on her face, but gave people a feeling of pure desire. After a few steps, the girl came up to Chuong and Fatty Wang. Those bright eyes first stared at the 4 symbols mechanism box in Chufeng's hand, and then fell on Fatty Wang suspiciously. Then she started laughing and patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder. "Little Fatty, it's you? What are you doing with your face covered? Why, do you really not want to see me, your sister?" Hearing the girl's words, Chuong at the side couldn't help laughing and felt very surprised. "Little Fatty? Sister?" The girl in front of him looked to be no more than 20 years old, especially her face, which made her look more like a high school student who had not yet graduated. How could she call herself a sister in front of Fatty Wang? At this time, Fatty Wang saw that there was no escape and could only helplessly put down his fat palm. Then he smiled at the girl in a flattering manner and called out, "Sister Yuning, what a coincidence, what a coincidence." Obviously, when facing the girl in front of him, Fatty Wang's performance was inexplicably awkward. Even his eyes were constantly dodging. On the contrary, the girl was very generous. She looked at Fatty Wang and Chuong in turn. Finally, he smiled and teased, "Wang Pangpang, is this handsome boy next to you your friend? How come you have such a good resource but don't even introduce it to your sister? It seems that my sister has really loved you in vain all these years." As she spoke, the girl stretched out her jade hand towards Chuong and began to introduce herself. "Hello handsome guy, my name is Ning Yuning." Upon seeing this, Chuong quickly shook hands with the girl named Ning Yuning and introduced himself. "Hello, Miss Ning. I'm Fatty's roommate. My name is Chuong." However, the other party was obviously stunned when he heard the name Chuong. Chuong, why does this name sound so familiar?" After muttering for a while, Ning Yuning's eyes once again became aggressive as she scanned Chuong up and down. After a moment, she came back to her senses and said in surprise, "I remember now. You seem to be the man who was on the trending search yesterday. The rumored boyfriend of the little queen Su Muxing." After these words were spoken, not only Ning Yuning herself, but even the stall owner Zhang Mingliang was inexplicably dumbfounded. At this time, Fatty Wang said something shocking, "Sister Yuning, be more confident and remove the words seemingly and rumor. He is Su Mucheng's serious boyfriend." After being teased by Fatty Wang, Ning Yuning in front of him immediately rolled her eyes and said sullenly, "I want you to be more talkative." "Humph, what a bummer. I finally met a handsome guy who appeals to me, but he's already taken." "Be angry and be happy.